Chapter 1 Sludge Villain. Oi, Kiba, pass it to me, a blonde-haired boy yelled. Listening to his call, Kiba kicked the ball at him. It looked like it was going to go out of bounds. It had been kicked way too high up in the air. However, the blonde-haired boy crouched and suddenly launched himself in the air. It was as if there was a jetpack attached to his back. He got 2 times more airtime than the world record of the best NBA player in the world from a few generations ago, and, to top it all off, he also made an impressive flip in the air before axe-kicking the soccer ball with the heel of his foot, accurately blasting it towards the corner of the opposing team's goalpost like a rocket. It was the exaggerated swagger of a mutant-type quirk user. The goalkeeper had not even seen the ball coming. Before he knew what happened, not only that the ball flew past his head like a bullet, it even made a hole in the net of the goalpost and exploded with a loud boom when it smashed against the outer wall of the school in the back of the soccer field. The blonde boy landed on the ground gracefully and made a victory pose, quite proud of the awesome goal that he had just scored. But the other children on the pitch did not look surprised in the least. Instead, they were annoyed. "You bastard, always showing off and stealing my thunder," Kiba yelled, but in spite of his words, there was a toothy grin on his face as he came and high-fived him. Booing sounds came from the opposing team. "Sensei, it's not fair." Uzumaki used his quirk again. One of the boys in the opposing team complained. The PE teacher, a burly middle-aged man with a whistle hanging from his neck, frowned in thought as he looked at Naruto. He appeared like a rather normal middle school boy. If you ignored the fluffy golden fox ears on his head, the whisker-like birthmarks on his face, and the bushy but silky-looking golden furred tail at his back. Uzumaki Naruto had a rather simple and seemingly banal quirk, a fox quirk. In the early days of the apparition of quirks, animal-type quirks were not seen as very formidable, looking rather tame compared to emitter-type quirks that could create explosions, release electricity, summon tornadoes and so on so forth. However, as of late, with the emergence of amazing heroes with animal-type quirks, people gained a newfound respect for such simple mutant-type quirks. For example, among the top 10 strongest heroes in Japan, one had a rabbit quirk. While rabbits were harmless and skittish creatures normally, the rabbit hero, Mirko, could not be any more different than that. She was relentless and violent, a woman that never backed down from a fight. Her explosive power and speed were something to be feared. Nowadays, over 80% of Japan's population had a quirk. Quirkless people had become increasingly rare with the passing of years. To prevent potential accidents and tragedies, students in public schools were forbidden from using their quirks. However, the lines were rather blurred when it came to heteromorphic type quirks. Generally, mutant types did not have to activate any sort of power to enhance themselves. They were physically superior by nature. Performing superhuman feats was the norm for them. The PE teacher was broken off from his musings when another blonde boy, why were all blondes problem children, kicked the ball and a mighty explosion propelled it forward not any slower than Uzumaki Naruto's previous shot. The goalkeeper of the opposite team had been too scared to even attempt defending and instead jumped away from the goal post, afraid for his life. A sharp whistle noise rang and both Naruto and Kiba suddenly crouched and covered their ears with their hands. "Sensei, stop, it hurts," they yelled at the same time, their sense of hearing being way more sensitive than that of regular humans. While Uzumaki Naruto had a fox quirk, Kiba, a brown-haired boy, had a mutant-type quirk as well, a dog quirk. Similar to Naruto, Kiba also had a pair of pointed dog ears on top of his head. In addition, his teeth and nails were sharper than average and a dog's scraggly tail wagged listlessly at his back. With such similar quirks and matching personalities too, both of them were hyperactive, boisterous, and loud. The two boys had clicked off from the very first moment they had met. Naruto and Kiba were best friends. "Bakugo, red card. You're out. Team Blue gets a free kick," the PE teacher shouted, but all the members of the red team started complaining out loud. "Not fair. Why can Uzumaki use his quirk and Katsuki not? You're biased, it's not fair, sensei." The PE teacher felt like wanting to pull out his hair due to frustration. How could he explain to the students that mutant-type quirks were different from emitter-type quirks? It was, indeed, unfair, but such was life too. The only way to stop people with mutant-type quirks from using their strength and natural advantages, imagine a four-armed man for a goalkeeper, was to ban them from playing completely, but that would lead to the opening of another can of worms, discrimination, which was even worse. Allowing everyone to use their quirks was not an option either because it would completely sideline quirkless people too. No matter how one went about it, a particular group would be disadvantaged. Banning emitter-type quirk users from using their powers was the most fair option there was. In the end, the match did not get a proper finish as it devolved into a huge argument between students and the teacher, with the principal being forced to intervene in order to put a stop to it. TCH. The soccer championship was cancelled this year too. To heck with that. They should just let everyone use their quirks. We'd still kick everyone's butts. The fox-like boy said as he walked on the sidewalk while juggling skillfully with a soccer ball. But of course, we're the strongest in the whole school. Why is the school catering to all these losers with useless quirks? Kiba said in annoyance. Oi, that was mean. Izuku here doesn't have a quirk at all, Naruto said. The boy in question stammered and waved his hands as if to say he doesn't mind it, but Naruto put his hands on his waist and said, "Listen, man, you gotta have more confidence. You can't let people walk over you like that. Stand up for yourself. If you don't punt dog breath when he goes out of line, he'll never learn his lesson." What was that, cunt? I'll kick your ass. Kiba yelled and a growl-like sound came from him. Easy for you to say that when you have such an amazing quirk, Izuku murmured. He was a short and rather scrawny boy with wavy green hair and a timid-looking freckled face. Izuku had spoken quietly enough that regular people would not be able to hear his words, but the two boys next to him just happened to have an extremely sharp sense of hearing among other things. Even if you can't do something by yourself, you should rely on your friends a bit, Naruto said with a grin and threw his arm around Izuku's shoulder. That's what friends are for. We help each other. I still haven't forgotten how you helped me pass my maths term exam. If it weren't for you, I would be stuck in cram school now. The green-haired boy smiled shyly at Naruto's encouragement. That's right. You might be quirkless but you're our friend, Kiba said in agreement and punched him lightly in the shoulder. And if that exploding blonde bastard tries to find trouble with you again, just tell me. I will beat the crap out of him every time he tries to bully you. There's no need for that. Katsuki is leaving me alone these days, Izuku said and showed a big smile. While the three boys were in the same year, Naruto and Kiba were not in the same class as Izuku. Izuku and his bully, Bakugo, were in a different class. After Kiba and Naruto took Izuku under their wings, Bakugo had tried to find trouble with Izuku for betraying their class and siding with the enemy. Bakugo had an intense rivalry with the amazing duo of fox and dog quirk users from the other class. In truth, Bakugo could not care less about his class, it was just a pretext he found to mess with Izuku. All that repressed anger and annoyance at not being able to defeat Inuzuka Kiba had to be vented somewhere, and what better choice of a target than a quirkless boy that could not defend himself. However, things did not end well for the bully. Once Kiba found out about it, in a fit of anger, he jumped on Bakugo the next time he saw him and proceeded to beat him so badly that even his mother had trouble recognizing his face. That day, Inuzuka Kiba had claimed the position as the top dog in Aldera Junior High. Kiba got suspended for 2 weeks for that stunt. Bakugo's mother had even tried to press charges, but she dropped the matter soon after because altercations between teenagers with quirks were far too common these days. Seeing as her son had not suffered any lasting trauma from the incident, it would be difficult for her case to find any success in court. Regular teens had always been a volatile mass of emotions, pride, and more energy than they knew what to do with it. Adding superpowers into the mix was a recipe for disaster. For example, only a few days ago, a teen boy had stolen someone's bag, and when he was found out and cornered, he went out of control. Transforming into a giant humanoid monster, he started to wreak havoc. The incident made it to the local newspapers. As the three boys walked home together, they kept talking and joking around happily. Eventually, they had to disband their merry little group, seeing as they lived in different areas of the district. As Naruto walked home, he continued to play with his soccer ball. Sometimes, he would run at the passers-by coming from the opposite direction, startling them, only to do a rainbow soccer trick, kicking the ball with his heel, from the back, over his and his opponents' heads before rushing past them. Sometimes, people would get annoyed with him, but most of them would usually just smile helplessly at him. After years of witnessing his shenanigans, most of the people on that street had become familiar with the energetic fox-like boy. Right as he passed by a playground, the younger kids that saw him with the ball quickly rushed out and crowded around him. "Naruto ni-san, show us some cool tricks," they all yelled enthused. As per usual, Naruto did not ignore their pleas. He loved showing off his soccer skills. Alright, just gimme some space, yo," he said and entered the playground with his ball. With the kids moving a bit back and making a circle around him, Naruto grinned at them and put his foot on top of the ball. Suddenly, he rolled the ball towards him and lifted it in the air with the tip of his foot, right above his head. Before the ball could fall to the ground, he stepped in and bent down a bit, the ball landing right on the back of his neck. So far, so good. It was nothing amazing, just a neck stall. Any other soccer enthusiast could probably do that. It was what followed that made the kids all break into loud cheers. In an impressive display of dexterity and body-eye coordination, Naruto used his knees, feet, and even his fluffy tail to juggle the ball spectacularly. All good things come to an end, however, and accompanied by a chorus of disappointed whines from the kids, Naruto left the playground and started heading home once again. Suddenly, an obnoxious baby laughter ringtone rang and Naruto groaned. It was his cell phone. Flipping it open and answering the call, he was forced to distance the phone from his sensitive hearing as a woman's loud voice blasted into his eardrums. "Naruto, what are you doing, you delinquent? School finished 40 minutes ago, get home already." Alright, sheesh, I'm on my way, why are you yelling?" he yelled back. "Don't you raise your voice at me, young man. Just wait till you get home." Naruto snorted and shut the flip of his phone closed, effectively ending the call. He did not really care about his mother's retaliation and threats in the least. All she or his father could do was yell at him. And that was a common issue for many parents nowadays. When children had quirks so powerful that they would not look out of place in a superhero comic book, their parents were often at a loss in how to deal with them when they acted rebelliously. What's her problem anyway? Not like I'm doing any illegal shit. I'm not even smoking like the cool kids, and I'm not doing drugs either like punks who skip classes. All she does is bitch about my grades and for coming home late every day. Picking up his ball in his hands, he started walking home, not even in the mood to play around anymore. What do I even need good grades for anyway? He grumbled and kicked a piece of rock on the sidewalk in frustration. He was not oblivious in regards to how amazing his quirk was. While a fox quirk seemed nothing special compared to some emitter quirks out there, Naruto had yet to meet anyone who could beat him in a one-on-one fight. Even someone with an overpowered quirk like Bakugo Katsuki from his school couldn't beat him. After all, Naruto was a tiny bit stronger than Kiba and the dog quirk user had mopped the floor with Bakugo. Furthermore, besides his enhanced dexterity and physical capabilities, Naruto's fox quirk granted him a powerful sense of smell, very sensitive hearing, and excellent eyesight and night vision too. His career paths were promising. Even if he didn't become a hero, which was doubtful, he could easily join the police special forces. The anti-drug department would do anything short of killing to get someone like him in their ranks. It was while he was having these thoughts that something had all of a sudden slammed into the crown of his head and he toppled over, the sight in front of his eyes darkening. So disoriented and shocked he was that he didn't even register the pain for a moment. He didn't understand what was happening. But 2 seconds later, pain exploded from his head. It was as if someone had cracked his skull open with an axe as a mind-splitting headache made him break out in cries of pain as he held his head. The wet and sticky feeling on his hands let him know that he was bleeding and bleeding profusely at that. Even as his eyes were tightly shut as he tried to cope with the insane amount of pain, his sensitive fox ears picked up the sound of liquid flowing close by. His eyes opened in shock when he felt his body getting engulfed by a wet and disgusting feeling. What the? He cried out, but the green mass of mud and goo that had suddenly entrapped him took that chance to cover his mouth and nose, muffling his yells of fear. Instincts took over and the boy started fighting desperately for his life. His nails lengthened into claws and his body began spasming and squirming as he kicked and scratched at the mass of goo with everything he had. However, his struggle accomplished nothing except making him burn oxygen faster. With the green sludge covering his mouth and nose, he could not breathe. His movement slowed down to a stop and his arms fell down lifelessly. He was moments away from dying from asphyxiation. "Help! Somebody! Help me!" Naruto cried out in his mind. But there was nobody around. He was attacked in a less frequented alley where people did not pass by too often. To top it off, his attacker had muffled his cries and subdued him too quickly for anyone to hear his struggle. His sight went pitch dark as his eyes rolled in the back of his head. He lost consciousness. In a minute or two, he would die. It is said that moments before dying, people see their lives flash before their eyes. But what played at the front of Naruto's mind were not memories of his life. They were the memories of a different person. An orphan and a lonely boy who pulled all kinds of pranks and annoyed the hell out of everyone just for them to notice his existence. A boy who could make clones of himself. Someone whose creed was to never give up and never go back on his word. Someone who fought against a godlike man who had annihilated an entire military city by himself. Someone who had even become strong to fight on equal grounds against a goddess. That someone looked eerily similar to him. He had no fox ears and no tails either, but everything else was too similar for it to be a coincidence. The same blonde hair, the same baby blue eyes, the same 3 pairs of whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks. They even had the same name. It was him, an incredibly powerful version of Naruto Uzumaki from another life, from another world. The sludge villain chortled to himself. Lucky, lucky, so lucky. He had never expected to escape after All Might had defeated him and sealed him in a plastic bottle. And, not only that he had escaped, but the bottle he had been sealed into also happened to crash into the head of a passing-by boy with a fox quirk. Disoriented and wobbly from the powerful hit, the boy had been knocked down, unaware of his surroundings for a moment. The fact that he had not been knocked out cold was a testament to his toughness. But with him momentarily out of it, the sludge villain had to spend next to no effort in capturing the boy. A fox quirk. Not the best, but not bad either, the villain hummed in glee as the mud his body consisted of started to flow through the boy's mouth. He was going to take over him, to possess him. Suddenly, a shrill scream of agony erupted from the sludge villain as a glowing chain of light burst from the boy's spine and impaled the green goo around him. "What's happening?" the villain screamed in incomprehension. His mud-like body offered him a degree of resistance against physical attacks that almost bordered immunity. He could not be harmed even by bullets, much less by some pointed chain. However, his train of thought ceased when another golden chain burst from the boy's back and stabbed into the mud, making the villain scream himself hoarse from the pain once more. Terror engulfed the sludge villain's mind and the shadow of death crept into his heart. He had to get away. He didn't understand how could he be wounded so severely by some chains, but he had a feeling that if another 1 or 2 of those chains impaled him, he would perish. But right as the massive green goo crawled out of the boy's body and tried to scurry away, 2 more golden chains burst out of the still unconscious boy's back and rose high up in the air. A dome of golden light had suddenly come into existence, and when the sludge villain tried to pass through it, much to his shock, the mud making up his body dried up and solidified on contact. He lost control over his body and that portion of solidified mud broke away from him. Further thought regarding that anomaly ended, however, as the sharp and pointed ends of the 4 golden chains that created the chain dome had suddenly stabbed into his body. The sludge villain could not even find the strength to voice out his frustration and unwillingness to die. Even as the last portion of his body dried up and broke into pieces, his last thought was one of disbelief, unable to accept or understand how after escaping from the hands of the number 1 strongest hero, he would die at the hands of some nameless 14-year-old boy. Chapter 2: Illusion or Reality? Ah, how could I make such a mistake? A very tall and thin young man yelled at himself. As he climbed down the stairs from the rooftop of the building where he landed together with the fanboy who had clung to him, All Might was stupefied to discover that the plastic bottle in which he had sealed the sludge villain was no longer in the pocket of his cargo pants. That rush of frustration and exasperation was so intense that it made him slightly dizzy and he had to stop momentarily to not puke blood again. I can't even go searching for him anymore, I've reached my limit for today. As he passed by a window, a sharp glint shone in the corner of his eyes and the blond man turned his head to see a golden dome of light rising from between two buildings. But it only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. However, the aftermath deeply startled him as he saw the two buildings that the dome of light had touched started tilting towards each other. It looked like that golden dome of light had damaged the outer walls of the buildings. Color drained from his face and, in spite of the great harm he was doing to his body by forcing himself to go back into his muscular form after having already reached his limit, All Might smashed his way through the window and launched himself towards the scene. He arrived there just in time to see a boy in his mid-teens lying unconscious on the ground and pieces of dried-up green mud and sludge scattered all over the place. He recognized those remains as the sludge villain that he had encountered only a few minutes ago. But All Might did not waste his already limited time thinking too much about the situation. Saving the lives of other people came first. Scooping the unconscious boy in his arms, he quickly jumped into the collapsing buildings to save the rest of the people trapped within. Fortunately, All Might was not the only hero that had arrived at the scene speedily. Other prominent heroes such as Kamui, Death Arms, and Backdraft had also come to help the people trapped in the half-collapsed buildings. Fortunately, nobody had died, but there were dozens of injured people and the property damage was significant as well. But where did that golden light come from? What kind of quirk is that? It was the question that everyone was asking on the internet, seeing as the incident had gone viral. Unfortunately for the curious people, nobody had managed to capture the actual moment in a photo or in a video, so they were not clear on what had caused the buildings to collapse. What was clear, however, was that a villain with a powerful quirk had tried to attack a young boy who was on his way home from school. What made the situation go viral is that not only that two buildings had been destroyed and dozens of people had been injured, but that the villain in question was found dead at the scene as well. And that had led to all sorts of speculations. Did that boy kill the villain? But how? According to the authorities, he only has a fox quirk. It was a bad matchup against the sludge villain. Maybe he has two quirks. Is that even possible? I mean, there's Endeavor's son. He has both a fire and an ice quirk. Yo, hear me out. What if there is a third person? What if someone else was at the scene and killed the villain before running away? A vigilante. While the media outlets and the people on the internet were fussing greatly over this matter, the boy in question was still unconscious, in the hospital. 2 days passed since the sludge villain's attack and subsequent death, but the victim had to regain his consciousness. My son, is he going to be okay? Please tell me he's fine. A blonde-haired man said, his voice cracking towards the end. His eyes were filled with unshed tears. Next to him, a red-haired woman was crying in silence, her face buried in her palms. Naruto's parents were greatly distraught over the news. Fatal accidents in today's society were much more common than several decades ago. Cases of young children dying due to their own quirks or cases of villains killing people were not rare, to say the least. When such a high percentage of people possessed superpowers, it stood to reason that the mortality rate among average people would increase as well. Regardless of all that, it had never gotten any easier for doctors to tell the truth to the parents of a dying child. Currently, I can't promise you anything. There are signs that he had almost died of asphyxiation. If his brain was left without oxygen for too long, I fear. The doctor let out a sigh and trailed off when his words made the child's mother break. Her husband could do nothing except for hugging her to his chest, even as tears were rolling down his cheeks too. Do not despair. There is still hope, the doctor said, trying to alleviate their suffering. Your boy is a warrior. He might fight through this. There is still hope, he said, repeating himself. Just as he finished his words, a nurse arrived in a rush and said, Dr. Tachikawa. He's awakened. The boy is awake and he asked for water. Without waiting for the medical staff's permission, the two parents rushed towards their son's room at the same time. A white ceiling, an oddly familiar and unpleasant smell of antibiotics, and the sound of medical machines beeping in the background. Naruto did not take long to realize that he was in a hospital. But before he could make sense of it, a burning sensation in his throat made him unconsciously ask for water. A few moments later, two people burst through the door of his hospital room at the same time, rushing to his bed. Blonde spiky hair, fair complexion, blue eyes, a thin build and a kind smile on his face. A face that looked so similar to his. It was none other than Minato Namikaze. Father. He croaked. Suddenly, a curtain of red hair obstructed his view as a woman threw her arms around him, hugging him for all he was worth and soaking the crook of his neck with her tears. Mother. Outside of his will, his eyes teared up and he started to cry as well. He had never thought he would one day see his parents alive. He had seen their chakra remnants and the reanimated corpse of his father during the war. But they had not been alive. Not like now. Naruto. My son. My dear Naruto. Kushina could not stop crying. Minato too sat on the edge of the bed and patted his head, while trying to stop his own tears from flowing. The nurses and the doctor on the side found their own eyes getting wet too at the emotional sight of the reunited family. However, at that moment, a sudden thought cut through Naruto's heart like a searing hot blade. This is a lie. Only an illusion. He could still remember it as if it had happened yesterday. He could still vividly recall the rabbit goddess, Kaguya, killing Sasuke and then pulling out the biju from his body. He could still vividly remember the god tree's branches wrapping around him and the blood-red moon shining ominously in the sky. He started to cry even harder as his arms wrapped around his mother's back, embracing her as if it was the last time. But after a few moments, his hands came together and his fingers formed a ram's seal. Kai, he whispered. However, nothing happened. Kai, he said, this time speaking out loud. Kushina lifted her head and looked at him in worry. What's wrong, honey? Naruto closed his eyes and sobbed in silence. This isn't real. None of this is real. Only an illusion to trick me. An illusion of the life I've never had, he said. Admitting those words out loud caused him untold amounts of pain. What are you saying, dear? I'm real. I'm here, Kushina said, starting to get scared of what her son was saying. Even if it was only an imaginary world, an illusion, Naruto could not help his tears. I love you, Mom. Looking up at his father he told him too. I love you, Dad. I wish I could stay here forever. I wish I could be with you forever. He could not continue as he choked on a sob. But I can't. This isn't real. He put his hands again in a ram seal and shouted. Release. Kai. Alerted by the boy's shouts, the doctor and the nurses pulled away Minato and Kushina from his bed. Even as Naruto started to shout in desperation as if he was trying to break a spell, one of the nurses came with a syringe and injected a serum into his neck. In but a few seconds, the boy's agitation disappeared and he closed his eyes. A few moments later, he fell asleep. 2 weeks later. Come on, man, even Bakugo doesn't want to miss out on this. We gotta show that bastard who the best class is. Kiba said, his voice half annoyed, half pleading. Since the soccer championship had been cancelled without the two rival teams finding out who exactly was the best, the students decided to have an unofficial match, after classes, outside of school, and decide it once and for all. Sorry, man, I can't. Dad needs my help with the car. 2 weeks passed since the sludge villain incident happened and Naruto had become the most famous kid in his school. However, it only took a few days for everyone to realize that he was a changed person since that day. Gone was the boisterous boy who would play with a soccer ball even in the classroom during breaks. Gone was the full of life and energetic child that always showed a toothy grin to everyone. While most people chalked it up to him almost dying and dealt with it accordingly, Inuzuka Kiba could not readily understand why Naruto never wanted to hang out after school with him and the gang anymore or why he had become so quiet and introverted. You were a great help, Naruto, thank you. Minato said while wiping his hands of engine oil with a piece of rag. I didn't do much, only gave you some wrenches and screws, Naruto said with a bright smile, visibly happy at his father's compliments. It may not be much for you but it meant a lot for me. Lots of time and effort saved by not getting up from beneath the car every time just for a wrench, Minato said and mirrored his son's bright smile. He threw his arm around Naruto's shoulder and said. Tell you what, how about we take your mother and we all go out today for a pizza tonight instead of having dinner at home? For real, the boy said in excitement. When did I ever lie to you? If possible, Naruto's smile became even wider. Awesome. I'll go tell mom. Helping his father around the garage, mowing the lawn, washing the dishes, taking out the trash, and even helping out his mother with cooking, Kushina had not even known her son could cook. Ever since almost dying at the hands of the sludge villain, it was as if Naruto had become a completely different person. While beforehand he was bratty and had a tense relationship with his parents, nowadays it looked like he was attached to their hip. He was doing everything in his power to be together with them for as long as possible every day. It had to be said that both Minato and Kushina were deeply moved by the changes in their son. Not a day passed without Kushina giving him at least a half-a-minute long hug. If it was Naruto from before, he would try to get away from her arms as fast as possible while saying in annoyance that he wasn't a little kid anymore. But nowadays, whenever his mom hugged him, Naruto melted in her arms and hugged her back just as tight. Whenever his father called him for a game of chess, Naruto would even put down his homework and come play with him. It was to the point where his parents were starting to worry about him and were thinking about going with him to a psychologist for therapy. It was only Naruto's insistence that he was perfectly fine that stopped them from going through with it. I just never appreciated how lucky I am to be alive, Naruto said when they had tried to talk to him about their worries regarding the drastic changes in his behavior. How lucky I am to have parents. Good parents like you. I almost died. You saw me when I woke up at first. I thought I was dreaming. I thought it was an illusion. But I survived. I want to make the most of my life. And I want to show you every day how much I appreciate and respect you. Those heartfelt words completely disarmed Minato and Kushina of all the arguments that they had prepared beforehand to convince him of going to therapy. In the first place, it was impossible for them to be mad about the fact that their teenage son stopped being a brat and showed his affection for them so openly now. Even as almost 1 month passed since he had regained the memories of his past life, Naruto still felt like he was dreaming. For a long time, he had thought that his current life was nothing but an illusion. He had thought that the infinite Tsukuyomi that Madara had cast on the moon had entrapped him too after he lost the fight against Kagaya. However, as days passed one by one, he was beginning to accept that his current life was not an illusion. In the first place, he could not feel the existence of chakra. He had tried countless times to access it, but to no avail. Furthermore, Japan and the society he lived in currently could not be any more different from the elemental nations in Konohagakure no Sato. They were so different and there were so many new things that his mind alone could have not imagined such stuff. It was impossible for Genjutsu to show him something that he had never heard of before. Even if I'm wrong and everything I've felt for the past 14 years was fake, even if all of it was just an illusion or just a dream, I don't want to wake up. Chapter 3 Recommendation. Listen to me, Naruto. Never reveal that quirk of yours to anyone. No matter what. Even if your best friend, no, even if your father and I were to die in front of your eyes, as long as there are other people around, never use your chains. Never. Before leaving the hospital his mother had insisted he did now answer any of the curious questions of the nurses or the reporters. She had also chased away any of the journalists that tried to interview him in regards to the incident after he was discharged from the hospital. He let out a sigh and he caressed his fluffy fox tail with his hands, making sure it was entire wet before grabbing a bottle from the edge of the shower cab that showed an image of a furry tail and a pair of animal ears. Turning off the water, he started to scrub his fur with the special shampoo, making a great deal of bubbles. To think that I'd one day become just like the characters from that pervert's books. Naruto thought in amusement at the memory of his mentor from his previous life and his Ika Kemonomami book. His amusement did not last for long because his mind soon went back to his second quirk, the adamantine sealing chains, and the serious discussion that he had had with his mother. The only time I allow you to use this quirk is if your life is in peril and you have absolutely no other way of escaping without it. Please, Naruto. You have to promise me that you'll never use it. Kushina said pleadingly and, much to Naruto's surprise, 4 golden chains started growing from her back. You have that quirk too. I thought you were quirkless. He said in disbelief. How could she have kept such an important secret from her family for such a long time? Kushina nodded her head and said in a heavy voice, Just like I asked you to never reveal your quirk to anyone, my grandmother had asked the same of me too. If you had not awakened this quirk, I would have never told you this secret either. I would have taken it to the grave with me. Judging by the expression on his face, Kushina knew that her son understood the severity of the situation. Our quirk is special. It doesn't manifest like other quirks in early childhood. It takes a moment of great stress or desperation to awaken it. It could happen when you are very young, but it could also happen when you are in your 20s or older. Or, it might not awaken at all. For example, my grandmother awakened these chains when she was in her late 30s, but my mother never awakened this quirk at all. As for me, I was 8 years old when it happened, during the car crash in which my parents died. What I'm telling you now is 100% serious, Naruto, this is not a joke. A very powerful man has had his eyes on this quirk for decades. It's only thanks to my grandmother's efforts, Mito, that he had lost all traces of our family. But the moment that you reveal your quirk to the public, he will find out. He will find you, and he will kill you. But why would someone be so obsessed with this quirk? Naruto asked, a bit freaked out. Think about the villain that attacked you. He had a powerful mutant-type quirk, but your chains nullified it. These chains, they do have their downsides. They are rather slow, so heroes and villains specializing in speed can avoid them without much problem, and their limited range makes those capable of flight difficult to catch. But if someone does get caught by the chains, it is all over. There is no escaping from it. Our quirk is the bane of all quirks. And that's why my grandmother had been hunted down, why I had kept my quirk a secret even from my family, and why you also need to keep it secret too, no matter the cost. The one who is after us will stop at nothing to get his hands on this quirk. Not a day passed without Naruto thinking back to his mom's words. Ever since that day, Kushina never brought up the topic again, nor had she ever used her quirk in front of him. It was a secret that only the two of them knew. I don't blame her for keeping it a secret from Dad, he thought while using the showerhead to rinse his fox tail. Unlike the Yellow Flash, fourth Hokage from his previous life, Minato Namikaze of this world was just a regular man. He was a brilliant accountant and a devoted family man, but he was no fighter. As for Minato's special ability, his quirk was a perfect recall memory. That was one of the reasons why he was so successful in his professional life. That said, finding out that his wife and his son could one day end up in mortal peril would not do Minato any good. As intelligent as he was, Minato was still just an ordinary human. Mom doesn't trust me enough yet to tell me who's the one that wants our quirk. She doesn't know who I used to be in my previous life. Turning off the water, he stepped out of the shower and grabbed a large towel before taking a seat on a stool and starting to dry his hair, his fox ears, and his fox tail. I didn't even know it was possible to steal someone's quirk, he continued his train of thought. But I'll be damned if I let anyone touch even a single hair of Mom and Dad. They'd have to get over my dead body to do so. He had not appreciated his parents before. However, after regaining the memories of his previous life, his family had become the most important thing in the world. I may not have chakra in this world, but I'm not a regular human this time around either. This fox quirk, I will make the most of it. I will become powerful enough to protect the ones I love. Naruto had wanted to become a pro hero even before he recovered his memories, but his motivation was completely different now. Becoming a pro hero was no longer the end goal. Now, his end goal was to keep his family safe. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? At the homeroom teacher's words, the class erupted into cheers and everyone started to show off their quirks. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But using your quirks at school is against the rules. A disdainful voice rang over all the other noises in the classroom. It was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Sensei, don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. That was uncalled for, Katsuki. Yeah, nobody asked for your opinion, shut up. But the blonde boy laughed in ridicule. You should shut you up like the extras that you are. Ha ha. While the kids were yelling at each other, the teacher looked through some of his files. Oh, If I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? As everyone in the class was voicing out their surprise, UA High was a national school renowned for its extremely low acceptance rate, barely 0.2% of the test participants managing to get in every year. Bakugo made sure to rub it in their faces. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one in this school who could possibly get into UA. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. My name will be inscribed on the list of top earners. But the teacher saw it as the perfect moment to pour a bucket of ice-cold water on his arrogance. I do not doubt you'll get famous one day with your quirk. But you're not the only one who is going to UA this year. Uzumaki Naruto from Class D is coming along with you as well. Katsuki Bakugo's face became an interesting shade of red, almost purple. It was as if he was going to explode. How is that possible? I never heard anything about that. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto had been recommended to the school by All Might himself. He doesn't need to take the exam, he has already been accepted in. Bakugo looked like he had just seen a ghost. He sat down in his seat and remained completely silent for the rest of the class, a dark aura lingering around him. So affected he had been by the news that someone had gotten a recommendation from the #1 hero that he did not even hear the teacher talk about how Izuku Midoriya also wanted to go UA too. It was lunch break and Naruto was sitting at his desk, eating the food that his mother had cooked and packed for him that morning. Putting his palms together in a small prayer, he bowed his head and said, "Itadakimasu." But right as he was about to dig in, the door of the classroom was blown off its hinges with a loud bang, making other students cry out in panic. A blonde-haired boy stomped his way into the classroom with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up and tiny explosions cracking in his palms. "Uzumaki, fight me!" he screamed in rage and, without even waiting for an answer, he jumped in the air and launched himself at the still seated at his desk Naruto. In the blink of an eye, Naruto stood up and jumped back over 2 rows of desks, accurately landing with the tip of his toes on the window sill. Looking at his ruined and burning desk, he glared at the culprit. "What the hell is wrong with you?" he asked angrily. However, in Bakugo's eyes, it sounded way different. The fact that the fox boy had apparently had the leisure to not only dodge his charge but also grab his lunchbox and chopsticks from the table was like pouring gasoline on a fire. "You dare to mock me? Bakugo screamed enraged and lunged at Naruto full of bad intentions. But Naruto let himself fall on his back, easily slipping through the open window and falling to the ground from the 2nd floor. His classmates cried out in shock at what he did and even Bakugo stopped in his tracks in disbelief. But when he looked through the window and saw Naruto standing on the ground completely unharmed and even grabbing a meatball from his lunchbox with his chopsticks, Bakugo saw white in front of his eyes. He was so angry that he couldn't even form coherent sentences. "Why you bastard, I'll. In the end, he just gave up on speaking and jumped off through the window as well, his hands extended in front of him and booming with explosions. "Alright, that's quite enough," Naruto said in annoyance. Right as Bakugo's palm was 30 centimeters away from his face, Naruto stepped to the side, grabbed one of the boy's forearms with his free hand, the other one was still holding his lunchbox, and tripped him with his left foot. The boy had too much momentum to stop himself in time and he crashed face first into the asphalt. A scream of rage came from Bakugo as he pushed with his hands against the ground to lift himself up, but Naruto suddenly appeared on top of him and pressed a knee on his back, flattening him against the ground. Naruto did not press hard enough to cause him pain, but his weight made the boy struggle like a madman, unable to breathe. "Let go of me, furry shithead. I'll smash your face when I get up, you hear me? I'll kill you. I don't know what's your problem, but you should calm the fuck down," Naruto said in annoyance and lightly slammed himself with his butt on Bakugo's back, knocking the wind out of him. Then, still using Bakugo's body as if it was a chair, he started eating from his lunchbox amidst the boy's howls and threats of bodily harm. "My mom put in her effort and love to make me this lunchbox. What if you spoiled it?" Naruto scolded him as he munched on some rice. "You should never waste food. Other people. I've had enough of you." Bakugo suddenly screamed, and it was only thanks to his sharp, animalistic instincts that Naruto jumped away in time, evading the explosion by the skin of his teeth. Looking at the boy's twisted from rage face and the explosions cracking around him, Naruto could not help thinking, this guy wants to become a hero. At that moment, Bakugo looked no different than a villain. Crouching down and grabbing a small pebble from the ground, Naruto said, that explosion could have seriously injured me. His voice was no longer as easygoing as before. That was the point, you smug bastard. Bakugo hollered, explosions blowing even louder from his palms. When I'm done with you, you'll be. The sound of an extremely fast object tearing through the air was heard and Bakugo's words died in his throat as he unexpectedly collapsed, his eyes rolled into the back of his head. He was unconscious. On his forehead, a glaring red bruise the size of a 500 yen coin appeared. Naruto had thrown the pebble that he had picked up from the ground with such speed, strength, and accuracy that Bakugo had been effectively sniped before he even had the time to react. Still got it, Naruto said, rather pleased with himself. Throwing projectiles, be they kunai or senbons, had been the bread and butter of any shinobi in his past life. I can't throw it as fast as in my past life, he thought a bit disappointed. Some shinobi could throw projectiles with such speed that they were not too different from the speed of bullets of a handgun in this world. But it's still good enough to deal with this idiot. As annoyed as he was with Bakugo for attacking him out of nowhere, Naruto did not want to seriously injure him. Knocking him out was the fastest and least painful method to deal with him. He'll probably have a concussion from that. But he'll recover in no time. Oh my god, you were so freaking awesome, so freaking cool. Midoriya Izuku had stars in his eyes. He had entered into a trance, he was in full fanboy mode. Naruto's victory over Katsuki Bakugo was like out of a movie. The green-haired boy was not the only one. Most of the boys and the girls that had witnessed the scene were losing their minds at that moment. Holy shit, did you see that? My god, I got it on camera. I got it on camera. With so many witnesses vouching for him that Bakugo had attacked him unprovoked, Naruto himself still had no idea why the boy had suddenly picked a fight with him. He had not gotten into trouble with the principal. In the first place, Bakugo was infamous in the school, this not being the first time he had blown up school furniture with his quirk, nor was it the first time he picked up a fight with someone, not by far. Dude, I wish I was there to see it. I wish I was there to beat the crap out of that dumbass myself. Kiba yelled in annoyance the next day. Seriously, what the hell? I miss one day in 3 months of school and that's exactly when all the interesting shit happens. Naruto chuckled at Kiba's exuberance. Although he had regained the memories of his past life, he was still Naruto of this current life as well. He still got along well with the dog boy. Why did he try to jump you anyway? Beats me. I was just about to eat my lunch when he suddenly blew up the door of the classroom and lunged at me. I think I know why, Izuku said from the side and explained to them what he thought was the case. So he was jealous I can get into UA thanks to All Might's recommendation. He attacked me just because of that. Naruto said with a deadpan. It's just my take on it, I am not sure what exactly was the case. I think Kachan can't accept that someone else might be better than him. The green-haired boy said and rubbed the back of his head. Did he forget I beat the crap out of him only a few months ago? Kiba said and snorted. Well, you kinda jumped on him when he didn't expect it. It wasn't a fair fight, Naruto began to say but Kiba cut him off. So, he did the same to you and still lost. And we both know I could kick your ass too. So that makes me 2 levels above him. Sure you can, Naruto said with a laugh, not taking him seriously. In the first place, he did not care about fighting Kiba. They were friends. By the way, Kiba, Izuku said, my homeroom teacher didn't say anything about you going to UA together with Kachan and Naruto. Are you really not going to the best hero school in the country? Kiba shrugged his shoulders uncaringly. I don't give a damn about all that hero crap. Once I'm done with school, I'll join the family business. At that, Izuku stopped asking questions altogether. The Inuzuka family was rather feared in their city, and for a good reason. Many unsavory rumors were circulating about them. Izuku preferred not to delve too deep into those waters. Eventually, it was time for them to part and go their separate ways. However, after Kiba left, Izuku continued to walk with Naruto despite that it would lead to a rather large detour on his way home. After a few minutes of making idle talk, Izuku said, "You know, I've always wanted to become a hero. It's been my dream since forever. I have applied to go to UA too. But I wanted to ask you, do you think I can become a pro hero too despite not having a quirk?" Naruto stopped walking and looked at Izuku, who was similarly looking at him intently. The answer was clear in his mind: it wasn't possible. However, how to break it to his friend was another matter altogether. "Imagine I'm a villain," Naruto suddenly said. "What?" Not giving him an answer, Naruto suddenly grabbed Izuku by his shirt and lifted him in the air as if he was weightless before pushing him rather roughly against the wall of a nearby building. "Give me your money. Give me everything you have on you." Izuku was confused and scared. What had suddenly gotten into Naruto? "Come on, fight back. Show me what you can do in this situation. Show me what a quirkless person is capable of." When he heard those words, Izuku finally understood what he meant. Taking the widening of the green-haired boy's eyes as a sign that he got his message across, Naruto let Izuku down and smoothed his stretched-out shirt. "My quirk isn't even that strong, but you'd still be helpless to deal with me. If you can't deal with someone like me, how would you deal with someone like Bakugo that could probably get strong enough to blow up an entire neighborhood in a few years? What about someone that can move faster than a race car? Or someone like the number 3 hero who can fly?" Izuku said, his voice trembling, "But you beat Kachan. You beat him with just martial arts and by throwing a piece of rock at him. It was amazing. Could I not do the same too?" "Could you?" Naruto asked back. Izuku became silent at that. He was a scrawny, skinny and unathletic boy. He had never done any sports, nor had he ever gotten into a fight with someone. "My mom used to be a judo instructor. She's a black belt. Because of her, I've trained since little in not only judo but in karate too, and I have recently even started learning mixed martial arts," Naruto said. It was not a lie, and Izuku knew that. Before getting pregnant with Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina used to be a judo instructor at a dojo. She retired afterwards and, due to her husband's job being very lucrative, she and Minato decided that it was better for her to stay at home and take care of their baby instead of going back to work and hiring a nanny. That said, it was due to Kushina's martial arts pedigree and Naruto having too much energy for his own good that his parents introduced him to the world of martial arts at a young age. While Naruto had never cared about his studies, when it came to his training, he had always put in the required effort, and more. From the beginning, his goal had been to become a pro hero, as it was the dream of 99% of the children his age. Now that he had regained the memories of his previous life, it only further cemented that hard-working aspect of his personality. "My quirk isn't all that amazing, but it's not bad either. Still, I've trained my ass off for years and I still continue to do so because becoming a pro hero is not an easy thing. So when I put in so much effort despite already having a quirk, what can you do to keep up with me? And not just me. Think about Bakugo, what can you do to keep up with him? Do you think you can beat him in a fight? Imagine you've become a pro hero and someone as strong as him, a villain, wants to kill people. What can you do to stop him?" Izuku looked at the ground stubbornly even as tears started pooling in his eyes. "All Might told me the same when I met him a few weeks ago." Even so, Izuku stopped to wipe his tears with the sleeve of his shirt. "I don't need to be the strongest. I just want to help people. I want people to feel safe when I'm around. I want to be like All Might. To say, I am here. And immediately make everyone believe that everything is going to be alright." Naruto blew out a long sigh. It pained him to see Izuku cry like that, and it pained him even more when he thought about how impossible his dream seemed to be. He did not know what to say for a while, and nearly a minute of uncomfortable silence followed, the only sounds heard being Izuku's sobs and the car's engines passing by in the background. "Reminds me of how I used to be in my previous life," Naruto thought. "Nobody believed me when I said I would become greater than any of the Hokage and make everyone acknowledge me. But then, he shook his head. Still, in some regards, we couldn't be more different. I had the tools to become great. I was from the Uzumaki clan and I had Kurama too. Izuku has nothing. Thinking about his former lifelong companion, Naruto's tail sagged. He missed the grumpy old fox. They may have not been friends for a long time before they were both killed by Kagaya, but Naruto would never forget just how many times the Biju had saved his life. Naruto shook his head to clear up the depressing thoughts and turned his attention back to his friend. Ua's entrance exam is in 9 months. Have you prepared for it? He asked. His crying having ceased for the moment, Izuku answered while avoiding eye contact due to being ashamed at how he had cried in front of him. I think I'm almost ready for the written exams. What about the practical exams? There's going to be some fighting for sure. Izuku fiddled with his thumbs as he looked down again. Don't tell me you're relying on a getting in through a fluke. The green-haired boy's silence was all the answer he needed. Naruto did not even try to hold back a loud groan. Not only that Izuku did not have a quirk, but he was weak even for a quirkless boy of his age. Yet he hadn't done anything to at least try to bridge the gap between him and the others. Man, you are hopeless. Naruto said and let out another sigh. But I'll help you. I won't let you struggle alone. Izuku looked up at him startled. You want to help me? We're friends, aren't we? Friends help each other in times of need, Naruto said. I'll take you with me when I train from now on. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we'll go to the gym. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, we'll go to the dojo and you'll learn from one of our sensei there. I will spar with you too after you learn the basics. Training every day. Naruto frowned a little at his reaction. Listen, Izuku. Becoming a hero without a quirk is unheard of. But I'll support you since you're my friend. But if you're not ready to put in 10 times more effort than everyone else, you might as well give up now. You're wasting your time and maybe even ruining your future career options. If want to become a hero, that wishy-washy attitude won't work. You're either all in or you're out. Izuku showed a pondering look for a while, but then his eyes became resolute and his face brimmed with determination when he said, I'll do it. I'll do everything you tell me. You won't hear even one word of complaint from me. Naruto patted his shoulder and smiled in encouragement. I'll ask Mom to make a workout plan for you and a diet plan too. She knows about this stuff much more than I do. I'll give them to you on Monday, okay? So we start on Monday? Izuku asked. Yep. Enjoy your last 2 days of comfortable life to their fullest. Naruto said with a chuckle and waved his hand in goodbye. Alright, see you, man, have a nice weekend. Chapter 4 UA Entrance Exam. 4 kunai split the air at a speed that made them barely visible to the naked eye before hitting 4 different targets that had been placed randomly in the backyard of his house. Then again. And again. Eventually, Naruto ran out of kunai and went to collect them before starting to practice his aim again. But this time, he threw them while he was running and jumping. Miraculously, every single one of those kunai hit its target perfectly. Several months passed since Naruto had regained the memory of his past life, and ever since that day, he had been doing nothing but going to school, spending time with his parents, and training. He was training to the point of exhaustion every day except for Sundays that were dedicated to resting and recovering. My quirk is not bad, but it has its limitations. I have to maximize what I can do with it. While he had a wealth of experience with fighting, throwing weapons, and even with a bow staff, due to his memories, they were mostly theoretical. That's why, nowadays he was training his body until wielding those weapons became second nature to him, to ingrain it in his muscle memory. Training at the dojo is kinda useless these days. I can't wait until I go to Ua. His expertise in taijutsu and the superhuman physical capabilities granted to him by his quirk made sparring with other people unsatisfactory. He was too good and too powerful. He did not gain anything from sparring with average people. He needed to fight against similarly skilled and physically strong people. That's why he was super hyped about Ua High. The idea of an institution that would focus on developing his quirk and offering him worthy opponents to train with was very appealing. After placing 2 extra targets in the courtyard, he grabbed 3 kunai with each hand, a total of 6, and threw them. Damn, I missed one. Despite the incredible feat of hitting 5 out of the 6 targets located in different locations by throwing 6 kunai at the same time, he was still dissatisfied with himself. But he did not dwell on it. Picking up another 6 kunai, he threw them once more. Hard work had never betrayed him. Immersed in his training, time flew by without his notice. He was shaken awake from his single-minded training by the voice of his mother. Naruto-chan, dinner is ready. Your father has arrived from work too. Let's eat together. If it had been him from before regaining his memories, he would have gotten annoyed at his mom addressing him that way. But now, he showed a large smile as he said, "Sure, just let me pick up my kunai. Give me 2 minutes. Be careful with those knives, Naruto, you could get seriously hurt," Kushina said, frowning her brows in worry when he saw the band-aids wrapped around his fingers. "Yes, I will be careful. Don't worry, I won't hurt myself," Naruto said. "Your words would be a lot more convincing if your hands weren't full of bandages." Despite that his mother was in the midst of scolding him, his heart was full of warmth. Naruto had never had someone worry about his well-being in his past life. Not for small stuff like that. "I didn't cut myself. Look," he said and put down his knife and his fork and peeled off one of the band-aids wrapped around his index finger, revealing an angry red, almost raw-looking line. It looked as if it was caused by something very thin and sharp, something that had dug into the skin of his fingers. "It's from a wire," Naruto explained. "I've been thinking about ways to trap someone using my knives and wire. But my hands are too soft, I need some time before my skin thickens and I get calluses. I also need to find some wire that's more durable than fishing lines," he said, muttering the last sentence more for himself rather than for them. His father listened to their talk very interested. "Where did you get those knives by the way?" Minato asked. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he replied. "I used my allowance. I asked Mom to give me all the money you would normally give me in a month at once." His father put his knife and fork down and looked at Naruto seriously as he said, "That money was for you to have fun. If you need things for training, just talk to us. We'll support you as much as we can, Naruto." Before regaining his memories, Naruto used to spend his allowance by going to arcade games together with Inuzuka Kiba and, sometimes, with Izuku Midoriya too. But he had stopped doing that altogether after the sludge villain's attack. Nowadays, he used all that money his parents gave him on buying kunai, strong fishing lines and, as of late, he had started saving up money to buy smoke bombs. "Where did you get all these ideas about using weapons, anyway?" Minato asked curiously. "I've been thinking about it for some time, especially after that guy, Bakugo, attacked me at school," Naruto said. "Oh, the kid with the exploding quirk," Minato said in recognition. Aside from the memories of his past life, Naruto shared everything with his parents. He held no secrets, especially not from his mom. "Yep, that one. His quirk is honestly amazing. If he gets into UA and stops being a jerk." "Language, Naruto." Kushina chided him lightly. "I could totally see him becoming one of the top heroes in the future. Anyway, I beat him easily because I know how to fight. But if I don't keep on improving, in a few years, I won't be his match. I have to work hard to stay one step ahead of everyone." Although months had passed since his parents noticed for the first time the drastic changes in their son, there were still moments when Naruto surprised them with his maturity. "So I've been thinking of ways to close the gap between me and other people that have stronger quirks, ways to take full advantage of my quirk's superhuman strength, agility, and dexterity. I got this idea from the stories about ninjas from the Middle Ages. Minato, you should see how good he is with his throwing knives." Kushina gushed, suddenly going from being worried about Naruto getting hurt in training to speaking in excitement about his skill with the knives. As a martial arts practitioner herself, she could appreciate the amount of effort and dedication Naruto was putting into his training. "I'm serious. He can throw 6 knives at once and hit 6 different targets every time. It's incredible." "She's exaggerating, I'm not hitting all of them every time," Naruto mumbled, slightly embarrassed at her praise. Finishing eating, Minato grabbed his plates and stood up. After putting them into the sink, he came back to the table and said, "I'm proud of how hardworking you are even after knowing that you've already been accepted into UA High. Keep it, Naruto. Your mom and I will support you to the best of our ability. Make a list with the tools and the equipment you need and give it to me tomorrow, okay? Your dad has quite a good job so you don't have to worry about the expenses as long as you don't want some crazy stuff," the blond man said and put a hand on his son's head, rubbing it softly. Maybe it was a side effect of having a fox quirk, or maybe it was simply because he was starved for his parents' affection, or maybe because of both. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned into the head pat, a quiet purring sound coming from his throat as his father gently scratched the top of his head, between his fluffy fox ears. Kushina giggled at the scene and grinned widely. Although she wanted Naruto to never go through a similar incident again, she could not help thinking deep within her heart that maybe the sludge villain's attack had been a blessing in disguise for their family. Before that, Naruto had been a rebellious teenager, disrespectful towards both her and his father, and he was rarely at home at all during the day, spending his time either at the dojo on the days when he trained or haunting the neighborhood with his friends in the days when he did not get to the dojo. Naruto showing his affection towards them so openly had not happened in years. Unknowingly, Kushina's eyes watered and Naruto just happened to look at her at that moment. "Are you okay, Mom?" he asked in worry when he saw her on the verge of crying. She stood up from her chair, came behind him and wrapped her arms around him. "I'm more than okay. I'm just so happy. Not one to be left out." Minato also joined his wife and son in a family hug. The sweeter his time with his parents was, the more restless he was becoming. The happier he was, the more worried he became, and, the more his love for his parents grew, the more his urgency to become stronger was growing as well. Those contrasting feelings made him roll in his bed listlessly for hours that night. One moment his heart was flooded with happiness at the thought of how much his parents cared for him and loved him, and, in the next moment, he would curl into a ball and clench his fists in worry due to knowing that he was not strong enough yet to protect them should a powerful villain attack them. Eventually, he stood up from his bed and, putting on a pair of sneakers, Naruto opened the window of his bedroom before jumping out. Despite falling from a height of over 5 meters, he did not make even the slightest sound when he landed on the ground. Next, he broke into a mad dash, his body appearing as little more than a phantom in the darkness of the night. He jumped on top of the 2 meters tall concrete fence of his courtyard effortlessly, and from there, he launched himself on the rooftop of one of the neighboring houses, once again not causing even the slightest tremor or noise when he landed. He started shinobi jumping from one rooftop to another with such grace and confidence that it would leave parkour enthusiasts breathless from awe. The closer he got to the center of the city, the higher the buildings were becoming, and Naruto was forced to start climbing up the walls. However, while he did not have chakra and he could not use the tree walking technique of his past life, the superhuman agility and dexterity he possessed thanks to his fox quirk made him look as if he was defying gravity while he was running straight up the wall and jumping up using the tiniest footholds he could find. Furthermore, that big and fluffy foxtail at his back that he was usually annoyed with due to how much time it took him to wash it when he took baths was actually proving its use at this moment, giving him an increased degree of control of his body while he was in the air, allowing him to even change the direction of his jump or the speed of his landing. Several months later, a wide and tall amphitheater-style room was filled to the brim with children in their mid-teens. At the front of the room, a screen as wide and tall as the room was playing various images, assisting the man standing on the stage in explaining to everyone the contents of the exam ahead. That's right, it was the Hero Course Orientation exam. As it says in the application requirements, you will be conducting mock urban battles after this. You can bring whatever you want with you. After the presentation, you'll head to the specified battle center, okay? Standing in front of the enormous gates of the city-like battle center, Izuku Midoriya gripped tightly a 2 meters long metal staff in his hands. It's time. I will show everyone that even a quirkless person like me can do it. I'll give everything I got from my training at the dojo over the past 9 months. I won't disappoint Naruto, I will show him that he didn't waste his time and effort helping me train. I won't disappoint the expectations of my sensei either. I will become the hero I've always dreamt of being. While Naruto did not personally train Izuku on a daily basis, they did spar at least once a week, especially after 3 months into Izuku's training, when the green-haired boy had gotten the basic movements and training mentality down. He still remembered vividly Naruto's advice. You're short and you're physically weak. Even if you went to the gym for years, it would still not be enough to keep up with those people that have quirks that give them superhuman strength. So you have to keep that in mind, man. You need to know your limits and where you stand. That's why I think it would be great for you to learn how to use a weapon first instead of hand-to-hand fighting. I recommend you use a bow staff. I'm using one myself too. As a typical nerdy boy, his first thought was, katana. But once he got home and started thinking in more depth about his choice of weapon, after weighing in the pros and cons of several different weapons, the Izuku decided on learning how to use a bow staff too. For a complete noob like him, swords were actually not that great, especially not katanas. In contrast, using a staff made up for what he was missing. A staff would grant him a reach advantage over his opponents and it would let him generate significant power with his strikes. After 9 months of arduous training, Izuku had grown a few inches taller, his body had gained quite a bit of muscle and, most importantly, he had way much more self-confidence than before. A sudden yell startled all the boys and the girls who had been staring open-mouthed at the city-like battle center through its wide-open gates. What's wrong? There are no real countdowns in real fights. Run, run. The die had been cast, you know. As one, the group of children broke into a mad dash and spread through the city. Izuku was among them too. Only a few moments later, a 2 or 3 meters tall robot standing on a one-wheel foot made a turn and lunged at him. It was the type that was worth 1 point. "I'll kill you," came the robotic voice, but Izuku did not even flinch. Thanks to the hundreds of hours spent training with his bow staff and sparring against Naruto and his sensei at the dojo, Izuku had gotten used to being in a fight. Just as the robot swung its right arm at him in a wild cross, Izuku ducked under the swing and clenching his hands on the end of his bow staff with as much strength as he could, he swung at the robot himself too. The other end of the staff smashed into the shoulder of the robot with a loud sound of metal colliding, making its body shake and momentarily disturbing its balance. The robot only had 1 foot. But the result was far from what Izuku had expected. Against a regular human, that staff strike would have smashed their shoulder to bits or, at the very least, dislocated it. Against this robot, however, it proved to be useless. Not only that the robot had not been harmed in the least, but the rebound force also traveled back through the staff and Izuku's hands became numb from pain, almost losing their grip on his weapon. It was then that the reality of the situation finally dawned on Izuku for the first time, just how big was his disadvantage due to being quirkless. He finally understood that All Might did not just bash his dream of becoming a hero for no reason. The gap in power between quirkless people and those with strong quirks was as large as the distance between heaven and earth. Despite that, his eyes started swimming with tears of frustration, Izuku gritted his teeth stubbornly. "Even so, I won't give up. I just have to work harder. I will train harder. 1 step at a time. And the first step now is beating this robot in front of me." His mind regained its calm and he jumped back a few steps, putting some distance between him and the robot. But the robot's AI did not seem to be very high as it just charged back at the boy in front of him like a bulldozer, doing the same type of attack, swinging its punch again, only that it was the other arm this time. "Your body may be too sturdy and strong for me to damage it. But what about that camera on your head?" Izuku thought, and, once he evaded the robot's wild punch again, he swung his staff from his back, overhead, and let out a cry as he smashed it against the robot's head with all of his strength. The end of the metallic staff just happened to hit the red lens on the robot's face that served as its eye, breaking it into smithereens. Unable to see anything anymore, the robot started flailing its arms aimlessly before eventually losing its equilibrium when it bumped into a light pole and fell down. 1 point, Izuku said and let out a scream of triumph. "I can do it. Even without a quirk, I can do it." That small victory lit a flame in his heart and his confidence soared. Nevertheless, the mock battle exam lasted only 10 minutes. By the time the exam ended, reality hit Izuku like a train. Only 3 points. He had only managed to defeat 3 robots that were worth 1 point each. Try as he might, he could not stop the tears that suddenly flooded his eyes. He was not dumb, he did not need to wait for a week or 2 until he received the official results to know that he did not make it. He had heard other students talk about getting at least 10 points while there were some with particularly strong quirks that had gotten even over 50 points. Izuku's prediction turned out to be true several days later when a letter arrived at his residence. He had failed. Attached to the letter was also a file that showed the rankings of the entrance exam participants. While he had done well in the written exam, his practical exam had one of the lowest scores among all. He had failed to join the hero course of the UA High. In spite of his feelings of despair and depression, Izuku grabbed his phone and, upon scrolling through his contacts list, he tapped on Naruto's name, initiating a voice call. Even if he had not passed the exam, Naruto had devoted so much of his time and effort to training him. He had to at least tell him the results of his exam. He owed Naruto that much. "Hey, Izuku. What's up?" The moment he heard Naruto's cheerful voice, the tears and the sadness that he had been holding in burst out all at once. Breaking into loud sobs, Izuku cried out. "I failed. I'm sorry, Naruto, you spent so much time and effort to help me but I still failed. I'm so sorry." Outside of his door, Izuku's mother was crying her eyes out too, her heart breaking at the pain she heard in her son's voice. Chapter 5 Combat Training. Due to his mother fussing around him that morning, Naruto was running late on his first day at UA High. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to feel annoyed. In spite of being in a rush, he still gave his mom a hug and bumped fists with his father before finally leaving. Seeing as it was daytime, he could not just willy-nilly start shinobi jumping on the rooftops. It was against the law for people to use their quirks in public. Even if his quirk was mutant type, if the patrolling heroes or police officers saw him doing something as crazy and dangerous as that, he would undoubtedly be stopped, which in turn would make him get to school even later. Luckily, he managed to arrive before the bell rang for the start of the first period. What a big-ass door, he thought when he saw the door of his classroom. With a height of over 3 meters and a width of over 2 meters, the classroom's door looked as if it had been designed with the purpose of allowing people of all sizes to enter it unhindered, being considerate of those who had gigantic physiques due to their quirks. "Don't put your feet on the desk." He heard a voice coming from beyond the door, covering all the other noises in the classroom. "Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk?" "Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character?" Another voice replied rudely, one that was unmistakably familiar in his ears. It was Bakugo Katsuki's voice. With a sigh of annoyance at the thought of having ended up in the same classroom as that guy, Naruto no longer waited outside, his curiosity to see how their conversation would develop having died down. In his eyes, Bakugo was like an evil mixture between Kiba and Sasuke Uchiha of his previous life, taking on the worst character traits of those two. Kiba's aggressiveness and bullying habits together with Sasuke's arrogance and pride. It's like a salad of cancer and AIDS. How is this guy in a hero school again? Deciding to stop thinking about him, he pushed open the door of the classroom. At that moment, all the chatter and even the verbal spat between Bakugo and the other guy instantly died down and 17 heads turned to look at him at the same time. "Yo," Naruto said and raised a hand in greeting. 3 seconds of uncomfortable silence followed. But then, the class erupted into loud chatter and exclamations. A well-built and fit body, average height, sun-kissed blonde hair, a rather cute face with 3 pairs of whisker marks on his cheeks, adorable fluffy fox ears on his head and a bushy golden fox tail swaying slowly at his back. From the first moment he stepped in, Naruto became the focus of their attention. Seconds later, he found himself surrounded from all sides by nearly 10 teens, all of them talking to him excitedly at once. I can understand the girls' reaction, but what the heck is with the guys? Thanks to his current life, Naruto was not oblivious to how cute his fox quirk made him appear in the eyes of most girls, so he understood why the 3 girls, one with shoulder-length brown hair, one with pink hair and pink skin, and one with strange-looking ears, would be clamoring around him. But he could not understand why the boys were so hyped about talking to him. There were no less than 6 guys vying for his attention at that moment. "Hey, I'm Eijiro Kirishima. Nice to meet you, man," a red-haired boy said with a grin and raised his hand for a handshake. It was when the second boy introduced himself that Naruto finally understood the reason for his passionate reception. "I'm Kaminari." "Hey, is it true that All Might recommended you to UA?" Once the boy who introduced himself as Kaminari asked that question, chaos ensued. It was only the arrival of their homeroom teacher that put a stop to it. In spite of how gloomy and no-nonsense their homeroom teacher appeared to be, Naruto decided that he liked him the moment that he saw that he took the class outside, on the field, to do a quirk assessment test. This is perfect. That's what I'm here for, to learn more about my quirk, to train, to become stronger. Once he explained what the test was all about, the teacher called out Bakugo. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? Yes. In junior high, what was your best result for softball throw? 67 meters, the boy replied. Then, try doing it with your quirk, the teacher said. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Give it all you got. The blonde took the ball from the teacher's hand and then went into the indicated circle. Letting out a scream, he threw it with everything he had. The ball shot in the air with an explosion as if it had been launched from the barrel of a cannon. When the results of Bakugo's throw came out, the class, excitement grew. It was then that it finally sank in for them that, at this school, they were allowed to use their quirks all they wanted. But their homeroom teacher was just as quick to put a damper on their mood. It looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. This isn't a child's play. Find the upper limit of your quirks and then, overcome them. Go beyond. Plus Ultra. 1. Uzumaki Naruto 2. Momo Yaoyorozu 3. Shoto Todoroki 4. Katsuki Bakugo 5. Tenya Iida. Seeing Naruto ranking first on their teacher's hologram ranking list, his classmates involuntarily took a second look at him. As expected from someone recommended by All Might, was what most of them were thinking. He had taken the first or second place in most of the tests where someone's quirk did not offer them a landslide victory, for example, Ochako Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk throwing the ball to infinity. Nevertheless, while the students were all thinking about their scores and what their ranking meant, the teacher's eyes were narrowed in thought. While everyone else believed that All Might recommended Naruto to UA due to his capabilities, the reality was a bit different. His control over his fox quirk is rather impressive for a novice. He moves like someone who has trained in martial arts as well, I can see that. However, I still don't see it. I can't imagine how someone with a fox quirk could have killed that sludge villain. That villain's sludge was almost like a counter to most of the quirks relying on dealing physical damage. All Might had not hidden his intentions from the principal of UA, and he had even brought Shota Aizawa into the secret too once he found out that he was going to be Naruto's homeroom teacher. It was so they could better keep an eye on the boy and study his character in detail. In spite of the boring English class at the beginning of the second day, the students regained their vitality and hype once the bell rang. The reason for that was simple. The number one hero, the strongest and most popular hero in the country, All Might himself was going to teach the next class. If hearing what was the focus of the class, combat training, was not enough to make them burst with excitement, All Might telling them that their hero costumes were ready had set everyone on fire. It was pandemonium. Naruto was swept off by everyone's enthusiasm too as he took a look at his hero costume. It was rather simple and it looked quite similar to what he used to wear in his previous life, a pair of black and orange pants and a jacket of similar colors that had a fierce nine-tailed fox painted on its back. 2 pouches filled with kunai were strapped at his thighs and a utility belt was wrapped around his waist, its numerous pockets carrying several smoke grenades, wire, and other miscellaneous ninja tools. Lastly, a white and orange Anbu-style fox mask was covering his face, a mask that had a respiratory system built in to protect him from harmful gases. The jacket with the 9-tailed fox painted on its back and the Anbu-style fox mask were a tribute to his former friend and lifelong companion, the 9-tailed demon fox. To show his respect for him, Naruto had even chosen his hero alias after Kyuubi's name, Kurama. Naruto's hero name was Kurama. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals, in this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. All Might began to say once everyone had put on their hero costumes. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. At his words, the class started throwing one question after another. In spite of his inexperience as a teacher, All Might patiently explained to them everything they needed to know and then made them draw lots to separate them into teams. Once the teams were made and lots were drawn, Naruto let out a groan. Oi, oi, is this for real? It was as if universe was conspiring against him by pitting him and Bakugo against each other. For their first class of combat training, their teacher, All Might, had come up with a simple scenario. One team would take on the role of villains while the other team would take on the role of heroes. The villains had to protect a dummy nuke and prevent the heroes from capturing it. As for the heroes, their purpose was to either defeat the villains or capture the nuke. In contrast to Naruto's annoyance, his opponent was literally exploding with anticipation. Finally, Bakugo screamed, flames and smoke coming out of his palms from excitement. You won't be able to run this time, Uzumaki. I will pay you back tenfold for that humiliation half a year ago. I'll crush you, I'll break you, I'll blow you up to pieces, you damned bastard. According to the drawn lots, Uzumaki Naruto and Kyokujiro were going to be the villain team while Bakugo Katsuki and Mineta Minoru were going to act as the hero team. All Might declared the start of the battle exercise. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. This is gonna be so good. A blonde boy said in excitement, electricity sparking in his hands. The number one in the practical exam versus the one who was recommended by All Might. This is bad, I'm shivering. Kaminari was not the only one super hyped about the fight. The rest of the boys and the girls were just as enthused. It gets even better when you know what happened a few months ago. It was all over social media. Uzumaki beat up Bakugo so one-sidedly without using his quirk. I even downloaded that video on my phone, it was that crazy. Kaminari further hyped everyone up. As for All Might, he was just as interested in the matchup as everyone else there. Most people showed their true colors when they were in a tough battle. All Might wanted to see exactly just who was Uzumaki Naruto. Even after all this time, he had not forgotten his mistake, letting a criminal as powerful as the sludge villain escape and nearly kill a kid. But just like he had not forgotten his mistake, All Might could also not forget about the golden dome of light that had killed the sludge villain and destroyed 2 tall apartment buildings too. Was it another person back then? I arrived there only a few seconds after the light faded away. I would have seen if there was another person. But if there was nobody else, that means that young Naruto had killed the villain. However, everyone has only quirk. Unless All for One was somehow involved with him. It was a bit of a stretch even in his mind, but All Might could not easily ignore the matter. All for One had been like a shadow over his life for decades. He had killed his master, and countless other innocent people, and he had destroyed his career as a hero too. I hope young Uzumaki has nothing to do with All for One. But even if he is somehow involved, I hope it is not too late. He is just a young boy. There is still time for him to change and turn his life around for the best. Bringing Naruto into Uehai was a way for All Might to hit multiple birds with one stone. In a way, he was reimbursing Naruto for his mistake. He was keeping an eye on a potential asset of his archenemy, AFO, while also having the chance to properly teach and guide the young boy to become a hero, eliminating a potential hazard. He hoped that he would gain some insight into Naruto's true character after this battle. Hey, I'm Naruto, he said, introducing himself to his teammate for the first time. Kyokujiro had been among the 3 girls and 6 boys that had crowded around him the day before when he had entered the classroom for the first time. Seeing Naruto's earnest smile and his outstretched hand, the girl smiled shyly, the earphone jacks of her ears curling up. Seemingly not noticing the girl's embarrassment, Naruto continued. 5 minutes isn't a long time, so we have to introduce ourselves fast. I have a fox quirk. I can do pretty much everything a fox can. I'm very good at close combat. My eyesight, sense of smell and hearing are great as well. Quickly getting over her shyness, Kyoka said. My quirk is earphone jack, and the jack-like lobes of her ears raised in front of his face. If I plug these into the wall or into the ground, I can hear sounds from very far away distances. I can do something similar to echolocation. Echo what? Naruto asked in confusion. The girl touched the lobes of her ears as she explained to him. I can amplify and release the sound of my heartbeats to detect people and things based on the vibration they will make at the contact with the sound waves. Naruto thought for a few seconds before saying, that looks like a very useful quirk for spying and scouting. I can also amplify the sound of my heartbeats so loud that I can destroy even walls with the sound intensity. So I can attack too if it comes down to it, Kyoka continued, secretly pleased that Naruto was not underestimating her quirk. I see, Naruto nodded sagely. Then, he changed the subject abruptly. Bakugo and I went to the same junior high. And he's bearing a grudge against me. Even if the bomb is in front of his eyes, he'll probably still go after me to prove he's stronger. Yikes, why? She asked. I might or might have not kicked his butt badly a few months ago. The two of them started snickering together. I say we take advantage of Bakugo's grudge on me and lead him away from the bomb. What do you think? Can deal with the other guy. Sounds good to me. As for Mineta, his quirk isn't that strong in a fight. He can throw sticky balls from his hair. He shouldn't be a problem, the girl said. All right then, let's do this, Naruto said with a grin and raised his fist in front of her. Understanding the gesture, Kyoga returned his grin as they bumped their fists together. According to the plan, Naruto quickly left the room and jumped down the stairs, completely skipping all the steps, straight to the ground floor. I can hear them, they've entered through the door already, came Kyoka's voice from the communication device installed close to Naruto's ears. One of them, the shorter one, Mineta, went to the right corridor. Bakugo is walking straight ahead. Naruto's sensitive hearing had picked up the sounds of their footsteps too, but that was all. Kyoka's quirk was better in this regard as she was able to even detect their exact location just by sound. Thank you, I'll get Bakugo. Contact me right away if you have troubles with the other guy. Roger. Saying that, Naruto grabbed a kunai from one of the pouches strapped at his right thigh and, using his superhuman strength, he stabbed it into the wall around 30 centimeters above the floor. After that, it took less than 3 seconds for him to tie a very thin thread from the loop at the end of the weapon's handle. He repeated the same action on the other wall of the corridor he was in and slipped the wire through the loop of the second kunai's handle as well. His preparations done, he ran to meet Bakugo straight on, following Kyoka's instructions through their communication device. The very instant that Naruto entered his line of sight, it was as if someone pulled out the pin of a grenade. Hands raised in front of him, Bakugo screamed at the top of his lungs. D. A violent vortex of fire exploded forth, scorching the walls of the corridor black and incinerating everything in its path. The power of Bakugo's explosion quirk was a sight to behold. However, the target of his rage was nowhere to be found. It had escaped unscathed. Uzumaki. Bakugo roared, spittle flying out of his mouth. Face me. Fight me. Don't run away, you cowardly bastard. Cry me a river, Naruto sang mockingly and laughed as he sprinted away, making sure to be one section of the maze-like corridor ahead of Bakugo at all times, not letting him take aim at him with his explosion quirk. The range of Bakugo's quirk granted him an overwhelming advantage in such a closed-off space. Naruto would have no space to dodge the explosions whatsoever if his explosion filled up the entire corridor. For now, his only choice was to avoid a frontal confrontation. Bakugo's quirk is so powerful. Many of the students said in awe as they watched the scene of the explosion engulfing the entire corridor and destroying the video camera in the process as well. It was only when Foxboy appeared on the recording of another camera that they breathed out a sigh of relief that he hadn't been grievously injured, or worse. It also made them realize the severity of the situation and how heavy was the responsibility on their shoulder whenever they used their powers. One wrong move or a bit of bad luck and they could kill someone by mistake if they did not hold back. This is insane. Sensei, is Bakugo trying to kill him? Kaminari complained. However, All Might did not reprimand him. Here I am, worrying over young Uzumaki being a villain in the making, yet young Bakugo seems even more problematic than him. The number one hero zoned out as he started debating in his mind if he should temporarily stop the exercise and reinforce for everyone that they are not allowed to seriously harm their fellow classmates, or if she should wait until the end of this current battle. He had thought that that was common sense for them to hold back against their fellow classmates, He had not expected Bakugo to unleash his quirk like that, with no regard for his opponent's safety or life. However, before he could come to a decision, he heard the rest of the class cry out in surprise and he returned his attention to the screen. Having completely lost all sense of control, Bakugo pointed his arms behind him and the explosion from his palms propelled him forward like a rocket. "I'll catch you, Uzumaki!" he screamed in glee, greatly invigorated at the fact that he had almost caught up to Naruto, having managed to catch a glimpse of Naruto's fox tail just as he turned to the right, towards another corridor. "You're done for when I get my hands on you. Ha ha ha, ooh-ah." His laughter transformed into a cry of surprise after an almost invisible white thread had suddenly risen up from the floor and caught his feet. Unable to stop the momentum of his flight, the thread made him stumble and fall on his face. It was a testament to his incredible reflexes and quick reaction that Bakugo managed to bring in hand in front of him just in time to create an explosion. That explosion made his body flip in the air and he somehow regained his balance, eventually landing on the floor, on his feet. But just as he was celebrating his momentary success, a sudden shout reached his ears. "Lariat!" Naruto screamed and, having only just barely landed on the floor after his flip in midair, Bakugo was unable to react. The fox boy's arm slammed into Bakugo's throat and blasted him back as if he had been hit by a truck. It was the favorite taijutsu move of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee from Naruto's past life. Naruto's bursts of speed for short distances were so great due to his fox quirk's superhuman agility that even Tenya Iida had not been able to beat him in the 50 meters dash test from the day before. Bakugo had never stood a chance the moment that he had been destabilized by the kunai and thread simple trap. The force of the hit not only that it hurled Bakugo all the way to the back of the corridor, but it had also knocked him out cold too. Nevertheless, Naruto was not done with him. Grabbing 6 kunai from the 2 pouches strapped at his thighs, 3 in each one of his hands, he threw them with as much strength as he could. Outside the building, the rest of the class and even All Might cried out in shock at Naruto's actions. Had he gone mad? Was he actually trying to kill Bakugo? Only for them to be shocked one more when they saw the result of his actions. The 6 kunai blades accurately pinned Bakugo's body to the wall, stabbing through his clothes and into the concrete, but not harming him in the least. Holy shit, did you see that? The boys and the girls were losing their minds at the godlike display of knife-throwing skills. All Might himself was gaping at the scene in disbelief too. What was that? For real, what was that? It's like out of a movie. Just how many years did he practice with throwing knives to get that insanely skilled with them? He had spent decades fighting crime and facing all kinds of superpowered individuals, yet it was the first time he had seen this kind of martial skill at someone, and it was a 15-year-old kid no less. Having finished off Bakugo, Naruto broke into a run back to the top floor where the dummy nuke that they were supposed to protect was located. "Kyoka, I defeated Bakugo. What's the situation at you?" "Already? That was fast." Due to the deafening sounds made by Bakugo's explosions, Kyoka had stopped using her earphone jack quirk lest her ears started bleeding. Having gotten the figurative green light to use her quirk again, she inserted her ear jack back into the wall. "Mineta is only 1 floor away. He should get here in less than a minute." "Hold on, I'm on my way. Don't try to defeat him, we can't afford to make mistakes right now. Just keep him busy and don't let him touch the bomb, no matter what. Don't worry, leave it to me." Ending the conversation, Naruto started jumping entire flights of stairs at a time, resembling a rabbit much more than a fox at that moment. His efforts did not go to waste seeing as he arrived just in time to see the tiny boy open the door of the villain's room. But just as Mineta opened the door, an absurdly loud soundwave caught him fully and blasted him all across the corridor. However, Naruto did not get to chance to see the final outcome of that attack. Bright red blood burst from his fluffy fox ears as his eardrums were ruptured and he collapsed on the floor unconscious, his eyes rolled into the back of his head. To someone with a sense of hearing as sensitive as his, Kyoka's powerful sound attack had been deadly. Chapter 6 Beyond the Limits. By the time Naruto woke up, the sun was about to disappear beyond the horizon. It was evening. Letting out a yawn, he closed back his eyes and attempted to turn on the other side when a sharp voice of an old woman slammed into his eardrums. You've slept enough already. Get up, classes are over. It's time for you to go home. No, he moaned and covered his head with the pillow. Don't act like a baby now, you're going to be a pro hero, aren't you? All right, he said in annoyance and sat up. But when he saw two people waiting at his bedside, he blinked at them owlishly. What are you two doing here? Sitting on a stool next to his bed were a boy with curly green hair and a girl with short dark hair and something that looked like earphone jacks on the lobes of her ears. They were none other than Midoriya Izuku and Kyoka Jiro. Before Izuku could reply, the girl quickly stood up from her chair and bowed at an almost 90 degrees angle. I'm terribly sorry, I've never thought the attack would catch you too. I'm so sorry. Naruto quickly waved his hands in front of his face to dispel her worries when he heard her trembling voice. It looked as if the girl was on the verge of crying. Don't worry. I'm at fault too, I should have seen that coming. I should have built my suit with a countermeasure for it. But I forgot, haha. He said and rubbed the back of his head. Due to regaining the memories of his past life, Naruto could still vividly recall his first Chunin exams, specifically, his fight against Inuzuka Kiba. Back then, Kiba was a much better fighter than him. The genin Kiba was so fast and so strong that Naruto wasn't even allowed the 2 seconds needed to make the hand seals for casting a shadow clone technique. It looked like he was losing the fight and quite badly at that until he farted. And he farted just as Kiba came in his proximity. For the Inuzuka's enhanced sense of smell, it had been devastating. Kiba lost that fight because of a freaking fart. That said, Naruto had learned from that experience and designed his suit to prevent such a scenario from happening to him as well. His fox-like Anbu mask was equipped with a respiratory system that would protect him from harmful gases. But, in typical Naruto-ish fashion, he did not think everything through. He had forgotten about his enhanced sense of hearing. And he had paid for it. No, this is unacceptable, Kyoka said, shaking her head. I hurt my teammates. When we go out in the field, this could be fatal. He tried to pacify her but she was inconsolable. After apologizing for half a dozen times more, the girl bowed one more time and left. I heard you fought against Kachan again. Tell me more, Izuku asked while he and Naruto were going home together. Bakugo's quirk is really strong but he's so easy to rile up. I made him chase after me and lured him into a corridor where I had prepared a trap. Nothing amazing, just two kunai with a thread tied to the loops of their handles. When he flew in, I pulled on the thread and made him stumble. He didn't even have the chance to react before I knocked him out with a lariat. He said smugly. I can't wait to rub it in his face tomorrow. He's going to. What are you doing? Naruto suddenly stopped and asked. At some point during his tale, Izuku had taken out a notebook and started writing down his words. Well, you know, I often write down information about all the amazing heroes and strong quirks I see. Looking at what was written on the notebook's cover, Naruto did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're noting down the story of me beating Bakugo in your notebook for becoming a pro hero. He cleared his throat and fanned his face with his right hand. He did love showing off in front of others but Izuku fanboying over his fight against Bakugo embarrassed him. Sheesh, you're making me blush, man. And never mind my fight with Bakugo, tell me, how is the general education course treating you? Izuku shrugged his shoulders. I guess it's not bad. It's not any different than junior high. We only have normal classes. They became silent after that, walking shoulder to shoulder on the sidewalk, with Izuku looking at his feet and Naruto gawking aimlessly at the sky, his hands behind his head. I won't give up, Izuku said eventually. I understand now. After failing the practice exam, I see how big is the difference between me and those who have quirks. But I still won't give up. Not all villains have super powerful quirks. And I don't necessarily need to have a quirk to save someone's life. Before quirks appeared in the world, firemen and policemen were still saving people, without any superhuman powers. I can do it too. Then why not just apply for that? Why not become a policeman or a fireman? Naruto asked. It would be much easier. Policemen and firemen aren't as important as they used to be. Nowadays, heroes are the ones who usually get to the scene first. They're the ones who solve the situation. Policemen and firemen work mostly as the cleaning up crew after heroes, Izuku explained. When they were about to part ways, Naruto stopped and looked into Izuku's eyes. In spite of the boy's timid and shy disposition, he could see the fierce determination in his gaze, the stubbornness to never give up. It reminded him of himself when he was younger, in his previous life. There might be a way for you to shorten the gap between you and those with quirks, Naruto said. Izuku's eyes widened, but he kept silent, drinking every single word that came out of his mouth. Have you heard of hysterical strength? He asked. No, what is that? It sounds bad, the green-haired boy said and gulped. Instead of continuing to walk, Naruto led Izuku to the side and they sat on the short garden fence in front of a nearby building. He frowned in thought for a few moments, trying to find the right words to explain to Izuku what he meant. You know that our body usually can't use 100% of its strength. We have some sort of limiters, we limit our strength to protect and preserve our bodies. But there are times when even regular people can do superhuman things. Have you ever heard of the woman who lifted a car weighing a few hundred kilos in her desperation to save her child? It's a classic example. At Izuku's wordless nod of affirmation, Naruto continued. You've probably heard many stories like that. Someone woman lifting a car to save her father that was trapped underneath, someone breaking through a concrete wall to save people from a collapsed building and so on. These aren't just stories, they are real. There are moments when even regular people can do incredible things. Naruto made a pause on purpose before saying, I could help you with that, train you until you can squeeze out every single bit of your power. But, he said loudly when Izuku started to show signs of excitement, you gotta understand that our bodies have these limiters for a reason. If you make use of the hysterical strength too often, you will suffer. If you do it rarely, you'll only feel exhausted and probably tear your muscles. But if you abuse your hysterical strength you could end up disabled for life or, worse, dead. Midoriya gulped at Naruto's words, understanding the severity of the consequences. Now that you know the danger, do you wish to learn? Despite the risks, Izuku's answer was instantaneous, yes. I can't say for sure that you'll be able to turn on your hysterical strength anytime you want it. It's something that even I can't do easily despite that I've trained for months. But if I get you to experience it a few times, you will become more used to it. You'll have a bigger chance to surpass your limits in a crisis. Naruto explained. But you to promise me, Izuku. Promise me you won't use this skill easily. You are my friend. I don't want you to end up becoming a vegetable. This is only to be used in a matter of life and death, it's going to be your ace in the sleeve to turn a hopeless situation around. In spite of Izuku's promises, Naruto still felt uneasy about his decision to fully support him like that. On one hand, he wanted to trust in his friend and help him achieve his dream of becoming a pro hero. That's what friends were for, to help and support each other. But, on the other hand, Naruto was no longer as naive as he had once been in his past life. Having the memories of 2 lives and witnessing the death of his old world had matured him beyond his physical age. He knew that there were limits to what one could achieve through hard work alone. What if he gets himself killed? Mercy is not in a villain's character. What if he meets a bloodthirsty villain with a powerful quirk? He cared about Izuku and he was worried about his future as a quirkless person. That's why Naruto decided to even go as far as to teach him something as dangerous as tapping into the potential of his body and surpassing his limits by activating his hysterical strength. The next day at school, Eraserhead discussed everyone's performance in the combat training class from the day before. Giving praise where it was deserved and admonishing someone when it was needed, Shota Aizawa was a strict but fair teacher. Eventually, he also addressed the elephant in the room, namely the team kill incident from the very first fight between Bakugo plus Mineta team versus Naruto plus Kyoka team. He started off with Kyoka. Using your quirk to locate the enemy was smart. But what you did later on, not so much. The girl looked down, unable to meet anyone's eyes at that moment. In spite of her looks and the seemingly flippant attitude that she had in her daily life, Kyoka was a conscientious and kind person. The fact that she had injured her own teammate, nobody was more upset about it than her. In the first place, the two of you were a bad match-up. It was unlucky for someone with your quirk to be paired up together with Uzumaki who has an enhanced sense of hearing. But that is a scenario that is quite likely to happen down the line if you become a pro hero. There will be times when you will have to team up with all kinds of heroes. You need to learn how to use your quirk responsibly in order to not become a liability for your team. Yes, sensei, Kyoka said. Bakugo, Aizawa suddenly said, making the boy in question look at him intently. Frankly speaking, in such a confined space, your quirk gave you the complete advantage against Uzumaki. Not only that you could engulf the entire corridor in an explosion to keep him at bay, but, with his sensitive hearing, Uzumaki wouldn't be able to get close to you if you kept causing explosions due to their loud sounds. You should have just gone directly for the objective and let him come at you. But instead of taking the time to formulate a plan, you let your emotions cloud your judgment. I don't know what happened between the two of you before you came to UA, but I don't care either. Learn how to control your emotions. You're very talented, so don't act like a kid. I know, Bakugo replied grumpily, but his serious-looking face let Aizawa know that he took his words to the heart. As for you, Uzumaki, your planning and methods were flawless. You made use of your strengths and created a scenario where you could take advantage of them. But as smart as you were in that battle, what were you thinking when you designed your suit? If you knew your sense of hearing was so sensitive, why didn't you prepare a countermeasure for it? If I'm not mistaken, your mask has a respiratory system to protect you against harmful gases. Why didn't you get something similar for your ears? Naruto chuckled awkwardly and rubbed the back of his head. Haha, I kind of forgot about it. Eraserhead narrowed his eyes at him. Make sure you go to the support department after classes and see what they can do for you. Yes, sensei, Naruto said and nodded obediently. He acknowledged his mistake. Also, the teacher began to say rather hesitantly, I suggest you stopped using those knives of yours. Before the fox boy had the chance to ask why, Aizawa continued. I could see from the videos that you are very skilled with your weapons. But accidents can happen. Imagine if those 6 knives that you threw did not meet their mark and instead wounded Bakugo fatally. As pro heroes, our job is not to kill the villains. We don't have the right to take anyone's lives. We are heroes, not vigilantes. Villains are to be arrested and handed over to the police. They will receive a fair trial and pay for their crimes according to the law. Do you understand? Naruto did not reply right away. I'm already at a disadvantage against guys like Bakugo and especially against someone like All Might or that giant Mount Lady. Even my hysterical strength won't do much against powerhouses like them. Not using blades puts me in an even worse position, he thought, bummed out. Naruto was not a bloodthirsty person. Even in his past life as a shinobi, he could count on the fingers of one hand the number of people that he had killed. He avoided killing if he could. But that did not mean that he was pulling his punches when the situation called for him to go all out. Besides, growing up in this world had made him understand that the values of the society he lived in currently were different from those of the Hidden Leaf Village. Eraserhead said, if you want to keep on using weapons, blunt weapons are preferred. They can pack a serious punch while keeping the injuries at a minimum. But you should avoid lethal weapons that could easily kill someone. Okay. I understand, Naruto said eventually. A few days later. Hey, Naruto, we're going to karaoke after school. You wanna come with us? A girl with pink hair, pink skin, and 2 horns on her head asked while motioning with her hand at her a group of teens waiting for her in the hallway. Sorry, Mina, I have to take care of something. The pink-haired girl pouted at his answer. Oh, come on. You're always busy after classes, let's go have some fun. Look, even someone like Bakugo is coming along. What's that supposed to mean, huh? The edgy blonde screamed, do you want me to kick your ass? But the girl ignored his shouts. Bakugo's classmates had gotten used to his personality by now and tended to tune him out whenever his anger management issues flared up. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and grinned apologetically. Sorry, maybe next time. It's really important, I can't put it off. Saying that, he grabbed his backpack and waved his hand in goodbye at the rest of his classmates. See you later, guys, have a nice weekend. As he went down the stairs, Naruto had a distracted look on his face. She likes me. He was not experienced when it came to interacting with the opposite sex, but due to his enhanced sense of smell, Naruto could roughly identify other people's emotions. He could smell people's fear, anger, sadness, happiness, hatred or feelings of attraction. It was an underrated but very useful aspect of his quirk, one that he had not told anyone else about except for his parents. He let out a wry smile while thinking that, unlike how unpopular he had been at school in his previous life, in his current life, he had always been one of the more popular boys in his class, throughout all of his school years. I guess that not annoying the heck out of everyone made all the difference. These cute fox ears must have helped too. He absent-mindedly ran a hand through his hair and scratched his fox ears. They seemed even fluffier than usual due to a pair of fluffy white mufflers that had been stuffed inside. He was still not used to wearing them because he had gotten them only 2 days ago. They hindered his sense of balance sometimes, especially when he stood up quickly from a chair, but they did help a great deal in protecting him from loud sounds. He knew that it was only a matter of time before he became accustomed to them. Eventually, he reached the gates of Ua. A rather well-built but still timid-looking boy was waiting for him, his face haggard from exhaustion. It was none other than Midoriya Izuku. "Yo," Naruto said and bumped fists with the boy. "Hey," Izuku greeted him, not even having the energy to smile. "What happened to you, man? You look like you got run over by a truck," Naruto said with a chuckle, looking at all the bruises on Izuku's face and the bandages wrapped around his neck and hands. "Fuck off," the boy said with a growl, looking as if he was barely stopping himself from attacking him. Naruto was taken aback. It was the first time he had ever heard Izuku swear. But then, he grinned ferally. A wooden bow staff made whooshing sounds as a green-haired boy used his entire strength to smash downwards. His opponent, also wielding a similar bow staff, easily parried the hit by holding his weapon horizontally above his head. In the next moment, a powerful kick in the gut sent the green-haired boy flying. "You telegraphed your attack and left yourself wide open," Naruto said, his voice serious. Lifting his staff above his head, Naruto slammed it at the boy that was coughing his stomach out, showing no mercy. Izuku barely managed to roll away, escaping by a breath. Seeing how the ground cracked from the hit, however, made the boy's heart start beating as if to jump out of his chest. Despite that he was out of breath and still coughing from the vicious kick in the stomach, Izuku forced himself to stand up on his feet and clenched his hands around his weapon. "I'm not done yet," Izuku shouted with as much conviction as he could and charged at Naruto with a scream. The blonde swatted his strike to the side with one end of his staff and immediately hit Izuku in the face with the staff's other end. He did not get up again this time around. Instead, his body started shaking and sobbing sounds came from him. "Are you serious? Crying?" Naruto said in disbelief. He came at the boy and lifted him to stand on his feet, his hands clenched on the collar of his t-shirt. "Is that what you're going to do when a villain tries to kill you? You'll cry like a little girl. Do you think they'll feel pity for you and let you go?" He threw Izuku away and grabbed his bow staff from the place where he had discarded it before turning away to leave. "Useless, gutless, and lazy. You'll never amount to anything if you keep going like that. Pro hero my ass. You'll always be a reject." "No, even below the rejects," Naruto said over his shoulder. It was completely out of character for the kind and cheerful fox boy to speak like that. Until then, he had always been supportive and helpful toward Izuku. The words he was saying right now sounded more like the words that Bakugo often spat at the green-haired boy. However, in his current state of mind, Izuku could not see the strangeness of the situation. Instead, those words, so similar to how Bakugo often bullied him, triggered his anger. "Shut up!" Izuku screamed. "Shut up! Shut up!" Naruto did not appear to be surprised in the least by his outburst. He scoffed at him. "I wasted nearly a year of my life training you. And for what? You failed the entrance exam. All you do is cry. Now you asked me to train you again. Once again you're crying." The more calm and derisive Naruto appeared to be, the more enraged Izuku was becoming. "You trained me. Beating the crap out of me every day, you call this training? Fuck you and your training." For over a week now, ever since Izuku decided to go through Naruto's training to learn how to tap into the latent strength of his body, his hysterical strength, the blonde pushed him to the limits mercilessly. After making him run out of stamina and energy completely by running, they would fight. But calling that a fight was a stretch, it was a one-sided beatdown. After nearly 1 week of bitter suffering, he could no longer bear the exhaustion. He could not endure the pain coming from his bruised and battered body. He could no longer endure the verbal and physical abuse anymore. He was at his limit. Maybe if you actually learned what I taught you wouldn't get mauled like that every day. Is it my fault you can do anything? Naruto said indifferently. You know nothing. You know nothing about my struggles. You don't know how it feels to be quirkless. Shut up. Shut up, asshole. Izuku screamed and charged at Naruto madly. But Naruto easily parried his wild swing and countered with a right cross that made Izuku stumble back on wobbly feet. If Izuku had been in his right mind, he would have noticed that the fox boy's punches were far less powerful than usual, that he was going easy on him. But he wasn't thinking straight. Emboldened by the fact that Naruto's punch did much less damage than he had expected, Izuku charged back at him again with a tackle, shooting down for a double leg. But Naruto met his tackle head-on, and before Izuku could wrap his arms around the back of his legs and take him down, the blonde's right knee smashed into his face. It was a method often used by strikers to defend against wrestlers. Izuku fell face first on the ground, unable to muster even the slightest strength to get up anymore. I tried to help you, you know. He heard Naruto's voice coming from above. It sounded a bit muffled, but he could still understand the words perfectly. Quirkless as you are, I didn't want to let you jump head first into danger and get yourself killed. But you are helpless. You can't do anything. Just a pathetic crybaby. You'll die on your first patrol mission against some cannon fodder villain, bringing a bad name and shame to all heroes. If that's the case, I might as well do it myself. I'll send you away quickly and painlessly. Izuku felt the end of a wooden staff rolling his body until he was on his back, with eyes on the sky. What? You don't think I will kill you? Naruto asked. You think I don't have the guts? Saying that, the blonde pressed the end of his bow staff into the notch of Izuku's neck, that dip in someone's neck between the Adam's apple and the sternum. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief and he grabbed the end of the staff with both of his hands. Despair flooded him when he felt the stick going deeper into his throat, suffocating him. You wouldn't be the first I killed. How do you think that sludge villain that had attacked me died? Do you think some random vigilante just happened to pass by and saved me? Naruto let out a mocking laugh and started pressing the staff harder into the green-haired boy's neck. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Izuku screamed in his mind, tears falling from his bloodshot eyes uncontrollably. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Cracking noises suddenly came from the part of the stick where Izuku's hands were clenched around. As if I'd let you kill me. Izuku screamed and half of Naruto's staff was suddenly shattered into splinters. He rolled away from the end of the blonde's staff and jumped up to his feet in an impressive display of agility and flexibility. Then, still screaming, he lunged at Naruto and punched him with his entire strength. But the blonde did not evade his punch and let Izuku hit him. Possessing a strength abnormal for a body like his, Izuku's punch sent a 70 kilograms heavy boy flying through the air nearly 2 meters before he collapsed. However, upon connecting with that powerful punch, it was as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes and Izuku finally regained his clarity of mind. He looked at the collapsed Naruto on the ground and then at his still clenched fist. His entire body started shaking and he started crying anew. But these were no longer tears of despair or pain. They were tears of relief. I did it, he said through his sobs. His entire body was one big bruise and he had almost died only a few moments ago, at least he had truly believed that he was going to die. But in that moment, Izuku felt joy like no other time in his life. I did it, he said again, and let out a cry that sounded like a mixture between a sob and a cheer. Naruto stood up from the place where he crashed and knelt in front of Izuku. He wrapped Izuku in his arms in a brotherly hug and said, his voice filled with remorse. I'm sorry for what I did to you, Izuku. I'm so sorry. I tried for almost 1 week to push you beyond your limits but it wasn't working. Making you believe you were in a life and death situation was the only method left. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any of the things I told you. Naruto's words made the floodgates open and Izuku started bawling his eyes out, hugging the blonde back for all he was worth. I know, don't apologize. It's my fault too, I'm sorry. Izuku cried. Having regained his wits, he understood what Naruto had done to him. There was no way that someone as kind and helpful as Naruto would suddenly change his character and speak such words to him, much less try to kill him. But he had needed to push Izuku to his limits, physically and mentally. He had brought him to the edge of despair and even made him think that he was going to die. As the shadow of death encroached on his soul, his exhausted body was suddenly energized. His fear of death and his desire to live made his survival instincts kick into overdrive. Having long since reached his limits, that burst of strength made him overcome them. Hysterical strength. A power beyond the limits of the human body. He had achieved it. All the beatings that he had taken until then had not been for naught. All his tears, sweat, blood, and effort had not been in vain. He had done it. As that feeling of relief washed over him, adrenaline quickly left his system and Izuku felt his eyes grow heavy. His body lost its strength completely and he closed his eyes, falling unconscious into Naruto's arms. Chapter 7: A New Target. I'm beat, he thought and let out a sigh as he slowly made his way out of the woods outside of Musudafu City. Driving Izuku to the very limit had been taxing on himself as well. Rather than being physically exhausted, he was mentally exhausted. Treating his friend so badly and putting him through such punishment had made his stress level increase greatly. On his back, the bruised and battered Izuku was sleeping soundly, snoring and drooling on his shoulder. As for their backpacks, Naruto had tied them to his fluffy fox tail. But at least he did it. He was proud of Izuku. He was also amazed at the boy's tenacity and stubbornness. For someone who had grown up in a peaceful environment to have that kind of willpower, it was amazing, to say the least. That's because the average people in this world were different. Living in a time of peace, in a country where villains were mostly suppressed by the strength of the heroes and the existence of All Might, the average people were weak-willed, physically weak and mentally weak as well. They expected someone else to save them. His thoughts going back to Konoha, Naruto inadvertently started comparing his previous life with his current life on Earth. Back in the elemental nations, children were indoctrinated from a very frail age to believe that there was no greater honor than to protect their village. The so-called will of fire. For the sake of the village, even sacrificing one's family was noble and just. In times of war, it was normal to even send children as young as 10 on the front lines, serving as little more than cannon fodder against the enemy forces. That's how Uchiha Itachi ended up massacring his entire family for the sake of Konoha. That's also how my father had committed suicide for the sake of sealing Kurama into my body. That's how he had made me into a human sacrifice. It was all for the sake of the village. A shinobi endures. A shinobi sacrifices everything for the village. His train of thought stopped as he finally exited the woods and the night lights of the city appeared in the distance. You're sleeping without a care, aren't you? Naruto asked Izuku despite knowing that he couldn't hear him. It's okay. You deserve it. But, man, you sure gained a lot of weight over the past year. You got heavier than I am, did you bulk up that much? He knelt on the ground, on the side of the road and put the sleeping Izuku down for a moment to catch his breath. Shit, why am I so tired today? Raising his hands above his head, he stretched his back and let out a loud yawn, his sharper-than-average teeth glinting in the moonlight. Wiping his yawn tears away, he absent-mindedly scratched at his lower back for a while. But after that, he put the sleeping Izuku again on his back and started walking again towards the city. As weeks passed, the students of 1A class at UA had become increasingly familiar with each other. In everyone's minds, several labels were created about their classmates and, as Mineta Minoru would put it, a sort of social hierarchy appeared. There were the popular kids, the average ones, the perverts, the bully and so on. A label had been slapped on Naruto in his classmates' minds too. To put it simply, if students were given the freedom to choose their partner during All Might's combat training classes, most of them would be clamoring to get either Todoroki Shoto or Uzumaki Naruto on their team. Always cheerful and helpful, having a decent quirk, and incredible combat strength, and a mind that came up with all sorts of devious plans, it was not difficult to see why he had become so popular. However, all that was only during the class. Once classes ended, the fox boy never hung out with them. It was now the third week into their first high school year and Naruto had yet to form any close friendships with anyone in his class. Every time someone asked him to join them after class, he would say that he was busy and make himself scarce in a matter of seconds. I wonder what's Uzumaki's secret. Why is he avoiding us? Kirishima said as he watched the fox boy grab his backpack and wave his hand in goodbye at everyone before leaving. He's always turning down people asking him out and I've never seen him eat together with us in the cafeteria either. I mean, I wouldn't eat at the cafeteria either if I were in his place, Kaminari said. Have you seen the kind of lunchboxes he brings to school every day? Ever since Naruto had turned a new leaf, his mother had started pampering and spoiling him much more than before. Naruto wasn't avoiding anyone on purpose. There was just no point in him going to the cafeteria when his mom cooked for him and after class, he was busy with his training. He didn't have time to fool around with children. I bet he's seeing a girl. The tiny boy, Mineta Minoru said, his face green with envy. Eichmann bastards like him always have the girls flock around them. He's probably seeing 3 girls at the same time and making them cook for him. He's surely. The boy's dark ramblings were suddenly stopped when Tanaya Iida smacked him upside the head. Mineta-san, that was a very rude way to talk about your classmate. Regardless of the class rep's scolding, Mineta's words had already inflicted the maximum damage if the looks on the faces of the other students were anything to go by. Hey, who wants to see what Naruto is up to after class? Mina Ishido asked. I kinda want to know too, Kaminari said. Count me in. Mineta said. Mineta, Mina, and Kaminari weren't the only ones curious about Naruto's secret. 3 others decided to tag along, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima and Kyoka. Coming out in the courtyard of the school, they saw Naruto waiting for someone at the gates. 2 minutes later, a green-haired 15-year-old boy with a strong-looking body but an innocent face came out of the school building and bumped fists with the fox boy as a greeting. Who's that guy, do any of you know him? Kaminari asked. Keep it down, you idiot, or he's gonna hear us, did you forget about his sense of hearing? Kyoka jeered at him in a harsh whisper. Figures you didn't forget about it, the blonde countered snidely, only to let out a yowl of pain when one of her earphone jacks stabbed him in the neck. Naruto turned his head towards the noise, only to see Kaminari rolling on the ground in pain comically and another 5 or 6 of his classmates glaring at him murderously. See you tomorrow, guys. Naruto said out loud and waved his hand in goodbye before turning around and leaving with his friend. What's with that? Mina burst after Naruto left with Izuku through the gates. Whenever we ask him to hang out with us after class, he always says he's busy. That's what he's busy with. Who's that guy anyway? Arg. This is so annoying. I know everyone in class 1B by name and appearance but I haven't seen his friend until now. He's not from the hero course, Yaoyorozu said. 30 minutes later, following Naruto and Izuku from a distance, the 6 UA students found themselves staring at a dingy-looking gym from across the street. Now what? We can't just barge in, we'll blow our cover, Kyoka said. Who's CAAA Aries? I say we just go home now. Mineta said and clicked his tongue. The tiny boy had been hoping that their little spying would uncover some dirty secret about Naruto and make his place in the social hierarchy of the class collapse. Seeing him doing something as mundane as going to the gym greatly disappointed him. But a boy next to him had a completely different opinion. Uzumaki was a gym rat. Awesome. Kirishima yelled and, before the other 5 could stop him, he broke into a run and barged into the gym. Kirishima, wait. Mina yelled in annoyance and ran after him too. The rest could only sigh helplessly and run after them inside. What kind of place is this? Yaoyorozu said with a stutter. For a young lady that had lived in a select environment, the atmosphere in the gym left her momentarily intimidated. She wasn't the only one though, the 2 other girls, Mina and Jiro, and Mineta Minoru were scared too. The 4 teens unconsciously huddled together, no different than how herd animals reacted when surrounded by predators. Nearly 20 men of all ages and appearances were standing around an open space where they would take turns doing deadlifts. The whole gym reverberated with their screams of encouragement and their manly grunts of exertion as they gave it their all to surpass their limits. The group of teens arrived there just in time to see Naruto shoving his green-haired friend in the middle of the circle, in the open area. Wearing proper deadlifting equipment, special shoes, a weightlifting belt, and shin protectors, Midoriya Izuku rubbed his palms with some chalk powder while the rest of the guys in the circle around him were yelling at the top of their lungs. "Kill it, Midoriya. You can do it, boy. Fight. UAAA." The bass-boosted music blasting in the background, the roars of the men filled with testosterone and the loud sounds of weights slamming on the floor made even Kaminari huddle up together with Mineta and the three girls. Out of the 6 students that followed Naruto after school, only Kirishima was having a good time. Scratch that, the red-haired boy looked positively electrified. He had joined the crowd of burly men around the ring and had started screaming together with them too. Finishing his preparations, Izuku stepped in front of the heavy barbell. Bending down, he stood still for a few moments to find a good position with his hands. Then, with a grunt of exertion, the muscles of his arms, back, and thighs bulged as he stood up. Hold it. Hold it. 2 more seconds. Done. Good job, boy. Izuku threw his barbell to the ground and let out a scream of victory. At that moment, his usually timid and nerdy personality was nowhere to be seen. Adrenaline coursing through his veins, Izuku yelled. One more time. When they saw him adding 2 more plates, 2.5 kilograms each, the men erupted into beast-like screams again. Many in the crowd could lift 5 or even 10 times heavier weights than what the quirkless boy could. However, over the past year, they noticed the nerdy boy's transformation, his consistency and his hard work. Although quirkless and much weaker than the majority of them, Izuku had earned their respect with his hard work. Moreover, despite their intimidating looks, gym rats were some of the nicest people one could meet. Seeing a boy as honest and as diligent as Izuku, they wanted to cheer him on. Good job, man, you broke your record, 155 kg. Naruto congratulated Izuku once he came out from the deadlifting ring. Haha, thanks, thanks. Izuku said and laughed with a foolish expression on his face. It was almost as if he was high. Aight, my turn now, Naruto said with a grin. They high-fived each other before he stepped into the open area. Wearing black shorts, a bright orange wife beater, a pair of orange sneakers on his feet, a special fitness mask that covered his nose and mouth and having 2 fluffy fox ears on his head and a bushy golden fox tail at his back, Naruto's appearance was rather goofy. Oi, is he serious? Kirishima mumbled to himself when he saw that the fox boy continued to put plates on the barbell until it became 5 times heavier than his body weight. Standing at a height of 165 centimeters, Naruto weighed only 70 kilograms, bushy fox tail included. Compared to Izuku, who had bulked up and looked rather muscular after 1 year of intense training, Naruto looked the same as usual, fit and toned but not muscular, rather similar to how he used to look at that age in his previous life. Due to his fox quirk, his body was predisposed towards agility rather than brute strength. Still, the blonde had never given up on increasing his physical strength. After years of training his body, although his quirk gave him an overwhelming agility perk, his strength had increased steadily thanks to his hard work as well. Izuku watched in slight envy how the blonde deadlifted 350 kilograms without any evident signs of strain on his face. It was impossible for quirkless people to lift such weights at the age of 15. Putting the barbell down, Naruto momentarily let go of it and scratched at his lower back. Did you get flies in your tail, Blondie? Someone asked, making everyone bark with laughter at his expense. Shut up. You're just jelly you don't get any girls with that bald head of yours, Naruto retorted, eliciting another round of laughter. Bantering like that was the norm among them. As a hardcore gym, it had a rather small number of members, so pretty much everyone knew everyone. Sharing a common interest and frequenting the same place for a long time would naturally lead to people becoming friends after a while. Putting 2 more plates of 20 kilograms each, this time Naruto cried out in exertion when he pulled the barbell up. However, he could not hold the deadlift for more than 2 seconds and dropped it on the floor with a loud bang. What happened, did you not eat today, boy? One of the older men laughed teasingly. Tisk, tisk, you've been slacking off as of late, haven't you? A mountain of a man with 4 arms as thick as Naruto's waist said. Only 400 kilograms and you're grunting like you're about to die. I can do biceps curls with that weight. The first time that Izuku had witnessed a scene like that a year ago, he had thought in his mind, no way Naruto would fall for a cheap provocation like that. But the reality couldn't be any more different than his thoughts. The blonde's artery started pulsing in his neck and he growled at the 4-armed man that laughed at him. Huh, I'm 70 freaking kilos and my tail is half of my weight but I can lift 5 times my weight. 6 times my weight when I'm in shape. How much can you lift, EH? 2 or 3 tons. But you're heavier than a hippo you 4-armed fat ass. You can barely lift your own body weight. Izuku burst into laughter alongside everyone else. It was always a delight to watch Naruto getting riled up and arguing with his mates at the gym. The fox boy seemed to have a gift for making people open up and his cheerful and fun personality always made for a good time. It also had to be said that Naruto was even more rambunctious than usual whenever he went to the gym. It was as if his brain turned off whenever he stepped into a room filled with weights. But then again, it wasn't that unusual. Men and boys, in general, were like that. Whenever they gathered in large groups, their collective IQ dropped by half. Leaving the deadlift ring for someone else to have their turn, Naruto came back to Izuku and plopped himself on the floor without a care. Ah, today is not my day, he said with a groan and scratched his lower back furiously. I've also had this itch on my spine for like a week, every time I strain myself. Maybe you should get it checked out, Izuku said. You can't mess around with back injuries. But it doesn't hurt, there's no pain, just an itchy sensation, Naruto said and frowned at the mental struggle against giving in to the urge to rub his lower back again. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to see Recovery Girl tomorrow at school. Anyway, you've been on a roll lately. Izuku clenched his fist, the muscles of his forearm bulging slightly. Yeah, even since you made me unlock my hysterical strength, I feel I'm getting stronger at a faster rate than before. I haven't managed to get into that state again but I've gotten stronger overall. Still, it's nothing compared to you. When will I get strong enough to lift 350 to 400 kilos? He said and trailed off a bit bummed out. You knew what you were getting into when you decided to become a pro hero without having a quirk, Naruto said. If you have time to think about useless stuff and start doubting yourself, you might as well pick up some weights and get back at it. No pain no gain, he said and suddenly shouted at the end, startling Izuku. You're such a dork, Izuku said with a laugh. Working out, getting stronger, and being always encouraged by Naruto had done wonders for his self-confidence. He still had a rather shy personality when interacting with strangers but with Naruto, he had become comfortable enough to even exchange insults and banter. Still, in spite of his words, Izuku stood up, intent on actually listening to what Naruto told him. He's right. I don't have the leisure to be lazying around and moaning about being weak and quirkless. I'll just have to work harder. He picked up some dumbbells and started his workout routine while Naruto went to the squat rack. Today was a leg day for the blonde. It was a few minutes later that the guys crowded around the deadlifting ring broke into a commotion. Holy shit. She's gotta have a strength-based quirk or something. Damn, that's one strong woman. Their remarks piqued Naruto's interest. Regular women disliked gyms and even fewer were interested in weightlifting. He had not seen a woman or a girl come to that gym in months. Furthermore, this wasn't exactly the kind of gym that even athletic girls would feel comfortable in. It was filled with burly and muscular men, it stank terribly of sweat, hence why he was always wearing a special gym mask, and the gym apparatus was rather old and rough looking. But Naruto liked it better like that. A messy and stinky gym rather than some luxurious place where the average members would be teens and young people that come to flirt and take selfies to post on social media instead of working out. Standing up from the floor, he went to the deadlifting ring to see what was going on too. By the time he finally managed to shove his way until he got a first-row view, the woman in question was preparing to lift the barbell for a second time. Very little could be seen of her upper body due to the large and loose blue hoodie that covered her torso and her head and most of her face as well. But her yoga pants did little to hide her long but strong and muscular legs. "God damn," was the only thing he could say when he saw the dark-skinned woman lift the huge-looking barbell from the ground. It was heavier than a ton and it looked ridiculous compared to her size because she was even shorter than Naruto by a few centimeters. But when the woman finished her deadlift and went back to her workout, Naruto did not continue to ogle at her. He went back to his leg exercises as well, intent on killing his quads with the leg press machine. It was then that a red-haired boy came to him, his face flushed with excitement. "Kirishima, what are you doing here?" Naruto paused his exercise and asked in surprise, noticing him for the first time. "Dude, I didn't know you went to the gym. Why didn't you tell us? We could have worked out together every day. Also, this place is fucking awesome, man. I can't believe there are still gyms like this in the city." Moments later, the 5 other students came after Kirishima too. "Let me guess, y'all have been following me after classes ended." Bruh. His deadpan was so expressive that his classmates could not stop their embarrassment from showing on their faces. "You guys have that much free time on your hands. Don't you train your quirks in your free time? Your bodies? Or, I don't know, at least study or do your homework," he said. "You're not one to talk about us not doing our homework," Kyoka mumbled, her arms crossed in front of her chest. In all fairness, Naruto's grades were on the lower end in the class ranking when it came to regular classes like maths. He simply couldn't bring himself to care about stuff like that. He only put in enough effort to get passing grades and not make his parents worry about his schoolwork. Nothing beyond that. All his free time was dedicated to training. Half an hour later, Naruto, Izuku, and the 6 stalkers left the gym. After promising Kirishima that he would take him with them whenever they went to the gym from then on, everyone went their separate ways home, leaving Naruto and Izuku alone. But after a few minutes, the 2 boys had to separate as well. "I think we'll have to meet less often from now on," Naruto said. Why? Izuku asked, immediately becoming agitated. "There isn't much I can teach you anymore, to be honest. Now that you unlocked your hysterical strength, what you should focus on is getting stronger. Remember, hysterical strength isn't some miraculous power that comes out of nowhere. It's just the maximum strength of your body, so the stronger you get, the higher your hysterical strength will be too when you break your limits." "But what about martial arts? Our bow staff training and our hand-to-hand combat? You can continue to do that at the dojo. Many people at the dojo are stronger than you, so it's not like you won't have sparring partners." Seeing Izuku's downcast expression, Naruto said, "Look man, don't think I'm giving up on you. But I believe that you need less martial arts training right now and more strength training. If I were you, I'd hit the gym for a while instead of going to the dojo. Besides, you don't need me to babysit you anymore. We can still spar once a week if you want, but from now on you will need to depend on yourself more." He made a small pause before he added, "I have to step up my own training too. There are some guys in class with really amazing quirks. Like Bakugo, like Endeavor's son, or like that girl you couldn't keep your eyes off her chest when we were at the gym. I have to get stronger much faster or I'll be left behind." Izuku's face instantly became beet red. What are you talking about?" Naruto snickered like a hyena. "Oh, you know, that girl with big breasts. A real set of BA donkers. Packing some serious shut up," he yelled amidst Naruto's laughter. He was mortified with embarrassment. "I'm going home." Wait, sheesh. I was joking. It wasn't funny," Izuku mumbled, his face still red. "I wasn't even looking at her, she wasn't the prettiest one." Realizing that he had thought out loud, he suddenly became as silent as a grave. "Ho ho," Naruto chuckled. "I'm surprised you think she wasn't the prettiest. Yaoyorozu is the most popular girl among all freshmen, you know." Let me guess, you like the pink-haired girl more." It doesn't look like it." "Oh wow, now you really took me by surprise. You think Kyoka was the prettiest? The girl with the long ears?" Izuku shrugged his shoulders, trying to appear nonchalant, but his burning face and red ears did not help his case. "Relax, man, I'm not making fun of you. Kyoka is pretty cute, I agree. Do you want me to introduce you to her?" Izuku suddenly waved his hands in front of his face in alarm. No, no, he yelled, blushing anew. Why not? If you like a girl, why not let her know how you feel? Naruto had never been shy about telling someone what he felt about them. Quite the opposite, especially in his past life, he had been outspoken about his feelings to the point where he had been obnoxious. I just met her today, and I just thought she was pretty, that's all, he mumbled. That doesn't mean I want to start anything. Besides, I don't have time for girls and relationships. I have to train to catch up with everyone because I am quirkless. I need to study as well because if I want to transfer to the hero course, I need not only strength but good grades as well. I have to get a teacher's recommendation too, and I need to make a good impression at the upcoming fight competition. Besides that, I get it. Naruto yelled to stop him from his crazed muttering. Even after all this time, Izuku had not changed that habit of his. Stopping fooling around, Naruto said seriously. Don't slack off, man. You need to remember that you're not the only one that works hard. People with decent quirks are working hard too, or even harder. You have to give 100% of yourself. No, 120% of yourself if you want to bridge the gap between you and the likes of Bakugo. He has always been your goal, hasn't he? Izuku nodded with conviction. I used to admire him, yes. But for a while now, my target has changed. It's not Kachan that I want to surpass anymore. My target is you, Naruto. Naruto did not laugh, nor did he scoff at the boy's words. Instead, he grinned at him confidently and raised his fist in front of him. I trust you, but don't think I'll be waiting for you to catch up. I will keep on moving ahead. Whether you catch up to me and surpass me or not, it all depends on your effort. Work hard, Izuku. The boys bumped their fists together and grinned at each other for a moment. Then, they went their separate ways. Chapter 8 Florida Smash. All 18 students of 1A class from UA's Hero course were riding a bus, on their way to an off-campus training facility. For the first time since starting high school, the aspiring heroes would be taught how to rescue people from natural or man-made disasters. Filled with energy and oozing with pride about their quirks, they were in very high spirits. No one can beat me in the water, Suyu said and let out a frog croak at the end. My zero gravity is perfect for rescuing people trapped inside collapsed buildings. Ochako also said confidently and clenched her fists in expectation. One by one, they started bragging about the advantages that their quirks would give them in a rescue operation. But not all of them had advantageous quirks for rescue operations. Man, it must be nice having such useful quirks for rescue. This is the real duty of a hero, to rescue people. Kirishima said wistfully. But your quirk isn't that bad either, Mina tried to cheer him up. My hardening is better for fighting against others rather than rescuing. And even then, it's not that flashy. You have to think about your popularity as a hero too, you know. If we're talking about both strong and flashy, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo. Uzumaki's quirk is simple but he looks like he's going to be super popular as a pro hero too, Mina Ishido said and looked at a blonde boy that was sleeping in the back of the bus. Bakugo's always mad, so he doesn't look like he'll be popular, though, Suyu said and the blonde in question took less than a second to start screaming himself hoarse and threatened to kill everyone. The commotion caused by his bickering classmates also woke Naruto up. Maybe because of his ever-growing feeling of tiredness over the past week, or maybe because he was bored at the prospect of training for rescue operations, the fox boy had fallen asleep on the bus. Rubbing his eyes and letting out a yawn, he asked the classmate next to him. We there yet? The one in question, a plain-looking boy with short blonde hair and a strong-looking tail at his back, answered. You woke up just in time. Sensei said we should arrive shortly. Naruto let out a yawn and raised his hands above his head to stretch. But, as his entire body tensed, he suddenly became aware of the fact that his tail was trapped in place, unable to move. Looking to his right, an invisible girl was hugging his fluffy fox tail with both arms and rubbing her face against it while letting out quiet, mofu mofu, coos. What the heck are you doing? Naruto yelped and suddenly jumped up all the way to the front of the bus, defying the laws of gravity with his inhuman movement. Hagakuri's face could not be seen but everyone could tell how distraught she was from the tragic cry she let out. No, my mofu mofu. The hair on his forearms standing on ends and his foxtail looking like a chainsaw spoke volumes of what he was feeling at that moment. But that only endeared him even more with the girls. Mina Ishido and Ochako Uraraka, in particular, had hearts in their eyes. His panicked expression and his porcupine-like fox-tail made him look adorable beyond belief. The combination of his father's handsome genes, his fox ears, his fox tail, and his reasonably fit body had created the heartthrob of most teenage girls. Luckily, their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, came to his rescue before he could be assaulted by the cuteness overload-affected girls. They had arrived at their destination. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, and so on. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters that heroes are likely to encounter in their line of work. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. As the astronaut-costumed hero excitedly presented the immense indoor training facility, Naruto involuntarily yawned. It was not that he disrespected the Hero 13 or those that aspired to become like her. It was only that it was not related to what he was going to specialize in once he graduated and became a pro hero. The current position of heroes in today's society was as such. Whether they were just one person or 100 of them, every single hero had to belong to a hero agency, no exceptions. It could even be a one-man agency. All hero agencies were subordinated to the Hero Public Safety Commission (HPSC), which worked in a close relationship with the police force in order to coordinate their combined strength and fight against crime. Basically, pro-heroes was just another name for mercenaries. Heroes were paid by the HPSC based on the jobs that they took and their degree of involvement in accomplishing the task. Therefore, it was entirely up to pro-heroes what kind of jobs contracts they took from the HPSC, depending on what they specialized in. For example, someone like Bakugo would rarely take rescue jobs. Those like him would favor arrests, raids, escort missions, etc. Naturally, pro-heroes could also earn money by doing other activities on the side, and that is where heroes' popularity came into play. The more popular a hero was, the more sought after would they be by companies to shoot commercials and promote various goods for them. But that was not the only thing. Pro-heroes could also sell merchandise with their names on them, figurines molded after themselves, posters, and so on. Some particularly good-looking and popular heroes were even given offers to become actors or fashion models. A successful pro-hero was the perfect combination between a showbiz celebrity and a special forces agent. That said, with his quirk, Naruto was not exactly suited for saving people from burning houses, shipwrecks, flooded cities, and so on. His quirk was more predisposed to combat, tracking down villains and capturing them. Today's practical training was not very useful or interesting for him. 13. Where is All Might? He was supposed to meet us here, Eraserhead asked, his visage as grumpy as always. Something urgent had intervened. He said he would not be able to attend the class any longer. Aizawa felt the corner of his right eye start twitching. He would have liked to say that he was surprised, but he couldn't. He had totally expected the All Might to ditch his teaching responsibilities on himself at one point or another. Oh well, nothing we can do about it. Let's get things started, he said, trying to keep the annoyance in his voice to a minimum. While 13 started to advise the students about the dangers of using their quirks irresponsibly and their duty as heroes to protect the citizens, suddenly, the power in the entire dome-shaped building was cut. Then, a vortex of dark purple light appeared. 1 hour ago. Almost 1 month had passed since All Might had taken a teaching position at UA High, and things were going relatively well for the number 1 hero. The key point being on, relatively. He was still in the process of getting used to teaching students, but he did not dislike imparting his experience and knowledge to the next generation. Furthermore, it gave him a pretext, a way to hide the reason why he was unable to do as much hero work as before. In the present, due to his continuously deteriorating body and health, All Might could only do hero work for 3 hours a day. The main thing not going well in his life at the moment was the problem of finding a successor. I can't believe young Tagata turned down One for All. He was starting to become antsy because his power was only growing weaker with every passing day, and he had yet to find anyone in the hero course that fit his criteria even after several weeks. Many of them have what it takes to become a successful pro hero. Strong quirks and marketable personalities, he thought absent-mindedly while his body moved on autopilot to stop a hit-and-run criminal from getting away with his stolen goods, but who among them has the selfless heart of a hero? The will to fight for the innocent and protect them even at the cost of their lives. But All Might also understood that he would probably need a long time to get to know personally all the students in the hero course at UA. There were nearly 100 of them. He had only been a teacher for 3 weeks. I've got to be more patient, All Might told himself. Nonetheless, even as he thought that, he could feel anxiety welling up inside him. It's my fault, really. I have waited for too long to search for a successor. I shouldn't have let it get to this point. But then, his mind went back to the third-year student, Mirio Tagata. Despite his broken relationship with Sir Night-Eye, his former sidekick, he had never held any ill will towards him, and he had also known about his efforts of grooming Mirio into becoming his successor. What neither All Might nor Sir Night-Eye had predicted, however, was the degree of Mirio's selflessness and his desire to save people. I am honored for you to offer me your quirk, All Might. I have always admired and respected you and your efforts. You are my role model, Mirio said, and smiled widely, a smile oh so similar to that of All Might himself. But I'm afraid I can't accept your gift. Why? All Might asked, his disbelief making him stutter. Just what teenage boy in their right mind would turn down what was considered one of the if not the most powerful quirk in the world? If All Might was surprised by his earlier response, it was nothing compared to his feelings after hearing what Mirio said next. Many thought of my quirk as useless at first. Even my father could not do anything with it. But I persevered. And I've become strong. Your quirk is already strong. Giving it to me will make me become even stronger than now, that is certain. Then why do you not want it? All Might asked. Mirio smiled in return as he said, instead of having one very powerful hero, would it not be better to have 2 of them? Instead of making me stronger, would it not be better for there to be one more person, just as strong as I am? With 2 heroes as powerful as you are, would it not be easier to save everyone? His conversation with Tagata Mirio had been short but very impactful on All Might. The boy's resolve to help people and even his unshakable confidence that he would one day become just as strong as the #1 hero were inspiring. It looked like Mirio's hero name, Lemillion, speaking of his wish to save 1 million people, was not just empty talk. His desire to save people was so high that he even went as far as to turn down One for All, in hopes that that quirk will be used by another person so more people would be saved. I can't deny his words. Young Mirio is already formidable, and I have no doubt that, in time, he could become the #1 hero even without One for All. If I could find another vessel, it would be much better, indeed. In his rush to save as many people as possible and stop as many villains as he could, All Might happened to see the large clock tower of a church. It's almost time, I should head to work now, he thought. With one powerful jump, he launched himself across an entire district, as if shot from the barrel of a cannon. But as he was flying over the city, a dangerous encounter caught his eye. Listen up, heroes. Don't come after me any longer. If you do, I'm going to kill this family here. A pink-skinned hulking man, over 6 meters tall, said. He was so huge and muscular that he could hold 3 people hostage with one arm, using only the other one to fight against the heroes. The heroes in question, Kamui Woods and Mount Lady, were standing powerlessly in front of the villain, not knowing what to do. Kamui was all battered and barely standing on his feet, the villain's physical strength being too high for him to contend with. As for Mount Lady, she could not use gigantification out of fear that she would squash the innocent hostages to death too. It was this scene that Izuku had stumbled upon on his way to school. He was not the only bystander that had crowded in that place. Many other people were gawking at the confrontation between the heroes and the villain, and many more were coming. They were all worrying their eyebrows and gnawing at their lips, stressed out for the family's safety. But none of them was thinking about trying to help. For a moment, Izuku was rooted in shock at the sight of the huge villain and the 3 hostages in its arm, 2 parents and a young girl. But then, his body moving on autopilot, he started running towards the villain head first, without thinking. He was just about to step out of the crowd and lunge at the villain into the open street when his best friend's words suddenly came to the front of his mind. You've gotten buff, Jim has been doing good to you. You're much stronger now. But don't let it get to your head. No matter how strong you are and how much you train, you will never be stronger than someone born with a power-type quirk. Don't forget your limits. If you want to save people, you have to stay alive first. You can't save anyone if you get yourself killed. Don't die, Izuku. As he recalled those words, it was as if someone had poured a bucket of ice-cold water on his head. He stopped in his tracks as if he had been petrified. What can I do against this guy? What can I do when someone as strong as Mount Lady and Kamui Woods can't deal with him? When he asked himself that question, it became clear to him why everyone was just watching from the sidelines powerlessly instead of trying to help the heroes in some way. Think, Izuku, think. Think, what can you do in this moment? The boy spoke to himself, his palms starting to become sweaty from the stress and urgency of the situation. While he was racking his brains for a solution, yet another memory from his long training sessions with Naruto sprung at the front of his mind. You'll probably meet many villains that are much stronger than you. But you can still turn the situation around sometimes if you play dirty. Don't hold back from anything, no matter how dirty or dishonest it looks. Throw pepper bombs at them, poke their eyes, kick them in the nuts. Back then, Izuku had laughed it off, not taking his words seriously. He had thought that the fox boy was joking around. But at this moment, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Suddenly, the situation didn't seem as hopeless as before. He stepped back from the first row of the bystanders and went into the back of the crowd. Then, he circled around the group of people until he got to the back of the huge villain. Nobody was paying attention to him because they were all preoccupied with the fate of the 3 hostages in the villain's grasp. Nobody batted an eye when Izuku put down his school backpack and untied the telescopic metal rod that had been strapped to the side of the bag. After he fully extended his metallic bow staff and made his way through the crowd spectating the incident, his arms, his legs, his entire body started to shake. Was it fear? Was it nervousness? Was it excitement? Izuku himself could not define his feelings at that moment. I can do it, he told himself, and his hands clenched harder on his staff. For the sake of making sure Izuku did not get himself killed, Naruto had beaten into him the mentality of always being aware of the difference between his strength and that of the enemy. Izuku knew that he was weaker, that even 10 of him would not be enough to defeat that mountain of a man in a fair fight. But his purpose was not to win a fight. His purpose was to save the lives of those 3 hostages. I don't need to defeat the villain. I don't need to play fair. If I can distract the villain for even one moment, it will be enough. The heroes will definitely take advantage of that opening. I will do it. I will save them. I can be a hero too. As he took the first step out of the crowd of bystanders, a rush of adrenaline flooded his system. Thoughts of his safety disappeared from his mind. Thoughts of the difference between his and the villain's strength were snuffed out too, as one simple desire burned brightly in his heart: to save the hostages' lives. With a burst of speed abnormal for a regular human, Izuku launched himself forth. Holding his staff from one end like a very big baseball bat, the green-haired boy swung his weapon with every bit of strength he possessed. Florida SMAAAASH. Izuku roared as he smashed his staff right into the huge villain's nuts. In the next moment, all males present at the scene showed a terrible wince as the sound of eggs getting squashed had somehow been heard over all the background noises of the city. For a second there, Izuku thought that the villain had muscles even in his balls because he had not reacted in the least to the hit. But the heroes and the bystanders in front of the villain could see what happened. The villain's eyes rolled in the back of his head and, a second later, that mountain of a man fell forward, unconscious. Kamui Woods quickly used his quirk to wrestle the hostages free from the unconscious giant's arms lest they were crushed by the enormous weight of his body. A cloud of dust rose in the air as the villain collapsed face first into the street, stiff, unconscious and foaming at the mouth. Being hit in the balls by someone using their hysterical strength. The villain had never stood a chance. Chapter 9: Hysteria. Gather together and don't move. Aizawa suddenly shouted when a large portal was opened in the middle of the training facility and numerous quirk users started pouring out. 13. Protect the students. Is this like the entrance exam where the lesson has already started? Kirishima asked. The students were thinking that it was all part of the scenario that the teachers had prepared for the class. But Aizawa's shouts in the next moment made them understand what was the reality. Don't move. Those are villains. 13. I'm leaving them in your hands. Yes. As the astronaut-costumed hero gave her verbal acknowledgement, Aizawa put on his yellow goggles and started running down the flight of stairs. However, a human-shaped missile zoomed past him with such speed that Aizawa could not even see its shape properly. But it all became clear in the next moment when two of the villains were kicked in the face seemingly at the same time. It was a butterfly kick, a wushu technique. As people gained superhuman physical abilities, martial arts techniques that had previously been used just in movies and in exhibitions due to their lack of practicality in real fights have become much more viable nowadays. With his superhuman dexterity and physical strength, Naruto could pull it off effectively with no effort. The two villains had been knocked out cold. Uzumaki. Aizawa yelled. I told you to run away. What the hell are you doing here? But Naruto did not stop to listen to his lecture. There's no way you can beat them all alone, I'm here to help you. You can nag at me tomorrow. During the class, Sensei, Naruto said leisurely as he sidestepped a hail of bullets coming from the turrets for hair of a woman. We have more important things to do now. Then, a small indentation was left in the ground as the fox boy abruptly jumped. His burst of speed was so great that, to his opponents, it appeared as if he had teleported. A brutal lariat smashed into a four-armed man's neck, almost taking his head off. He was not dead, but he was bound to be in a hospital for a long time. When another hail of bullets came from the group of attackers, Aizawa got the fright of his life because Naruto was in midair, and it looked like there was no way for him to dodge that. But the blonde's large fox tail twitched and his body unexpectedly changed its position in the air, successfully avoiding any damage. Uzumaki. Stay close. I'll support you from the back by erasing their quirks. Since he could not stop the boy from putting himself in danger, he would make the most out of it. Hi. Naruto replied in joy as he punched someone in the gut with so much strength that the guy collapsed on his knees, unable to breathe and foaming at the mouth. But don't think you're off the hook. Aizawa said in annoyance as he erased a villain fire quirk and then used his scarf to pull one of the flying types down and kick him unconscious. When everything is over, you're going to be in a world of hurt, you hear that? Hi, Naruto sang as he swept someone's legs from underneath with his fox tail and, before they could even fall to the floor, he also kicked them in the face, knocking them out. To say that Eraserhead was surprised by his efficient fighting style would be an understatement. While Uzumaki had always shown incredible battle awareness and combat strength at school, training and real battle were completely different. In a real battle, most people could not bring out even 80% of their strength. The way that the other students all tensed up and froze when he told them that villains were attacking had not escaped his notice. But the boy in front of him. It's almost as if he was born on the battlefield. Nevertheless, he did not think too hard about it at that moment. Instead, he focused on supporting him properly and keeping him as safe as possible. He erased the quirks of everyone who tried to attack Naruto from his blind spots and incapacitated those that got too close to him. The teacher and the student fell into a seamless pace, Naruto's excellent hand-to-hand combat prowess and Aizawa's support from the back synergizing perfectly. Nearly 24 villains were knocked unconscious, or worse, in less than 4 minutes. By the end of it, even Naruto was sweating from exertion, but he was grinning widely, filled with excitement. He had expected 3 or 4 very long hours of boring rescue training, but instead, he got to let loose and fight with his entire strength for the first time in his life on Earth. It was liberating. Give me a break, is that really only a student? They mowed down everyone in a matter of minutes, the white-haired man with his face and body covered by human hands said in irritation and scratched his neck with his nails. A fine hero seedling, indeed, makes me want to nip it in the bud. As he said that, Shigaraki lunged at the fox boy with his arms outstretched in front of him and a malicious smile hidden behind the severed hand covering his face. Whoa, the fuck is with that guy, creepy. Naruto said with a shiver as he took a look at the severed human hands all over Shigaraki's body. Moreover, he could sense a very dangerous smell coming off from him. Before Shigaraki's hands could touch him, a front kick slipped through his arms and nailed him right in the face. Naruto's leg was longer than Shigaraki's arms. The silver-haired young man was sent flying through the air, the severed hand covering his face being flung off together with a mouthful of spit and blood. I noticed in the earlier fights too. Oi, are you trying to kill someone? Hold back some of that stupidly high strength, or you'll really kill someone at this rate. Aizawa yelled at him from the side when he saw the way Naruto had nearly killed his opponent with one kick. But Naruto did not reply to him. The silver-haired man stood up from the ground as if he had not just been kicked in the face with the strength of a 2-ton heavy hit. Naruto had kicked him in the face with his full power on purpose, yet he was still not down for the count. With the severed hand flung off his face, Shigaraki started to panic and shriek as he covered his face with his own 2 hands. Nomu, kill them all, he screamed. Uzumaki, dodge. Aizawa yelled and used his quirk to erase the purple monstrosity's ability. However, it was not enough. Even with Naruto's superhuman reflexes and physical attributes, the muscular creature appeared as little more than a blur. A shockwave exploded forth as Nomu's massive punch slammed into the fox boy's chest. An entire man-made hillside was smashed into smithereens when the boy's body crashed into it, burying him underneath. Uzumaki. Aizawa yelled in panic and broke into a run towards the place of the crash. But only a second after turning around, a massive hand grabbed him from the back of his neck and face slammed him into the ground. How? Was the only thing he could think of at that moment. He had erased that creature's quirk, he was sure of it. Moreover, its quirks would remain unusable for as long as he did not blink. Eraserhead did not need to keep looking at him for that. How is it so strong? How is it so fast? After taking the severed hand from the place where it had been flung off and covering his face with it once again, Shigaraki regained his composure. He was even relaxed enough to let out a bout of hyena-like laughter. You're probably wondering how is he so strong when you erased his quirk, aren't you? Shigaraki spoke gloatingly. I will tell you, Eraserhead. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered, Nomu. He was created to be as strong and as fast as All Might. In front of overwhelming power as his, you might as well be quirkless. As if to further confirm his words, Nomu grabbed Aizawa's left arm and snapped it in half like a twig. The creature was about to grab his right arm as well when, unexpectedly, a powerful hit smashed into its brain and flung its over 200 kilograms heavy body back as if it had been hit by a truck. I almost died, you fucking bastard. Naruto rasped as blood flowed from a cut to his temple and from the corner of his mouth. The top of his hero costume was torn to shreds, his Anbu fox-like mask had been smashed to bits as well, and a large blackened bruise could be seen on his chest. If it had not been for his innate fox-like flexibility and agility, that punch from Nomu would have killed him on the spot. But there was one more thing that was different at the boy, something that even the half-unconscious Aizawa took notice of. Next to his bushy golden fox tail, there was one more. Another tail. Pushed to the brink of death, with one leg in the grave, his body had broken past its limits and his fox quirk awakened. He appeared to have transformed into a ghost as he blurred out from sight, leaving afterimages behind him. A strong kick into the chin sent the huge creature flying, and a shockwave burst from the impact, lifting clouds of dust into the air. I'm not done yet, Naruto screamed and, just like Rock Lee from his previous life, with movements that defied the laws of gravity, he jumped after the still floating in mid-air Nomu and smashed his feet into its gut repeatedly, 4 times in a row. Faster than the spectators' eyes could follow, 6 shurikens with strings attached to them were thrown at the creature, tying it up completely. Then, swinging his 2 tails to give himself momentum while in midair, he grabbed onto the tied-up creature and plunged with it head first towards the ground. A loud crash reverberated across the entire training facility and a deep crater appeared in the ground, with the muscular purple-skinned creature lying at the bottom of it. In his past life, Naruto had not been able to pull off such a move. However, with the specs of his 2-tailed fox quirk, his body had just reached the requirements for it, his strength and agility not any weaker than that of Rock Lee after opening the first out of the 8th inner gates. However, as if to reenact the fight between Rock Lee and Gaara's absolute defense from the memories of his previous life, Nomu stood up from the ground. It took Nomu a much longer time to regenerate this time around, but by the time its healing stopped, the creature appeared to be virtually unharmed. Oi, oi, Naruto muttered in disbelief while trying to get his breathing under control. Not even a scratch. Seriously. It's no use. It's no use. Shigaraki laughed maniacally. His shock absorption is far beyond anything any of you could deal with. Nomu is the ultimate counter to physical damage. He was made to be as strong as All Might. You're better off gouging his flesh out, if he lets you do that at all. Ha ha ha. As Shigaraki said that, Nomu let out a bestial scream and launched itself at Naruto. Stupid jackass. Thanks for telling me how to kill it. Naruto thought and evaded one of Nomu's punches as if he was the Matrix. Before the awakening of his fox quirk, his bursts of speed for short distances had already been greater than those of Tanae Iida. But after gaining his second tail, his agility was on a completely different level. Even so, as a being that was created to counter the number one hero, Nomu was not just as strong and durable as All Might, but its speed was incredible as well. It was only Naruto's martial experience and his animal-like instincts for sensing danger that allowed him to barely weave through the wind-stirring punches of the creature. This isn't good. If it hits me one time, I'm done. I can't keep on like this. He threw 2 smoke grenades on the ground and a super dense curtain of dark gray smoke burst out, cloaking the entire area into darkness. Sounds of sharp objects splitting the air were heard in the next moment, followed by sounds of metal colliding against hard surfaces. But after a while of dumbly looking around for its enemies, Nomu roared and suddenly clapped its hands. The shockwave generated by that handclap blew away all the smoke as if it had never existed in the first place. Regardless, Naruto had already accomplished his objective. The entire area was now filled with metallic wires tied from the loops of kunai that had been stabbed into the ground, surrounding hills, walls of ruined buildings and even into the extremely tall ceiling of the dome-shaped training facility. It looked as if Nomu had been surrounded by a spiderweb or metallic wires. With agility and dexterity far beyond anything a regular human would be capable of, Naruto stood with his feet on one of the extremely thin wires above Nomu. The wire tensed when he suddenly crouched and launched himself at the creature below like an arrow shot from a bow. A scream came out from Nomu as Naruto flashed past him and opened a large gash into its neck, its blood bursting out like out of a showerhead. Although his homeroom teacher had suggested him to give up on his kunai, Naruto had never had any intentions of handicapping himself against his enemies. He would hold back when the situation allowed it because he would rather avoid unnecessary killing. But when shit hit the fan, he would not hold back from using his full strength and all the means available to him in order to win. That horrible cut to the throat that would have killed anyone else took Nomu only a few seconds to heal. In a few moments, the creature was back to its pristine state as if it had never been wounded in the first place. Even so, Naruto was not done. Just as he landed on another wire, he once again used himself as an arrow against a bowstring and launched himself at Nomu once more. For the next 2 minutes and a half, making use of his numerous wires, Naruto slashed and stabbed the creature with his blades over 200 times, its putrid blood covering him from head to toes and transforming the entire area into a pool of blood. Bouncing like a pinball from one wire to another, Naruto had become so incredibly fast and unpredictable that Nomu's underdeveloped mental faculties could not find a way to stop him or counter him. Watching his supposedly ultimate weapon getting massacred like that, Shigaraki screamed. "What are you doing, Nomu? Destroy everything. Smash everything to dust." Reacting to its master's orders, Nomu let out a savage shriek and, raising its arms above its head, it smashed its fists against the ground with its entire strength. A terrible explosion followed and an immense crater appeared in the ground, the shockwave it generated snapping all of Naruto's metallic wires like paper before flinging him into one of the ruined buildings nearby. This time around, the fox boy could not get up anymore. He's too strong. He's too durable. His regeneration is beyond belief. If it had been him from his past life, one simple Udama Rasengan would have ground that monster to shreds. I miss having chakra. I miss my sage mode. In my sage mode, I could smash this guy into a bloody paste with one punch. For the first time since he was born into this world, Naruto felt acutely the limits of his fox quirk. Although he had awakened his quirk and gotten a second tail, and despite that his strength and agility had skyrocketed compared to before, it was still not enough. Even his ingenious tactics and his mastery over his weaponry proved to be fruitless. In front of Nomu's overwhelming power, healing factor and defense, all his efforts fell short. Sensing the monster slowly getting closer to him, he clenched his teeth in frustration and anger. Do I really have no other choice than to use it? Even as Nomu's enormous hand grabbed him from his head and he started screaming from the pain of having his skull squeezed by the creature's vice-like grip, he still hesitated to use his adamantine sealing chains. I won't use them. I won't put my mother in danger. He was not blind to the situation. He knew that, at that rate, he was going to get killed. But he could not bear the thought of potentially causing his parents' death by exposing his secret quirk. To him, Kushina and Minato, his mom and dad, were the most important people in the world. For him, the importance of their safety was far beyond that of his own life. But even as Nomu was attempting to crush his skull like a watermelon, Naruto did not give up on resisting. Amidst his screams of pain and agony, his nails transformed into fierce-looking claws and he started to stab and shred at the muscular arm holding him with reckless abandon. In that life-and-death moment, his survival instincts kicked in and his body no longer held back any of its strength. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, his claws viciously stabbed into Nomu's forearm and directly severed his arm in half. Naruto's normal, human-like blue eyes transformed into the red and slit eyes of a fox and a third tail burst from his lower back through the already tattered fabric of his top. An animalistic growl came from his throat as he threw himself at the nightmarish creature in front of him. It was the hysterical assault of a cornered beast. As previously stated, all heroes needed to belong to a hero agency in order to receive missions from the Hero Public Safety Commission (HPSC). Usually, HPSC or the police department would contact the hero agencies directly for any missions. That was how HPSC prevented hero agencies from having conflicts over intruding on others' turf, and how they remained organized. It was an unwritten law that unless it was an emergency situation, heroes would not regularly act in different cities and regions where their hero agencies did not have jurisdiction. However, there were exceptions to those rules too. For example, rarely would anyone dare to tell the number one hero off for working on their turf. Another exception also happened to be Mirko, the rabbit hero. Although her residence was in Hiroshima Prefecture, Mirko was a solitary hero, part of a one-woman hero agency. She had no sidekicks, no teammates, not even a secretary. Naturally, she did not have a proper headquarters either. This vagabond-like hero could be found operating over the entirety of Japan. Wild, rambunctious, and always looking for a fistfight, Mirko had become rather notorious among heroes and villains alike for her belligerent attitude and her free spirit. She never stayed in one place for too long, always rushing towards the place where she smelled an exciting fight. For solo heroes like Mirko and Eraserhead, but also for a better and faster way of mobilizing heroes from multiple agencies in case of natural disasters and other particularly grave emergencies, the HPSC had created a special portal, the Hero Network. It was also the fastest way for pro heroes to ask for assistance from other heroes. Mirko was just in the middle of eating a late breakfast when her smartphone vibrated with a notification. Momentarily putting down the carrot she had been munching on, she unlocked her phone and tapped on the notification. Unsurprisingly, it was from the Hero Network app. Urgent. Numerous members of the League of Villains attacked USJ and Shizuoka Prefecture. Ua High School students in mortal peril. Requesting immediate assistance from all pro heroes close by. Her eyes widened in surprise for a moment, but then, she grinned in excitement. Without even changing from her pajamas into her hero costume, the rabbit girl jumped through the window of her hotel like a hurricane and threw herself into a mad sprint toward the address indicated on the GPS. She was a few tens of kilometers away from the address. Thinking of how far away she was, she increased her running speed even more, stirring powerful gales of wind in her wake like a racing car. She dearly hoped that the villains weren't all finished by the time she got there. Her legs were itching to give some people a good beating. Chapter 10 Mirko, the Rabbit Hero. His survival instincts kicked in that life and death moment and his body no longer held back any of its strength. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, his claws stabbed into Nomu's forearm, directly severing his arm in half. Naruto's normal, human-like blue eyes transformed into the red and slit eyes of a fox, and a third tail burst from his lower back through the already tattered fabric of his top. An animalistic growl came from his throat as he threw himself at the nightmarish creature in front of him. It was the hysterical assault of a cornered beast. Obscene amounts of blood splattered everywhere as whole chunks of flesh and muscle were gouged out and ripped off by his deadly claws. It was as if he had become a beast too. Guided by his killing instincts, Naruto stabbed his clawed right hand straight into Nomu's chest, piercing its heart and even ripping through its spinal cord, piercing out through the back. That vicious attack would have killed any other being. Except for Nomu. The creature's chest muscles suddenly contracted and Naruto's arm was trapped within its body. Although he was not fully conscious, instinctually, sensing his impending doom, he started stabbing the creature with his other hand desperately. But it was too late to salvage the situation. When the bioengineered creature grabbed him by his immobilized arm, even through his hysteria-induced haze, Naruto understood at that moment, it was game over for him. With a savage roar, Nomu pulled out Naruto's arm from its chest and then, holding him by the forearm, the creature smashed him brutally into the ground. Again. And again. And again. Even with the increased durability of his second awakening, by the time Nomu finally let go of him, the blonde felt as though every single bone in his body had been broken. His muscles weren't listening to him, it was as if he had been paralyzed. He could only slightly move his head and look up at the creature that was slowly walking towards him with heavy steps. Before going berserk, Naruto had put Nomu on the back foot in their fight only because of his exceptional martial arts prowess and mastery of weapons. In particular, the ingenious way in which he had used his metallic wires and kunai like a spiderweb to bounce around unpredictably, like a pinball, had allowed him to even almost kill the creature. However, letting himself be led by his feral instincts had been his downfall. Even with his second awakening, between the two of them, Nomu was still physically superior and far more durable. Nomu had been created specifically to counter All Might, the #1 hero. Taking Naruto's martial arts, weapons skills, and fight IQ out of the equation had reduced him to a frenzied beast not much different than Nomu, a mindless beast. In a battle between two mindless beasts, when no skill and technique were involved, it was only natural for the stronger and more durable beast to win, in this case, Nomu. As adrenaline left his system and agonizing pain flooded his senses, Naruto regained his lucidity. Awakening one's quirk was already an extremely rare occurrence. Awakening twice and in quick succession no less. That was unheard of, it was a miracle. But even miracles had their limits. His body's reserves of energy and stamina had been completely depleted. A third awakening was impossible, Naruto was innately aware of that. He was no longer a Jinchuriki like in his past life when he could pull a win out of his ass by letting the demon inside him fight for him either. There was nothing else that he could do anymore. Mom. Dad. As his eyesight started to get blurry, his mind went to his family. I wish I could see them one more time. In his past life, he had been an orphan. For the majority of his admittedly short life, most people hated and shunned him. He had not known the warmth of a mother's hug, the bliss that came with being loved, the joy of having a loving and caring father, or the happiness of belonging to a family. In his current life, he had not appreciated his blessings, not until he had regained the memories. But after his eyes were opened, he had done everything in his power to show his mother and father how much he loved them. Nonetheless, only 1 year had passed since his memories had been awakened. I wish I had had more time with them. 1 year was far from enough. I don't want to die. The thought of never seeing his parents again made him tear up. But even in that tragic moment, Naruto did not think twice about using his chains. He would rather die than cause his parents to become fugitives or to be killed. Finally arriving at his prone form, Nomu grabbed him by the collar of his ruined shirt and lifted him up. One of his arms and more than half of his ribs were broken and he was in so much pain that he could not even stand on his feet. But he could still move his head. With the last of his strength, Naruto sank his fox-like fangs into Nomu's fingers. The creature shrieked as the boy's strong jaws tore half of its hand apart, forcing it to drop him to the ground. Until the very last moment, Naruto refused to give up. Until he drew his last breath, he would struggle. His entire body was broken, battered, bruised, and he was covered in blood from head to toes. He looked miserable, at death's door. Even so, he would fight to survive with everything he had, like a cockroach. When she smashed open the large doors of the immense training facility, Mirko had not known what to expect. But she had definitely not expected to see over 24 villains lying on the ground unconscious or moaning in pain from their injuries. Her attention quickly shifted towards the only standing people she could see. A silver-haired young man with severed human hands grabbing onto his body and a huge and muscular purple-skinned humanoid that was soaked with blood. I won't make it in time, she thought urgently when she saw the huge creature grabbing a boy from the ground and lifting him up in the air. The boy was also covered in blood from head to toes and a bone was sticking out of his right arm. He appeared unresponsive, almost as if he was dead. But, suddenly, the creature let out a shriek as the seemingly dead boy sank his teeth into its hand, crushing and ripping apart the fingers clenched around his shirt. Mirko's eye widened when she saw the way the creature regenerated its torn fingers out of nothing. It only took Nomu 2 seconds to regrow its fingers. But those 2 seconds of delay were all that she needed to close in the distance and come to the boy's rescue. Ah! Shigaraki screamed in irritation. Pro heroes are already here, and one of the top 10 too. Arg, this pisses me off. Where is All Might? He was supposed to be here. After all the preparations we've made. Scratching his neck with his nails until he almost got bloodied, Shigaraki let out another deranged scream. But then, his mood abruptly changed, becoming calm. It's over for us. If one hero has arrived, more are bound to arrive soon. We can't win against a dozen pro heroes. Oh well. It doesn't matter anymore. We'll get another chance. Kurogiri, let's leave. A vortex of dark purple light appeared next to him as the villain in question manifested at his side. Wait. Before we leave, Nomu, kill that boy. We couldn't get All Might today but it wasn't all for naught. A boy like him. We ought to eliminate him before it's too. Shigaraki couldn't finish his words before someone's shin smashed into his face. A human-shaped indentation appeared into the outer wall of the training facility as Mirko's kick sent Shigaraki flying for over a dozen meters until he crashed painfully into the wall. Shigaraki Tamura. Kurogiri yelled in panic as he teleported himself to the location where Shigaraki had been blasted off. You've got some guts talking about killing people while I am here, she said. But she could not pursue the two of them because the hulking monstrosity rushed at the prone form of the boy on the ground, faithfully following its master's orders to finish him off. Nomu cocked back its fist, about to smash the boy into a bloody paste when Mirko's kick landed on the side of its face, from the back, and made it stumble. The rabbit hero narrowed her eyes when she saw that Nomu was largely unaffected by her kick. The strength of her legs was great enough to easily shatter even reinforced concrete. Fast, she thought, startled when Nomu changed its target and suddenly lunged at her. She successfully dodged the beast's wild swing by ducking down, but its punch had been carrying so much power that the wind pressure accompanying it had still taken Mirko off her feet and flung her into the distance. The rabbit hero was still in midair when Nomu appeared above her and bringing its 2 fists together, it smashed them down into its enemy like a hammer. Blood and spittle burst from Mirko's mouth as Nomu's hammer fist smashed into her stomach and a deafening explosion boomed as her body crashed painfully into the ground, smashing the concrete floor into a crater. Such power. The dark-skinned woman let out a groan and threw up another mouthful of blood as she crawled out of the crater and tried to stand up on her feet. Thanks to her quirk, she could tolerate the insane amount of pain, but that didn't change the fact that her body was in a terrible condition. It was just one hit. She threw up blood again. None of her bones had been broken, but the impact had caused her grievous internal damage. The sleeve of her sweatshirt became stained with red as she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. I'm not done yet, she said and laughed. I'm only getting warmed up, she yelled. The strong muscles of her thighs bulged and the ground beneath her feet cracked as she threw herself at Nomu. The creature met her charge with a shriek and punched explosively, the wind pressure carried by its punch raising clouds of dust and debris in the air. But when Nomu's fist crashed against Rumi's body, it lost its equilibrium and stumbled. Its punch went right through her body. Or, better said, what Nomu had hit was an afterimage. Luna Ring. She yelled as her roundhouse kick smashed into Nomu's head and actually lifted the creature off its feet, sending it tumbling through the air like a ragdoll. Mirko did not even wait for Nomu to crash into the ground before she launched herself at it once more. Luna spear, she yelled, and the creature had yet to land when her foot smashed into its spine, sending it flying once more. As Nomu was kicked upwards, with a mighty jump, the rabbit hero appeared above the creature and, lifting her foot above her head, she yelled as she smashed her heel into Nomu's brain like an axe. Luna arc. Nomu's body made another massive crater into the ground from the vicious axe kick that had smashed it down. The crater became even deeper and a powerful shockwave blasted outwards when Mirko let herself fall from the air and planted both of her feet into the Nomu's head, just as it was about to get up. It was one of her most powerful finishing moves, Luna Fall. By now, the floor of the training facility looked as if it had been carpet bombed from above, that's how devastated it was. Bastard. The rabbit girl involuntarily let out a cruise when she saw Nomu walking out of the crater. She could not believe that the creature was still standing. That succession of kicks was one of her most powerful combos, one that she rarely ever got to use on villains. It was so strong that it would have killed anyone else. She had given her all. What Rumi did not know, however, was that Nomu was, in fact, greatly weakened. Naruto had gouged out and slashed at his flesh more than 200 times using his kunai and metallic wires, and he had even obliterated the creature's heart after his second awakening had made him go berserk. Nomu had lost so much blood that the ground all around was painted red. The creature had regenerated so many times from its deadly wounds that it had run out of stamina. If Nomu had been at its 100%, Mirko would have had an even more terrible time against it. Rabbit-san, she heard a weak and raspy voice calling to her. Turning her head towards the voice, Mirko was surprised to see that the one who was calling her was the same fox boy that had torn apart Nomu's hand by biting on it. He has a shock absorption quirk, Naruto spoke with difficulty. His lungs must have been injured by his broken ribs because he was gasping for air as if he was suffocating. There is one kunai in my pouch, left thigh. Take it. Cut him down. Kill. He coughed and gasped loudly. Kill the bastard, he said with the last of his strength. Finally, devoid of all energy, he lost consciousness. Due to the large amount of trauma it had suffered and because of how much stamina it had lost, Nomu took a longer time to regenerate its wounds this time around. Mirko had used her entire strength when she had axe kicked it in the brain. That heel kick to the brain had almost finished off the creature. And Mirko took advantage of that brief respite to rush at the boy and do as he had asked her. How did he even fight against this creature and damage it so terribly before I arrived? She absent-mindedly asked herself when she finally took notice of the huge amount of blood staining the ground in all the places devoid of craters. But she did not waste her time thinking about that. Moving one of the boy's 3 fox tails away, Mirko opened the pouch strapped to his left thigh and grabbed the last kunai remaining. She was about to get up when she noticed that he also had a smoke grenade hanging from his belt. It looked dented and its pin was bent from when Nomu had repeated smashed Naruto into the ground, but, miraculously, it had not gone off. This could be useful, she thought as she grabbed the smoke grenade from his belt too. Turning around, she noticed that Nomu had just about finished regenerating all of its wounds. She hurriedly pulled out the bent pin of the smoke grenade and tossed it at the feet of the creature. A dense cloud of black smoke burst from the grenade, obscuring the creature's sight. Having dealt with Naruto using the same tactic only a few minutes before, Nomu reacted right away and smashed its palms together into a clap with such strength that the shockwave it generated blasted apart the smoke like a tornado. However, clapping its hands had left Nomu wide open to her attack. As an experienced hand-to-hand combat specialist, Mirko was not one to miss capitalizing on such an opportunity. In a burst of speed that made her invisible to the naked eye, Mirko appeared behind Nomu's back like a ghost and threw herself at its head. But, this time around, she did not smash the beast with her explosive kicks. Instead, she jumped with her knees on Nomu's shoulders and her exceptionally strong thighs suddenly gripped its head tightly. Letting a battle cry of exertion, Mirko suddenly twisted her body and snapped Nomu's head to the back. Suspecting that even having its neck twisted would not be enough to put down the beast for good, Mirko also grabbed the handle of the kunai with both hands and stabbed downwards with her entire strength, straight into the creature's exposed brain, to the hilt. The bestial screams of agony coming from the creature's throat had almost made Mirko go deaf, but she did not back down. She continued to bury the kunai's blade into Nomu's brain relentlessly, mercilessly. Blood burst out like a geyser and splattered her clothes, face, hair, and ears every time she stabbed the creature's brain. At that moment, she looked like a deranged psychopath. Eventually, Nomu's screams died down and its violently shaking and quivering body came to a stop. At last, the creature was dead. Right as Nomu's lifeless body collapsed, a large group of pro-heroes that responded to the emergency summons arrived. Mirko finally allowed herself to relax and blew out a sigh of relief. The rabbit hero was the kind of strong-willed woman that never backed down from a fight, especially when innocent people's lives were on the line. That had been the case in the present as well. She had put her own life at risk and fought with everything she had against the creature. But she could not deny how exhausted and wounded her body was. Nomu had been the strongest villain she had ever fought against. This had been the toughest fight of her entire life. She was relieved that other heroes have arrived at the scene to rescue the rest of the students. "Ah, I'm beat," she said. However, before she could rest, she yelled to the heroes that had just arrived. "Hey, you there, we need an ambulance ASAP. One of the students is grievously injured." Getting a verbal acknowledgement from them, she finally climbed down from the creature's corpse. As she walked away, she felt as though she had lead in her feet. Coming to the unconscious blonde boy on the ground, she plopped herself down next to him and leaned back on her hands, letting her long legs stretch. Although she knew that the fox boy could not hear her, Mirko said, "Thanks for the help, kid. I couldn't have done it without you." Then, that fierce and confident smile on her face, the wide grin that she had become known for, softened when she looked at the grievous wounds he had suffered, particularly at the broken bone sticking out of his right arm. "What a tough kid. Didn't give up until the very end," she murmured when she recalled how the boy had used his teeth to tear off Nomu's hand and how he had struggled to tell her to use his knife despite that he could not even breathe well, ultimately driving himself unconscious. "Don't you dare die on me, boy," Mirko said and patted him once on the head. "You have to live. You're gonna be one hell of a pro-hero once you graduate. Don't give up." Live. Chapter 11 USJ Aftermath. Although he had never been hospitalized in his current life, Naruto was more than familiar with a hospital smell given how many times he had gotten injured in his past life. But the smell of antiseptic far was more powerful than he remembered it. It stung his nose so badly that it woke him up from his slumber. Opening his eyes, he tried to stretch his arms out of habit, only to find himself unable to move his upper body at all. It was then that it finally came back to him. The life-and-death battle against a seemingly unkillable bioengineered creature and his brutal defeat at its hands. "Ah, I messed up." He had let the feral instincts of his quirk take control over his actions and now he was paying the price for it. His head and the rest of his upper body were all immobilized in casts and bandages. "I survived. I'm lucky. So lucky." With how powerful Nomu had been, Naruto thanked God that he had not been hit directly by one of its punches. All of his wounds came mostly from indirect hits and from being smashed into the ground. He had never been afraid of death in his previous life. But it was different this time around. His desire to live burned brightly in his chest because he had a family, the very thing that he had always wanted. Because of that, feelings of gratefulness flooded his being when he thought of the person that had come to his rescue. He could not remember much about her due to the critical condition he had been in back then. But the appearance of the person in question was hardly forgettable. Long white hair, dark skin, and a pair of long rabbit ears. That was all that he could remember about her appearance. But now that he could think clearly, those few things were more than enough for him to realize just who had been the one to save him. The rabbit hero, Mirko. He was not a fanboy like his best friend, Midoriya Izuku, but he was still familiar with the popular heroes. There was virtually nobody in the entirety of Japan that did not know who were the top 10 heroes. Thinking about Nomu and the rabbit hero, tiredness caught up to him again. Due to his quirk awakening 2 times in a row and due to the grievous wounds that he had sustained, his energy levels were at an all-time low. He fell back asleep. One student killed. One professor and 2 students hospitalized in critical condition. Why did the villains target UA High? What was All Might doing? Where was the #1 hero when the villains attacked? Mass media and social media platforms had been taken by a storm. While heroes losing their lives against villains was not a daily occurrence, it did happen every now and then, so people weren't that shocked whenever a less-known hero was announced dead. Every few months, there would be news of some heroes dying in the line of duty. That risk was part of the job as a hero. However, students being targeted by a large group of villains and dying was not something that happened often. Whenever children were killed by villains, it made the population boil. 1 week after the League of Villains attack on UA High at the USJ training facility, Naruto was finally discharged from the hospital. Normally, Recovery Girl's quirk should have put him back on his feet much faster than that, but his body's reserves of stamina had been completely drained due to his quirk awakening 2 times in a row. Because of that, it had taken him much longer to regain his vitality and for Recovery Girl to be able to use her quirk on him. Now that he was healed, Naruto was glad to finally shed the GIPS casts around his arms and remove the bandages that had made him look like a mummy. As his mother drove him home from the hospital, Naruto browsed the internet on a tablet. Until then, he had been using an old flip phone. Not because his parents would not buy him something better. Kushina and Minato absolutely doted on their son ever since he had changed his behavior a year ago, but because he had not wanted a fancy phone. He knew he was very careless and prone to breaking fragile stuff. That said, Naruto had become a national celebrity, and not only after the USJ incident. He was all that people ever talked about ever since that day. His fanbase had grown so crazily that dozens of people were sending him emails, physical letters, and gifts every day. The brand new tablet that he was using currently had been a gift from one of his fans too. The reason for Naruto's newfound stardom was that someone had leaked a video of the confrontation between the League of Villains and the UA High students at the unforeseen simulation joint facility. How had they managed to film it? Naruto had no clue. But because of that video, the USJ incident had gotten way more media coverage than normal. It was not only Naruto whose fame had exploded overnight. Eraserhead, a hero who the masses had never even heard about before, had become famous too due to his performance against the large groups of villains and due to his powerful quirk. Nevertheless, the Fox Boys' performance had been the most spectacular and eye-catching. Green Day stan, holy shit, did you guys see that? Garo 97, I've only ever heard rumors about quirks awakening, but to see it happening and twice in a row. Juro, Poggers. Glib Lip, Pog Champ. Yukino-chan, he's so dreamy. Those cute fox ears and those fluffy fox tails. Kya, and he's so cool and strong too. What I wouldn't do to have a boyfriend like that. Chocolate Shiyar, Stifu, woman. No one asked you anything. Who the fuck are you to butt in? A non-ass lover, the hell, who shat in your cereal? Yusha boy, what's wrong with that dude? Chadzilla, Chocolate Shiyar, and who the fuck are you, cunt? I tried to say your name out loud and my furniture started floating. Me no like vegans, holy shit you fucking killed him dude. Lol. Potato is life, Chadzilla, damn, man, don't rise to the bait. Don't mind that idiot, he's just a typical incel. Naruto snorted as he read the comments to the video posted on the largest social media platform in the country, cross-chat. The internet was as wild and unpredictable as always. Under the mask of anonymity, people often removed all kinds of filters from their mouths. Slime for dinner, I never thought a fox quirk could be so effing strong. Your senpai, I think it's less about his quirk and more about his actual skills. Look at 1437, how he stands on those thin wires perfectly straight, and his accuracy when jumping from one wire onto another while also slashing that creature with his knives. It's incredible. His skills with his blades, the degree of control he has over his body, and his martial arts are unreal. This isn't just talent. Only God knows how much he must have trained to become that good. Kenichi Raiju, for real. Look at 1030. Dude is freaking defying gravity. Them kicks into that Nomu's gut were nasty. And how he smashed it into the ground after that headfirst, the hell was with that, it's like a move out of a manga. Any other villain would have probably been killed. Grandpa Bruce Lee, I'm 45 years old and I have a 3 times strength enhancing quirk. I've trained Sanda Chinese mixed martial arts pretty much my whole life, but I can't even imagine pulling off the moves he did. That boy is a freak. Mofu crush. Hey, guys. I've actually been classmates with Kurama in junior high. Ask me anything. Indian cash cow. Yeah, sure. And I'm Queen Elizabeth's grandson. Mofu crush. You don't believe me. Here is proof. www. I filmed this video with my own phone a few months ago, at school. He knocked out someone with a strong explosion quirk using just a stone. Kami homie. Fake. No way that shit's real. Mofu crush. It's not fake. Mark my words, if Kurama doesn't become a top 10 hero after he graduates, I'll eat my shoes. Booty Connoisseur 69, Elmau Scrubs. What's with this hard on y'all have for that Fox loser? He still got his ass handed to him. All that fancy martial arts and shit just to get wrecked in the end. Nomu smashed him like the Hulk smashed Loki in that Avengers movie. The real shit starts at 1800. Maruku-chan. HNNNG. My rabbit goddess. She's the real deal. So strong, and so fucking sexy. I'd suck a fart out of that big fat ass. Inu Shiba 2005. Mommy, sit on my face. Suffocate me. Harem King Akira. I bet Mirko's the kind of girl to tie you to the bed and ride the fuck out of you until you're milked dry. Hanabi Reina. Ayo, the horde has awakened. Go to horny jail, all of you. Moderator message. User Booty Connoisseur 69 has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Moderator message. User Inu Shiba 2005 has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Moderator message. User Harem King Akira has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Your senpai. There is it, the purge. Ha 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 ha. Nina loves rain. Mods doing God's work. Thank you. Allahu Snack Bar. Raffle, Thirsty Pervs. Indian Cash Cow. Big Oof. Kenichi Raiju. LMAO. Got their ass. Lil ol ho. I'm dying. Lol. In just 1 week, the video of the League of Villains, Attack on USJ had reached nearly 80 million views. At this point, it was not just a national sensation, it had gone viral worldwide. With so many people from all over the world participating in the comment section, it was pandemonium. The moderators were having a hard time containing the thirst of the perverts hornying over the rabbit hero or the baiting comments of the haters. Naruto had always liked showing off, especially in his current life, and he had always craved people's acknowledgement. That had been the case in his past life as well. Logically, the current situation should have made him feel like he was on cloud 9. However, even as his name gained notoriety and he was hailed and praised for the heroic, self-sacrificing and relentless spirit that he had shown in his battle against Nomu, Naruto could not bring himself to feel happy. The first guy that got muted is right. I lost badly, he thought as turned off the tablet and started looking at the passing scenery through the window of the car. If it hadn't been for Mirko coming to my rescue, I would have been killed. His expression further darkened at the reminder of what else had happened at USJ, the fact that one of his classmates had been killed. I can't believe Mineta died. For the first time in his current life, one of his acquaintances had lost their life violently. He and Mineta had not been close, they had been classmates for less than a month, and Naruto had not spent that much time bonding with his new classmates because he had been more focused on training Izuku into the ground to unlock his hysterical strength. However, to say that he did not feel anything about the tiny boy's death would be a big lie. Mineta Minoru had been just a 15-year-old boy. A young boy with many dreams and aspirations. Someone who had hoped to become a pro hero one day. A young boy's life had ended just like that. And for what? What was the purpose of what they've done? The more he thought about it, the angrier he was becoming. Reacting to his turbulent emotions, his blue eyes momentarily flashed with a crimson color and his fingernails started to sharpen, looking as though they were about to start growing into claws. But he calmed down instantly when he sensed his mother looking at him through the rearview mirror. Closing his eyes, he let out a long breath and rested his head against the backrest. The last thing he wanted at that moment was to make his mother worry for him. It had to be said that while Naruto's quirk awakening twice in a row had gone viral worldwide because it was unprecedented, the news regarding Mineta Minoru's death had not been swept under the rug either. On most social media platforms, tens of thousands of people had started to sign a petition through which they were requesting for the villains that had attacked USJ to be given the death penalty. People's outrage at the fact that a young and innocent boy had been killed mercilessly had also been the reason why hardly anyone was speaking against the violent way in which Naruto had fought against Nomu, by slashing and gouging its flesh out over 200 times, or against the brutal way in which the rabbit hero had killed the creature, by snapping its neck and repeatedly stabbing its brain with a kunai. In fact, with her amazing performance against Nomu, Maruko's popularity had gone off the charts. The rabbit hero had always been popular, she was a top 10 hero for a reason, but the formidable strength she had shown at USJ coupled with her exotic looks and her fit and sexy body had transformed her into a massive star, her fandom starting to spread even beyond the borders of Japan. Later that night, Naruto could not sleep. His mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. The thing at the front of his mind was the discussion he had had with his mother once they arrived home after being discharged from the hospital. "Why did you not use your other quirk, Naruto?" Her cries still resounded in his ears. And when he told her that he would rather die than endanger his parents, a slap to the face had twisted his head to the side. Sitting on the porch outside of his house, Naruto rubbed his left cheek absent-mindedly while looking at the full moon shining brightly in the night sky. He could not remember when was the last time his mother had slapped him or if he had ever been slapped by his parents at all. Kushina and Minato had never been strict with him, that was part of the reason why, before awakening the memories of his past life, Naruto had been a disrespectful brat towards his parents. Therefore, when his mother hit him for the first time in his recent memory, he was momentarily shocked. He had barely felt any physical pain from the slap, but the act itself had startled him. "If you die, how do you think that your father and I will continue to live on without you?" As she said those words, Kushina took him in her arms and started to cry into the crook of his neck. "Don't throw away your life lightly, Naruto. You are my only child. My beloved child. I had almost lost you twice before. I can't bear it. I can't." Naruto's eyes became misty just at the memory of his mother's pained cries. "Is being a hero worth it?" he asked himself. "Only my first month of school and I've already nearly died once. I made mom cry." As a pro-hero, facing all sorts of violent criminals with superpowers, he was bound to get hurt regularly. Dying in the line of duty one day was not out of question either. Not all pro-heroes got the chance to reach the age of retirement. Is it worth it to risk my life and make my parents suffer just for the sake of becoming famous and rich? The cool air of the night made his thought process especially clear at that moment. The villains attacked USJ because of All Might. They killed Mineta just so they could break All Might's pride, as the symbol of peace. As he thought about that, another question appeared at the front of his mind. What if, one day, some villains would do the same to me as well? What if they decided to target my family just so they could get back at me? He scratched at his messy locks of hair with both hands and groaned in frustration. Giving up on his future career as a pro-hero was not a pleasant thought because fighting was what he was the best at. He had never liked studying, he was not like his friend, Izuku, who could easily pursue a career in a regular field and get a well-paid office job. However, even as he was stressing about what to do next, one thing was clear in his mind: he could not keep letting things go on like until then. I will transfer away from the hero course at the end of the semester. Naruto had even refused to use his adamantine sealing chains against Nomu, despite knowing that he was going to die, solely because he did not want to put his parents in danger. Compared to that, giving up on becoming a pro-hero was nothing. I'll find something else to do. I could join a martial arts club and go to karate or taekwondo competitions. Or, I could join an MMA promotion and fight against other mutant quirk users in the octagon. Once I become an MMA world champion, I'll get plenty of money and fame. It was just a thought, a rough idea for his future plans. Naturally, he would give it more thought in the following years. He had started high school only a month ago, so he still had plenty of time to figure out what to do in the future now that he had decided to not become a pro hero anymore. Besides, it won't come out as weird that I lost interest in being a hero. Their homeroom teacher had been hospitalized, Uzumaki Naruto had been in a coma, Asui Suyu's torso had been disfigured by a shark villain's vicious bites, and Mineta Minoru had been killed. The tragic event had come out as a shock for many of the students of UA High. As a result of that, just in 1A class alone, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, and Hagakure Toru's parents had already requested the principal of UA to transfer their children to another school. Many other parents of children from other classes were also thinking about removing their children from UA High too. Chapter 12 Support. It's the Fox Quirk Boy. Someone let out a loud shout and Naruto suddenly found himself surrounded by 24 of people, all pointing their cameras and microphones at him. It was the first day he was coming to school after being discharged from the hospital, and it looked like the mass media had somehow gotten wind of it. Dozens of reporters had been camping in front of UA High's gates since early morning, waiting for his arrival. Trying to squeeze through the crowd and enter the school unnoticed was impossible because his 3 fox tails stood out too much. In that morning alone, nearly 20 people had already stopped him while he was walking from home to school, on the streets, asking for an autograph or to shake his hand or take a selfie together with him. It was not the first time Naruto had become famous. In his past life, he had been recognized as a hero thanks to how many times he had saved and protected his village. But even at the peak of his popularity in his previous life, he had never experienced anything like in the present. He had never been accosted in the streets, and he had never seen people acting as if they were crazy about taking a photo with them. His current fame was surreal. This is Nippon TV channel, tell us your thoughts about UA High. One of the reporters shouted out loud to make herself heard over the clamor of the crowd. Thoughts, Naruto began to say, but his mind had suddenly become blank. He had never been interviewed before and he had never experienced interacting with the kind of maniacs that mass media people could become when they smelled a big scoop. But his stammering was quickly drowned by other reporters and journalists who also began screaming their questions at the top of their lungs. A student had been killed by the League of Villains, but UA High decided to still hold the sports festival as if nothing had happened. What do you have to say about it? I just got out of the hospital. I don't know, Naruto answered, gradually starting to regain his wits. You were fighting at USJ against that villain as if you were trying to kill him. You have also been involved with the sludge villain who ended up dying last year. What is the reason behind your violent actions? Now, listen here, they attacked me, not the other way around. I was fighting for my life, he began to say, but another reporter cut him off. So it's okay to kill other people. It was self-defense. What would you have done in my place, jackass? Naruto snapped back at him, getting angry at how those reporters were trying to make him look as if he was a deranged psychopath. The rabbit hero expressed her admiration for you in a recent interview. What kind of relationship is there between the two of you? A reporter from a tabloid magazine asked, her question momentarily throwing him off. What? Naruto himself had watched that interview too. But there was nothing in her words that could be interpreted as the two of them having a thing. The rabbit hero merely expressed her appreciation for how tough and brave he had been, saying that if it had not been for Naruto stalling Nomu until she arrived, Mineta Minoru would have not been the only casualty. 3 of your classmates have already quit the hero course. Are you thinking about doing the same? Someone else asked. Many pro heroes have their eyes on you. Who are you going to join for your internship? Scouts from hero agencies from USA, Russia and China had come to Japan over the past few days to watch the UA High Sports Festival. It's safe to say they are here for you. Will you participate? Your fox quirk has awakened 2 times in a row. It's unprecedented. What is your secret? The reporters were yelling their questions so fast that he did not have time to answer any of them. 10 minutes later, an irate and exhausted Naruto stumbled into the 1A classroom after running away from the reporters. Thank God for the UA barrier. Fortunately, given that he was already late to class and that the professor was inside too, it was an English class. The scene where the people crowded around him did not repeat with his classmates as well. But he still spent the rest of the period with most of them sneaking glances or openly staring at him. When the bell signaling the end of the class rang, Naruto braced himself for the upcoming onslaught of questions. His expectations were spot on, seeing as more than half of his classmates flocked to him. Groaning, he let his head fall on the desk and covered his head with his hands and his tails in defeat. If it was under different circumstances, he would have gladly basked in the attention and awe of his classmates. However, the death of Mineta Minoru had cast a shadow over his heart, and his worry for his parents' safety made his anxiety level go off the charts. Playing around and showing off was the last thing on his mind at that moment. Holy shit, dude. I knew you could fight from our combat training classes, but, damn. You and Aizawa-sensei took out like 40 villains without even breaking a sweat. And then, the way you kicked that monster in the air and slammed it head first into the ground. Arg. So damn cool. Kirishima said in excitement. That thing you did with your knives and your wires was way too awesome. I've never seen anything like it. Kaminari also said. Uzumaki-san, I have a request. Please let me train together with you from now on. Ojiro also said. Unlike his regular behavior, the rather plain-looking boy had stars in his eyes. In his mind, he and Naruto were alike. They both had tails and they were skilled in martial arts as well. Naruto's strength and flashiness were a huge inspiration for him. It wasn't only the guys that were fanboying over him, his female classmates were similarly excited. Kyoka and Uraraka were gushing as they showed him various posts about him on social media, and Mina Ishido even went as far as to throw an arm around his neck and mash her cheek against his while taking a selfie with him. Posting that selfie right away on her cross-chat profile, she got several hundred likes in less than 2 minutes. To everyone's surprise, Todoroki Shoto also came to Naruto's desk and called out his name. Uzumaki. What is it? Naruto asked as he turned to look at him. The UA Sports Festival happens every year. It's a national event that all pro heroes are watching with attention. In some ways, our future career depends on how well we will perform at the festival. Raising his arm in front of him, he clenched his hand into a fist while saying, "That's the stage where I am going to beat you. That is where I will show everyone that I am the best." His words shattered the good mood from before. "That's my line, you half-and-half bastard." Bakugo suddenly screamed from the other end of the classroom and stomped his feet as he approached Naruto's desk, all the while his palms crackling with tiny explosions. "Don't just go spouting your lame-ass declarations of war in front of me. Uzumaki is mine." Now turning to glare murderously at Naruto, he said, his eyes almost spewing flames, "The humiliation from the junior high and the defeat during the combat training classes, I will wash them all away at the sports festival. You hear me? I'm gonna crush your face, you smug bastard." Naruto let out a sigh as he stood up from his seat. "You're both gonna be disappointed. I'm not participating in this festival." Grabbing his backpack, he put his hands in the pockets of his pants and walked towards the door. "Stop right there, you furry bastard." Bakugo screamed as he grabbed Naruto by his elbow and got into his face. "Don't you dare run away from me." Yanking his arm free from his grasp, Naruto said. "What I do is none of your business. I'm not just not participating in the festival, I'm also going to transfer to another school. Being a hero. ... I don't care about that anymore. So bugger off." At his words, the class sank into silence. But then, they all cried out. "What? You've gotta be joking." The one who reacted the worst among everyone was none other than Bakugo. "Are you fucking kidding me?" He screamed and grabbed Naruto by the collar of his uniform with both of his hands. "The hell is your problem, dude? What's with that overreaction anyway? What does it matter to you what I do?" Naruto said and tried to pry Bakugo's hands off his shirt. "Are you just gonna run away like a coward? You just gonna scurry away like a scared little bitch? Huh?" Bakugo yelled. Naruto suddenly shoved Bakugo away and the boy went flying backwards and slammed into the wall as if he had been hit by a car. Naruto had not intended to push him that hard, but he was still not fully aware of how much his strength had increased after his Fox Quirks 2 awakenings. "I beat up dozens of villains into submission and then fought against that creature with my life on the line. You think I'm scared of some villains? Are you stupid? Then why are you running away? Why are you giving up?" Bakugo screamed incensed. How was he supposed to defeat Naruto if he ran away? He wanted to surpass him fair and square. He wanted to avenge his losses and show everyone that he was the best. He wanted to become the undisputed number one. It's not about giving up, you idiot. Think, why did the League of Villains attack us? I'll tell you why, it's because of All Might. Naruto shouted back at him. Hey, you're going too far. Zero said. How is it fair to blame it on All Might? It had nothing to do with him. Tenya Iida said, the wild gestures he was making with his hands showing how indignant he was. Oh, really now? What did the villains do when they couldn't find All Might? They took their anger and frustration on us. Turning towards Bakugo, he continued, say that I become strong in the future. Say I become the number one hero, an invincible fighter. But what about my parents? What if, just like it had happened with us at the USJ, knowing that they can't do anything to me, the villains attacked my family? When he said that, his murmuring classmates became silent. Even Bakugo did not know what to say at that. Mineta was killed only a week ago and Tsuyu was mauled by a shark villain. Even though she recuperated, her psychologist still hasn't cleared her to come to school yet. Now imagine if something like that happened to your family. Although a week had already passed since Mineta Minoru's death, when he brought it up, his classmates' faces became downcast at the mention of it. Maybe you don't care if your parents get killed or if your siblings end up handicapped after a villain attack. Maybe you're just a selfish shithead who only thinks about becoming the number one hero. Well, good for you. Godspeed. But don't expect me to be like you all. My family is everything to me. Most teenagers were seldom that open about their feelings and even more rarely admitted that they loved their parents. At that age, boys especially would be too embarrassed to say anything like that. But Naruto was not exactly a teenager mentally. Furthermore, after living in his past life as an orphan and knowing how much it hurt to be lonely and not have a family, his mother and father in his current life had become the most important thing in the world for him. Now that Bakugo no longer tried to stop him, he adjusted the straps of his backpack and walked out of the classroom. But an unexpected voice stopped him in his tracks. For how mature you seem to be, you are surprisingly naive, Uzumaki-san. It was Momo Yaoyorozu. Even if you want to give up on becoming a pro hero, you can never go back to being a normal person. It's too late for you to do that. Seeing that Naruto did not retort with anything right away, she continued. Among the villains that attacked us at USJ, one of them had a quirk that allows him to create video cameras on any part of his body. He was brought along not to fight but to film the scene of All Might's death firsthand. The League of Villains wanted to show the world how they killed the symbol of peace. But, instead of that, that video ended up showing how powerful the rabbit hero was and how formidable a mere teenager with a simple fox quirk could be. The villain showed that video to the police as proof that he was innocent, that he had not attacked anyone at all. So he got away with only some charges of trespassing private property instead of being charged with attempted murder and battery. What's your point? Naruto said. It's unknown how it had gotten leaked to the public but, as of now, that video has already gotten over 100 million views and it's been only a little over a week. I'm sure it'll pass the 1 billion mark by the end of the year, easily. You've become incredibly famous. It's not just Japan, even the foreigners, the whole world knows about you. Whether you like it or not, in everyone's eyes, you're a hero. You risked your life against that bioengineered creature and kept it busy. As the rabbit hero said, if it hadn't been for you, that thing would have probably gone after the rest of us. Mineta wouldn't have been the only casualty, to say the least. As she was speaking, her voice became more and more confident. Even if you give up on becoming a pro, you will never stop being a target for the villains. Even if you want to live a normal life, it's impossible for you because you've become too well-known, too famous. People won't stop talking about you, even 20 years later because when your quirk awakened 2 times in a row, you created history. A few years from now, children will even learn in school about you and your quirk, she said, triumph settling on her face when she saw the way Naruto's expression changed as realization dawned on him. So distracted he was by Momo Yaoyorozu's words that Naruto did not even remember how he had gotten home that day. He did not remember what he ate for dinner, and he did not remember his mom's worried face when she saw how distraught he appeared to be. That night, he looked at the ceiling and the walls of his room for hours, unable to fall asleep due to the intense feelings of anxiety eating at him. That video from the USJ had blown up too much, it had become too big. His popularity had grown too much, and it was only going to get even bigger. He could see the truth in Yaoyorozu's words. Even if he wanted to go back to living a normal life, it was too late now. In the first place, his appearance was simply too eye-catching. A pair of fox ears on his head and 3 very large golden fox tails at his back. There was no real way for him to disguise himself. It was in the wee hours of the morning that he finally fell asleep. Still, even in his sleep, Naruto could not find peace. Bad dreams were haunting him. "Naruto-chan, wake up, you're running late," came Kushina's voice. Although he did not wake up right away, the way that his fox ears flinched and moved towards the noise betrayed the fact that he had heard her. Kushina involuntarily smiled at the sight. Her son was simply too adorable. She sat down on the edge of the bed and put her hand on his head, caressing his hair and gently scratching at the base of his fluffy ears. Seeing as he still refused to wake up, she started to get annoyed. "Wake up already, you lazy bum," she said as she stretched his cheeks with her fingers. "It's the day of the UA Sports Festival. You ought to get to school on time. Your friend, Izuku-kun, is waiting for you in the living room." Sitting up with difficulty, Naruto buried his face in his palms. His stress and anxiety had kept him awake all night. He had barely slept 3 hours. "Do I really have to go?" he whined like a little kid. "You're such a baby sometimes, I swear to God." Kushina complained, but she did not really mean it. "But I'm serious, I don't wanna go. I don't wanna participate in this festival." Kushina took his hand in hers and asked. "Why? What happened?" He was her son, nobody else knew him better than her. His face was like an open book for her. She could see that something was weighing heavily on his mind. "I don't want to be a hero anymore. But I can't walk away from it either. I don't know what to do," Naruto began to say, and, under his mother's gentle gaze, he started getting off everything from chest. His fear for her and his father's safety, his desire to keep them safe, Momo Yaoyorozu's words about him having become too famous to ever go back to being a regular person, and so on and so forth. "That classmate of yours was right. For how mature you're trying to act, you're such a dummy sometimes," she said and ruffled his spiky hair with her hand. "Do you think we haven't thought about the risks when we decided to support you in becoming a pro hero?" Naruto's eyes widened at her words. "Sure, we haven't expected you to become so popular so quickly, but I've never had a shred of doubt in mind that you would become a pro hero after graduating from UA High. Your father and I have long since made peace with the idea that your profession will come along with risks." His fox ears sagged and he looked at his lap as he said. "But I don't want to put you in danger. I don't care about some stupid pro hero career if you get hurt. I don't care about being famous. None of that matters if you and Dad are not here." Taking off her slippers, Kushina climbed into bed and sat down next to him before wrapping her arms around him. Naruto was more than happy to reciprocate, hugging her back and burying his face into her long red hair. Under other circumstances, she would have teased him a little about being such a mama's boy, but she understood that all that he needed at that moment was his mother's support and affection. They spent a few moments in silence, with her gently caressing the back of his head as she embraced him. Eventually, Kushina broke the hug and said, "I'm happy you care about your family that much. But you don't need to worry about your parents, Naruto." As she said those words, 4 golden chains slithered out from underneath her sweater and wiggled slowly around them. "Unlike a certain dumbass in this room, I won't hesitate to use my quirk to defend myself should a villain attack me. Besides, did you forget who taught you how to fight? Young man, you're underestimating your parents a little too much. You must have forgotten, I'm a super mom," Kushina said half seriously half jokingly. "One. Mom, that was so corny." Shut up," Kushina said, a hint of red appearing in her cheeks. Retrieving her golden chains into her body, she fake coughed into her fist before saying, "But I'm serious. If push comes to shove, I'll show no mercy to any villain that tried to attack us. I am more than capable of protecting myself and your father too." But wasn't your quirk supposed to be secret? Aren't you afraid that your old enemy will find out about it? We will cross that bridge when we get to it, Kushina said simply. Let me ask you a question, are you afraid of villains? I'm not. But you and Dad. Stop right there, Kushina cut him off. So you aren't afraid of fighting against villains, right? Of course I'm not, he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Why would I be? Getting to beat up people and even getting paid for it? Hell yeah. Oi, what kind of hero says such words? Mother and son burst into laughter. But Kushina soon became serious again and said. You don't know how it was around 20 years ago, you weren't even born back then. But I do. Hero agencies existed at that time as well, but villains didn't seem to care. Store and highway robberies took place every day, beatings, killings, kidnappings. It was a dark period for our country. That was the case, until All Might came around. She had a faraway look in her eyes as she reminisced about the past. Think about how much he had sacrificed for this country, for us to live in a period of peace. And not only him but all the pro-heroes that risk their lives every day to fight crime and protect the innocent. Our comfortable lives are possible only thanks to their sacrifices. Most of them did it for the money though. Naruto mumbled. Does it matter what their motivation is? Why does it matter that someone is saving people from a burning house because they want money? I don't know about you, but whether it is for money or fame, I don't care what reasons they have. At the end of the day, what matters is that they are keeping people safe. She took his hand in hers again as she said. If you truly don't want to become a hero, your dad and I will not force you. We have told you before, no matter what path you choose, we will support you. You are our only son. But if you still want to become a pro, don't give up just because of your fear for our safety. While you are away, I will keep myself and your dad safe. Becoming a pro-hero is one of the noblest aspirations to have. Naruto did not reply to her right away, appearing to be lost in thought. Okay. But I want to think about it a little more. Still, I think it's better if I don't participate in the sports festival this year. Are you sure? From what I understand, all pro-hero agencies in the country are focused on this event. It's one of your only 3 chances to catch their eyes. It could influence your future career a lot. What more could I do to impress anyone after USJ? He said with a deadpan. She blinked at him for a moment before saying, oh. He chuckled at her reaction. Besides, it's not safe for me to fight now. I haven't had the chance to test my limits, I don't know my own strength anymore, he said as he thought back to the incident from the previous day when he had accidentally sent Bakugo flying with just a light shove. I'm not at my best right now. These 2 new tails have messed with my sense of balance and I'm still feeling tired after my quirk's double awakening. He added after making a small pause, anyway, it's alright. I've gotten enough recognition already as it is. Some reporters told me that there are even scouts from foreign hero agencies that have come to Japan to scout me. I don't think job opportunities will ever be a problem for me. I'll let other people have their chance at shining and impressing the pros in this festival. Look at you, acting all magnanimously and big-hearted, caring for your classmates like that, Kushina said sarcastically. They chuckled together at her words. As they were laughing, a knock was heard and Minato poked his head from behind the door. But when he saw Kushina and Naruto sitting comfortably in bed and laughing, he came inside and put his hands on his hips. Naruto, your classmate has already left, saying he was running late. Aren't you going to school today? It's the sports festival. But, before Naruto could reply, he continued, more importantly, Kushina, what are you doing? What have I said about hogging Naruto all to yourself? We are going to have a big problem. Saying that, Minato jumped and dived into the bed on top of them. Naruto let out an oof sound, Kushina squealed, and the bed groaned as the weight of a full-grown man crashed into them. Soon, the family of 3 burst into yells and laughter as Minato initiated a tug-of-war with his wife, with Naruto being stuck in the middle. Chapter 13 Sports Festival. I am sorry. I am truly sorry. I am so sorry. Bowing from the waist at an almost 90 degrees angle, All Might's face lacked its usual radiant smile. All Might did not raise from his bowing posture for one entire minute at the press conference that took place a day after the USJ incident. In truth, people could not hold him responsible for the disaster that happened at USJ. All Might had been dozens of miles away at that time. It was the villains' fault, they were the criminals. However, the fact that Uehai had been targeted by the League of Villains because of him could not be ignored either. Nevertheless, Mineta Minoru's parents aside, nobody else was pained by the boy's death as much as All Might. He could not stop beating himself over his negligence. If I had been more careful and monitored my muscle form's remaining time with more attention, it wouldn't have gotten to this. If I hadn't stopped to admonish that quirkless boy, maybe I could have gotten to USJ in time to stop the villains. He thought bitterly as he watched the first-year students of UA entering the stadium where the sports festival was going to take place. All Might's eyes were involuntarily drawn to a first-year student with wavy green hair and a rather innocent face that greatly contrasted with his well-built body. Midoriya Izuku was partly responsible for All Might running out of time and becoming unable to get to USJ when the League of Villains attacked. Back then, All Might had witnessed the scene where the boy smashed his metallic staff into the gigantic villain's nuts, incapacitating him. Although nearly 1 year had passed since their first encounter, All Might had not forgotten Izuku's face. After all, it was partly because of Izuku that the sludge villain had escaped that time too. So he knew that he was quirkless. Once the police took the unconscious villain into their custody, All Might scolded Midoriya Izuku for nearly 15 minutes straight for his recklessness, for getting involved in such a dangerous situation despite being quirkless. In the meantime, his muscle form ran out of time and the rest was history. This boy. Mixed feelings surged in his heart at that moment. On one hand, he could not bring himself to dislike how earnest and dedicated, or maybe obsessed was a better word. Midoriya Izuku seemed to be about becoming a pro-hero. All Might was not blind to the transformation his body had gone through over the past year. He understood that the boy must have shed plenty of blood and tears to get that physique in such a short time. His self-sacrificing disposition and disregard for danger were worthy of admiration too, and those were some of the most important characteristics of a hero. But on the other hand, somehow, Midoriya Izuku had distracted him from doing his duties properly twice already, and every time All Might got distracted, someone ended up dying. First, it had been the sludge villain. Now, it was Mineta Minoru. Thinking about the sludge villain, All Might's mind involuntarily went to the other boy that had been at the center of both incidents too, Uzumaki Naruto. I still don't see how young Uzumaki could have killed the sludge villain. But that is of no consequence anymore. In the light of the recent events, after seeing Naruto's relentless and unbending will despite being faced with a hopeless situation, All Might was compelled to reassess his opinion of him. Uzumaki Naruto had put his life on the line and fought until the bitter end for the sake of protecting his classmates. He was not a villain in the making. He was a hero through and through. Speaking of the Fox Boy, All Might could not find him among the several hundred first-year students that had lined up orderly in front of the stage. Given Naruto's unusual appearance, after his fox quirk's second awakening he had 3 large fox tails at his back, he should have been very easy to spot. Is he perhaps not participating? Is he not interested in the sports festival? His musings stopped when the school principal, Nezu, began to speak. It was a short speech that condemned the deeds of the League of Villains and expressed support for Minoru Mineta's family. Nezu ended his speech by saying, "Let us all take a minute of silence for Minoru Mineta's unfortunate passing," while a picture of a smiling Mineta appeared on all the screens on the sports festival stadium. Being watched by several thousands of people, of which many were pro-heroes, should have been a harrowing experience for someone as timid and insecure as Izuku. That is if Izuku had been the same as a year ago. Nowadays, his disposition was a far cry from the past. Working out and gaining muscles had done wonders for his confidence, and his grueling combat training with Naruto had changed him too. Last, but not least, his encounter with the giant pink-skinned villain had lit a fire into his soul. Kamui Woods, a top 10 hero, and Mount Lady, a famous rookie hero with a very strong quirk, had been helpless to deal with the situation. They had had no way of defeating the villain while he was holding those 3 civilians hostage. However, Izuku's intervention had turned the tides completely. His Florida Smash attack had sent that villain to the Shadow Realm while also, most likely, eliminating his ability to reproduce. And if that villain still managed to get a kid in the future, the ghost of the trauma he had suffered from that Florida Smash was something that even the third generation after him would be able to feel. I can do it. I can be a hero too. Izuku had not let his recent success go to his head. He knew that in a fair fight the pink-skinned giant could kill even 10 of him without breaking a sweat. But the fact that his intervention had saved the lives of 3 people was undisputed proof in his mind that he could become a pro-hero too in spite of being quirkless. All Might rebuked me for saving those people. He said I could have been killed or that I could have gotten the hostages killed if I had failed. He told me that without a quirk, it's only a matter of time before I get killed by a villain. Remembering the scene of All Might scolding him for being reckless made him scrunch his eyes close. It hurt that his idol did not believe in him. It hurt that his role model had rebuked him so harshly. It hurt badly. I will show him. At this sports festival, I will show him and everyone else just how far can a quirkless person go. The euphoria and the happiness that had flooded his being after saving those 3 people had made him surer than ever in regards to his dream. Even if his idol, All Might, told him that he had no chance, he was not going to give up. Becoming a hero was no longer something that he desired only because he admired All Might. Izuku did not want to become a pro-hero only because he thought it was cool. Not anymore. Saving the lives of that family of 3 had made him understand just how much even his meager strength could mean for a person in need. His hands clenching into fists and his eyes burning with determination, Izuku unknowingly entered a very special state. Dang, we're late, Minato said in chagrin when he saw on the large screens of the stadium that the first event of the sports festival had already started. Then, shouting at the same time, Minato and Kushina pointed their fingers at each other. It's your fault. Huh, my fault. You're the one who jumped on us and, Kushina began. That's because you were hogging Naruto all to yourself. I'm usually at work and don't have as many chances as you to spend time with him. You should be more considerate. Minato cut her off. HMPF. First come, first served. Besides, we both know that I'm Naruto's favorite parent. He's a mama's boy through and through. Huh? Minato exclaimed scandalized. You take that back. His golden fox ears flat against his head, Naruto covered his face with both hands in embarrassment. His parents were arguing like an old married couple with no regard for their surroundings. The reason for their argument was just as embarrassing too. Mom, Dad, we're in public. The 2 adults had the decency to stop their bickering and at least look sheepish. Fortunately, the crowd's cheering was so loud that no one else heard them. Unfortunately, less than half a minute after they stepped into the stadium, the 3 of them were looking for some empty seats. Naruto's face suddenly appeared on one of the immense screens in the center of the stadium. A moment later, his startled face appeared on every single one of the remaining screens. Oh my, what is this? Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Uzumaki Naruto, in the flesh. A very loud voice reverberated. Present Mike's voice was unmistakable. The hero's excited voice was so loud that Naruto felt some discomfort even despite the ear mufflers that he had stuffed inside his fox ears to protect himself from extreme sounds. That, however, was nothing compared to what followed next. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. It was when several thousand people started chanting Naruto's name that it finally dawned on Minato and Kushina just how popular their son had actually become. Naruto himself too was overwhelmed by their reception. People were cheering and screaming his name almost as if he was All Might. Someone unexpectedly patted Naruto's shoulder from behind and said close to his ears for him to hear them. Don't just stand there frozen. Wave your hand at the cameras or at least smile. The whole country is watching you right now. Turning around, Naruto was surprised to see who it was. Long white hair and rabbit ears, dark skin, very long and athletic legs, white hips, a tiny waist, an impressive bust, and a large grin that was so infectious that Naruto involuntarily found himself smiling back at her in spite of his befuddled state. It was none other than Rumi Usajiyama, or, how most people knew her as, the rabbit hero, Maruko. When Rumi waved at the camera and Naruto followed suit, the crowd's roars exploded in volume. Even the students that were in the middle of crossing the canyon with ropes could not help being distracted and stopped, momentarily overwhelmed by the crowd's reaction. With Maruko making herself visible, Naruto's name was forgotten as the crowd started chanting the rabbit hero's name instead. The commotion lasted no less than half a minute. But once things went back to normal, the cameras returned to the students participating in the first event of the sports festival, the obstacle course race. With the rabbit hero leading them to the VIP booths reserved for Ua High School staff and important guests, Naruto and his parents finally found some empty seats. But only a few seconds after they sat down, Kushina suddenly shoved a notebook and a pen into Maruko's face and bowed her head low while almost shouting. "Maruko-san, please give me your autograph. I'm a huge fan." The rabbit hero snickered, seemingly in very high spirits as she signed Kushina's notebook. In the meantime, Naruto flushed in embarrassment at his mother's fangirlish behavior, especially when he saw her taking a diadem with a pair of white rabbit ears seemingly out of thin air and putting it on her head. Naruto's embarrassment only increased when his father, albeit with a reluctant face, also put a pair of rabbit ears on his head. "Kya, I was hoping to meet you today, but I've never thought I'd actually get to speak to you face to face. Maruko-san, you're the best. My favorite hero. Girl power," she shouted and pumped her fist into the air. "You're almost 40 years old, Mom, for the love of God." Naruto thought as he buried his face in his palms for the second time that day. Minato was not that different either. Imagine an intellectual-looking middle-aged man being forced to wear a pair of girlish rabbit ears. Minato wanted to just dig a hole somewhere and die. But he had no choice. "If I ruin this moment for her, I'll be sleeping on the couch for a month. No, not even the couch, I'll end up sleeping on the front door carpet," Minato thought. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. He would make sure to get back at his wife soon though. Ahahaha. Maruko laughed out loud again and said to Naruto, "Your parents are amazing." In spite of her laughter, in Naruto's eyes, her face seemed to say, "PLS help." But Naruto had no way of helping her. As a fellow martial arts practitioner and enthusiast, Uzumaki Kushina had always been a big fan of the rabbit hero because not only that she was a woman that kicked major butt but even her name, Maruko, was a homage to one of the best and most exciting kickboxers during the golden era of kickboxing and one of the legendary pioneers of mixed martial arts too from a few centuries ago, Mirko Cro Cop. And, to top it all off, Maruko had also ended up saving her precious son's life less than 2 weeks ago. To make a long story short, in the present, Kushina's fangirlism towards Maruko bordered veneration. The rabbit hero was fearless and relentless, a force to be reckoned with in a fight. But even the fearless Maruko could only take a step back and engage in a strategic retreat, running the hell away, in the presence of the rabid monster that was Naruto's mother. Thanking the gods above and underground that her smartphone suddenly rang, Rumi took the chance to excuse herself without appearing to be rude and left the spectators' stand. As she quickly slipped away, she also grabbed Naruto by his arm on her way out. Considering that Maruko could deadlift a ton without much difficulty, Naruto was as light as a feather to her. As for Minato and Kushina, they did not notice his absence right away as they were too absorbed in watching the last segment of the first event, the minefield. Now, the two of them were alone in a corridor, the cheers of the crowd watching the sports festival only a distant hum. Maruko's usually playful grin gradually disappeared as she fiddled with her phone. Looking over her shoulder, the rabbit hero was quite short, standing at only 160 centimeters. Naruto's eyebrows rose when he saw what she was reading. The layout of the app she was using was unfamiliar to him, but it seemed to be a forum app of sorts. The title of the thread was, "Hero Killer, Stain, Spotted by a Restaurant's Back Alley Camera in Tokyo." He feared that the phone would become a crumpled ball of metal when he saw the way her forearms bulged as she clenched her fingers around it. Letting out a sigh, Rumi's rabbit ears sagged a bit as she said in an almost whiny voice. "Ah, what should I do? I wanna go after him." Then, answering his unasked question, she said, "I'm supposed to stay here and crown the winners of the sports festival. But that's so boring." Normally, it was one of the teachers or alumni of the school that did the crowning. Specifically, All Might was the one who usually crowned the winners of the sports festival. That year, however, All Might had turned down said task. Although Maruko had not studied at UA High, the principal of the school contacted her and asked her to take All Might's place that year. The reason for that was not difficult to understand. It was a tactic he employed in order to diminish the backlash of the public at the fact that the sports festival was still being held in spite of the USJ disaster. After all, currently, the Rabbit Hero's popularity was off the charts, the public absolutely adored her. Rumi's conundrum, if it could even be called that, did not last for long. Barely a few seconds later, she showed a toothy grin and threw her hands in the air. Who cares about some sports festival? I won't miss out on this opportunity to catch that asshole. Looking at Naruto with her red eyes sparkling in excitement, she said. What'd you say? Do you wanna tag along? Me? Naruto asked, surprised at her unexpected offer. I don't think. Maruko just laughed and grabbed him by the arm again. It looked like her question had been mostly rhetorical, she did not seem to care what his answer was going to be. We're gonna have so much fun. And you'll get to see a pro hero in action with your own eyes too. Win-win if you ask me. Wait, I can't go. I've gotta let my parents know if I'm going somewhere and I'm also not sure yet if I want to gya. He began to say only to let out a startled cry when Maruko suddenly hoisted him in the air and put him on her shoulder as if he was a sack of potatoes. Wait a minute, Naruto cried out. It was the first time that he and Rabbit Hero had met after the USJ incident and she was already taking him on some hero adventure to catch a metahuman serial killer. He had not even made a final decision on whether he wanted to still become a hero or not yet. Things were moving so fast he having trouble keeping up. But his mind became blank when only 2 seconds later he found himself outside of the stadium, still on Maruko's shoulder. Before he had the chance to protest again, something akin to a sonic boom exploded as the air was suddenly displaced and Naruto almost fainted from the abrupt acceleration. Despite carrying a boy weighing over 70 kilograms on her shoulder, the Rabbit Hero started running so fast that she broke the sound barrier. Chapter 14 Death. A powerful gust of wind blew away all the dust and dirt from the rooftop of an apartment building as 2 people landed on it with a thud. A few seconds later, sounds of someone throwing up were heard. Pussy. Mirko said and snickered at the sight of the fox boy looking as though he was half dead. You freaking psychopath. I thought I was going to die. Naruto shouted at her when he finally got a hold of his upset stomach. Oh, stop it with the drama queen act. Naruto felt his blood pressure shoot through the roof when he saw her laughing. Drama queen. If I was a normal kid, that sprint of yours would have killed me. It wasn't that fast, honest. You broke the sound barrier. Ahaha. I might have been a little too hyped because of, she began awkwardly, but her expression suddenly did a 180 turn as she said in excitement, oh right. The hero killer. Taking out her smartphone, Mirko appeared to forgot all about the incensed boy as she used the Hero Network app to check again the article about the hero killer. Unbelievable, he said exasperated. After dragging him against his will all the way to Tokyo, it was over 100 kilometers away from UA High. She was now acting as if he was air. He sat down and lied on his back on the building's rooftop, too drained to even feel angry anymore. A minute later, he stood up and dusted off his clothes. I'ma head out. Now that got the Rabbit Hero's attention. However, getting the feeling that he wouldn't be able to scurry away if he lingered, Naruto swiftly jumped off the rooftop with no hesitation. Mirko rushed towards the edge of the rooftop, instinctively trying to prevent him from jumping off, but when she saw how the fox boy was defying the laws of physics as he ran down and jumped from wall to wall, she relaxed, remembering just how good he was at using his quirk. Hey, where are you going? She yelled and jumped right after him. Instead of replying, Naruto let out an, oh, crap, under his breath and broke into a sprint, his fluffy tail standing comically stiff in contrast with the rest of his body. Oi, why are you running away from me? Mirko shouted as she broke into a dash too. Why are you chasing me? Naruto hollered back at her and suddenly made a turn, heading into a crowded and rather narrow side alley filled with all sorts of street vendors and hundreds of pedestrians. When Mirko entered the side alley and saw how many people were walking around, she let out a grin. Cunning brat. she said in amusement. Knowing that in a race of pure speed Mirko was faster than him, Naruto had chosen a crowded place because, thanks to his fox quirk's innate agility and reaction time, he would be able to run faster than her here. Her thigh muscles tensed as she launched herself into the air, landing on a rooftop. Then, she started running on top of the buildings, chasing him from above. Unfortunately for Naruto, with his unique appearance, he couldn't blend in with the crowd easily. His 3 golden fox tails stood out so much that Mirko had no difficulty in keeping her eyes trained on him. Seeing that she was still hot on his trail in spite of his best attempts to shake her off, Naruto increased his speed even more and rushed into another side alley. Briefly looking over his shoulder to see if the rabbit hero was still following him, he slammed so hard into a wall so hard that he bounced back like a tennis ball and fell down on his ass dazed. While Naruto was running from the rabbit hero as if his tails were on fire, Izuku was riding one of the biggest highs of his life. His curly hair was singed, his elbows and knees were bruised and his clothes were tattered from all the mines that he had blown up, but the smile on his face could not be any more radiant. Against all odds, in spite of not having a quirk, he had won the first event of the sports festival. That turn of events blindsided all the spectators and the other participating students as well. The 8-class students that had been baptized through fire by surviving the League of Villains' attack on the USJ had been the favorites by a long shot, especially Endeavor's son and the boy who appeared to be his closest rival, Katsuki Bakugo. Nobody had expected a general studies student to defeat the prodigies from the hero course. Everyone is watching me now. Look at me. Watch me. I'll show you how far I can go even without a quirk. Brimming with anticipation, he could not wait for midnight to announce the second event of the sports festival. Back to Naruto and Mirko. Did you really think you could outrun the rabbit hero? Haha, I got you now. Shaking off the cobwebs in his head, Naruto realized that the wall that he had slammed face first into was actually the very person he had been running away from. But I'll give credit where it's due. You weren't half bad, for a dumb little brat. Naruto's face scrunched up in annoyance. Her smug grin was annoying him even more than her words. All right, you won. He threw his hands up and said. Look, I just wanna go home. You're telling me you're not in the least curious about seeing firsthand a pro hero in action? Mirko said and put her hands on her waist, not buying it. Not really. I don't want to become, Naruto began to say, but Mirko suddenly raised her hand to stop him and said. Wait a moment. She closed her eyes for a moment and inhaled deeply. I smell blood. There are like 5 restaurants or more in this block alone. It's probably from the chickens they're cooking, Naruto said. He could not sense anything, but he figured that her sense of smell was most likely more developed than his. No, this is human blood, Mirko said with a serious face this time. If you want to follow me, you can, but don't interfere. Just watch from a distance and wait until things are under control, she told him and started running in the direction she could sense the smell coming from. But Naruto had no intention of actually following her. Now that she left, it was his chance to slip away. He started running in the opposite direction. God damn it, Mirko cussed when she came to a stop and looked at the sight in front of her. Blood was pooling on the sidewalk and a carved up and mutilated body lied in the middle of it. It was a man and, judging by his attire, he was a pro hero. Rushing at the bleeding person, she quickly checked his vitals before exhaling in relief. He's still breathing. A small battle took place in her mind. The precepts of a professional hero dictated that rescuing people took priority over capturing villains. On the other hand, catching the hero killer had been a goal of hers for weeks now. But I'm not a medic. There's nothing I can do to save him, she debated with herself as she dialed 119, the hotline of the ambulance in Japan. Nevertheless, in the end, she could not bring herself to leave the dying hero alone. She could only clench her fist in frustration at the thought of the hero killer getting away once again as she waited for the ambulance and for the police to arrive at the scene. Hello. Hey, Dad, it's me. Naruto. Where are you? The first event of the sports festival is over already. Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Haha, you won't believe it, but I'm in Tokyo. Funny. Come here, the second event is about to start. You don't want to miss it. They're going to have a Botaoshi game. All first years will be split into 2 teams and they'll have to topple each other's polls. I'm so excited. 1. No, Dad, I'm serious. I really am in Tokyo. The rabbit hero dragged me here with her. I swear to God she is crazy. A few moments of silence followed before Naruto heard a bunch of almost imperceptible words. Minato had covered the phone's speakers with his hand for Naruto to not hear what he was about to say. Honey, I think Naruto just went with Mirko on a date. What date? Naruto sputtered. Didn't you hear what I said? She took me with her by force. From the shuffling and grunts he was hearing, Naruto guessed that Minato and Kushina were now wrestling for the possession of the phone. Living up to her credentials as a judo black belt, Kushina managed to defeat her husband in this little game and snatch his phone away. Naruto. What date is he talking about? Kushina's raised voice came from the other end of the line and he had to distance the phone from his head lest he went deaf. I don't know what he's talking about, Mom, I promise. Naruto said immediately. His quick denial, however, seemed to only further raise her suspicions. Don't do anything reckless, okay? You're still too young to be doing the deed. And I expect you to be home before 8 o'clock so we can have dinner. Better yet, bring her with you when. Mom, Naruto said, now becoming exasperated, his face flushing too. This isn't a date, for God's sake. She took me here to show me how she's going to beat up a villain. Ah, how romantic is that? Came Minato's snicker from the background and Kushina burst into giggles too. We're just messing with you, Kushina said eventually, her voice filled with barely repressed laughter. I say you take this chance to get closer to her. Mirko is a bit controversial but she's one of the top 5 heroes in Japan for a reason. She is very powerful and popular as well. Don't waste this chance. If you make a good impression, you could become her sidekick as soon as you graduate. Getting a first-hand look at her hero activities is a precious opportunity too. When a few seconds passed without Naruto replying, Kushina said. Naruto-chan, is everything alright over there? How should I say this? I kinda, ditched her. As his mother's annoyed sigh and the sound of someone slapping their forehead, he guessed it was his father based on the volume, came from the other end of the line, Naruto chuckled helplessly before mumbling. Sorry. It's okay, Kushina said. You told me this morning how you feel about becoming a hero so I won't say anything else to pressure you. She made a small pause to choose her words carefully, don't take too long before making a final decision. There are times in life when opportunities come your way and if you don't grab them with both hands, you might never get the chance again. Naruto talked with his parents for a few more minutes before they had to end the call. With the second event of the UA High Sports Festival kicking off, the noise made by the spectators in the stands became too loud for them to talk to each other on the phone. Putting his hands in the pockets of his pants, Naruto started walking at a leisurely pace as he gawked at the crowded streets of Japan's capital. It was not the first time he had visited Tokyo, he had been on 2 trips with his class in middle school. But he had never gotten the chance to wander around by himself in non-touristic places. As he passed by a shotengai, a local food market, his mouth started to water at the delicious smells coming from it. It had to be said Tokyo was ranked as one of the cities with the most restaurants per capita in the world and Japanese cuisine was recognized worldwide as one of the best too. With his sharper than average sense of smell, Naruto never stood a chance. But when he went in line to one of the food stalls, he was startled to realize that a bunch of girls wearing high school uniforms ahead of him suddenly made way for him and took out their smartphones to film him. 3 golden fox tails. It's him, isn't it? Whoa, it really is him. What is he doing in Tokyo? Ooh, he's so much cuter in person. The commotion that the high school girls caused attracted other people's attention and Naruto suddenly found himself in the middle of a mob of several dozen people, all snapping pictures at him and trying to talk to him. Excuse my rudeness, are you, by chance, Uzumaki Naruto? I saw you on TV the other day. It's an honor to meet you. I'm rooting for you. You're going to be an excellent hero in the future. With so many people all of a sudden clamoring around him and all of them talking at the same time, Naruto was stumped, not knowing how to react. 1 hour later, Naruto found himself on a remote bench in a public park, his arms full of snacks and souvenirs. Once they discovered him, the crowd and the food stall owners in the vicinity showered him with gifts. It was only after shaking hands with and signing autographs for nearly 100 people that Naruto finally managed to get away. Ah, there's so much food. What am I going to do with all of it? Food from street stalls was not the kind that could be preserved for long. Most of it would end up becoming spoiled by the time evening came. Regardless, he couldn't throw it away. His conscience wouldn't let him tarnish people's goodwill and feelings for him like that. Picking up a paper bag with ikiyaki, he bit into it with gusto and closed his eyes as he savored the rich flavor of the grilled squid meat. Time passed and eventually, Naruto let out a long breath as he rested his back against the bench. I can't eat anymore. He was so full, his stomach bulged out as if he was pregnant, but the pile of food on the bench was only halfway done. Even someone with an appetite as healthy as his couldn't finish it all. Muttering a small prayer of thanks to the people who had gifted him the food, Naruto gathered all that was left and stood up. Though he could not finish everything by himself, it didn't mean he was going to throw all the food away. As any other big metropolis in the world, Tokyo had its share of unfortunate people without a home that would appreciate a small gesture of kindness. As Naruto gave his last snack to a homeless old man, he noticed a little girl watching them wistfully with her big red eyes. Following his line of sight, the old man saw the little girl watching them too. She seems to be hungry too. Here, young little miss, you can have it, the old man said with a gentle smile and stretched out his hands to give her the snack that Naruto had just given him. The old man's unexpected kindness moved Naruto deeply. It's easy to give things away and make good deeds when you have more than you need. But this Oji-san has nothing. Naruto put his hand gently on his forearm to stop him and said, "Don't worry, uncle. Keep your food. I'll go get something for the little girl." Are you sure that's all right? You don't have to. No, it's not a problem, I insist. He went to the little girl and, crouching to be on the same eye level with her, he asked, "Hi, would you like me to buy you some dango?" The little girl looked down in embarrassment as she mumbled, "Yes." Naruto gave her a sunny smile and patted her head softly before standing up and rushing to a nearby convenience store. A few minutes later, he returned with a bag carrying a pack of dango and 2 cartons of apple juice, one for the little girl and one for the old man. After giving the old man a carton of juice and receiving his heartfelt thanks, Naruto went to the little girl and handed her the juice and the food too. "Thank you," the girl said shyly. Not minding his image, Naruto sat down on the sidewalk next to the little girl and watched her. It was highly unusual for children to live on the streets in Japan. It was the first time he was seeing a homeless child. The Children Protection Agency normally took all orphan children or those without a stable home and put them into foster families. Thinking that a girl as young as her was living on the streets, Naruto could not simply leave her and be on his way. "My name is Naruto, by the way. What's your name?" The girl took a few moments to swallow a big mouthful of food before replying. "Eri. My name is Eri." "I see. Eri-chan, are you alone? Where are your parents?" The little girl put down the stick of dango momentarily and looked at the ground as she said, "They're dead." He felt a node forming in his neck. "I'm sorry to hear that." He truly was. Looking at the deplorable appearance of the little girl and knowing that she was an orphan, Naruto felt his heart breaking. If anything, there were not many people that understood as well as he did what it was like to be an orphan. In his past life, he had been an orphan too. Even so, he had never been in the little girl's situation. Although the third Hokage had not been the most attentive caretaker, at least Naruto had always had a place to sleep and food to eat. In contrast, the little girl was homeless, her clothes were rags, she had no shoes on her feet and her arms and legs were wrapped in bandages. He took a few moments to calm his emotions before he spoke. "Is there nobody else related to you? No one else that can take care of you?" Finished wolfing down her food, Eri started wringing her hands nervously at his words. "I have relatives. But they are bad people that hurt me," the little girl said and whispered inaudibly the last part before looking around terrified. Naruto's sensitive hearing, however, picked up what she said. Furthermore, he could smell it. He could smell the feelings of fear coming off her, too. No, it's not just fear. She's terrified. So she's a runaway. Anger started bubbling in his veins as he looked at the dirty bandages covering her arms and legs. What kind of bastards would hurt a little girl like that? When Mirko had kidnapped him from Uehai and dragged him to Tokyo, Naruto had never thought he would stumble upon such a situation, but now that he did, he could not ignore the little girl and pretend he had not heard anything. Standing up, he stretched his hand out for her to grab it as he said, "Will you come with me?" "Come where?" Eri asked cautiously. "To find you a new home. The police will." "No." The little girl suddenly yelled and backed away. "No," she said again, this time in a weak voice. "They'll send me back again. I don't want to go back to that place." As though her words had been a bad omen, 4 tough-looking men wearing black suits appeared in the plaza and started looking around as if they were searching for something. "They're here," Eri said, her voice choked from fear as she quickly ran behind Naruto's legs and buried herself into his 3 fox tails in a desperate attempt to hide herself. "Please, don't let them take me. Please," Eri begged desperately. Startled by her actions, Naruto turned to look at what had elicited such a reaction from the little girl. Seeing the 4 men heading towards him, anger suddenly washed over him. "You've caused us a lot of problems this time, Eri," one of the 4 men said in anger as he and his pals walked closer to them. "Did you know? Yosuke died. Overhaul killed him because you ran away. It's your fault someone was killed once again." Naruto heard Eri's breath hitch at that man's words. "There's no use in hiding her, boy. Step aside. This doesn't concern you," one of the men said and tried to push his shoulder roughly to shove him away. But Naruto caught his wrist and twisted it, making him fall to his knees and cry out in pain. Thinking that they had tormented a little girl to the point where she was shivering in terror, he proceeded to further twist the man's wrist, making him start screaming. "Arg! Wait! It's going to break! Arg!" Letting go of the man's wrist, Naruto push-kicked him in the chest, sending him skidding backwards. The other 3 tough-looking men suddenly took out knives from their pockets and pointed them at him. Every fucking kid thinks they're a hero these days. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with, you stupid bag of shit? If it was 2 or 3 generations ago, even the police would hesitate about getting entangled with them. But in a society of superpowered people, the Yakuza was a shell of its former self. The 3 men were burning with rage. "I don't care who you are. All I see is that 4 men with knives are trying to take a little girl against her will. You little shit. You're so dead when I get my hand on you. All fucking." Bang. The man who was in the middle of swearing and cursing was suddenly blasted away as if he had been hit by a truck. His legs still extended from the vicious kick he had slammed into that man's gut. Naruto looked at the other 3 who had unconsciously stepped away from him in trepidation. But the time to talk things peacefully passed the moment they threatened him with their knives. With a speed that made it look as though he had teleported in front of him, Naruto grabbed one of the Yakuza goons by the head and smashed a knee into his face, knocking him out cold. The other 2 had no time to react whatsoever because, a split of second later, he appeared between them like a blur. A Konoha Senpuu kick smashed into their jaws at the same time, sending them flying in opposite directions. Their knives laying scattered on the ground, the 4 men did not get up. They were unconscious. The entire fight took less than 5 seconds, but the sight of a young boy beating the crap out of 4 buff men attracted people's attention right away. "We better get away before the police or a hero comes. Come, get on my back. I'll carry you so we can flee faster," Naruto said and crouched. He was a stranger that she had met only half an hour ago, but the kindness that he had shown her by buying her food and the way that he protected her from Overhaul's men made any doubts that Eri might have had about him vanish. Getting on his back, the little girl wrapped her hands tightly around his neck as Naruto broke into a run. A while later, Naruto and Eri were sitting on a bench in a more remote children's playground, catching their breath. While the little girl was wringing her hands anxiously, Naruto was no less worried either. He was resting his face in his palms as he tried to find a way to deal with the situation. To think I'd pick a little girl that was a runaway from a family that's part of a gang of some sort. He wanted to help Eri with every fiber of his being, but he didn't know what he could do for her. He was just an underage boy in the eye of the law, he couldn't become her guardian. And the worst part was that he did not know how to deal with the gang either. He could beat them up. Not all problems in the world could be solved by beating people up. Unfortunately, things weren't that simple. Since Eri-chan doesn't want to go to the police, does that mean that her relatives have someone on the inside? What the hell are they, Yakuza? He thought with a snort. Do Yakuza even exist anymore? Mom told me most criminal organizations disbanded after All Might's rise to power. While Naruto was deeply buried in his thoughts, a series of relaxed footsteps make him look up at the newcomer. This day just keeps getting better, Naruto said sardonically. First, the rabbit hero had carried him on her shoulder like a bag of potatoes from Uehai all the way to Tokyo. Then he encountered a little girl that had run away from a family of criminals, and now he was being approached by a man who was wearing a pair of white latex gloves and a stuffy plague mask in the middle of May. Is he a cosplayer of sorts? He thought, but when the young man opened his mouth, Naruto's amusement disappeared. You've been a naughty girl again, Eri, the young man said, and Naruto saw the little girl stiffen in panic. Thank you for looking after my daughter. I was so worried when she disappeared, he said as he turned towards Naruto and raised his hand for a handshake. Oh, where are my manners? Excuse me, the young man said before taking off the latex glove on his right hand and raising it again for a handshake. 3. Naruto looked at him warily, inwardly expecting the weirdo in front of him to pull out a knife or a gun with his other hand. Though he raised his hand to meet the man's handshake, Naruto kept his eyes on him like a hawk, watching his every move intently, ready to react in an instant if the man decided to attack him. No! Eri cried out loud and jumped between the two of them in a desperate attempt to protect the kind fox boy that had taken care of her until then. However, she did not make it in time. It only took one touch. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Chapter 15 Protector. Previous chapter. Naruto looked at him warily, inwardly expecting the weirdo in front of him to pull out a knife or a gun with his other hand. Though he raised his hand to meet the man's handshake, Naruto kept his eyes on him like a hawk, watching his every move intently, ready to react in an instant if the man decided to attack him. No! Eri cried out loud and jumped between the two of them in a desperate attempt to protect the kind fox boy that had taken care of her until then. However, she did not make it in time. It only took one touch. Blood and gore splattered everywhere. Overhaul spat a mouthful of blood as he looked in disbelief at the 4 spear-tipped golden chains sticking out of his chest. What is this? Overhaul asked, so stupefied that he didn't even feel pain momentarily, his brain seemingly lagging behind in comprehending what had just happened. He proceeded to touch himself several times over in an attempt to restore his body to pristine condition. However, his quirk wasn't working. Naruto was no less shocked than him either. Just as he had been about to shake hands with the plague mask-wearing young man, a feeling of mortal danger washed over him like never before. Outside of his conscious control, reacting to his fox quirk's animalistic survival instinct, 4 golden chains burst through from his back and skewered the young man in front of him like a beehive. Naruto stammered and stepped back in a stupor as he retrieved the adamantine sealing chains from Overhaul's body. He had not wanted to kill the young man in front of him. Even in his past life, as a shinobi, Naruto could count on the fingers of one hand the number of people that he had killed. The quirk that he had inherited from his mother had acted out on its own yet again, just like when the sludge villain had attacked him. He had yet to snap out of his shock when the little girl let out a cry and yelled. No! A bright yellow flash akin to lightning exploded forth from the little horn poking out of the right side of her forehead, and Eri cried out again. No! Run! Get away from here! Please! Run! While the crackling yellow light spilled out in all directions from her horn, Eri's eyes filled with desperate tears. Each and every action you take kills people. No! She cried out as Overhaul's filled with malice words rang in her mind. Did you know? Yosuke died. Overhaul killed him because you ran away. It's your fault someone was killed once again. Naruto stepped back in trepidation as his adamantine sealing chains once again came out from his back of their own volition, outside of his control. His senses screamed danger at him in the same way they did when he had been about to shake hands with Overhaul, and his chains were activated in an instinctual act to ensure his survival. As his golden chains flailed slowly around him, the light coming off from Eri's horn avoided him like the plague. Why did you do that? Monster. I wish you were never born. A woman's screams resounded in Eri's mind and tears started rolling down her cheeks like a river. That's because those were her mother's words. It was her own mother, cursing at her after her quirk went out of control and erased her father from existence. Naruto watched with wide eyes and bated breath as the bloodied and lifeless body of the young man collapsed on the street, suddenly regenerated back like a miracle, and opened his eyes. As Overhaul came back to life with a gasp, he was extremely quick to take note of the situation and launched himself at the little girl. However, Overhaul only managed to take 2 steps before he stumbled and crashed down as his legs unexpectedly shrank in length. No, his entire body shrank, his appearance inexplicably becoming more than 10 years younger. For the first time in her entire life, Eri heard her tormentor's voice crack. Eri. Stop. Please stop. Overhaul cried out in panic as he made a last-ditch attempt to jump towards her. But in the next second, the now teenage Overhaul collapsed once again. He had been turned into a toddler. Then, to Naruto's shock, as the yellow light coming off from Eri's horn engulfed the toddler, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. As a nigh godlike shinobi from a fantasy-like world and as a current resident in a society of superpowered heroes and villains, Naruto had seen many things in his 2 lives. He had seen demonic beasts as tall as mountains, he had seen people that could transform themselves into liquids or fire, he had seen beings capable of dishing out attacks no weaker than a nuclear bomb, he had seen the dead being brought back to life, he had seen people capable of crossing dimensions and teleporting, and he had even fought against a goddess. But he had never seen anything like what had just happened in front of his eyes. He had never even heard of a power capable of anything like that. Even the most broken ability of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi, paled in comparison to the little girl's quirk. To completely ignore the laws of physics and reverse time was a power beyond the realm of mortals. It was akin to the power of a god. A few moments later, the horn on Eri's forehead stopped emitting light and shrunk to a size 3 times smaller than before. Thoroughly exhausted, Eri lost consciousness and fell down bonelessly. Even as he rushed to catch the little girl before she fell onto the hard asphalt, Naruto did not retrieve his adamantine sealing chains into his body, still too freaked out by what he had just seen. If it hadn't been for my chains, would she have turned me into a toddler too? Or worse, would I have completely stopped existing? But as that thought came to his mind, his chains sank back into his spine and he embraced the girl's thin and scrawny body tightly. Having run away from the bloody scene, Naruto was once again sitting on a bench in a public park. He had chosen against going to a remote place this time to avoid being attacked by the gangsters coming from Eri's family again. Seeing as it was well into the afternoon, in May, the weather was sunny, warm and less humid than any other time of the year. It was the perfect time for people to come out for a walk and enjoy the advent of summer. Children of all ages were walking hand in hand with their parents, vivacious high school students dressed in their respective uniforms could be seen everywhere, and there were even couples and old people walking around. Every once in a while, some passers-by would throw curious glances at the blonde-haired boy with fox ears and the little girl sleeping in his arms, but they didn't poke their noses where they weren't supposed to. Eri-chan, muttered Naruto as he gently caressed the back of her head, trying to soothe her. Even in her dreams, the little girl did not seem to have peace. Her tiny hands were clutching tightly at his t-shirt and the wetness at the corners of her eyes betrayed that she was crying. She was having a nightmare. He could only imagine what she was going through at that moment. A child as young and fragile as her had inadvertently killed a person due to her quirk going berserk. Her extremely powerful quirk was no different than a curse for her, a curse that had caused her an untold amount of pain and suffering. Don't you worry, Eri-chan. From now on, I'll protect you. I swear. I won't let anyone hurt you anymore, he whispered as he caressed her white bluish hair. He spent the next few minutes in silence as he contemplated his next course of action. I'm a minor, so the law will never let me become her guardian in normal conditions. I have to convince mom and dad to take her in. A troubled look appeared on his face. Adopting a child was not something that people did in the spur of the moment. Normally, people would think about such matters for several long months and have multiple meetings with the child before finally deciding on whether they would adopt them or not. He wasn't very hopeful about his parents all of a sudden accepting to take Eri in. Also, someone has probably discovered the massive amount of blood and gore in that children's playground by now, and those thugs would surely kick up a fuss when their pal doesn't turn up the next day at their meeting house. I will become their prime suspect in that plague-masked dude's disappearance. The more he thought about the situation, the bigger his headache was becoming. But as he looked at how Eri was clutching at his shirt as she slept, thoughts of giving up never even sprouted in his mind. He knew what it felt like to be a cursed child and carry a great burden. The desire to protect the little girl was burning with such intensity in his heart that Naruto was surprised at himself. In the end, he steeled his resolve and made a decision. Dialing his father's number again, he brought his phone to his ear. "Hey, Dad, do you see All Might anywhere in the stands close by?" Naruto said right away. "What happened? Did you get in trouble? Is everything okay? Are you alright?" Minato shot a series of questions one after another. "I did get in trouble. But everything is okay at the moment," Naruto said quickly. "I really need to speak with All Might. Please, Dad." Minato appeared to be hesitating. I don't know, Naruto. How can I just waltz in front of him and demand he spoke to my son on the phone? He is All Might, you know." With All Might becoming his teacher at Uchiha High, Naruto had gotten used to treating All Might almost like a normal person, like his teacher. He had forgotten just how much was All Might worshipped by the average people at large. "It's fine, you'll see. He's our teacher at Uchiha. He told me directly before that if I ever need help or someone to talk to, he'll always be available for me," Naruto said. And it was not a lie. In the first place, All Might had enrolled Naruto at Uchiha High through his recommendation because he wanted to guide Naruto into becoming a hero, to prevent the possibility of him going on the wrong path. Alright, Minato grumbled as he stood up and walked towards All Might's seat. Since the rabbit hero had brought the Uzumaki family to the VIP booth, they were together with other members of UA High's staff, therefore, All Might was there too. With All Might being a hulking man over 2 meters tall and packed with bulging muscles, it was hardly a challenge to spot him in the crowd. Naruto unexpectedly heard a robotic voice telling him that his call had been put on hold, but 20 seconds later, All Might's boisterous voice made him go temporarily deaf in one ear. "Uzumaki Shonen, I heard you wanted to talk to me." Just from hearing All Might's voice, Naruto felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. All Might's charisma and the good name he had built were so strong that just saying a few words was enough to fill people with hope and bring them a feeling of safety. "I found a homeless girl. She ran away from her relatives because they were hurting her. I think they are part of a gang of some sort because they attacked us with knives. They want to capture her back. He began to speak quickly, trying to cram in as much information as he could in as few words as possible. Hold on a minute," All Might exclaimed, momentarily overwhelmed by Naruto's unexpected bombardment of words. "First of all, where are you?" "I'm in Tokyo. I'll send you the location through my dad's cross-chat right away." All Might was startled yet again. Had he not seen the fox boy enter the stadium together with his parents a while ago? His face had been on all the screens of the stadium. How was he in Tokyo now? But he did not waste time asking unimportant questions. "Why haven't you gone to the police first? They can help you much faster than me since they are much closer." The girl sounded desperate about not going to the police. Her relatives must be having someone on the inside because she was terrified of being sent back. All Might was silent for a few moments before saying, "Go into a public location that's likely to be patrolled by heroes, preferably around a traffic camera to discourage any attackers from ambushing you. I will come to get you in a few minutes. Don't hang up, keep the line open so I can hear you if anything unexpected happens." Half an hour later, Naruto and All Might were sitting in a private room at a police station in Tokyo, talking. "What a terrifying ability," All Might muttered in disbelief when he heard from Naruto what Eri's quirk was capable of. But, in spite of that, the number one hero was not looking at the little girl as if she was a time-ticking bomb. Instead, his eyes were filled with compassion. She was not the only case that he had heard of where children lost control of their quirks and caused a disaster. In fact, although they weren't all that common, such unfortunate situations started occurring increasingly often in the past 2 decades. Society at large had not become aware of it yet, but medics and scientists all over the world had taken notice of it. What have they done to the poor girl to bring her in such a state? All Might thought as he saw how Eri, who was now awake, was clutching at Naruto's clothes, seemingly as if he was her lifeline. Furthermore, the girl appeared to be malnourished and her arms and legs were covered with bandages. "Eri-chan, it's all right," Naruto said in a soft voice and patted her on the head. "All Might is here to help. You won't send me back, will you?" the little girl asked fearfully. "Please, don't. I don't know what they'll do now that he's gone." Tears started stinging at Naruto's eyes when he heard her plead that, but he held them in. Letting out a shuddering breath to calm down his turbulent emotions, he said, "Nobody is going to take you away. I promise. I'm not sure it's wise to make her promises that you might not be able to keep." All Might said hesitantly. "There isn't anyone else who can take care of Eri properly. Nobody except for me, and Aizawa-sensei," Naruto said. Those words threw All Might off the loop. He sensed that whatever the fox boy was about to tell him next was going to be big. "What do you mean, young boy?" A complicated expression appeared on Naruto's face, but he had already made up his mind, so he didn't drag it on. "Sensei, I need you to promise that whatever I'm going to tell you will stay between the two of us. If anyone else finds out the secret I'm going to tell you now, my entire family will probably be murdered. This isn't a prank. I'm dead serious. Do I have your word?" All Might's face mirrored Naruto's complicated expression. "You're putting me in a very tough spot. But I promise you that as long as it's not something worthy of being prosecuted for, your secret is safe with me." That wasn't exactly the kind of answer Naruto had been hoping for. But that would have to suffice because there was nobody else he could turn to. He had to make a leap of faith and trust him. "Aside from my fox quirk, I have another quirk," Naruto began to say, only for All Might to interrupt him. "Impossible. People can't have more than one quirk." Unless, he didn't finish what he was about to say. Though curious about the words that All Might had left unsaid, Naruto had more important things to think about at that moment. "It's a strange quirk because it doesn't manifest like every other quirk in early childhood. It takes a moment of life and death to trigger it, and it can appear at any age or it might not appear at all. My grandmother manifested her quirk when she was middle-aged. My grandma didn't manifest it at all. My mother manifested it as a child, during a car crash, when she was about to die. Her parents, my grandparents, died in that crash. Mom was the only one who survived." Naruto gulped his saliva before continuing. "I manifested this quirk too when the sludge villain was about to kill me. I didn't know what happened at that time. I fell unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital and I heard that the villain that attacked me was dead." As he said that, 4 chains seemingly made out of golden light slowly peeked out from under his t-shirt and started flailing slowly around him. These chains have a similar effect to Aizawa-sensei's erasure. Anyone that gets entangled by the adamantine sealing chains can't use their quirks. If someone gets caught by these chains, it's game over for them. It's a very powerful quirk, Naruto admitted. And that's what caused my family to hide. My mother didn't tell me everything, probably because she wants to protect me, but she warned me that a very powerful person had tried to get their hands on our quirk for generations. Someone who would stop at nothing to acquire it, even if they had to kill us. Unless my life is at stake, I should never reveal it in front of other people. Mom had kept her quirk a secret even from me and Dad until I manifested the chains, and Dad still doesn't know about it even till this day." Momentarily, All Might was mute with surprise. Is he talking about All for One? Was the first thing that came to his mind when he heard Naruto's description. "Sensei, Eri's quirk is too dangerous for her to be put in the care of an ordinary foster family. I want to take care of her. I don't want to let her suffer again. She doesn't deserve that. It's not her fault she was born with that power." Hearing the emotion in his voice, if All Might had not known any better, he would have been tempted to believe that Naruto was the one going through that turmoil himself, not just the young girl. Little did he know though that Naruto understood Eri's situation better than anyone else. I know I'm underage, but there are only two options for taking care of Eri, and Aizawa-sensei is probably the last person you could ask to babysit a girl. All Might found himself snorting at the mental image of Eraserhead giving him his patented dead-eye glare for even daring to suggest he became a foster father. But if push came to shove, I'm sure he'd eventually do it even if he didn't like it. I don't know anyone who takes their duty as a hero as seriously as Eraserhead, All Might conceded in his mind. Uzumaki Shonen, as much as I'd like to help you in this matter, this isn't the kind of decision that I can make alone. But seeing Naruto's crestfallen look, sagged fox ears, tails, and all, he added, but I promise I'll do everything I can to support your suggestion. Little Eri's case is truly a special one. But there is one thing you need to understand. If you want to convince the Hero Public Safety Commission and the Child Protection Agency that you can take care of Eri, that means that you will have to reveal your secret to them. A deathly silence instilled in the room as All Might hammered the figurative last nail in the coffin when he asked, "Are you willing to go as far as to risk endangering your family for the sake of a girl you had only met today?" It was a cold-blooded question, something that people wouldn't expect to come out of All Might. But All Might wanted the Fox Boy to be completely aware of the consequences that his choice could have. Naruto didn't reply right away, and Eri too was so silent one couldn't even hear her breathing. Although she did not understand the complicated adult talk between Naruto and All Might, she had a feeling that her fate might be decided based on what Naruto said next. Eventually, Naruto spoke. "Sensei, did you know? Up until this morning, I had been seriously thinking about dropping out of UA High. I didn't want to become a hero anymore." The boy's words had been so unexpected that All Might choked on his spit and coughed several times before finally recollecting himself. It was not only the population at large that had been charmed and impressed by Naruto's self-sacrificing spirit and grit as he fought against Nomu in order to protect his classmates at USJ, All Might had been just as awed by the Fox Boy too. Hearing him say he wanted to quit had completely blindsided him. "I was afraid for my parents' safety," Naruto confessed. "I still am. I'm thinking, what if some villains attacked my loved ones to get revenge on me? Is being a hero worth it if my family suffers?" All Might did not know what answer to give him. Inwardly, he was again surprised someone as young as Naruto was looking at things in such a mature and cynical manner. Most teenagers at his age were only thinking about how to get famous and amaze others with their quirks, how to rise to the top and become high-ranking heroes, famous and rich. Very few took the time to think seriously about the downsides of being a hero. There was a reason why All Might himself didn't have a lover or any children. He had thought about the same things as Naruto many times too. With how many enemies he had made over the years, All Might could not, in good conscience, let anyone get close to him because they would only end up as a casualty of their revenge against him. "But my mom slapped some sense into me after USJ, he said with a weak chuckle, and encountering Eri today made me realize something. It's not like me to live in fear. It's not like me to cower from my enemy's threats. I wasn't like that. I've never been one to turn my head away from someone in need of help. Even when all odds were stacked against me, I've never retreated, I never ran away. Eri-chan reminded me of who I truly am." All Might felt goosebumps appear on his arms when Naruto locked eyes with him and said, "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I don't back down and I never go back on my word. Because I am a protector. This is my way. This is my will of fire." Chapter 16 Acknowledgement. Botaoshi was a capture the flag type of game in which two teams had to do their utmost to topple the other team's pole. Every team was split into attackers and defenders. The defenders would protect their pole and keep it standing while the attackers would try to topple the opponent team's pole. Additionally, one player on each team would take the role of a Tsuru monkey. They would stand on top of the pole and deter any would-be opponents from bringing it down. The traditional Botaoshi game had several rules. 1. A time limit of 2 minutes. 2. A team lost when their pole was toppled to a 30-degree angle or less. If neither team managed to topple the pole within that time frame, the game would be reset. 3. Punching, kicking, strangling, and pulling heads were prohibited. Those were the rules for the traditional game of Botaoshi, but Uehai changed the rules for the second event of the sports festival as follows. 1. The time limit was 5 minutes. 2. A team lost when their pole was toppled to the ground. 3. Any forms of combat were allowed, but the pole had to remain intact. Whichever team destroyed the wooden pole, whether it was theirs or the opponent's, would be disqualified. The winner of the first event of the sports festival had been granted the chance to select any 2 players for his team, and Izuku had jumped at the chance to choose Endeavor's son, Todoroki Shoto, and a student from General Studies, Hitoshi Shinso. The rest of the members of each team had been selected randomly by the computer. Botaoshi had always been one of the most exciting games in Japan's modern history. The spectators in the stands were brimming with anticipation to see how would such a rough and exciting game play out between individuals with superpowers. The moment that Hero Midnight lowered her whip to signal the start of the game, both teams exploded into action. On Izuku's team, Todoroki took the initiative to create a small mountain of ice around the wooden pole, leaving only its top uncovered. The opponents would have to destroy the ice first before having the chance to topple the pole. While Izuku and Todoroki took the roles of defender, Tokiyami and his partner, Dark Shadow, took the role of the monkey and perched themselves on top of the wooden pole, fully intent on knocking down anyone that tried to get close to them. On the other team, Momo Yayorizu quickly created several metallic pillars which were propped up against the main wooden pole, and Shiro proceeded to tape them all tightly together. Jirota Shishida, Beast Quirk, and Abara Shiozaki, Vine's Quirk, from Class 1B took the role of defender. As for the role of monkey, Biwahaha, come at me losers, Bakugo hollered in excitement as he sat perched up on his team's wooden pole, his palms continuously crackling with small explosions. He could not wait to blow the opposite team's attackers into smithereens. But these students were the only ones that had taken any strategic measures to win the game. Everyone else just jumped at each other like a horde of savages, each one of them trying to catch the eyes of the pro heroes in attendance with their quirks. Izuku had made several strategies in his mind, and he had tried to discuss them with his teammates before the start of the game, but all planning went to waste only a few seconds in. What had originally been intended as a game of Botaoshi had immediately degenerated into a full-on battle royale. This is the worst, Izuku said in frustration. Even with his guts and desire to prove himself, he knew better than to try to join in the brawl. I wouldn't last even 10 seconds, he muttered to himself as he watched how the hero course student with a steel quirk from his team was suddenly engulfed by a huge mass of green vines and thrown out of bounds, slammed brutally into the wall at the edge of the arena. It was pandemonium. In no time, half a dozen students had been either thrown out of bounds or knocked unconscious. While everything seemed hopeless, Shinso, one of the 2 boys that Izuku had chosen in his team, suddenly shouted as loud as he could. Attack the wooden pole now. With the Vines girl out of the picture, that ugly beast stands no chance. His shout was largely ignored by everyone. Almost everyone. The Beast Quirk user frowned at his words and said, I may not be a pretty boy, but if you think I'm that easy to take down, you are in for a rude awakening. However, at his words of warning, Shinso smirked in triumph and allowed himself an evil-sounding cackle as he gave the B-class student his next order. On the contrary, I don't underestimate you at all. Now, go wild on your team's wooden pole. Smash it with all your strength. Shinso's plan was doomed to fail, however, seeing as the opponent team's monkey proved to be too powerful. The moment that Jirota Shishida jumped to attack his own team's wooden pole, a huge explosion blasted him out of bounds like a burning cannonball. Uncaring of the fact that the Beast Quirk user was his own teammate, the moment he sensed his hostility, Bakugo swiftly attacked him with everything he had. Back to Naruto, All Might, and Eri, the 3 of them had just gotten into a taxi and were on their way back to Musudafu City. Would you, children, stop staring at me? It's unnerving, All Might said, his face breaking into a sweat. It was not only Naruto who could not take his eyes off him, even little Eri was gawking at him. And that was because All Might's muscle form had run out of time right before he called the taxi. His muscular physique, which looked as if it had been taken out of a comic book, was nowhere to be seen now. Instead, what could be described as a living skeleton stood in his place. In spite of still wearing his hero uniform, the taxi driver didn't spare All Might a second glance. In his eyes, he looked just like a lame fan doing a sorry cosplay of the real hero, All Might. If Naruto and Eri had not seen him turn into his current form with their own eyes, they would have not believed it either. 1 hour later, the taxi stopped in front of the main police station of Musudafu City. With the little girl cradled in his arms, Naruto stepped out of the car gently so as to not wake her up. His face involuntarily broke into a smile when he saw how she was hugging one of his fluffy fox tails to her chest while sleeping. Nonetheless, despite Naruto wishing for her to continue sleeping, the city's noise in the afternoon woke her up. He chuckled when he saw her burying her face into the fur of his tail to hide from the light. "My full name is Eri," the girl insisted even as the two adults in the room were looking at her questionably for not saying her surname. Next to All Might, a tall and well-built man in his late 30s had a pondering expression on his face as he turned to look at his computer. "You said you were 6 years old, yes?" The man asked her again for confirmation and Eri nodded, all the while trying to hide behind Naruto's tails. "Don't worry, Eri-chan. Detective Tsukauchi is one of my closest friends. You can trust him," All Might said, trying to reassure the little girl. A few moments later, the detective shook his head and said, "It's no use, I can't find her in our database. I checked all the births from 5, 6, and 7 years ago and there are only around 60 girls with the name Eri. But our Eri-chan doesn't match their description at all since they all have parents and they are registered either in kindergarten or in the first year of elementary school. For all I know, she's a ghost. We have nothing on her." It wasn't only Eri that was anxious, Naruto was growing a little restless too. "This might be for the best," All Might unexpectedly said after a while. "What do you mean by that, sensei?" Naruto asked quickly. "If she's not registered, that means we don't necessarily need to go about it through the official channels. I'm still a police officer, you know," the detective said, his exasperation increasing when he saw All Might starting to laugh awkwardly. Turning towards Naruto, All Might said, "There is a chance that Eri-chan could be allowed to stay with you without going public to the HPSC with your ability. But to make that happen your parents need to be on board with the idea too." His words reminded Naruto of the elephant in the room. Even if they could work around the law and prevent his adamantine ceiling chains from being exposed to the public, the fact was that if his parents did not agree to take Eri in, it was all for naught. But if they agree to take Eri-chan in, that means that dad will find out about mom's quirk too. How would he feel knowing that his wife had been hiding such an important fact about her for so many years? Would his trust in her be shattered? Wouldn't their relationship be affected? Other couples have divorced for lesser reasons. "Before we make further plans, you should talk it over with your parents first and get a concrete answer," All Might said. "I will arrange a car to escort you home and I will assign 2 officers to keep a watch on your home until we get to the bottom of this. Normally, I would insist on Eri-chan staying here and I would call the Child Protection Agency, but I understand this is a sensitive case. They are not capable of taking care of Eri," the detective also said. While Naruto, All Might and Eri were riding the taxi on their way back to Musudafu City, the freshmen participating in the UA High's sports festival were beating the brakes off each other. Furthermore, due to the measures that each team had taken at the start to safeguard their wooden poles, it was not realistic to topple them without destroying them while there were so many other opponents attacking them at once. Unlike the traditional botaoshi where fighting was prohibited, in this current game, they could be taken out in one shot. Eventually, the time limit of 5 minutes passed without any of the teams managing to achieve their goal, toppling off the opponent's pole. Watching the field that looked as if it had been carpet-bombed by drones, the UA principal, Nezu, and the rest of the organizers of the sports festival didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The second stage of the festival had been a big failure because they had failed to anticipate the students' thirst for battle and recognition. What had originally been intended to test out the students' strategic skills and ability to perform as a team had been reduced to a mere barbaric battle royale within seconds from the start of the game. "At least the crowd appears to be in high spirits," was the only thing Nezu could tell himself as consolation. Originally, the plan was for the winning team of the Botaoshi game to proceed to the final stage where they would face each other in individual battles, tournament style. But with neither team winning and with so few students left uninjured on the field, they could not restart the game and make them go at it again to decide a winner. The organizers of the event decided to proceed with the final stage, the fighting tournament. I survived by the skin of my teeth, Izuku thought in dismay. If it wasn't for Todoroki-san, I wouldn't have made it out of the second event. He knew, he had always known that he was fighting an uphill battle, that he would always be at a disadvantage against people that had quirks. Todoroki Shoto's performance, in particular, left a deep impression on Izuku. Unfortunately, there were not enough survivors left to participate in the tournament, but there were quite a few students that were thrown out of bounds at the early stage of the Botaoshi game and were injured too seriously to continue, so they selected 3 of them to advance to the next stage. After drawing the lots, the tournament brackets appeared as such. 1. Todoroki Shoto vs Mezzo Shoji. 2. Abara Shiozaki vs Setsuna Tokage. 3. Tenya Iida vs Midoriya Izuku. 4. Katsuki Bakugo vs Hitoshi Shinso. 5. Fumikage Tokiyami vs Tetsu. 6. Nito Monoma vs Kojiro Bondo. 7. Eijiro Kirishima vs Mashiro Ojiro. 8. Shihei Kuwaro vs Yui Kodai. Watching the battle between Todoroki Shoto and Mezzo Shoji, Izuku was writing furiously in his notebook. The sight of a muscular teen nerding out and muttering to himself as if he was entranced drew out a few looks from the people around him. At the same time, he was trying to think of plans that would work if he ever had to fight them. Mezzo Shoji's quirk doesn't look as flashy and may not seem as powerful as that of Todoroki Shoto, but it can be very versatile and unpredictable, Izuku muttered at the scene in front of him. Taking advantage of the crowd control ability of his quirk, Todoroki froze the entire floor of the tournament stage, trapping Mezzo's legs in ice too. I suggest you give up. I don't want to hurt you unnecessarily, Todoroki began to say confidently, but an unexpected punch smashed into his face with such power that he went flying. Although Mezzo Shoji's legs got trapped, his quirk, Dupli arms, allowed him to multiply any part of his body through his arms, effectively giving him the ability to elongate his arms to impressive distances. And that was not all, any organ or body part that he duplicated through his quirk would become much stronger than the original. His punch felt to Todoroki as if he had been hit by a car. But Shoji was not done yet. Even though his legs were still trapped in ice, his tentacles sprouted even more arms and threw a powerful blow at Todoroki again. Although he had almost been knocked out cold by that punch, Todoroki's fighting spirit burned even brighter than before. A massive wall of ice grew out in front of him just in time to shield him from Shoji's heavy punch and, in the next moment, he stomped his foot powerfully against the ground. The spectators turned silent with awe as a massive tsunami of ice suddenly froze half the stadium to bits. With the first match coming to an end so quickly, the reality of the situation finally dawned on Izuku. There was only one match left until it was his turn. His anxiety kicked in and he started biting his nails as he read the pages of his notebook that were filled with information that he had managed to dig up on his opponent, Tanya Iida. So absorbed in his notebook he had been that he didn't even see when the second match between Abara Shiozaki and Setsuna Tokage start or finish. It was only when he heard his name being called that he finally came back to his senses. From the hero course, Tenya Iida. Versus, from General Studies, Midoriya Izuku. Coming down from the stands and walking onto the stage, Izuku felt shivers traveling down his spine. Man up, me. This is my opportunity. This is my only chance to show everyone that I belong in the hero course. He was scared shitless to be alone on the stage in front of so many people, with the whole country watching his every move. However, his inhuman training and the grueling beatings he had put his body through over the past year had not been in vain. Moreover, the incident where he had defeated the pink-skinned giant villain and saved the family that was being held hostage had improved his self-confidence. He was not the same timid, weak, and scrawny boy from 1 year ago. My name is Tenya Iida, please treat me fairly, Iida said and bowed stiffly. Present Mike's voice resounded in the background. With his engine quirk, Iida-kun showed he is one of the fastest participants in this tournament. As for his opponent from general studies, his quirk. Wait, does he even have a quirk? I have not seen him use any special abilities, Aizawa replied to him. He has won the first event by outsmarting his competition and survived in the second by avoiding frontal one-on-one fights. But Izuku tuned out all their voices. His eyes looking at Tenya piercingly, he brought his hands up and his elbows close to his body, getting into a fighting stance. Start. The moment that Midnight shouted and flicked her whip, smoke came out of the tubes on Tenya Iida's calves as he broke into a sprint. Fast, Izuku inwardly exclaimed. But, Naruto was even faster than that. I can see it. I can see his move. Accurately predicting Iida's strike, Izuku leaned back, dodging Tenya's wind-stirring kick as if he was in the Matrix. But Iida was far from done. Accelerating even harder, he turned around and delivered a devastating whirlwind kick. Out of position and unable to react in time to Iida's superhuman speed, Izuku was unable to dodge. He could only brace himself and take the hit with his guard. Although Izuku blocked the hit, Tenya's powerful whirlwind kick sent him flying as if he had been hit by a truck. But instead of following up and delivering the final blow, Iida shouted. What are you doing? Why are you not using your quirk? Standing up with difficulty from the ground, Izuku grimaced as he touched his left arm with his right hand. Iida's kick had snapped his left forearm as if it had been a twig. Because I don't have a quirk. But I'll show everyone that I don't need a quirk to become a pro hero, Izuku said, his voice strained as he talked through the pain coming from his broken arm. Do you hear yourself? How are you going to do that? It's impossible. Iida yelled at him in disbelief. Turning toward Midnight, Tenya raised his hand up high and said out loud. Referee, I request this fight to be stopped. My opponent doesn't have a quirk. I don't want to hurt him any further. Shut up and fight. Izuku suddenly screamed, taking everyone by surprise. You talk as if you have this in the bag, but I'm still standing. I haven't given up. He shouted with so much strength that he was out of breath. As long as I'm still standing, I won't give up. Come, I'm still here. Come at me and fight. His outburst left Tenya speechless. After a few moments, Midnight said. It is not against the rules for quirkless students to participate. But Professor, Tenya Iida began to protest only for Midnight to cut him off. Unless you want to forfeit, the match will proceed until one of you is either incapacitated, thrown out of bounds, or admits defeat. This is final, she said and pointed her whip at him. Turning towards Izuku, Iida said seriously. Please remember that I tried to save you from unnecessary pain. You've brought this. Cut the crap already and fight. Izuku said, unknowingly taking a page out of Naruto's book and provoking him. Such foul language. It is unbecoming of a. But with a burst of speed that Iida had not expected from a quirkless person, Izuku charged at him. Iida barely managed to move his head out of the way, Izuku's fist almost grazing his nose. Izuku felt like kicking himself for his lapse in judgment. I shouldn't have tried headhunting someone as fast as Tenya Iida. It should have been obvious he'd dodge it easily. Realizing his mistake, Naruto's words from a few months ago rang in his mind at that moment. If your opponent doesn't have some physical enhancement quirk, always go for their body, because most people generally expect their opponents to go for their head, so they're always on guard against that, and they're also more used to dodging hits going there. But they can't dodge body hits as easily. More importantly, even if people with regular bodies can train their muscles and learn martial arts, they can't train their internal organs. So no matter how strong they become, if you catch someone with a good body shot, they'll collapse as if they're paralyzed. Let me show you what getting punched in the liver area feels like. Oi, where are you running? Oi, get back here, you coward. You need to feel it on your own skin first to fully appreciate the effectiveness. A rush of anger washed over him at the memory of how Naruto taught him everything, by making him feel the effects of each hit on his own body. But that rush of anger only served to empower him at that moment. Nonetheless, Izuku was not allowed too much time to think, because, after getting over his surprise at his quirkless opponent almost managing to score a hit on him, Iida started his attack again. With a burst of speed higher than the previous times, his kick found its mark again and Izuku only managed at the last moment to twist his body and receive the hit with his left shoulder instead of being hit in the head. Even as he was sent tumbling once again, Izuku quickly stood up to his feet. And it was not a moment too soon. A split of a second later, Tenya Iida's heel cracked the concrete stage. He followed with yet another high kick but Izuku dodged it perfectly this time by crouching. Attacking only using his legs had made Iida predictable and Izuku jumped at the chance to finally counterattack. With Iida having left himself open, Izuku smashed a heavy punch into his guts. Spittle flew out of Tenya's mouth and, as he doubled over from pain, Izuku's knee rose to smash into his face. But just as Izuku was about to deal the finishing blow, Iida's calves were lit up with a blue fire and his body was propelled ahead, tackling Izuku with his head and making him lose his balance. Fighting through the pain from his stomach and his lack of air, Iida wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist and forced himself to continue running, intent on pushing his opponent all the way to the edge of the stage and throwing him out of bounds. But Izuku's forearm suddenly snaked under Iida's chin and his muscles bulged as he used his entire strength in a desperate attempt to choke him to sleep. But his effort was bound to fail because one hand was not enough to choke someone successfully. His martial arts instructor at the dojo had spent many hours teaching him the basics of grappling. With Iida activating his special move, Recipro Burst, even while lacking air and feeling dizzy and faint from the body shot he had eaten, he traversed the stage with Izuku in tow in the blink of an eye. However, right as he was about to push Izuku out, only half a meter was left. Iida unexpectedly felt his feet leave the ground. With a burst of strength uncharacteristic of a normal human, Izuku grabbed Iida by the hem of his gym uniform with his still working hand and lifted him in the air before smashing him down over his shoulder with a judo throw that made Kushina stand up from her seat in amazement. Tenya-kun. Izuku distantly heard the boy's classmates crying out in distress when they saw him getting thrown out of bounds, but their shouts were quickly drowned by present Mike, who screamed at the top of his lungs, his yells filling the stadium. "Oh my! Would you look at that? Winner! General Studies, Midoriya Izuku." Midnight also said as she flailed her whip around. As Izuku let out a victory cry, much to his surprise, the entire stadium broke into loud cheers. It was in human nature to root for the underdog, and Izuku had been a very pitiful underdog. Quirkless and with one arm broken, literally nobody had expected him to turn around the situation like that. Seeing the thousands of people in the stands acknowledging him like that, Izuku involuntarily felt his eyes start swimming with tears. He may have grown up both in body and mind due to his grueling training over the past year, but at the core, he was still a sensitive and emotional teenage boy. After all the doubt and suffering he had endured, after his idol putting down his dreams 2 times already, Izuku was finally having his efforts acknowledged. Izuku's emotional reaction to their cheers spurred the crowd even further, and many of the spectators rose from their seats as they clapped their hands for him vigorously. As the medics carried Izuku out on a stretcher, he had no illusions about his position in the tournament, although he had won the match. With his broken arm and his energy completely depleted from having tapped into his hysterical strength for the last judo throw, Izuku understood that he would not be able to fight again. Nevertheless, he had achieved his objective at this sports festival. He had made everyone acknowledge him. He had left a lasting impression on the heroes and professors alike by winning the first event and by beating someone as good as Iida. His hard work and his relentlessness had paid off. He could have not hoped for a better outcome. Chapter 17 coming out. "I wonder what kind of mess he's gotten himself into," Kushina said. "When has our son ever gotten himself in serious trouble though?" Minato's words were not baseless. Even before Naruto's behavior changed for the better and he stopped being disrespectful and rebellious, he had never gotten into real trouble. Some scuffles at school and being admonished for being too rowdy were normal for regular boys his age. But other than that, despite not putting effort into studying and often coming home late, he didn't skip school and he didn't partake in delinquent-like activities. Nonetheless, if the way he was stepping on the gas pedal was anything to go by, Minato seemed worried too. The reason for their current anxiety was the text message they had received only a few minutes after the end of the UA High Sports Festival. "Dad, there's something important I need to talk to you and Mom about. It's really, really important. Please come home as soon as you can. The two of them tried calling Naruto after that, but he did not pick up any of their calls. As parents, while knowing that Naruto had asked them before to call All Might, how could they not be worried after receiving such a text message from their teenage son who had gone alone all the way to Tokyo? His fox ears picking up the screeching sound of tires made by a car abruptly braking, Naruto quickly stood up and went to the entrance door. Startled by his sudden action, Eri jumped up from the sofa and ran after him, grabbing him from his pants from behind. Don't worry, Eri-chan. I'm sure my parents will like you. Really? The little girl asked in a hopeful voice. Really? He said and patted her on the head. Besides, what's not to like about you? You're the cutest girl I've ever seen. Eri looked down shyly, her cheeks slightly pink with embarrassment at his praise. Although he reassured Eri that his parents were going to love her, deep down, Naruto was not any less anxious than her. Even though he was only 15 years old physically, due to having the experience of 2 lives, Naruto was more mature mentally than his age implied. He understood how difficult was the upcoming discussion with his parents going to be. It was unlike Minato to drive aggressively and go over the speed limit, and he was not the type to brake with a screeching sound either, but he could not help his desire to get home as fast as possible at that moment. Parking roughly in front of the gate of the garage, Minato and Kushina slammed the doors of the car as they got out and rushed towards the entrance door. Just as he was about to grab the doorknob, the entrance door opened and nearly hit him in the face. 1. Naruto. You're okay. Why didn't you pick up the phone? We were so worried, Kushina said and rushed at him, momentarily not knowing whether she wanted to take him in her arms and embrace him or strangle him. She ended up settling for grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him. But suddenly, she became as still as a statue. Hidden almost completely by Naruto's 3 fluffy fox tails, a little girl no older than 6 was clutching at the fabric of his pants with both hands as she looked up anxiously. Mom, Dad, this is Eri-chan. As Naruto related them the events he had gone through while he had been in Tokyo, Minato and Kushina's faces went through several different expressions. Hearing that a girl as young as her, she was only 6, had been abused to the point where she had decided to run away from home, the two of them could not help being filled with righteous anger. But their anger soon deflated at the sight of the dirty dress she was wearing and the soiled bandages wrapped around Eri's arms and legs. Overwhelmed with a feeling of pity, Kushina came to sit on the sofa next to Eri and Naruto and took the little girl in a motherly embrace that left the little girl lost for words. Although she stiffened at the unexpected physical contact with a person that she did not know anything about, a few moments later, Eri melted into Kushina's embrace. With Kushina's motherly instincts taking over like that, the duty of acting like a rational adult fell on Minato's shoulders. As much pity as he felt for the little girl's plight, this was not the kind of matter that could be brushed over with just feelings alone. But why bring her home, Naruto? Don't misunderstand, it's not that I have something against Eri-chan in particular, but there are several legal procedures that one has to go through before becoming the guardian of a child. The Child Protection Agency could even get someone to go to prison if they just grabbed a random child from the streets and took them home. Naruto made a difficult expression, not knowing exactly how to break it to him. He scratched the back of his head furiously for a moment and blew out a long sigh before addressing his mother. Mom, I think I have to come out with the secret. Kushina's and Minato's eyes became as white as saucers, though for different reasons. But before Kushina could reply, Minato stood up and came to Naruto. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Minato said, "That's what you were worried about. Listen to me, Naruto. No matter what, you are still my son. Being gay doesn't change that. I don't. Dad, I'm not gay," Naruto shouted in indignation at his misunderstanding. In spite of what was about to happen, Naruto divulging a secret that she had kept away from her husband for so many years, Kushina could not keep in her laughter at the unexpected hilarity of the situation. Maybe it was because of how nervous she was in regards to what was about to come, but Kushina could not stop laughing for a good while. But I thought, Minato began to say in confusion. No, it's something entirely different. He trailed off, only for Kushina, who had calmed down in the meantime, to say. You made me a promise, Naruto. Why would you go back on your word now? It's the only way it would make sense for you why Eri-chan needs to stay with us. A momentary silence descended as Naruto looked down at his clasped hands and Kushina chewed on her lower lip with her eyes pinned on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Minato kept switching from looking from one to another as a feeling of irritation slowly seeped in at the thought that his wife and his son had been keeping a secret from him. But then, he palmed his face with a hand and let out a big groan before saying, "Just tell me. I promise I won't be mad." Hearing his father's words, Naruto began to explain the situation in detail. Eri-chan has a powerful quirk. Probably the most powerful and most dangerous quirk I've ever seen. It's almost like the power of a god. This innocent and adorable little girl. Kushina and Minato unknowingly thought at the same time as they turned to look at Eri, who was now sticking as close as humanly possible to Naruto's side and hiding her face behind one of his fluffy fox tails. Her quirk is rewind. She can turn back time on someone's body. I've seen it with my own eyes. She made one of her captors grow younger until he became a toddler and then he disappeared. She made him stop existing. His parents became speechless. The Child Protection Agency can't take care of Eri-chan. They can't stop her if her quirk goes out of control. As far as I know, there are only 2 people, maybe 3 that can stop her. One of them is my homeroom teacher, Aizawa-sensei, he can cancel quirks. The other one is the modern hero art teacher, the R-rated hero, Midnight, she could probably put her to sleep. But you can tell neither is exactly the best parent material out there. The last person would be me. What could you do about it with your quirk? Although it looked like Naruto was going to only talk about himself instead of also revealing that she had a quirk too, Kushina decided that since the cat was out of the bag, she might as well come out in the open too. Minato's mouth fell open in what seemed to be disbelief at the sight in front of him. 4 golden chains glowing with a bright light unexpectedly tore out through the back of his wife's shirt and flailed slowly in the air around her. "I'm sorry, Minato," Kushina said guiltily and looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. "I've been lying to you for years, I'm not quirkless." A silence that one could hear a pin drop was instilled. Seeing that Minato was not interrupting her, she continued speaking all the while wrenching her fingers. "I've never told anyone about this quirk before. The Hero Association doesn't know about it either. Originally, my plan was to take this secret to the grave with me. I don't understand, why all this secrecy?" Minato eventually croaked out. "Your chains don't look like a terrible quirk or something that would put someone's life in danger. These chains have the ability to cancel all quirks, they offer an absolute defense against any sort of attacks, they are indestructible and anyone caught by chains has no chance of escaping. I've also never found anything that the spear tips of these chains cannot pierce," Kushina explained. "Alright, that sounds incredible," he agreed. "But that only brings me back to the earlier question, why keep it a secret? With the potential of this quirk you could have become a top 10 hero effortlessly. My word, the police, the special forces, hell, the Prime Minister himself would directly ask for someone like you to become their personal bodyguard. How could you give up on all that? None of that matters if I ended up dead." Kushina replied a bit more harshly than she had intended. "What? An evil man has been trying to hunt down my family for generations. I don't know his real name but he is known as All for One. He has a unique ability to steal other people's quirk. My grandmother was the first who manifested this chains and All for One had been obsessed with stealing this quirk for decades. But Granny was strong and she was intelligent too. Using her husband's connections in the police, she entered a witness protection program and All for One lost track of her eventually." After pausing for a second to clear her throat, Kushina said, "My mother never awakened these chains. It takes a moment of great stress, a moment of life and death to awaken them and it's not guaranteed. But I awakened my chains when I was 10, in the car crash that killed my parents. I survived thanks to this quirk so I'll never resent it in spite of the dangers that it had brought upon me. But, before my grandma passed away she told me the secret and made me swear I'd never use my quirk or reveal it to anyone. All for One was too powerful and too dangerous. I couldn't tell you either. I didn't want to put you in danger." Finally lifting her head to look her husband in the eyes, she said, "I had no intention of ever telling anyone if Naruto hadn't awakened the chains himself too." The sludge villain. Minato exclaimed as the pieces finally fell together in his mind. He was an intelligent man and he had always wondered how had Naruto managed to survive against someone like the sludge villain whose quirk was a counter for almost all physical damage types. And not just surviving, the sludge villains had even lost his life. His initial guess had been that a vigilante had happened to be nearby, but after finally finding out the truth, everything made sense. Looking down at her hands again, Kushina said, "I'm sorry I've kept such an important secret from you. But I don't regret it. If I could go back, I would make the same choice again. All I ever wanted was for my family to be happy and safe." "I'm sorry, Mom," Naruto mumbled, feeling like shit for what he was putting his mother through at that moment. Unable to bear with a pressing silence that was instilled, Naruto said after a while, "Will you allow me to take care of Eri-chan? It's only for 3 years. All Might told me that normally I'd have to be at least 25 years old to adopt a child, but he could pull some strings for the Child Protection Agency to let me adopt Eri when I become of age." Seeing that they were keeping silent, he added, his voice taking on a more pleading tone. "I know I'm asking for a lot. But you don't have to worry. I only need you to be her legal guardian. I will take care of her every day and take her with me to school. I'll also get a part-time job to help with the money, and I believe I can get a provisional hero license next semester. I won't burden you, I promise. Just let me take care of Eri. Please." Minato and Kushina were not silent because they were pondering on whether to accept Eri-chan or not. They were just mute with surprise because they had never heard Naruto beg them for something like that. "You want to adopt Eri when you become an adult," Kushina muttered as he looked at the little girl that was huddled at his side and looking down anxiously. She could not understand what could have prompted Naruto to go as far as to force her into revealing her secret quirk for the sake of a girl he had only met a few hours ago. But that's because she did not know about Naruto's past life. Kushina did not know how much did Naruto resonate with Eri-chan being an orphan, growing up without feeling love and affection, or being born with a cursed power. "You probably think I'm just a kid so I don't know what I want. But this isn't something I want in the heat of the moment. I'm willing to do anything to take care of Eri-chan. I promise," he said as he wrapped an arm around Eri and rubbed her shoulder gently. This could have gone better. But it could have also gone a lot of worse, Naruto thought. His parents had not given him an answer right away. Instead, they told him that they were going to town to discuss it between the two of them first. "I haven't thought about it that much before, but my sensitive hearing must have made their lives quite difficult sometimes." Now, a few hours later, he was sitting together with Eri at the table in the kitchen. They were having dinner. Putting down her spoon, Eri raised her head to look at Naruto with her big red eyes as she asked, "Are you in trouble because of me?" All worries momentarily vanished from Naruto's thoughts when he saw the little girl's mouth smudged with curry and her big innocent eyes looking at him tearfully. "Gah, why the hell are you so cute?" he almost cooed. "You don't have to worry about that," Naruto said with a sunny smile and brought a napkin at her mouth to wipe the traces of sauce away. "Do you like the curry?" The little girl made a noise of confirmation and nodded her head energetically before grabbing the spoon and taking another big mouthful of curry and rice that smudged her face all over again. "I never had curry before. It's so good," she said through bites. "Finish swallowing before speaking, okay? It's not nice to speak with your mouth full," Naruto admonished her lightly and wiped her mouth and cheeks again with a new napkin. Eri-chan nodded obediently before diving back into her bowl. Naruto vowed to himself he would make Eri taste all kinds of delicious foods from then on. It was late, past midnight, when Naruto's fox ears flinched and he woke up at the sound of the entrance door being opened. Normally, he slept with custom-made earbuds for his fox ears to prevent any random noises from disturbing him, but that night he did not wear them on purpose in order to hear when his parents came back home. Getting up from his bed slowly so as to not disturb Eri, who was sleeping curled up next to him, he went to the living room right as his parents finished taking their shoes off. "Crap," Naruto heard his father mutter under his breath when he saw him enter the living room, and Kushina giggled at her husband's expense. The reason for Minato's cussing became clear to Naruto when he took in their appearance. Their faces were slightly flushed, Minato's neck was peppered with red marks, Kushina's long crimson hair was a disheveled mess and the smell that wafted from them. "Ah, sorry. Talk to you in the morning. Good night," Naruto said quickly and did a 180 before making a beeline back to his bedroom, his cheeks red with embarrassment. Sometimes, Naruto hated how perceptive he could be because of his fox quirk. Chapter 18 Confession. As the sunlight peeking through the curtains fell on her face, Eri stirred awake. She let out a big yawn and her entire body shuddered as she stretched her arms above her head. But instead of opening her eyes, she curled up like a small animal and rubbed her face against the pillow while hugging the airy blanket to her chest. Although fully rested, it was so cozy that she didn't want to come out of bed. Little Eri couldn't remember the last time she had had such a restful sleep, in such a comfortable bed. But that last thought made alarm bells ring in her head and she abruptly sat up and looked around scared. Not recognizing her surroundings immediately, a feeling of panic washed over her. Her heart drumming in her chest, Eri jumped off the bed and ran towards the door, her first instinct being to escape from whatever place she was in. But on the way to the bedroom's door, her eyes inadvertently fell on the tall mirror of a wardrobe's door. The reflection she saw in the mirror made her stop in her tracks. Her long white hair was washed clean and braided in two tails, and instead of the dirty and stained dress she used to wear, she was dressed in what appeared to be a clean but oversized white cotton t-shirt. Furthermore, bandages no longer covered her wrists and legs. It was upon seeing her new appearance that she finally recalled the events of the previous day. "Eri-chan, you're awake," she heard an oddly comforting and familiar voice as the door of the bedroom opened. It was a blonde-haired boy with fox ears and three tails. At the sight of Naruto, Eri rushed at him with an expression so bright that he felt his heart melting. He grinned as he knelt to be on her level and took her in his arms. "Did you sleep well? Are you hungry?" Naruto said after breaking the short hug. Eri looked down shyly as she muttered a quiet, "Yes." "Oh my, who is this?" A woman's voice was heard, and when Eri looked up, Kushina's beautiful and kind smile immediately relaxed her. But when she saw Eri's mismatched braids and the loose strands of hair poking out everywhere, she put her hands on her waist as she turned to Naruto. "You told me that you braided her hair yesterday, but, my god, what is that?" "It was the best I could do, okay. It's my first time braiding someone's hair," Naruto said defensively. No, this won't do. And we can't be making such a pretty and adorable girl wear your clothes a moment longer." Crouching to little Eri's level, she said. "Don't worry, Eri-chan. From now on, we will take good care of you. You won't send me away." When the little girl hesitantly asked that question, Kushina's heart went out to her. "We won't. From now on, you will be part of our family too. Nobody will hurt you anymore. Come here," she said and took the little girl in her arms, embracing her tightly to her bosom. "You won't have to worry about the cold or food. We will buy you pretty dresses and you won't be alone anymore. You will be my cute and adorable little daughter." Kushina's motherly words tugged at Eri's heartstrings and she teared up. "You've been such a brave girl until now. You must have suffered a lot. So it's okay, you can cry. Let it all out," Kushina said as she caressed the back of her head gently, all the while tightening her embrace. "I am here for you. We are all here for you. From now on, we are your family." The suffering and pain she had experienced until then, all her bottled up fears and emotions burst like a dam, and Eri could not stop crying for a long time. Naruto left the bedroom and let his mother and Eri bond with each other alone. "I haven't seen Kushina this excited in a very long time," Minato said, grinning like a fool as he watched his wife treat the little girl like a dress-up doll. "Eri-chan seems to enjoy it too," Naruto also said, his smile at that moment making him look very similar to his father. Although the little girl still wasn't smiling, her red cheeks and her wide eyes betrayed her excitement. Pink, yellow, and blue frilly summer dresses, cute t-shirts with chibi imprints of various female heroes such as the rabbit hero, Mirko, or the dragon hero, Ryuko on them, several pairs of sandals, sneakers with light-up LED on their soles, and even 3 different types of hats: a yellow straw hat with a red bow, a white cap with a pair of black cat ears, and a pink beret ornated with flowers. Eri had never worn clothes as beautiful as that. "Is this really all for me? Really?" the little girl asked as if she could not believe her eyes. I don't know, maybe Naruto would like a few of these too, Kushina said, and she put the pink beret onto Naruto's head, flattening his fox ears in the process. Mom, we're in public, Naruto said, exasperated, but a sudden white flash made him freeze just as he was about to take the pink hat off. Tell me you didn't just take a pic of me. Minato's answer was to quickly put his smartphone in his pocket before snickering like a hyena. When he also saw how his parents high-fived each other, Naruto could only let himself fall on the cushioned bench next to the changing room and bury his face in his palms. However, at that moment, a cute tinkling sound made him abruptly raise his head up. The downcast and shy little girl who always seemed afraid to even look others in the eyes was now laughing. That sight was so precious that Naruto suddenly felt that maybe wearing that pink and flowery hat wasn't that unbearable anymore. What made you change your mind about Eri? Naruto asked his father while they carried the mountain of bags of clothes to their car. Shutting closed the door of the trunk, Minato turned and leaned against the car as he watched Kushina lifting Eri up for her to see all the flavors of ice cream that she could choose. I was never against taking her in, Minato said. I just said it's not a choice that can or should be made on the spot. This is a life-changing decision not only for Eri but for us as a family too. I still think we've made our decision too quickly, but it couldn't be helped. Eri's situation was too difficult for us to take our time. I promise you won't regret it. I'll take care of Eri properly. And once I'm of age I'll adopt her. I won't burden you for, Naruto began to say, but his father interrupted him before he could finish his words. Your intentions are admirable, but having a child at your age, albeit an adopted one, will hinder your future prospects much more than you realize now, Minato said kindly. I'll never consider Eri a burden, Naruto said strongly, but Minato brought his hand on top of his head and ruffled his hair endearingly as he said. Raising a child is no easy task even for grown-ups, much less a teenager. You're still a child yourself. You have the whole life ahead of you. Be patient. In time, you will get your own children too. Assuming you're not gay, of course, Minato said and sniggered at the last bit. Oh, stop it, Naruto said in chagrin. It looked like his father wasn't going to let go of the amusing misunderstanding from yesterday anytime soon. Naruto ni-san. Ah, shoot. Naruto cussed and stopped in his tracks. He had tried to leave the bedroom quietly so as to not wake Eri up, but he failed. She's gotta have a sixth sense or something. I'm sure I was perfectly quiet, he said to himself. Are you leaving? The little girl asked as she got up from bed and grabbed him by the sleeve of his pants with one hand while holding a fox plushie in the other one. I'm going to school. But I'll be back in a few hours, you have nothing to worry about, he said and patted her once on the head before attempting to leave. But Eri still wasn't letting go of his pants. Although 3 days had already passed since the Uzumaki family had taken Eri in, the little girl was just as clingy and dependent on him as on the first day. She seemed to be glued to his side no matter where he went. After the sports festival, all the students of UA High were given 3 days off to heal and rest, so Naruto didn't have to go to school. However, school was starting again today. He couldn't stay home with Eri anymore. Much to his relief, although the little girl's eyes reddened, it looked like she was doing her best not to start crying. If you feel lonely while I'm away, you can always go to Mom. She'd be more than happy to spend time with you. You also have Q-san with you, no? He said with a smile as Eri hugged the fox plushie at the mention of its name. Oi, what's with that? He didn't even participate in the sports festival. After what he did at USJ, it's no surprise if you ask me. I wonder how many of those were from foreigners. Todoroki is at the top too, as expected. Well, he's won the first place in the tournament and he's also Endeavor's son. The entire class broke into loud discussions the moment that Professor Aizawa revealed the number of internship offers that each student had received. Uzumaki Naruto was firmly at the top with over 5,000 internship offers. It had to be said that Japan had around 4,000 registered hero agencies. Hundreds of hero agencies from across the sea or even from across that ocean had extended an invitation for him to join their ranks. Todoroki Shoto was also extremely popular with the pro heroes too, seeing as he had received an internship offer from pretty much all the agencies in the country, over 4,000. The next in line, although with a number of offers only in the low triple digits, were Tokiyami, Iida, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima etc. But there was one thing that stood out like a sore thumb, and Naruto couldn't contain his curiosity, so he turned towards Ashido Mina to ask. Hey, how come Bakugo is not on the list? Regardless of his dislike for the irascible and aggressive boy, Naruto did not belittle how strong his quirk was and the talent he possessed for fighting. Realistically, Bakugo should have been somewhere in the top 5 at the very least. Oh, you haven't heard of it? Bakugo was expelled. No freaking way, Naruto said. I'm serious, you can ask anyone. Hey, Kirishima, tell him I'm right, Mina said with a pout and crossed her arms. She's not lying, the red-haired boy confirmed. How? Like, why was he expelled? What did he do? Do you remember the guy from General Studies that mind-controlled someone during the Botaoshi game? Kirishima asked. I wasn't in the stadium at that time. What? But we saw your face on all the screens in the stadium. You were together with the rabbit hero, Mirko. It's a long story. But I only caught the beginning of the sports festival. Something happened and I had to leave, Naruto said, not going into detail. Anyway, what about Bakugo? Well, the third task of the sports festival was an elimination-style fighting tournament, and Bakugo ended up facing the guy from General Studies that I was telling you about. He has a quirk called brainwashing, a really tricky thing to go against. Bakugo lost the match without even throwing a punch. Shinso mind-controlled him to go out of bounds, so he got disqualified. Yar, Naruto said and let out a sigh, already knowing where the story was heading. Yeah, Kirishima said, Bakugo didn't accept it. He jumped right back in to blow him up into pieces, but Professor Midnight put him to sleep with her quirk. Then why was he expelled? Naruto asked in confusion. Bakugo couldn't let it go, Mina answered him this time. He followed Shinso on his way home after the sports festival was done and beat him badly. Shinso is now in hospital with second-degree burns all over his body. Naruto would have liked to say that he was surprised to hear Bakugo would go that far, but he wasn't. The boy had some severe anger management issues and he was a walking TNT dispenser. It's a miracle this guy hasn't killed anyone yet. Their conversation was cut short when Aizawa began to speak again. Keeping these results in mind, regardless of whether you have received any internship offers or not, every single one of you will participate in an internship with the pros. There are over 40 hero agencies that are in partnership with UA specifically for such cases. But that is the case for you. You've all managed to catch the pro heroes' attention at the sports festival. While the students were cheering at being acknowledged, Aizawa poured ice-cold water over their heads with his next words. But don't let it get to your head. Receiving an internship offer doesn't mean you're all set. For the following 3 years, you will hold a temporary position in the hero agencies where you'll be interning. Depending on your performance, you could very well be rejected at the end of high school. Everything depends on your efforts and how serious you are about becoming a pro hero. You have already seen a part of what being a pro hero truly is like. It's not all glamour, riches, and fame. You will be putting your life on the line when facing villains. Not a year passes without several pro heroes dying in the line of duty. I suggest you take advantage of this period of time that you'll be spending at hero agencies and amass as much knowledge and experience as possible. Being a pro hero isn't a child's game. Completely uncaring of the somber mood that took over the classroom, Aizawa continued. Lastly, it's time for you to make a final decision about your code names. That is the case especially for those of you who couldn't think of something good a few weeks ago. As he said those words, Professor Midnight also stepped into the classroom, clad in her erotic skin-tight costume, like usual. Not for the first time, Naruto wondered how the hell was she allowed to dress like that when teaching at a school filled with hormonal teenage boys. As I'm not good at this, I'll leave it to Professor Midnight, like the last time. But keep in mind that when you give yourself a name, you get a more concrete image of what you want to be like in the future, and you can get closer to it. This is what it means when they say, names and natures do often agree. Like, All Might, for example. While various students started coming up in front of the class to tell everyone their hero names, Mina was ruffling her shaggy pink hair with her hands. What should I do? I can't think of anything good. Your choice a few weeks ago was, Alien Queen, or something, no. I thought it was cool, it suits you, Naruto said. The girl's pink cheeks turned a shade darker and she grinned at him. Why you think so? In the meantime, Yuga Aoyama came in front of the class and showed off his hero name. I cannot stop twinkling. Quite a few students snickered at this choice, but their snickers turned into gasps when Midnight actually gave him the green light. She deadass rejected your cool hero name, but she was okay with that. Naruto said, and Kirishima and Kaminari snorted with laughter at his disbelief. Time passed and eventually, Naruto also came in front of the class to show off his hero name. Uzumaki-san, you've had nearly a month to find a new hero name. Midnight said in disappointment when she saw that Naruto's hero name was still unchanged, Kurama. Being a hero is more than just about saving people and fighting villains. You also need to manage your popularity because your income is deeply influenced by it. A large part of the pro hero's revenue comes from sponsors, endorsements, donations, and shooting ads or promoting various brands. Kurama doesn't say anything about you. It's not catchy, it's not special, it's just bland. You've already gotten the looks, the personality, and the skills down. All you need is a hero name with more personality. I chose this name in honor of someone who had saved my life more than once. He is one of the people I respect the most. I won't change it, Naruto said categorically. And lacking popularity is the least of my concerns at the moment. He's not wrong, but hearing him bragging with a straight face like that kinda pisses me off, Kaminari said, half seriously, half jokingly. In the end, Midnight couldn't change his mind and Naruto returned to his desk. Wow, you really stood up for yourself, Mina-chan, Uraraka said, gushing with excitement. Why were you so dead set on choosing that hero name? I just think it's a really cool hero name. I mean, come on, it's Alien Queen. What's not to like about it? Mina said, but after weeks of being classmates and friends, Uraraka could tell that she was flustered. It totally had nothing to do with how Naruto said he likes it, right? Kyoka piped in teasingly and then burst into laughter when she saw Mina's pink face flushing a deep red color. Uraraka squealed as she took Mina's hands into hers. Girl, you have it so bad. Although she was embarrassed, Mina didn't try to refute it anymore. Alright, that's it, the pink-skinned girl said with vigor, and her chair made a screeching sound as she abruptly stood up from her seat. Still keeping her vigor, she stomped towards Naruto, who was chatting at the other side of the classroom with Ojiro and Kirishima about working out routines. Uzumaki-san, can I have a word with you? In private. Sure, he said and walked after the girl, who left the classroom in such a hurry that it looked like she was running. By the time Mina finally stopped, the two of them found themselves in the courtyard of the school, behind the library building. It took me a lot of courage to do this, but I have to say it. Mina began to say while wrenching her fingers. Would you like to go out with me after school? Due to his fox quirk, Naruto had always been able to feel the rough emotional state of a person based on their smell. He had known for a while that Mina Ishido had a crush on him, but he had not expected the girl to actually make the first step and ask him out. I'm sorry, Ishido-san, feeling that it would be cruel to just tell her that he didn't feel anything for her, he said. I like someone else already. It was a lie. He didn't like anyone in particular at that moment. Until then, he had been too preoccupied with other, far more important things. Girls had been the last thing on his mind. Training Izuku and pushing him to his limits to unlock his hysterical strength, the League of Villains, attack on USJ, his brutal fight against Nomu and his defeat, Mineta Minoru's death, his fear for his parents' safety, his indecisiveness related to his future, Mirko kidnapping him and taking him to Tokyo, and, last but not the least, the encounter with Eri and his parents' decision to adopt her. So many things happened since the beginning of the school year that Naruto had not had any time to think about romance and the like. I kind of suspected it already, Mina said and smiled weakly, but as she looked down, tears started rolling down her cheeks. It's the rabbit hero, isn't it? How am I supposed to compete with someone like her? It's not like that, Naruto tried to say, but then, the girl shook her head and wiped her face with the back of her sleeves. I'm sorry, Uzumaki-san, I must have made you uncomfortable. We better go, the next class is about to start. The two walked back to the classroom in silence, Mina ahead and Naruto behind her. Before they entered the classroom, Mina stopped and turned to face him. Can we still be friends? She asked, not daring to meet his eyes. Of course, why wouldn't we? Naruto's immediate answer made the girl perk up and she smiled at him radiantly. Then, I'll start calling you by your first name. From now on we're friends. Mina said and raised her hand for a handshake. But when Naruto shook hands with her, Mina unexpectedly pulled him to her and wrapped her other arm around him. When she broke the hug, she grinned at him cheekily as she said, "What's with that surprised face? It's normal for friends to hug each other every now and then, no?" Naruto. She giggled, seemingly very satisfied with herself at how she had left him speechless. Winking at him once, she opened the large door and went inside the classroom, leaving him alone in the corridor. As for Naruto, he was still reeling from surprise. He had given an answer to her confession right on the spot because he did not want to repeat the mistake he did in his past life with Hinata, to whom he had not given an answer for more than a year after she confessed her feelings for him. However, in spite of Mina's initial reaction at being turned down, the pink-skinned girl seemed to have not lost her drive. Instead, her advances became fiercer than ever before. Naruto couldn't recall any girl, whether in his past or current life, ever making such bold moves on him. If anything, he was the one who used to pester Sakura to go out with him. This is weird. As weirded out by the situation as he was, he put that train of thought on hold as he went into the classroom too and started preparing for the next class. Chapter 19 Adoption. "Mon, this place is awesome." A red-haired boy shouted in excitement and took in a deep breath, filling his lungs with the smell of sweat and stale locker room air. Freaking weirdo, Naruto muttered as he fastened his breathing mask to cover his mouth and nose. But Kirishima snickered at his insult, not taking it to heart. He was too hyped about training together with Naruto to care. Next to them, Midoriya Izuku and Mashirao Ojiro finished changing into their gym clothes too and were waiting for Naruto, who was now struggling to tie his 3 fluffy fox tails together with a belt to not get in the way when working out. "It'll take some time to get used to these," Naruto said in chagrin. He was happy that his quirk had awakened 2 times in a row, of course, but having 1 large fox tail had been troublesome enough already, to speak nothing of 3. "Alright, let me introduce you to each other. Midoriya Izuku," Naruto said and pointed at the buff green-haired boy, Kirishima Ejiro, and pointed at the red-haired boy, and Mashirao Ojiro. He finished and motioned towards the blonde-haired boy that had a large, muscular tail. "Nice to meet you," Kirishima said and shook hands with Izuku. "I saw your match against Iida, you were awesome." Izuku flushed at his honest praise and smiled shyly while rubbing the back of his head. Thank you. It wasn't that much, but don't sell yourself short. Tanaya has a strong quirk. His speed could have posed a big threat to any of us," Ojiro said and patted Izuku on the shoulder. Not used to being the center of attention, Izuku scratched his cheek and looked down in embarrassment, not knowing what to say. "Look at you acting all shy and giddy like a schoolgirl in front of her crush," Naruto said snidely and snickered. "Oh, shut up." Izuku snapped back at him reflexively, momentarily forgetting about his embarrassment. "I'm dying. I don't think I was made for this," Ojiro said, lying on top of a workout mat on his back, his 5 limbs spread eagle. "That's bullshit. Izuku couldn't even do 10 push-ups when he started working out, but look at him go now," Naruto said and gestured with his head to the green-haired boy who was in the middle of doing weighted dips with a plate hanging from his waist. "And he's quirkless, unlike you." "My quirk is my tail. I'm not much stronger than most people," Ojiro retorted. "Your core muscles and your back need to be many times stronger than that of quirkless people for you to use that tail like you do. You can't fool me. You're way stronger than regular people, but you're just a lazy bum. Get up. Give me a break, man, sheesh. What a slave driver," Ojiro complained, not budging an inch. Seeing that Ojiro wasn't going to stand up anytime soon, Naruto shook his head and gave up. He went back to doing barbell squats. "You can bring a horse to the river, but you can't force it to drink water," he said sagely, and Izuku was forced to stop in the middle of the set because he couldn't keep his form while giggling. Oi, Naruto. I'm about to start working my chest now. Can you be my spotter? Kirishima asked. Let me finish this set, 1 minute. Naruto said and cried out in exertion as he pushed the barbell with all the strength that he was capable of. The smith machine quaked as Naruto rolled the barbell and its hinges got locked in place. After his quirk awakened 2 times in a row, his physical strength had gone up significantly, but it was still not as much as he had hoped for. Nonetheless, leaving the smith machine behind, he went to Kirishima to help him out with his exercise. By the way, rumor goes that Ishido has a thing for you. Is it true that she asked you out? Kirishima asked while benching the 100 kilograms heavy barbell without even breathing hard. How did you even hear about that? Naruto said in surprise. So it's true. Can't believe you'd turn down someone like her. Kirishima said. Whoa, seriously. Someone confessed to you. Izuku, who heard what they were talking about, left his exercise and came next to them. Miraculously enough, even Ojiro found the energy to stand up from the floor and came to hear the juicy gossip better. Ayo, what the hell, go back to your shit. Naruto bristled at Izuku. Turning to Ojiro with a mean glare, he shooed him away too. I thought you were dead tired, looks like you were lying, huh? Maybe you'd like to do some deadlifts next. And you, what's with these weak ass weights, bro, do you even lift? He also yelled at Kirishima. It's the warm-up set. Kirishima muttered with a pout but stopped talking and did his sets earnestly. But Naruto's vehement refusal to talk about it confirmed for the 3 boys that the rumors were, in fact, true. As Naruto and Izuku were heading home from the gym, Izuku told him the story of how he performed at the sports festival. The normally quiet and shy persona he showed towards strangers was nowhere to be seen. He was gesticulating wildly with his hands and his eyes were alight with enthusiasm. But just as I was about to knee him in the face and knock him out, he suddenly activated a super move of his. His speed was insane. He pushed me to the edge of the arena in the blink of an eye. Naruto punched him lightly in the shoulder and grinned at him. I watched the recording of it, but I wish I could have seen it live. That moment when you grabbed him with one arm and used your hysterical strength to judo throw him out of bounds was so freaking hype, man. None of this would have been possible without your help, Izuku said, and his hands tightened around the strap of his gym bag. Don't tell me you're about to cry again, Naruto said, half jokingly, half exasperatedly. Shut up, Izuku said and looked away embarrassed. But Naruto slapped him 2 times on the back as a way of showing he understood his feelings. Hey, Naruto. Before we go our separate ways, can I talk to you for a moment? Izuku asked. When the blonde tilted his head at him in confusion, Izuku added, somewhere more private, with fewer ears around. I don't know, Naruto unexpectedly showed a conflicted expression. I really need to get home quickly today. Oh wait, I can't believe I forgot to tell you about it. I've got a new sister. What? Izuku said in surprise, having not seen that coming. How? I saw your parents last week, right before the sports festival. Your mom didn't look pregnant. We adopted a girl. She's the cutest thing ever, I swear to God. I can't wait to see the face she'll make when she sees me come back home. Naruto said and chuckled, but I'll tell you more about it tomorrow. They were now at crossroads, the point where they had to part ways. It's really important, Naruto. Please. Izuku insisted and Naruto stopped in his tracks. 15 minutes later, the 2 teenage boys arrived at Musudafu City's municipal beach. Although the weather was warm and pleasant, it was still not hot enough for most people to swim in the sea, especially not at that late hour, in the evening. There was nobody else on the beach except for the 2 of them. Placing his gym bag down on the sand, Naruto sat on top of it, careful not to let his fox tails touch the sand. Well, what's this big secret you wanted to talk to me about? Not knowing where to start, Izuku just blurted it out. I got a quirk. What? Naruto said in surprise. He even took out his ear mufflers, thinking that he must have misheard him because of the sea breeze. Look, I was born quirkless, I haven't been lying to you. But the day after the sports festival, I received it a quirk as a gift. The fuck? Naruto subconsciously cussed. How is that even possible? Izuku clasped his hands together as he gave him his most serious face and said, I'm not joking. I promised that I would never tell anyone about it, but I can't keep a secret as important as this from you. Not after everything you've done for me. Before Naruto could tell him to stop fucking around, Izuku quickly added, All Might gave me his quirk. He is gravely injured, his body is in terrible condition. Nowadays, he can only work as a hero for 3 hours a day. So he's been looking for someone to pass his power to, a successor. That's why he became a teacher at Uehai this year. I've never heard of a quirk that can be passed on to someone else like that, Naruto muttered. But he decided not to doubt Izuku's words. Having seen All Might's true appearance the previous week, now it all made sense. Furthermore, he reckoned that if All for One, his family's enemy, was capable of stealing quirks from other people, it shouldn't be that hard to believe there was someone out there who could also transfer their quirk to someone else. It's true. I can show you. Look, Izuku said and jumped up to his feet. He closed his eyes for a moment and got into a wide stance, not that different from the horse stance that his martial arts instructor had made him practice at the dojo. What are you doing? Are you taking a shit? Shut up, asshole. Izuku yelled at him, his face flushed with both anger and embarrassment as he heard Naruto start snickering like a fox. Seriously, be quiet for a minute. If I don't focus, my whole arm will blow up. Now that the fox boy had quieted down, Izuku closed his eyes again and tried to find the mysterious power slumbering inside his body. Naruto's mouth hung open and he quickly stood up as he saw Izuku's right arm abruptly becoming crimson red. As a light pattern of red veins covered his forearm and fist, Izuku punched in the direction of the sea and screamed. Smash! A powerful gust of wind burst seemingly out of nowhere and split the seawater in two for a distance of over 10 meters before it died down. Holy shit! Naruto whispered in awe. Opening his eyes, Izuku cradled his right arm gently, his face scrunched up from the pain. This quirk is too powerful for me and I can't control it well. After one punch my arm is burning and I can't move it for an hour. When I first used it a few days ago, my arm broke in 2 places. If it hadn't been for Recovery Girl, Mom would have killed me, Izuku said and attempted to joke at the end. On his way home, Naruto's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts due to the earlier revelation. Izuku said that All Might can still use his power for a little bit even if he already gave his quirk away. But it won't be long before he becomes just a regular man. When that happened, how would the villains react? How would society handle that loss? All Might's power had single-handedly cowed the majority of villains into submission. The contribution of other hero agencies could not be ignored, but the fact was that it was mostly thanks to All Might that there were no widespread criminal organizations consisting of villains in Japan nowadays. He had broken down every single one of them in the early stages of his career. Naruto remembered that one time, All Might defeated nearly 100 villains at once when he went against a criminal organization that was handling illegal cage fighting between people with quirks. Once All Might retired, chaos was bound to ensue for a while. That period of time could be very dangerous for regular people like his parents or like Eri. I need to get stronger. And I need to do it fast. Naruto had no illusions about his role in society, about his importance in this world. I'm just a normal boy now. There is no prophecy, there are no gods, and the fate of the world isn't on my shoulders anymore. There were many other people far more capable than him in this world, so he wasn't worried about Japan's safety or the fate of the world at large. In this life, all he wanted was the strength to protect his family. Congratulations. From today onwards, your name is Uzumaki Eri. The lady at the civil registry office said kindly and dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a napkin. It wasn't the first time she was witnessing children being adopted, but seeing the little girl crying her eyes out from happiness tugged at her heartstrings. Kushina too had tears rolling down her cheeks as she watched how Naruto hugged the sobbing Eri to his chest. Meanwhile, Minato was recording the scene with a camera, all the while smiling from one ear to another. As expected from All Might, the hero who had been at the top of the rankings for more than 2 decades, his reach and connections were not to be underestimated. Less than 2 weeks from the day when Minato and Kushina took Eri in, he had made it possible for them to adopt her, a process that would normally take several good months. After tactfully giving the family of 4 some time to themselves, All Might stepped closer and told Minato and Kushina. "If possible, I would like to have a private conversation with you. It's related to Naruto's special quirk," he said, and the two understood that he was talking about Naruto's adamantine sealing chains. In the end, at Minato's and Kushina's insistence, All Might ended up coming to have lunch with the Uzumaki family at their residence. Due to how emotional and exciting that morning had been, by the time they got home Eri had fallen asleep in Naruto's arms. After Naruto tucked the sleeping Eri in his bed, he returned to the kitchen just in time to hear All Might saying, "I don't mean to be rude, but I am not allowed to eat much of anything due to medical reasons. Some coffee would be great though," All Might said regretfully and gulped wistfully at the sight and smell of the beef steak Kushina just took out from the oven. Though inwardly bummed out, Kushina did not try to force him to eat and served him some coffee instead. After taking a small sip from the cup, All Might blew out a sigh and said, "When Naruto told me about his quirk nullifying chains, he wanted me to promise I'd never reveal it to anyone. He didn't tell me much about it, but he seemed to believe that a powerful criminal would try to hunt him down if the information about his other quirk became public. Can you tell me more about it? If there is anything I can do, I will help you." Since All Might already knew the secret of her and Naruto's quirk, Kushina did not see the point in beating around the bush, so she was direct and truthful about her family's enemy. But, much to Kushina, Minato, and Naruto's confusion, All Might let out a chuckle when she finished talking. "Ah, I'm sorry. I'm just so relieved," All Might said. Understanding that the three of them were still very much confused, he added, "All for One is dead." What? Kushina almost shouted, her eyes wide in disbelief. All for One was the mortal enemy of her family. Ever since she awakened her quirk after her parents' death and her grandmother told her about AFO, Kushina had lived in a state of continuous fear. Although with the passing of time, she began to slowly forget about it, deep down she had always been afraid of AFO learning about her existence and coming after her family. Hearing that the bane of her existence was dead left her stunned. "Since you have entrusted me with your deepest secrets, I shall let you know the truth about me as well," All Might said and made a small pause to take another sip from his cup of coffee. "It hadn't been revealed to the public because I asked the authorities to keep it a secret. I fought All for One 5 years ago. He was my archenemy." Saying that, All Might cancelled his muscle form, making both Minato and Kushina nearly jump up to their feet. "Shocking when you see it first, right?" All Might said with a laugh. "I did win that fight, All for One is dead, but I wasn't left unscathed. I lost my stomach and one of my lungs. Over the years, I had to go through countless surgeries which drained my body of its vitality until I became like this." All Might made a complicated face as he continued. "Truthfully, my days as a hero are nearing their end. But I have chosen my successor already," he said and made sure to look at Naruto meaningfully. "You know who he is, Naruto. I hope that you will continue to support him just like you did until now." While the family of 3 were silent, All Might said, "Honestly, after seeing your self-sacrificing spirit, your bravery, and your tenacity at USJ, I seriously considered passing on the torch to you. But fate works in mysterious ways. The qualities I saw in your friend were not any less than what I saw in you. But while you already are a splendid seedling, Midoriya lacked something vital. He lacked real power, he lacked the tools to achieve his purpose. His desire to protect people, and the recklessness to put his life on the line in spite of being just a quirkless young boy. He reminded me of my younger self. I wanted to offer him the potential to become great." The day after Eri was adopted into the Uzumaki family, it was time for all the Hero Course students at UA High to give their homeroom teachers the forms with the hero agencies that they had applied for. "So, what agency did you choose?" Mina asked, hyped to hear his answer. "Are you going to Hawks? Or to Endeavor? Or maybe you're going to one of the hero agencies from the United States?" "What are you saying? He's definitely going to go to Mirko," Kaminari said with a shake of his head as if he couldn't believe how naive she was. "I mean, what, have you not seen it? They've been inseparable since USJ." "What?" was how everyone reacted, including Naruto. "Bro, get off cross-chat. You're confusing fan-made videos with reality, Kirishima said with a snicker. I've only met her once since USJ. Naruto said, not understanding how did Kaminari reach the conclusion that he and Mirko were now inseparable. As expected of a pervert, Kyoka said and threw Kaminari a dirty look. But it does make sense for him to take on the rabbit hero's offer, Momo Yaoyorozu said with a pondering look on her face. She has an animal-type mutation quirk like him, she'd know the best how to help him further develop his fox quirk. But why her? Mina burst out, not even trying to hide her frustration. Mirko doesn't have a real hero agency and she's never taken a sidekick before. I think the number 13 hero, the lion hero would be better. I agree with Mina. I'm going to the lion hero, Shishido too. Ojiro said, wagging his tail like a dog. Hey, guess what hero agencies have applied to? Yuga Aoyama suddenly butted into their conversation and struck a pose. No one cares. Kaminari yelled at him in annoyance. While they were all talking animatedly about the hero agencies they had chosen for their internship, the large door of the classroom was opened and the students' first reaction was to rush back to their seats, thinking that it was Professor Aizawa. But instead, Suyu-chan, Ochako yelled as she rushed at her and swooped her in a bear hug. Uraraka wasn't the only one. Momo was also quick to jump out of her seat and after her, the entire class clamored around the frog girl who appeared to be overwhelmed by their overenthusiastic welcome. She had totally not seen that coming. Are you okay? Are you still hurt? Are you better now? I'm so happy to see you back. Hagakure, Kota, and Sato transferred to another school. It's so good that you didn't give up. Hey, did you hear that Bakugo got expelled? Bombarded with their questions and well wishes, Suyu was like a deer caught in the spotlight. Luckily, she escaped from their clutches a few minutes later when Shota Aizawa came and started the homeroom class. Deep down, however, the girl was moved almost to tears. Her classmates' show of support meant to her more than they could imagine. Chapter 20 Internship 1. Is that the fox boy from Uahai? A man asked in surprise when he saw a blonde-haired boy with fox ears and three tails coming down from the train with two large suitcases in his hands. Whoa, it's Uzumaki Naruto, in person. A girl shouted and people from all over the train platform rushed at the wagon from which Naruto came out, crowding the exit and effectively surrounding him from all sides. May I shake your hand? Could you sign this t-shirt for my son, please? Not expecting to get mobbed by nearly 100 people right as he came out from the train, Naruto was at a loss of how to react. He knew he had become very famous but he had not thought it would be to that degree. What he had failed to realize, however, was that people in Musudafu City were somewhat used to seeing pro-hero celebrities on a daily basis because Uahai was located there and quite a few famous heroes like Mount Lady or Kamui lived there too. But Hiroshima City was over 600 kilometers away from Musudafu and the only famous pro-hero living there was Mirko, the rest being rather minor hero agencies and their sidekicks. Therefore, when news of Naruto choosing the Rabbit Heroes agency for his internship was somehow leaked to the public, dozens of fanboys and fangirls gathered at the train station, waiting for him. It took Naruto nearly 15 minutes of shaking hands and giving autographs before he finally got out of their encirclement. By the time he escaped, his fox tails looked like the chainsaws from how people fondled them and there was even a lipstick mark on his cheek too. At that moment, he looked more like an irate cat rather than a fox. That's sexual harassment. What the hell is wrong with these people? He thought as he grabbed his suitcases and broke into a run. Is this really the place? Naruto muttered to himself as he looked at the GPS map app on his phone to double-check that he was at the right address and then back at the apartment building in front of him. It looked like a residential district where regular people lived. There were no signs of an agency belonging to one of the top 10 most popular pro-heroes in the country. But why her? Mirko doesn't have a real hero agency and she's never taken a sidekick before. He recalled Mina saying that 2 days ago. He had thought that she said that merely out of jealousy but there seemed to be more to it than that. Oh well, Naruto shrugged and put his phone in his pocket before grabbing his suitcases and going inside the building. He had chosen the Rabbit Hero as his mentor not because he cared about fancy buildings and facilities but because their quirks and fighting styles were similar. At that moment, what he cared about the most was increasing his strength. Reaching the topmost floor of the building, Naruto stopped in front of a black metallic door with the number 380 on it and a white plaque on which it was written, Tiger Bunny Hero Agency, and a cell phone number. One moment. A yell came from inside after he rang the doorbell. A cacophony of sounds was heard and the walls shuddered a little as a door had been slammed shut. Half a minute later, the entrance door was opened, revealing Mirko, no, Usajiyama Rumi, seeing as she was not dressed in her pro-hero suit. Instead, all she was wearing was a pair of white bunny slippers on her feet, black dolphin shorts, and a green crop top shirt that left her midriff open, showing off her ripped abs. "You're finally here," she said, but then her face broke into a wide grin when he took in his disheveled appearance and the smudged lipstick mark on his face. "What happened to you? Ha ha ha. May I come in?" Naruto said, feeling a wave of tiredness washing over him just at the reminder of what the crowd of fans had put him through when he got out of the train. Naruto's parents were not poor, the Uzumaki were a successful middle-class family. However, it was the first time he stepped into an apartment as luxurious as Mirko's home. He didn't know much about furniture and fashion trends, so all he could think was that it looked expensive as fuck. It was just as one would expect from an apartment on the topmost floor of a high-rise building in the center of the city. "Let me help you with that," Rumi said, playing the role of a good host, but she nearly dropped the suitcase when she grabbed it from his hands. She had not expected it to be that heavy. "What the hell are you carrying with you, millstones?" Naruto chuckled at her rough language. "I have a lot of weapons." Once he took off his shoes and his suitcases were left somewhere to the side, Rumi led the way to the living room and invited him to sit on a black leather sofa. "So, this is your agency headquarters?" Naruto asked as he looked around the room, his eyes lingering on the tall and wide windows that offered a breathtaking view of Hiroshima's cityscape. "I won't beat around the bush, this is my home. Tiger Bunny is a hero agency in name only, I'm the only member," she said with a shrug and took a seat next to him. Naruto felt his skin breaking out into goosebumps as a fruity scent mixed up with a light smell of sweat wafted from her when she sat down. It looked like before he arrived she must have done some physical effort because the temperature in the apartment was cool and nice thanks to the AC running in the background. There are no special facilities for combat or fitness, no support-type employees, no office-type personnel either. "It's just you and me. Disappointed yet?" she said with a grin. "I came here for you, not for buildings or for other people," he said. "Not bad. I knew I was right to send you an offer," she said with a grin and punched him lightly in the shoulder. "But why did you choose my agency? I'm sure you must have had thousands of other offers, some of them even from the United States. We both have animal-type quirks and you're great at close-quarter combat. I think that out of all the heroes, you're the best suited to teach me. And I also know you're strong, much stronger than me. I saw what you did to that Nomu at USJ." Rumi shook her head at his words. "You're being too harsh on yourself. That Nomu creature was very strong, it was a counter for physical types like us. Frankly speaking, you were incredible to have fought against it for so long. If it hadn't been weakened from his fight with you, I'm sure it wouldn't have been easy for me to beat it." After saying that, she hopped up to her feet and clapped her hands once. "All right, now, let me show you your room. We'll probably not spend the entire week here, but still, it's good to have a place where you can get comfortable." After Naruto unpacked his things and familiarized himself with the guest room, he went looking for Rumi. He found her in the living room, sitting on the sofa and munching on a carrot as she browsed the internet on her laptop. "You really like carrots?" He had thought that that was something that fans had made up about her. "I'm a rabbit," she said and shrugged. "Did you finish unpacking?" "Yes, I'm done. So what do I do now? What is your plan?" "Today, we won't do any hero work. I want to see exactly what you're capable of. I want to gauge your abilities myself and then we can discuss what you need to improve on. But of course, if something urgent comes up, that will take priority, so be prepared at all times." 600 kilometers away, the Bakugo family was in the living room, all three of them, watching the news on TV. "Katsuki, go see who's ringing the doorbell." "Hell if I care, go see for yourself." A heavy smack twisted his head to the side. "What are you hitting me for, old woman? I'll kill you." Bakugo screamed at his mother. Shut your trap and do what I say. She yelled back at him and smacked him upside the head once again. You do nothing around the house, just loafing around like a freeloader. There's no need for arguing, I'll go see it myself. Just calm down in the meantime, Katsuki's father said, trying to placate them only for his son to scream at him. Shut up, you shitty old man. You want me to kick your ass. A third heavy slap from his mother almost made Katsuki see stars. And that's exactly what got you expelled. You never learn your lesson, do you? How many times have I told you to keep your temper in check? I told you your behavior won't get a pass once you go to UA. She yelled at him. And who did I get my temper from, huh? It was from you. While the mother and son duo were screaming at each other, the father went to the door to see who was ringing the bell so insistently. Good afternoon. How may I help you? He asked. The visitors were two men in their mid-30s. Wearing similar black suits, shoes, and shades, the two of them looked like they were part of a secret organization. Hello. We are Hitaki Kakashi and Yamato Shimura from the Hero Public Safety Commission, one of the two men, the one with spiky silver hair, said, and they both showed him their badges confirming their identity. We would like to discuss some matters concerning your son. Sure, please, come in, Mr. Bakugo said as he opened the door wider to welcome them in. Once the introductions were over and they were all sitting in the living room, Mrs. Bakugo asked. So what is it you wanted to talk about? Did this idiot son of mine get into trouble again? Who are you calling an idiot, you old hag? Katsuki screamed at his mother, but she ignored him in favor of hearing what the two agents from HPSC had to say. None of that sort, ma'am, the silver-haired man said. We are here to make you a special offer. Yamato, if you will, Kakashi said and gestured to his brown-haired colleague. I'll start by saying that Katsuki Bakugo was a promising prospect, one of the top 5 students among the freshmen at UA High this year. Seeing as it's the most popular and successful hero course high school in the country, all promising students have many eyes on them, whether we're talking about hero agencies or the government. Unfortunately, his misconduct put a big black spot on his record. The three Bakugo did not interrupt him as they all agreed with his words inwardly. There were many other hero course schools in Japan besides UA, but being expelled from UA High was always going to drag Katsuki down in the future when he applied to work as a sidekick at a hero agency. UA High's response to Katsuki Bakugo's misconduct had been rather harsh, but I can't exactly blame them either in the light of recent events. Had it been another time, your son would have only been suspended for a week or two and gotten detention. But with the disaster at USJ a few weeks ago and with the entire country watching UA's every move, they had to show that they would not tolerate any danger to their students' safety, whether from outside or from inside. Would you get straight to the point already? Katsuki screamed impatiently. I don't have all day to hear you blabber about. Katsuki suddenly went mute when the silver-haired man glanced at him. You've already dug yourself a big hole. Don't make it any deeper. Kakashi's tone was calm, but the aura of intimidation that Katsuki Bakugo felt from him was like nothing he'd ever experienced before. Even when the villains attacked them at USJ, he had not been as scared and disturbed as he was now. It wasn't only Katsuki who noticed the change in the mood, his parents became wary of the two agents from HPSC as well. That was uncalled for, Kakashi, Yamato said in slight annoyance. But, getting straight to the point, we are here to extend you an invitation. As he said that, he opened his black envelope and took out a sheet of paper from it before putting it on the coffee table and pushing it towards them. Katsuki was about to take it, but his mother snatched the piece of paper before he could get his hands on it and read it first. Root Special Services. What is this supposed to mean? I've never heard of it. Mrs. Bakugo said, her eyebrows scrunched together in a frown. Root is a special branch of the Hero Public Safety Commission that deals with sensitive matters and tasks that cannot be performed by regular pro-heroes and other government officials, Yamato explained. My goal is to become the #1 hero in Japan, not to be part of some shady organization that nobody even heard about, Katsuki said, but he kept the tone of voice civil this time instead, Kakashi's earlier intimidation having worked wonders. It is good to have dreams and aspirations, but there comes a point where one has to be realistic about their options. And that moment has come for you now too, young man, Kakashi said in the same calm tone as before. Kakashi, Yamato tried to tell him off, but Kakashi raised a hand as a sign to leave it to him. Being expelled from UA is not the end of the world, indeed, but you will have a hard time getting into any of the top-ranked hero course academies in the country because everyone knows now the reason you got expelled, Kakashi said. You attacked a fellow student outside of school unprovoked and injured him to the point where he got hospitalized. You need to understand that having a powerful quirk is only half of what someone needs to become a pro hero. Good behavior and a marketable personality are just as important, and you don't have that. You are rude, reckless, stubborn, and violent. You are like a ticking bomb that nobody wants to own. You have to realize that your options are limited at the moment. Why do you show so much interest in my son? Mrs. Bakugo asked warily. That is our job, ma'am, Yamato replied this time. We care not only about Katsuki Bakugo but all the gifted children. Too many misguided children with powerful quirks have gone astray and become a danger to ordinary people in society. Are you saying that my son is going to become a villain? She said, her voice starting to show signs of anger. He just attacked a student a few days ago and left him with severe burns in the hospital, Kakashi said plainly. If he did something like that at 15, what would he do in a few years? And it's not like this was a one-time thing. We've also investigated his behavior in middle school and there are more than a dozen instances where he beat up other kids or used his quirk in public and caused property damage. Mrs. Bakugo had nothing to reply to that. As a mother, she wanted to take her son's side but she wasn't completely blind to his flaws either. It was only that until Katsuki's most recent misdeed, he had not done anything too problematic. Until then, she had just chalked his behavior up to kids being kids, and hoped that he would naturally grow out of it as he matured. The tone of his voice becoming kinder, Kakashi continued, right now, your son is still protected by the law due to being underage but he needs to understand that his actions have consequences. This is no longer just about being a bully and messing around with other kids. He possesses a powerful and highly dangerous quirk, one that could easily cause someone's death. If your son was 3 years older he could be charged with aggravated assault or even attempted murder for what he did to that boy. Being sentenced to 10 or 15 years behind the bars for something like that isn't a stretch either. Hearing Kakashi's words, Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo became pale in the face. Katsuki Bakugo too couldn't find anything to say, his eyes betraying the shock he felt. Reckless and impulsive as he was, he had not considered the consequences of his actions when he attacked Shinso. All he wanted was to get even with him and avenge his loss at the sports festival, unsatisfied with how he lost. He had not thought much of it because, after all, he used to beat up and bully people every day in middle school and he had never suffered any repercussions. In the heat of the moment, however, he failed to control his strength properly and Shinso was gravely injured as a result. Aside from his brainwashing quirk, Hitoshi Shinso was just a regular 15-year-old boy. He didn't have any sort of special defense abilities against the equivalent of a hand grenade exploding in his face. You don't have to decide on the spot, Yamato said and took out a business card from his chest pocket. You can contact us at a later date after you've made up your mind. Back to Hiroshima Prefecture. Later that day, Naruto and Mirko were standing with their backs resting against the wall of a wooden cabin, drinking cola and eating some chocolate bars to replenish the energy that they had lost. My legs are all sore and beaten up. Damned kid, are you really only 15? Mirko complained as she massaged her thighs and calves with her hands. Her otherwise strong and thick thighs were covered in bruises and her shapely calves were red too. They had sparred against each other using only their martial arts skills and Naruto had chosen the perfect strategy to counter her. Against an opponent as agile as the rabbit hero, the key was to take away their movement. It was a martial arts principle that remained relevant since the early days of MMA a few centuries ago, up until the present. So he took on a counter-striking strategy, focusing on defending against her blows and attacking her legs with low kicks whenever she left herself open. That is not to say that Naruto had come out of it unscathed. His forearms were tender and pulsating with pain from all the kicks that he had blocked. Mirko seemed to like going for the head with her kicks, and he considered himself lucky his ribs weren't broken from the crushing blows he had eaten. My mom used to be a dojo instructor before she got pregnant. She's the one that made me train since I was a little kid. No matter how I look at it, you don't get that kind of fighting skill in just a few years, Mirko said. But you did great. You didn't absorb many flush hits, your guard was up at all times, and you were very technical with your counterstriking. Honestly, I don't have anything to teach you when it comes to regular fighting. So I'm going to focus on developing your quirk from tomorrow onwards. But we still have a few hours until the sunset, Naruto said. Are you, by chance, a training maniac? She tilted her head at him and asked. Naruto scratched the back of his head in slight embarrassment. I just want to make the most out of this internship. 1 week is already not enough for me to learn everything, I can't afford to slack off. That's what you're worried about. Starting with the second year, once you get your provisional license, you'll be able to spend even 3 months at a time on an internship, she said and ruffled his hair. Him leaning away from her in annoyance only made her grin at him. We're both beat up, so let's get some rest for today. Right, how about I take you out to Yakiniku to celebrate your first day at Tiger Bunny? Naruto involuntarily started sniggering at the name of the agency. How did you come up with that name? Mirko snickered too as she stood up and said. Let's get going, I'll tell you on the road. After they left the courtyard and Mirko closed the gates, the two of them broke into a light jog towards the city. I bought this cabin a few months ago, not long after I broke into the top 10 rankings. I like the peace and the quiet of this village and I was planning on turning it into a holiday home, Mirko began to say. Despite her earlier claims of being tired, her breathing was even and calm as if she was walking instead of running. It's a nice place. Only a few kilometers away from the city but still remote enough that you rarely see any cars outside of the hours when people go to work and come back. It's pretty nice, yes, Naruto acknowledged. Tisk. A kid like you wouldn't understand an adult's need for a place to retreat from the noise and chaos of their daily life, Mirko said. Anyway, Tiger Bunny. I actually got this nickname in high school during my delinquent days. What? No way, Naruto said while laughing and Mirko laughed together with him too. I'm serious. I sometimes miss those days. I used to love crushing other districts, school gangs and making them call me Aneki. Ha ha ha. At first, he thought she was joking but the joy he could hear in her laughter was a bit too pure to not be real. But I wouldn't change it for my present. Beating up villains to a pulp is far more satisfying. The more she was speaking, the more he got the feeling that Mirko might not be exactly normal. Imagine if some reporters heard what you said now, Naruto said with a chuckle. Hey, I get to help people, beat the crap out of scumbags, and even get paid for it. What's not to love about being a hero? She said and snickered. Naruto laughed awkwardly at her words. What she said was no different than what he had told his mother on the morning before the start of the sports festival when she asked him if he was afraid of fighting against villains. Of course I'm not, he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Why would I be? Getting to beat up people and even getting paid for it? Hell yeah. Naruto thinking that the rabbit hero was not normal was like the kettle calling the pot black. Around half an hour later, after taking a quick shower and blow-drying his hair and his tails, Naruto came out of the bathroom wearing only a pair of black shorts and an orange t-shirt with a number 10 imprint on its back. But on his way to his room, he noticed another door in the hallway with an A4 sheet of paper on which it was written in red. Do not open. It could be due to his fox quirk's influence or maybe it was due to him being curious as a person, but he could not simply ignore that sign. Looking to the left and then to the right to make sure Mirko wasn't around, Naruto pushed the door open. It was stuck. It wasn't locked, the door could be opened but not more than a few centimeters. Grabbing the door frame with both hands for leverage, he pushed the door with his feet as hard as he could. A sound of many things falling onto each other was heard as he pushed the door open and, in the next moment, a mountain of things flooded out of the room through the half-opened door like an avalanche, burying him underneath. Chapter 21 Internship 2. Rumi's long rabbit ears were not just for show. The moment that the avalanche of things poured out of the room and buried Naruto underneath, she heard it and rushed out to see what happened. She arrived in the hallway just in time to see Naruto swim up to the surface. What the hell is this? He said, momentarily feeling dazed from the barrage of strong smells that had assaulted his sensitive nose. Taking a better look around, he was rendered speechless. It was a mountain of clothes, food leftovers, dozens of bags filled with unsorted trash, pieces of broken furniture, old or defective electronics, and many other things. Still bewildered by what he was seeing, Naruto was on autopilot as he grabbed a piece of clothing that was hanging from one of his fox ears. A deep red color and very soft to the touch. His eyes widened a moment later when it finally dawned on him what he was holding in his hands. It was a high-leg lace thong. It was the naughtiest piece of clothing he had ever seen, let alone touched. Looking up, his blue eyes met Rumi's crimson-red ones. "I think these are yours," Naruto said, his face flushed red at having been caught staring so intently at her underwear. "No shit, Sherlock," she yelled at him, her face burning too. "Didn't you see the sign? It said, 'Do not open.' For God's sake. And for how long are you gonna keep on holding them?" At her yell, he quickly threw the pair of panties to the side and looked away in embarrassment. The awkwardness that was instilled in the air was so thick and heavy that it was palpable. "Ah, I want to die. Someone, please kill me." Rumi cried out inwardly and buried her face in her palms, her long rabbit ears sagging down powerlessly. She was mortified with shame. She wanted to just dig a hole somewhere and die. The rabbit hero was infamous for not sticking to her turf, like most pro-heroes. In general, pro-heroes and their agencies stuck to one city or prefecture if they were big enough. But Mirko was like the wind, changing her area of operation every day. She rarely slept in the same place for more than 3 nights in a row. That said, due to not spending time at home often enough and due to always being busy with her hero work, trash and dirty laundry piled up in her apartment bit by bit. When she found out that Naruto had chosen her agency and that he was going to come over, she did her best to make the entire apartment spotless, but she did not have enough time to take out all the trash too. All high-rise apartment buildings had a special room on every floor where people could take out the trash, but everything had to be sorted out in order to be recycled and compacted, and that would take a long time for the amount of stuff she had to go through. The cacophony of sounds and the bang made by a door being slammed that Naruto heard when he arrived were from Rumi shoving the last bit of trash into that room before shutting it. Her plan had been for the two of them to not spend more than 2 or 3 days in Hiroshima, so she had hoped that he would not go into that room before that. One of her rabbit ears flinched up when she heard Naruto start making noises, and she looked at him through her fingers. "What are you doing?" she asked a moment later, and she hated herself for how her voice quivered. Having managed to recollect himself, Naruto's intention was to do something to ease the awkwardness between them. But when she asked him that question and he saw her face still boiling red, his embarrassment returned at full force too. Cleaning. We should clean this out." Taking her silence as an, "Okay," he said. "I'll start out with the pieces of broken furniture. Maybe you could collect the more sensitive stuff in the meantime." After Naruto left through the entrance door carrying a broken nightstand with him, Rumi slid against the wall and let herself fall on the floor powerlessly. There goes my good first impression. Her intention had been to appear as the cool elder sister type, a strong and awesome person that her cute sidekick could admire and rely on, a role model for him. But all that went out the window. Now, all he got to see was the slob of a person and the unladylike woman that she was. 3 hours and a dozen elevator trips later, Naruto and Rumi finished sorting and carrying all the trash outside. By the end of it, the rabbit hero was drained both mentally and physically. Although it was only 9 p.m., she retired to her bedroom and went to sleep. But Naruto wasn't that tired because, normally, he would train himself to exhaustion before calling it a day. Therefore, still having gas in the tank, he went onto the balcony, and with a seemingly light jump, his body appeared to be weightless as he launched himself several meters in the air and landed on the rooftop. For the next 2 hours, he did all sorts of difficult bodyweight exercises such as handstand push-ups and one-arm push-ups with a very high number of repetitions and very short rest time in between, working on further improving his endurance. The second day of the internship came, and with it, it seemed like the rabbit hero had forgotten all about the previous day's embarrassment. Naruto too decided not to bring it up and paid attention to what she was telling him instead. Both of them dressed in their hero costumes, Naruto and Mirko were now once again at the cabin she owned in the woods outside of Hiroshima City. You're carrying a great deal of weapons. Are you good at using them all? She asked when she saw the contents of his suitcase. There were dozens of kunai, metallic wires, military-grade smoke grenades and flashbangs, and on top of them all, there was a huge blade with a retractable handle. That was a new addition to his arsenal. Do you even know how to wield this? Mirko said in surprise when she took a look at the weapon Naruto was holding now in his hands. He had assembled the huge blade and the retractable handle. It was an intimidating-looking polearm, a naginata with a wide and heavy blade. I don't have much experience with this kind of weapon. I'm way better with a bow staff, Naruto admitted. But I'm pretty good at learning how to wield weapons, he said, and did a few very quick slashes and stabs with the polearm to demonstrate his control and dexterity with it. Then why aren't you using a bow staff instead? Naruto hesitated a bit before saying. It doesn't have enough killing power. He had half expected Mirko to berate him for saying such words, but her reply surprised him. Certainly, that's important. You're thinking ahead about what would happen if you encountered an enemy as durable as Nomu in the future. It's not a bad idea, but there are some problems with using this polearm against a villain. First, it takes too much time for you to assemble it. You could get a normal polearm too, but that would attract too much attention and it would be difficult to carry around, which brings me to the second point. You can't use it indoors. Well, of course, but what are the chances I'll be fighting someone as strong as Nomu in a narrow hallway? Higher than you might think. Statistically, the majority of villain encounters and arrests happen indoors. Regardless, the third and most important point is this, Mirko said and suddenly kicked at the polearm in his hands. Not having expected her to attack him out of the blue, Naruto's instinctively used the naginata he was holding to block her attack. In the next moment, he watched in stupefaction as her kick somehow broke the large blade of the polearm into several pieces, as if it were made of glass. That's why you hardly see any physical-type quirk users wield any weapons. Our strength has evolved to the point where close-range weapons have become obsolete. Even the toughest metal in the world, tungsten, wouldn't be able to handle one of my kicks. As she was speaking, Naruto looked dumbly at the now bladeless polearm in his hands. My naginata. Don't worry, I can buy you another one, haha. Mirko snickered at his lost look and ruffled his hair. In his dumbstruck state, he forgot about his annoyance at being treated like a kid. Then, if weapons are no good, how am I supposed to deal with something like Nomu or Mount Lady, for example? You don't. What? As I said, you don't. There aren't many heroes that have powerful enough quirks to deal with such overwhelming opponents, and that's one of the reasons why hero agencies were created for heroes to band together and cover for each other's weaknesses. If you don't have the means to fight against such an opponent, someone else in your team likely will. He understood her reasoning because it was also what he had told Izuku many times before. If you're not strong enough, don't throw your life away. If possible, avoid that fight instead of dying meaninglessly. But there was one thing he was confused about. If that's the case, why do you not have any teammates? Because I'm not a weakling, Mirko said and laughed smugly with her hands on her waist. The rabbit hero is more than strong enough to stand on her own. But enough about me. I want to show you something, she said and went into the cabin. She came back with a rather large tablet and started playing a video. It was the recording of the villain's attack on USJ. Your strategy with the smoke grenade, the knives and the metallic wires was amazing. You made great use of your unpredictability, martial arts, and your fox quirk's dexterity, she praised him. But what I want to show you is this, she said, fast-forwarding the clip to the moment where Naruto's quirk awakened a second time. At that moment, he had gained a third fox tail, his eyes had become slit and crimson red like those of a fox and his nails had transformed into claws. Instead of using an inconvenient and fragile weapon, why not use your natural abilities, your quirk? She said and pointed at the way Naruto's claws had sliced Nomu's forearm clean and then stabbed through its chest and spinal cord as if its body was made of paper. The killing power of your claws was formidable. If you had gone for the head, you could have killed Nomu in one hit. I've thought about it before, but I can't control my claws at will, Naruto said as he looked at his hands. I was desperate last time. I lost my mind, my quirk's feral nature took over and I just attacked Nomu based on my instincts. Luckily, Nomu and I were the only ones close by, but if there were any innocent bystanders, I don't know what I would have done. I see, Mirko said, putting a hand on her chin as she hummed and thought. Have you brought your claws out since then? No. I noticed my eyes becoming red when I was getting anxious or angry, but I never let myself go any further. I didn't want to endanger the ones around me. So you're saying that strong emotions of fear or anger seem to be the trigger. How about we test it out then? And what if the fox takes over again? Naruto said in worry. We're a few kilometers away from the city, so there's no one around that you could hurt. And I'm here to stop you if anything goes wrong, so stop being a worrywart. Come at me with all you've got. At her words, it was as if a chain was suddenly snapped and Naruto's innocent blue eyes transformed into the cruel red slits of a fox. Ever since the USJ disaster, over a month ago, Naruto had been keeping himself in check, worried about his fox quirk's feral nature. It reminded him of how Kyuubi used to cloud his mind with his hatred and rage and take over his body in his past life, so he had not allowed himself the luxury of letting loose at all after his quirk's awakening. But now, it was different. Knowing that Mirko could stop him, knowing that he had nothing to worry about, he finally let those suppressed instincts come to the surface. The grass beneath his feet was ripped as he suddenly kicked the ground and launched himself at Mirko with such speed that a powerful gale of wind was stirred in his wake. A violent kick to the face sent Naruto smashing through the fence and then through 2 more trees before his body finally came to a stop. Have you come back to your senses yet? He heard a voice say, and when he looked up, he saw the rabbit hero walking towards him while holding onto a bleeding gash on her right shoulder. Her arms and legs had red claw marks all over, and her white leotard suit was also ripped in several places, exposing an indecent amount of skin around her chest area. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. There's no need for apologies. She immediately rebuked him. Take a look at your hands. Despite being filled with worry regarding what he had done, he involuntarily looked at his hands as she told him to do. It wasn't just his nails that had transformed into vicious-looking claws, but his hands also took on a slightly different appearance, looking bigger, stronger, and sturdier. What do you feel right now? She asked. Do you still feel anxious or angry? Do you feel afraid? No. If that's the case, I think that your quirk doesn't react to your emotions themselves but to adrenaline. However, fear, anxiety, anger, desperation, and other similarly powerful emotions are the easiest ways to trigger your body to produce adrenaline, so it all makes sense now. Focus on what you're feeling at the moment and memorize it. You were surprisingly hard to deal with, Mirko said as they left the cabin and started walking towards the city 2 hours later. Your charging speed was so high, you were leaving afterimages. And you could reach your top speed instantly, with 0 acceleration time. You got me a few times. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing, Mirko said in annoyance and tried to punch him in the shoulder, but he quickly ducked away from her swing, not wanting his arm to become numb again. It wouldn't be the first time. I'm telling you this as praise. Leaving afterimages means that you're faster than what a regular human eye can perceive. That kind of speed by itself would render most opponents helpless. As for your claws, they're as strong as I expected. Look, you even sliced through my special alloy rabbit shoes. As she said that, she raised her foot to his eye level to show him the tip of her large rabbit foot-like shoe being cut cleanly. Luckily, her feet were the same size as those of regular humans, so she didn't get injured. Are you sure you don't have to go to the hospital? Naruto asked in worry as he took in her appearance. 'Tis but a flesh wound, she said, and in spite of how guilty he felt, Naruto burst into laughter. I'm serious, she said, my rabbit quirk gives me a slightly increased healing factor. Superficial flesh wounds like these should be healed after a good night's rest. I wouldn't mind if you carried me, though, she said with a grin. I thought you said you were fine. I am fine, but my clothes aren't. Where are you looking, pervert? My eyes are up here. Want me to bash your skull in? She said half jokingly half threateningly when he saw how his eyes immediately dropped to her chest where her ripped leotard suit barely covered her large breasts anymore. He quickly looked away in embarrassment. I see. So you did get a good look, huh? I mean that I understand. He retorted, but the red in his cheeks betrayed his thoughts, and she snickered at his reaction. Well then, I'll be relying on you. In the first place, it's your fault my clothes have become like this, she said, and, before he could say no, she hopped onto his back and wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck like a monkey. For a moment, he was stunned. He had not expected her to actually do it. Is this really okay? He said hesitantly. The feeling of her chest pressing against his back and her characteristic fruity scent mixed with sweat were making a certain part of his body react in a rather inappropriate way. I don't remember the last time someone gave me a piggyback. Go, she said and giggled happily. But are you okay? Your heart is beating as if to jump out of your chest, she said in fake worry as if she wasn't aware of what effect her posture would have on a teenage boy like him. Please don't tease me, Mirko-san, he said meekly. Your reactions are adorable, she said with a snicker, patting the top of his head. Stop petting me, I'm not a dog. True, you're acting more like a cat, she said scratching him lightly at the base of his fox ears, knowing full well that he had no way to get away from her now. Grabbing onto the muscular legs squeezing his waist, Naruto broke into a light jog with the rabbit woman on his back. But while he was sweating buckets from running through the heat while also carrying her piggyback, Mirko took out her smartphone and started browsing cross-chat, the biggest social media platform in Japan. Say cheese, she said, and the particular click made when snapping a photo came from her phone. Are you gonna put that pic on cross-chat? Please don't. Why not? She asked while typing a caption for the photo, stamina training with my first pupil. There are enough rumors about us flying around already, no need to give them more fuel. Who cares? You're just a kid, and I'm way older than you, who would even believe such a thing? She laughed and rubbed his head roughly. Well, I care, he said in annoyance. Imagine what my mom is going to say when she sees that pic. Is she following my profile too? Are you kidding me? She worships the ground you walk on. She has a huge collection of Mirko in action figurines and dozens of other types of merchandise with your brand on them. If that's the case, what if I follow her profile too? Her name was Uzumaki Kushina, wasn't it? My dad is going to curse you for sure, he said with a shake of his head. I'm just glad I won't be home this week, Mom will go crazy. It was only their second day of the internship, but the two of them had already started bickering with each other as if they were good friends, in spite of the age gap. Though Naruto did wish she stopped petting his head like a dog all the time. A few moments after she posted that pic of the two of them on social media, Mirko was forced to turn off the notifications for the cross-chat app because it was ringing and vibrating incessantly. Less than 2 minutes later, that pic already had several thousand likes. It was when the city's outskirts appeared in his line of sight that Mirko's phone rang again. It wasn't a notification from cross-chat this time. Hey, put me down, Mirko suddenly said, her voice carrying none of the easy-going and joking tone from before, and Naruto let go of her thighs. Looking at Mirko who was reading something on her phone with a serious look on her face, Naruto came behind her to read over her shoulder. She was shorter than him. It was an app unfamiliar to him, it was the Hero Network app. It's a voice message, Mirko said before tapping the screen to play it. The hero killer attacked pro-hero native and a UA high student. Send help please. The voice of a young man sounded. Stain attacked a UA high student. Who? What's going on? Naruto said startled. I need you to give me your hoodie, Mirko suddenly said out of the blue. What? We don't have time, every second matters. Please give me your hoodie. Now. Although bewildered by her strange request, her voice was so forceful that he felt compelled to just do what she said and ask questions later. He took off the black and orange hoodie of his hero costume and gave it to her. Oof, it's so tight, Mirko complained as she struggled to zip up the hoodie after putting it on, all for the sake of covering her nearly exposed breasts. Fortunately, the zipper didn't give out, and she managed, after a few moments of impatient struggle, to close it up. I'm going after the hero killer. I'm hunting down this bastard once and for all. Are you coming with me? Mirko said, her face filled with fury and determination. Naruto replied immediately. Count me in. Okay. Hop on my back and hold on tight. Don't let go of me no matter what. I'm going to run at my full speed so I won't spare any energy. Any other time, he would have been very embarrassed about letting a woman carry him piggyback at his age, but now was not the moment to worry about such trivial things. Having already experienced Mirko's extreme speed once, Naruto took her warning to heart, and upon climbing on her back, he locked his arms around her neck and his legs around her waist. "Ready?" she asked one last time. "Ready," he said, burying his face in the back of her neck to protect himself from the whip-like winds after her running speed broke the sound barrier. And not a second later, a sonic boom exploded and stirred up a dense cloud of dust in the air, obscuring the rabbit hero's silhouette. By the time the cloud of dust dispersed, Mirko and Naruto had long since gone out of sight, the rabbit hero having covered several dozen kilometers in the span of a few seconds. Chapter 22 Hero Killer. Previous chapter. I'm going after the hero killer. I'm hunting down this bastard once and for all. Are you coming with me? Mirko said, her face filled with fury and determination. Naruto replied immediately. Count me in. With his face buried in the back of Mirko's neck, Naruto held on for dear life. The landscape became a blur of lights, and the wind pressure was so powerful that he was struggling to breathe. Her speed felt even faster than when she kidnapped him from Uehai's stadium, just staying conscious was difficult. A few minutes later, her sprint dropped to a more manageable speed as the skyscrapers of Tokyo appeared in their sight. Hold on tight, Mirko warned him, and then her thigh muscles almost doubled in size before she jumped. In the next moment, despite the load she was carrying on her back, the rabbit hero jumped so high that Naruto felt as if they were flying. Half a dozen more jumps like these, and eventually Mirko stopped on the roof of a low-rise building. Hop off, she said, and Naruto quickly let himself fall on the rooftop floor. While he was gasping for air and trying to get a hold of himself, Mirko jumped off the building, and straight down into the alleyway. God damn it, they're not here, he heard her yelling, and he stood up on his feet with difficulty before coming to the edge of the building. As the building was less than 10 floors tall, Naruto could see perfectly what was below. And the sight made his face stiffen. 3 bodies were lying in a pool of blood. Making use of his fox quirk's dexterity, he jumped down from one windowsill to another until he landed safely on the street. They're dead, she said, and, in her anger, she almost smashed her telephone against the concrete. She had followed the GPS location she had gotten from the Hero Network app, and she had run as fast as she could, but she was too late. The hero killer escaped from her once again. Had it been another boy or girl his age, they would have most likely retched at the gory sight in front of them. But thanks to the memories of his past life, Naruto managed to keep his composure as he looked at the carved up and mutilated corpses on the ground. Iida-kun, he muttered as he recognized one of the dead bodies. His glasses and helmet lying not far away, the boy's eyes were still open, and his face twisted in an expression of rage and anguish even in death. You knew him? Mirko asked. He was my classmate, Naruto said. I won't let him get away. Not this time, she said, clenching her fist so hard that the veins on her forearms bulged out. The bodies are still warm. He couldn't have gotten far. Let's split out and search for him. Yes, he said quietly, his eyes unknowingly turning into the red slits of a fox. But before he could jump away, Mirko grabbed him by the arm and said, Don't engage him, he's too dangerous. If you find him, send me your location. I will come to you in an instant. Okay. Climbing on the rooftop of the building, Naruto started sprinting and jumping from one building to another in a manner reminiscent of how he used to do it in his past life as a shinobi. What are the chances I'll find the hero killer? Several minutes must have passed from when they died until the moment we arrived. In a city as big as this, it was too easy for one person to disappear. Searching for just one person in Tokyo was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, as he made a large leap over a wide boulevard, his sensitive hearing caught a faint sound of gunshots. His face betraying his surprise, Naruto's 3 fox tails twitched abruptly, and his body's position changed in midair before he landed on a light pole. Just a second later, he flung himself in the direction from which the gunshots had come. A few minutes earlier. Fuck, we're too late, a black-haired boy swore and punched the wall in frustration. Keep your calm, Sasuke. I told you before, no matter what, always keep your emotions in check, a young man said before turning towards the third member of their team and asking. Kiba, can you track him down? The boy in question flared his nostrils as he walked around the crime scene, searching for a smell different from that of the dead bodies lying in the pool of blood on the ground. I got his scent. Follow me, Kiba said and broke into a sprint, the inhuman speed at which he was running stirring winds in his wake. Slow down, you idiot, we can't keep up with you. Sasuke shouted after him, but Kiba laughed and said over his shoulder. Gahehe. First come, first served. All the contributions on this mission will be mine. Kiba. Their leader yelled after him too. The hero killer is too dangerous for you to engage him alone. The plan was for you and Sasuke to take him on together. Relax, Kinoto-sensei. You've seen what Uzumaki Naruto was capable of, haven't you? I'm even better than that. He boasted confidently, and then his running speed increased even further, leaving the other two in the dust. Suga. The hero killer suddenly heard a very loud scream coming from behind, but his honed battle instincts allowed him to duck just in time to see a human drill whirring past him and crashing into the wall of a building. Who the hell are you? Stain said as he unsheathed his sword. You don't need to know, you'll be dead soon anyway, Kiba said, and threw himself at the hero killer, slashing with his clawed hands like a savage beast, seemingly not caring about his own safety. Sparks and a sound like that of metal clashing came out of their collision, and Stain's chipped blade deteriorated even further at the contact with the dog boy's claws. But after getting through Kiba's initial outburst, Stain weaved like a boxer through two of his wild claw swings and slashed with his sword upwards. It was only the feral instincts and agility of his dog quirk that allowed Kiba to just barely twist his body and evade Stain's slash by the skin of his teeth. How is he so strong? Kiba was confused. According to the intel his team had received, Stain did not have any physically enhancing abilities. Instead, all the signs pointed towards him having a quirk that allowed him to paralyze or immobilize his targets. How is he dodging and parrying all my attacks? Kiba growled. The more that the fight was prolonged, the angrier and more frustrated he became. In truth, Kiba's strength, speed, agility, reflexes, and instincts were far beyond those of Stain. On paper, his stats should have allowed him to defeat the hero killer handily. However, in real life, as long as the difference in stats was not exaggerated, fighting skill and combat experience were often more important. Stain had been fighting and killing pro heroes for many years now. He had killed 17 pro heroes and crippled another 24 to the point where they had to retire. His experience and combat skills were far beyond those of a 15-year-old boy who had only started training seriously a few months ago. Just drop dead, Suga. Kiba screamed and unleashed his super move against the hero killer once again. But his move was too telegraphed and straightforward. Stain easily predicted it and stepped out of his trajectory. You won't be able to run away from me. Kiba shouted and was about to throw himself at Stain once more, but he suddenly lost all feeling in his limbs and collapsed on the floor as stiff as a board. When Kiba used his super move against him, Stain not only dodged, but he also counterattacked by slashing at the back of the human drill, nicking his calf. Due to the adrenaline coursing through his veins, Kiba momentarily did not register the pain. Bastard, what did you do to me? The dog boy screamed at him. His entire body was paralyzed, the only thing he could do was talk. I don't go out of my way to kill children, but you're the one who sought me out and attempted to kill me. If you're willing to take someone's life, be prepared for the scenario where you could lose yours too, Stain said and approached him at a leisurely pace, the chipped blade of his katana dripping with Kiba's red blood. Raising his sword high up, Stain held its handle with both hands as he stabbed down. But, at the very last moment, a kick smashed into the side of the hero killer's face and threw him away, the tip of his sword missing Kiba's throat by mere inches. Look at what you did, moron. You ran ahead and nearly got yourself killed, Sasuke said while panting for air. He had run at his top speed trying to catch up to Kiba in time. Unlike Kiba, who had a superhuman body, Sasuke's physical capabilities were only those of a fit but average boy his age. What happened to you anyway? Sasuke asked as he unsheathed the tanto strapped on his back and took a defensive stance in front of Kiba to protect him. Unlike the dog boy, he didn't throw himself at the hero killer, opting instead to wait for their leader's arrival. I don't know. I think he cut my leg, and I was paralyzed after that, Kiba said through gnashed teeth. This has to be the worst day in the entire year. All of you, heroes, just keep popping up one after another. Stain said, his voice filled with killing intent as he rubbed at his sore jaw. No matter. Whether it's one or two kids, it's all the same. The two Tomo in Sasuke's red eyes started spinning wildly as the hero killer lunged at him. Kiba could only watch helplessly as his teammate fought all alone against Stain, inwardly filled with all sorts of mixed feelings. On one hand, he was relieved he didn't die and he was glad to see Sasuke was holding his own against the hero killer. But on the other hand, he was frustrated that he had lost so easily and that Sasuke was fighting better than him. Unlike Kiba, who relied on his dog Quirk's athleticism and fought with the simple plan of just overwhelming his opponent with a burst of savage attacks, Sasuke was calm and calculated, predicting and defending against every single one of Stain's moves. His quirk gave him the ability to predict someone's actions based on the subtle movements of their muscles, and he could also copy their moves and perform them perfectly after seeing them just once. In a show of fighting skills unusual for someone as young as him, Sasuke was more than holding his own against the older and much more experienced Stain, and he even started to slowly push him back. Sparks came out as Stain's chipped katana clashed against Sasuke's blade, and the boy was forced to take a step back lest he got blown away by the physically stronger man. But he could not afford to get himself locked in a battle of strength with him, so he suddenly disengaged and jumped back. Taking out a hidden revolver strapped to his thigh, Sasuke fired all 5 shots in its chamber in quick succession. Shit! Stain cursed and jumped to the side in desperation. However, he had not been fast enough because he had not expected the sword-wielding kid to suddenly pull out a gun on him, especially with how stringent the gun laws were in Japan. Nevertheless, his dodging attempt had not been completely useless. Out of the 5 bullets Sasuke had fired at Stain's chest, only one found its mark, and it was in a non-vital area, in his right bicep. Although Sasuke's revolver was now out of bullets, Stain did not have any illusions about his chances of winning. With a bullet in his right arm, he couldn't wield his katana properly anymore. And the dog kid is going to be released from paralysis soon too. Reaching that conclusion, Stain suddenly turned tail and broke into a run. Great job, Sasuke, their leader, who had been spectating the battle from the side, came out of his hiding place and said. Kiba, we will be having some words when we go back to the base. For now, Sasuke, stay here with him and call an ambulance. I'll go after Stain myself. Leaving those words behind, Kinoto broke into a run after the hero killer. When Naruto arrived at the place where the gunshots had come from, he couldn't hide his surprise when he saw the appearance of the 2 boys lying down on the street, Kiba due to his paralysis and Sasuke due to exhaustion. Kiba, is that you? Naruto asked. Before regaining the memories of his previous life, Naruto and Kiba used to be best friends. But after Naruto enrolled at Ua High, he lost all contact with him. Naruto, what are you doing here? Kiba asked, his voice showing that he was just as surprised as he was. I'm in the middle of my internship with Mirko, the rabbit hero. I heard some gunshots and came to see what happened. Tisk. Kiba clicked his tongue in annoyance. Of all people, Naruto was the last person he wanted to see while he was in such a pathetic state. We just fought against the hero killer. Our mission is supposed to be secret, you fucking idiot. Sasuke suddenly cut him off and shouted. If Naruto was surprised by Sasuke's unexpectedly vulgar way of speaking, he didn't show it. Hero killer. Damn, where is he now? Completely ignoring Sasuke's rebuke, Kiba answered Naruto's question honestly. He escaped through that alley at 9 o'clock. But don't bother chasing him down, our team leader went after him. Thanks a lot, Kiba, Naruto said, and his body appeared to become weightless as he started running upward on the wall, defying gravity for more than 10 meters before jumping out on the wall of the building opposite, thus climbing up on top of the building in a matter of seconds. So you're saying you're stronger than him, huh? Sasuke said snidely as he watched the fox boy's silhouette blur out of sight. You're so full of shit, Kiba. Shut up, asshole. I was stronger than him in middle school. Besides, we haven't fought now so we don't know for sure who'd win, Kiba shouted, his face flushing in both annoyance and embarrassment at having been caught lacking. Whatever lets you sleep at night. Just wait until this paralysis is gone, I'll beat the crap out of you. Kiba roared. Yeah, now be quiet. I've gotta call the ambulance to take your bleeding ass to the hospital. Fuck you. I don't swing that way, dog boy. But I wouldn't mind if it was your dear elder sister who told me that, haha. Sasuke. Even as he ran after the hero killer, the last bits of conversation he caught between Kiba and Sasuke made him snort. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have liked to catch up with Kiba and become acquainted with this world's Sasuke. But pursuing the hero killer was far more important. What did Kiba get himself into? Sasuke said something about them being on a mission. Are they part of another hero course high school too? But freshmen shouldn't be sent out on missions without a pro-hero to supervise them, and they would definitely not be sent after the hero killer. Not everyone is as crazy as Mirko to take kids with them when chasing down an unhinged killer. But he put those thoughts aside and took out his phone. I'm pursuing the hero killer now. I'm also sending you the location along with this voice message. As I'm speaking, Stain is in the middle of a fight with a black-haired man wearing a white mask and wielding 2 daggers. Once he was done sending the voice message and his location, Naruto put his phone away and got closer to the battle. As Mirko had asked him to, he did not engage the hero killer and waited for her arrival. It was not that he was scared. Based on what he could see from the ongoing battle between Stain and the masked man, Naruto was more than confident that he could beat the living daylights out of someone like Stain. But he wanted to listen to Mirko's orders. Therefore, unless the hero killer somehow turned the situation around and it looked like the masked person was going to die, he was not going to intervene. Naruto didn't have to wait for long. Merely a few seconds later, a sonic boom made Naruto's fox ears flinch from pain, and all the windows of the cars and buildings in a radius of 60 feet cracked. In the next moment, he was stunned as he watched how Mirko's whirlwind kick smashed into Stain's head with such force that he was decapitated, his skull blowing up like a watermelon in a shower of blood and gore. Holy shit, Naruto muttered in shock. Even the masked man was momentarily stunned. He had been in the middle of an unexpectedly tough battle against the hero killer when an extremely loud sound made him almost lose his sense of hearing. The next thing he knew, his enemy's head exploded in a shower of blood, splattering all over his mask and clothes. The even more macabre sight was how, even after being decapitated, the hero killer's corpse continued standing straight on its feet, blood gushing out of its severed neck like a geyser. Wiping away the blood from her face with the sleeve of the orange hoodie she had borrowed from Naruto, Mirko turned towards the masked individual who had been battling with the hero killer. I'm Mirko, the rabbit hero. Who are you? She asked calmly, as if she had not brutally killed someone just moments ago. Unexpectedly, the man's voice seemed just as steady and collected as hers when he replied. I'm with the Hero Public Safety Commission. I was tasked with chasing down and apprehending the hero killer, he said, showing her the badge attached to the inside of the chest area of his jacket. Nevertheless, despite how calm the masked man seemed to be outward, to Mirko's extremely fine sense of hearing, it was as clear as day that his heart was drumming in his chest. I see, she said curtly before taking out her phone and calling the police. But when she looked up from her phone, the masked man was nowhere to be seen. A faint cloud of black smoke was the only thing left in his place. Later that evening, after dealing with all the legal procedures following the use of deadly force by a pro-hero in the field, Mirko came into the waiting room at the police station where Naruto was waiting for her. She sat down next to him, and for a few seconds, nobody said anything. Penny for your thoughts, Mirko said after a while, her red eyes looking at his face searchingly. You did the right thing, Naruto said easily and shrugged. Was it not too much for your first day in the field? She asked, her voice uncertain. Truthfully, she had not planned on making her first pupil witness that side of her that early into their relationship. But she had been pursuing the hero killer for nearly a year, failing to catch him again and again, always ending up coming to the scene only to see people's carved up bodies lying in a lake of blood on the ground. The hero killer just murdered my classmate, he deserved what he got and more. I would have done the same, he said, his hands clenched into fists. He couldn't understand why would anyone kill a kid. What had Mineta Minoru and Tanaya Iida done to deserve such a fate? Or what had Eri done to deserve being tortured by her own family? His heart was burning with anger at the injustice of it all. But his train of thought was stopped when he felt Mirko ruffle his hair. "You're a strange kid," she said. "The way I killed Stain wasn't. It wasn't a pretty sight. Most people would go into shock from seeing something as extreme as that. Are you truly not rattled at all?" "I'm fine," Naruto said and shrugged. "More importantly, are you okay? Aren't you going to get in trouble with the law? Look at you, so cool and collected that you even have the leisure to worry about my well-being," she said teasingly. "Generally, pro-heroes are discouraged from using lethal force against villains. But it's not like it's completely forbidden to kill them." Wait, that sounded wrong," she said and put a hand on her chin as she tried to find a better explanation to not make him misunderstand. Pro-heroes need to apprehend villains while trying their best to avoid killing or maiming them. However, even a fistfight between quirkless people could lead to someone's accidental death, all the more when there are quirks involved. Accidents do happen sometimes. That said, she continued, the use of lethal force is allowed against the villains in cases of self-defense or if the villains are directly putting someone's life in danger. For example, in a hostage situation, the pro-heroes would not be prosecuted for using lethal force against the villains in order to rescue the hostages. There are more clauses and laws for special situations, but you will learn more about them in school in your second and third years when you will be working full-time as a sidekick during the internship. As a rule of thumb, though, lethal force is a last resort." As the two left the police station together, Naruto couldn't help asking once more just to make sure. "So, killing Stain won't get you in trouble?" "Not a chance. My bank account is even going to get a hefty sum of money soon." There was a huge bounty on Stain's head. "The hero killer murdered 17 heroes. No, it's 20 with the 3 victims from today, and crippled another 24. He was a vicious serial killer, someone too dangerous to be left alive. That masked man that you saw fighting against the hero killer was, in fact, tasked to kill Stain by the Hero Public Safety Commission themselves." The Hero Public Safety Commission? Weren't they just a bureaucratic organization that regulated the hero agencies on behalf of the government? Since when are they assassinating people? The rabbit hero let out a snort at his question. "On the paper, yes. But the HPSC isn't as simple and harmless as the public thinks it is. I won't go into details, as there are ears everywhere around us," she said and gestured to all the passers-by on the street. "But take this advice seriously. As much as possible, avoid interacting directly with them. Find a good hero agency and don't let yourself get entangled by the HPSC's schemes and machinations." "I see," Naruto acknowledged. "Are we going back to Hiroshima now?" She shook her head. "We can't. You have an appointment tomorrow with a therapist." "I have a what now?" "It's standard procedure for all students participating in hero internships to be examined by a psychologist after witnessing someone's death for the first time in the field." "But I told you I'm fine," Naruto said in annoyance. "Hey, don't argue with me," she said and raised her hands as if to show it had nothing to do with her. "That's what the rules are. If you don't like them, take it to those old fogies at the HPSC. Anyway, that is tomorrow. For now, I need to buy some clean clothes. All this blood attracts too much attention. We also need to get some dinner and find a hotel room for the night too." Chapter 23 End of the first term. The news of yet another UA High freshman student dying shook the entirety of Japan. However, this time around, the blame could not be placed on the school because the victim had been in the middle of his internship with a hero agency. Furthermore, it wasn't only Tanaya Iida who lost his life. His patrol partner, Pro-Hero Manuel, was killed by Stain too, and Pro-Hero Native lost his life as well. Having already killed 20 people, of whom one was a child, and permanently crippled another 24, Stain's brutal end at the hands of Mirko, the rabbit hero, did not raise any complaints from the public at large. After an innocent child was killed once again by the villains in the span of 2 months, even the organizations of nutjobs advocating for the villains, human rights were not crazy enough to directly denounce Mirko's use of deadly force and kept their silence instead. At least for the moment. The killings that had happened over the week dampened the 1A class students' excitement about being reunited with their friends and classmates when the internship period ended. Even the more easygoing ones like Kaminari and Kirishima could not simply look past what happened anymore. It was still only the first term of their first year at UA High, yet 2 of their classmates were killed by villains. Furthermore, unlike Mineta Minoru, Tanaya Iida was a serious and responsible boy, and he had a powerful quirk. He had been the class representative too. Pro Hero's native and manual died in the line of duty. Hero Killer critically injured Pro Hero Ingenium and also killed his younger brother, Tanaya Iida. The Rabbit Hero, Mirko, battles and kills the Hero Killer. The Rabbit Hero is rising up the rankings once again, right behind All Might and Endeavor. The 1-week-long internship with the Rabbit Hero ended, and another week passed since Naruto came back home, but the mass media in Japan was still furiously discussing the events from 2 weeks ago. The death of one of the worst serial killers in Japan's recent history was a hard-to-exhaust subject, and the fact that he also killed a young aspiring hero fanned the flames of mass media's interest further. Whereas before quite a few people on the internet openly talked about their admiration for Stain's ideology, that of eliminating fake heroes, very few dared to say the same things nowadays after the hero killer showed that even children weren't spared by his blade. On the contrary, Tanaya Iida's death gave birth to a new movement where people started asking for harsher punishment for villains, with many demanding a higher number of death penalty sentences for villains and shorter death row waiting times. But this isn't something that can be done that easily. Unless villains commit some large-scale atrocities, the laws won't change anytime soon, Naruto thought, putting his smartphone back in his pocket. Turning his attention to the children frolicking in the playground, his expression involuntarily turned into a smile when he saw a white-haired little girl sliding down a slide and laughing out loud when she collided against another girl ahead of her. Little Eri had missed Naruto terribly when he had been away on the internship, so now he was doing his best to spend more time with her. As the end of May came closer, so did the term exams. Therefore, Naruto wanted to give Eri attention now, when he still had some free time. In a few days, he would have to start cramming for the exams, and he would barely have any free time left at all. Naruto-ni-san, come play with us. Eri let out a shout, making him grin at how adorable she was. Wearing a short-sleeved pink dress with a big cat motif on the chest, dark blue tights underneath, and a diadem in the shape of rabbit ears on her head, in Naruto's biased point of view, little Eri was the cutest girl in the world, ever. He could not refuse her whatever she asked. In the next few minutes, the playground's level of noise increased by several folds as the children's squeals of excitement could hardly be contained. All of them would climb onto the highest level of the playground house and then jump off for Naruto to catch them. They loved it especially when he caught them with his fluffy fox tails. Ow! A child suddenly let out a cry. While rushing to the highest level of the playground house, the little boy missed a step when climbing up the stairs and fell. As the kid started bawling his eyes out, his mother quickly rushed out to see what had happened to him. "What happened, sweetie? Are you all right? Let mommy see what happened," the mother said and took him in her arms before going to the side of the playground and sitting with him on a bench. The boy was cradling his left wrist with his right hand and crying out loud, clearly in pain. But kids getting injured at the playground was nothing uncommon, especially among boys. "Oh no, I think he sprained his wrist," one of the mother's friends said from the side. "Thank God it wasn't something worse," the mother said while caressing her son's head and embracing him in an attempt to soothe him. But while the boy was still crying a river from pain, Eri came close and told the mother. "Oba-san, I could heal him with my quirk." "Eri, no," Naruto said, startled, but before he had the chance to stop her, the horn on the side of her forehead glowed with a yellow light, which then engulfed the boy's entire hand and forearm. "Huh." The little boy gasped and abruptly stopped crying. "It doesn't hurt anymore." The parents and the children alike all crowded around the bench where the mother and the son were sitting, all of them gawking at the boy who was rolling his wrist in amazement. "Oh, man," was the only thing Naruto could say, and he groaned as he made his way through the crowd to take Eri away. "Whoa, my son is way too cute. Naruto-ni-san is the best. But Eri-chan is even cuter." Mom is so proud of how you helped that boy. Really? Really? You're the most adorable girl ever. Not long after Naruto and Eri returned home, a video of what happened at the playground had already popped up on the profile of one of Kushina's friends on cross-chat. Hearing his mother and his little sister gushing over him was not a new occurrence for Naruto, and while it was, in general, in equal measure, both embarrassing and endearing, this time he covered his fox ears with his palms and let his head fall on the desk with a thud. A few moments later, he stood up and opened the door of his bedroom before yelling, "Mom, I'm trying to study here. You're all being way too loud." "Sorry, Naruto-chan," came Kushina's voice from downstairs, but she was obviously unapologetic. To further prove that, Kushina and Eri started watching the video again, their voices not any less loud than before. Naruto closed the door to his bedroom in annoyance and let out another groan. The term exams were only a month away, and he had yet to cover at least half of the material he was supposed to study. Whether it was his previous life or his current one, he had never been good at studying. He wasn't exactly the dead last in his class this time around. He was spared of that shame thanks to Mina Ishido and Kaminari Denki, who looked like they were competing for the dead last and second last positions, respectively. Nonetheless, he was still on the lower end when it came to his grades in regular classes, just above Yuga Aoyama, who was the third last. It was low enough for him to worry about failing. Seeing as his mom and his little sister were in an especially good mood today, he reckoned they weren't going to pipe down the noise level anytime soon. That, combined with his laziness and inborn aversion to studying, made Naruto give up on cramming for the exams at the moment. Instead, he changed into his sports clothes and grabbed his gym bag. "I'll go to the gym and get a good workout first. I'll study when I get back, in the evening." Spoiler: he didn't study at all when he came back from the gym. While Tanaya Iida's death at the beginning of the month left his classmates in shock, 2 weeks later, things were back to normal for the most part. At the end of the day, people couldn't mourn the deceased forever, especially if they weren't even that close to begin with. They weren't family, they were just classmates. These days, most of the students seemed to have moved on and were preoccupied with other things. Those who hadn't quit UA High after Mineta Minoru's death at the beginning of the year had already resolved themselves to become pro-heroes no matter what. Tanaya Iida's unfortunate demise did not convince them to give up on their dreams. It only served as a warning and a reminder of what they were going to face on their paths. All Might in particular had noticed a stark difference in 1A class students' motivation and earnestness during their combat classes. In the present, they were stressing over their normal struggles as teenagers. For some of them, it was their studies, while for others, it was their social life and romance. Ishido Mina was part of the latter category. Although she was in danger of failing her term exams, the girl had something completely different on her mind. "Ah, he's so dreamy," she said wistfully as she watched a clip on her smartphone. Kyoka Jiro and Uraraka Ochako were standing next to her too as they watched the video together with her. It was a video of Naruto playing with the little children at the playground yesterday. Considering his popularity, people's interest in him was off the charts. The moment that the parents who had filmed the scene posted their clips on their profiles, it quickly went viral. Only a day later, those clips were shared all over social media. But then Jiro blew out a sigh and told Mina, "Just give up, girl. You've seen that pic of him and Mirko too, haven't you? It's a lost cause." She was talking about the photo that Mirko had posted on her social media account with Naruto giving her a piggyback ride with a caption that said, "Stamina training with my first pupil." Suffice to say that the tabloids had a field day with that one. It was only due to the far more attention-grabbing things that happened, the whole hero-killer fiasco, that Naruto and Mirko's close relationship wasn't talked about more. "We're underage, and she's way older than him. I'm sure there's nothing of that sort between them," Mina said stubbornly. "Not yet," Kyoko retorted, and Mina glared at her. "But seriously, you should leave that for now and focus on studying. You're really going to fail the exams at this rate, you know that, right?" Unlike Mina, who was dead last, Kyoko was in the 7th place on the midterm rankings. "Ah, why do you have to remind me about it?" Mina said while pulling at her pink hair in frustration. "Never mind that, how come it's only now that I find out he had a little sister?" Is she really his sister? They don't look much alike, Ochako said. I just asked Naruto about it and he confirmed it. Kaminari suddenly butted into their conversation and said. His parents adopted her not long ago. What was that quirk, though? Did you see it? She healed that boy's wrist instantly. Kyoka said in amazement. While they were talking about the video and Eri's quirk, Naruto was in his seat alone, wearing a custom-made pair of headphones, and reading his English textbook. There were only a few weeks left before the exams, and he was close to panicking. English and maths were the subjects he was the weakest at. Then again, maybe it won't be that bad to fail, Naruto said to himself. If he failed, that meant he would have to come to remedial classes during the summer holiday, which would make him unable to participate in the training camp the school had planned out for the first-year hero course students. And he was quite okay with that. I'd rather stay home and dote on Eri-chan and help Izuku with his new quirk, Naruto said to himself. But then he shook his head as if to banish those thoughts. Doing that would just mean taking the easy way out. Besides, he couldn't afford to slack off. The training camp was a good opportunity for him to receive direct guidance from the teachers on how to further develop his quirk. All Might's days as a hero are numbered. I need to get stronger before the chaos that will come once he retires. Having come to that decision, he stopped daydreaming and returned his attention to the English textbook in his hands. While UA High's students were cramming for the term exams that were only a few weeks away, several hundred kilometers away, a white-haired youth was dealing with far more pressing matters. He was screaming hoarse with rage, and the skin on his neck, face, and forearms was an angry shade of red and marred with nail marks and scars all over. It's all because of the damn heroes. Shigaraki screamed, and the nightstand at the side of his bed suddenly collapsed into a pile of dust on the floor. All Might. The rabbit hero. Uzumaki Naruto. Damn them all. I'll kill them all. I'll destroy them all. His yells became inhuman as he started aggressively scratching his neck with both hands. Cut it out. You're mutilating yourself, someone shouted as they entered the hospital room with a syringe in their hands. It was a slightly overweight old man with a bald head and a bushy mustache. I'm in a very shitty mood now, doctor, don't get in my way. Shigaraki yelled and swung his hand towards the doctor who was trying to inject him with another serum. However, two non-human beings suddenly grabbed Shigaraki by his arms and pinned him down to the bed. As the doctor inserted the syringe's needle in his neck and injected the serum inside, the white-haired man's struggle became weaker by the second until he finally fell asleep. The doctor wiped his forehead with a handkerchief as he left the patient's room and returned to his lab. As he took a seat in front of his supercomputer, a deep voice came from its speakers. What are the results? Is he going to recover? I'm afraid not. The injury to his spinal cord cannot be fixed with orthodox methods. Unless we reconfigure his body and give him a self-regeneration quirk, he'll be stuck in a wheelchair for life. But his mental state is too fragile currently, he won't be able to handle a second quirk. For a moment, the voice at the other end of the speakers was silent. Has he not calmed down yet? No. I was forced just now to give him a sedative. He is hysterical. A deep sigh came from the speakers. There is one other method, the doctor said. I have been informed about a young girl with a very potent healing quirk, one that can be used to heal others. By the looks of it, it seems to be similar to Recovery Girl's quirk. I sense but what's stopping you from acquiring it? There are too many eyes on her family at the moment. She is Uzumaki Naruto's adopted sister. In the current circumstances, after the hero killer's deeds, if anything were to happen to any of them. Are you worried about the population's outrage? Since when has that held any weight for you? When cornered to the extreme, even the sheep would fight back against the wolf, the doctor said pensively. Shigaraki Tamura is a piece too important for me to care about such trivial things. What about Uzumaki Naruto? The doctor asked. I have not forgotten about what he did to the Nomu we had created to counter All Might. The rest of the Nomu that we have at the moment wouldn't stand a chance against him. Nothing short of a high end would be enough to guarantee victory against that freakish boy, but they are still far from ready. A few seconds passed before the voice spoke again. There is no need for you to attack Uzumaki Naruto's family head-on. Make use of Kurogiri. With his ability, you could kidnap the girl covertly without exposing yourself or the Nomu. According to our spy at UA High, the 1A class will have a training camp in the woods during the summer holiday. You can strike at that time to remove all variables. With Uzumaki Naruto away from home, there will be no one left to protect the girl. Kurogiri should be more than enough to handle his quirkless mother and his weak father. 1 month later. Now, we will begin the practical exam, Professor Aizawa said, and the students all cheered. Before you start celebrating, keep in mind that you can fail this exam too. If you want to go to the summer training camp, be sure not to make any stupid mistakes. It was the beginning of July, and with the written exams out of the way and only the practical exams left, the students of the 1A class were already half drunk with the smell of the summer holiday. We'll be fighting robots again, won't we? Kaminari asked in high spirits. This is going to be a piece of cake. Others, like Mina and Akacho, were already celebrating at the thought of all the fun they were going to have during the holiday, especially at the training camp. Unfortunately for you, this year we decided to give you a different exam, the principal, Nezu, popped out of nowhere and said. From now on, we want to focus on person-to-person combat, hero work, and stress teaching that is closer to actual fighting. Therefore, we'll have you form teams of 2 to fight against one teacher. The new development threw the 1A class off completely. They had expected an easy practical test where they could go wild against robots. Quite a few of them did not even look at it as a test but more as an opportunity for them to let loose and use their quirks without holding back in fear of injuring someone. The pairs have already been decided, Aizawa said. These were determined at my discretion based on various factors, such as fighting style, grades, and interpersonal relationships, as follows. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu are one team, and they will be fighting me. The teenagers in question both gulped at Aizawa's menacing grin. Ojiro and Kirishima will be fighting Cementos. Tsuyu and Tokiyami will be fighting Ectoplasm. Uraraka and Aoyama will be fighting 13. Kaminari and Ishido will be fighting Nezu. Shoji and Shiro will be fighting Snipe. Kyoka Jiro and Uzumaki Naruto will be fighting All Might. The time limit for the exams is 30 minutes. Your objective is either to put these handcuffs on the teacher or to have one of you escape from the stage. When he heard about the teams and the professors they were going to face, Naruto immediately understood the criteria used to split them up. It looked like everyone was going to face the professor against whom they'd have the most challenging time. At first, when he saw all the professors gathered in one place and heard the principal's words about the new practical exam, his greatest fear was that he would have to fight against Professor Mike. But the reality turned out to be even worse. He would have to fight against none other than All Might while also having Kyoka Jiro on his team, and she was no different than Professor Mike in terms of how bad was their compatibility. She had already knocked him out once, at the beginning of the year. God, I'm so screwed. Chapter 24 Reveal. 2 hours passed since the matchups had been announced, and Jiro was pulling at her short hair in despair. We're dead. We're so dead. Unlike his teammate, Naruto was much calmer than before. After getting over his initial surprise at hearing that he would be pitted against All Might, for some reason, the seemingly insurmountable obstacle in front of him lit a fire in his chest. We can't give up without even trying, Naruto said firmly. We don't even have to defeat him, just escaping would count as a win for us too. Escape from All Might? How? Have you not seen any videos of him? He's even faster than a bullet train, it's impossible. He can't be in 2 places at once. Hear me out. According to the schedule made by Eraserhead, Naruto and Kyoka were the last out of their class to take the practical exam. Although everyone had already finished their own exams, they were all gathered in the control room where the fight between All Might and their 2 classmates was going to be streamed. Uzumaki Naruto's incredible display of power and tenacity at USJ left a deep impression on the 1A class. They couldn't wait to see how long he was going to last against the number 1 hero. Oh my gosh, it's starting, Kaminari said and let out a girlish squeal of excitement. Although he was his classmate, Kaminari was a complete fanboy when it came to Naruto. For real, I'm getting goosebumps, Ojiro also said, his strong tail beating the air behind him. This is going to be so freaking awesome. Kirishima shouted and punched his fists together. Poor Jiro. I'm almost scared to watch this, Mina said while biting her nails in worry. I hope All Might will go easy on her, Akiko also said, her hands joined in prayer. Todoroki was also watching the monitors unblinkingly. Now that Katsuki Bakugo had been expelled, Uzumaki Naruto was the only one he considered worthy of being his rival in his class. No, more than that, at this point, Naruto was more than just a rival. He was like a mountain that he wanted to surpass. We've got the forest battlefield. It looks like luck is on our side, Naruto said. Are you sure this is going to work? Just the air pressure coming from his punches will be enough to render all our tactics useless, Jiro said, unable to let go of her pessimism. I don't think he's going to use such big moves because if he destroys the whole forest, Principal Nezu will have his hide, Naruto said, and the girl involuntarily snickered at the mental image of it. That little joke did wonders to ease some of her anxiety. Moreover, he's going to hold back against us too. We're just students, he won't go all out against us because he doesn't want to seriously injure us or, worse, kill us. With his sound reasoning, the girl did get some of her courage back. All Might's power and accomplishments were so intimidating that she had forgotten all about the limitations that were going to serve as a handicap for him. All right, let's do this, she said in a strong voice, trying to pump herself up. Now that's more like it, Naruto said with a grin and raised his fist. The girl mirrored his smile as she bumped fists with him. As she watched Naruto put on his white fox mask and leave, Jiro also put on a regular gas mask and started running towards her position while carrying a loudspeaker in her hand. Both were devices that she had obtained from Yaoyorozu earlier that day. Is it really okay for you to engage All Might all by yourself? Jiro's voice rang in Naruto's earpiece. Our quirks don't match up well if we're close to each other. Aizawa-sensei put us together on purpose to see if we've improved from the beginning of the year until now. Don't feel like you're not contributing enough, our strategy wouldn't be possible if not for you. Trust me on this, we'll both pass the exam with flying colors. He was speaking with such confidence that it was contagious, and Kyoka got swept up in his mood too. When the horn signaling the start of the exam rang, Naruto pulled the pin of a smoke grenade and threw it on the ground. Then, climbed up in a tree and from there on, he started launching himself from one tree to another with such speed that it was impossible to follow with the naked eye. Naruto was in his element. What the heck? Kaminari unknowingly cussed out. He couldn't believe what he was watching. His classmates were sharing his feelings too. Even the rest of the teachers present in the control room were watching the monitors with wide eyes. You sure he has a fox quirk, not a gibbon quirk? How in the world can he move like that? Snipe asked. Naruto's tree jumping speed was so insane and precise that even the drone cameras couldn't keep up with his maneuvers, and they had to fly from above and film him from a distance. He looked like a golden blur of light as he zigzagged from one tree branch to another and dropped smoke grenades in his wake. He must have dropped 7 or 8 military-grade smoke grenades. Forests are environments with very low visibility already. Adding so many smoke grenades on top of it could be a double-edged sword because it will render both parties blind, Ectoplasm said. That's where Jiro's quirk will come into play, Professor Mike said. With her echolocation, she doesn't need eyesight to distinguish their surroundings perfectly. It's a rather simple strategy, but it makes use of their quirks to the fullest without hindering each other. Will that work against someone like All Might, though? Cementos asked. Principal Nezu, can you turn on the infrared mode for the cameras? The smoke is getting too dense for us to make sense of anything, Aizawa said. Not a bad strategy, Uzumaki Shonen, All Might said out loud as he walked boldly through the forest, seemingly not afraid of any traps or ambushes. However, what will your plan amount to if I do this? After saying those words, All Might cocked his fist back and shouted. Smash! As he threw a punch, an unreal wind pressure was stirred by his fist, and all the smoke in a fan-shaped area 15 meters in front of him dissipated. The number 1 hero turned around and was about to throw another punch to clear out the smoke in another section of his surroundings when the blade of a knife whirred past his thigh like a bullet, missing him only by an inch. Oi, oi, All Might said in a low tone when he saw how the kunai that missed his leg pierced into the trunk of a tree so deeply that only its handle was still visible. It looks like I need to get serious with you too. I missed, Naruto said. I need more precise instructions. Be as detailed as you can. Why yes, sorry. I'm on it, Jiro said in his earpiece. Right after throwing his kunai, Naruto quickly jumped away from his place and broke into a run. And it was not a second too early because All Might's followed with a smash that not only cleared out all the smoke in the direction from where the blade had come, but the wind pressure accompanying his punch also flattened all the trees in its way. That was a close one. He's at 11 o'clock from your position, 9 meters away. There are 2 tree trunks between the two of you. He is guarding his front with one hand and covering his face with the other. It looks like he can't breathe well because of the smoke. Roger, Naruto replied, taking out another kunai. Shit. All Might let out a cuss word as Naruto's second kunai did not miss this time around, burying deeply into his right thigh. He pulled the blade from his leg and forced his muscles to temporarily close the wound. This is a terrific strategy, All Might thought as he ducked and rolled on the ground to avoid another 2 knives. He couldn't afford to continuously fire off his super punches to disperse all the smoke because he would become a sitting target for the Fox Boy's knife-throwing skill. But if he didn't clear out the smoke, Naruto would just continue to throw knives at him behind the protection of the foliage of the forest and the smoke. Sure, if he used his full power, he could obliterate the entire forest section used for the practical exam with one punch. However, gravely injuring his students was the last thing he wanted, much less, God forbid, killing them. The problem is that this kid isn't the type of opponent against whom I can afford to hold back. But when Naruto threw another kunai at him and missed, All Might sprung into action. This is my chance. You missed him this T, Kyoka began to say in his earpiece, but she suddenly cried out, he jumped towards you. Run. Unlike the previous time when he would just try to disperse the dense curtain of smoke in the thick foliage of the forest with his super punches, this time around, All Might chose to jump in the direction from where the kunai had been thrown at him. Detroit Smash. All Might screamed as he fell from the sky and punched down explosively. A deep crater appeared in the ground, and the wind pressure uprooted all the trees in a 10-meter radius, dissipating all the smoke in the surrounding area. Unfortunately for him, the Fox Boy was nowhere to be found. He had escaped. I'm turning on my earbuds active noise cancelling. Use your sound attack now, Naruto said in his earpiece, and then he also flattened his fox ears against his head for good measure. Roger. Just a moment after All Might stood up from the crater that he had created, an ear-splitting sound blasted from across the forest and caught him full on. However, All Might was not recognized as the strongest hero for no reason. Kyoka's sound attack, which would have ruptured the eardrums of most people and driven them to unconsciousness, did little more than make him feel a little dizzy. I got you. All Might laughed out loud and jumped against the powerful sound waves, rushing straight to Kyoka, whose location was now exposed. But right as All Might was about to fire down yet another one of his super punches, he was momentarily stunned at the sight in front of his eyes. Instead of seeing the frightened visage of the skinny and short-haired girl, a fox boy stood there grinning from one ear to another while covering his fox ears with his hands. In that split second before landing, All Might's eyes fell on the very long cable coming from the back of the loudspeaker sitting at Naruto's feet and going several dozen meters away, to the place where Kyoka Jiro was connected to it with her earphone jack earlobes. He had been bamboozled. I can still make it in time, All Might decided as he punched at Naruto with just enough force to knock him out. He planned to incapacitate him quickly and then rush after Jiro, who had already started running towards the exit. The girl would need 10 seconds at most to reach the exit, but, with his speed, All Might was more than confident in capturing her in time. What? Despite the tremendous speed of his punch, Naruto not only managed to easily avoid his powerful swing, but he even jumped towards All Might with a flying knee, smashing it right into his left side. Even as All Might puked a mouthful of blood from Naruto kneeing him as hard as he could into the wounded side of his body, the injury that he had gotten 7 years ago in his deadly battle with AFO, the boy did not stop his attack and threw the yellow cuffs towards All Might's forearm. But, in a show of combat experience befitting his status as the #1 hero, when it looked like Naruto was just about to succeed in cuffing him up, All Might smashed his head into Naruto's temple, sending him flying back like a broken kite. Leaving Naruto where he had collapsed, he turned around and rushed towards Kyoka. Although he crawled up to his feet right away, that headbutt to his temple left Naruto so dizzy momentarily that he couldn't remember where he was. But he quickly got a hold of himself. He didn't want to lose. He had promised Kyoka that they would pass the practical exam with flying colors together. Just as All Might turned around and lunged towards Jiro, a golden chain unexpectedly wrapped around his ankle. The number 1 hero stumbled and fell flat on his face. "We won. I can't believe we won." Kyoka Jiro yelled as she ran back into the forest and swept Naruto into a bear hug. She was so happy that she was crying, especially after how close their victory had been. But she realized what she was doing after a few moments and quickly broke away. She was about to apologize for thoughtlessly getting into his personal space like that when her eyes fell on the 4 golden chains that were still protruding from his lower back. "Naruto-san, what is that?" When Naruto took out his adamantine sealing chains to trip All Might, Kyoka had been running as if her life depended on it to pass the finish line. She had not had the time or leisure to look behind her. It was only now that she was finally seeing the ethereal golden chains coming out of his back. While Kyoka was stunned with surprise, a pair of heavy hands fell on her and Naruto's heads and ruffled their hair roughly. "Arg, I can't believe I let my guard down like that. I did think about the threat of your chains in the back of my mind, but I didn't think you'd actually use them now, at the very end, after you didn't take them out at all during our fight." All Might said, torn between his feelings of happiness and pride at his students for beating him and frustration at himself for omitting such an important detail. "But you won fair and square. Both of you. Congratulations. You've passed the exam. Thank you for going easy on us, sensei," Naruto said, bowing to show his respect. It wasn't just empty talk. All Might did hold back a lot of his power for the sake of testing them in this practical exam. Kyoka Jiro was not the only one who was shocked by the appearance of Naruto's second quirk. The rest of his classmates bombarded him with questions the very moment they met. Although it was evening, close to the sunset, and he was supposed to finally go back home for the day, they wouldn't let him get away that easily. "What the heck was that?" Shiro asked wide-eyed. "It's my second quirk," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head in slight embarrassment as he became the center of his classmates' attention once again. "How is it even possible for someone to have 2 quirks?" Yaoyorozu said in wonder. "Doesn't Todoroki have 2 quirks too?" Naruto diverted the question towards Todoroki, whose unblinking staring was secretly creeping him out. "Technically, it's only 1 quirk that allows him to control both fire and ice," Yaoyorozu began to explain, but her voice was drowned by the rest of her classmates who began to ask their own questions too. "So what's with those chains? Are they like super tough? Or do they have any special abilities?" Kaminari asked, his eyes in the shape of stars as he looked at Naruto. "It's similar to Aizawa's sensei's quirk," Naruto answered. But that statement left his classmates in disbelief. "Are you for real?" "I can prove it," Naruto said before turning towards Shiro. "Oi, Shiro, can you make some tape with your quirk? You're not going to do something weird to me with those chains, are you?" The boy said as he eyed the golden chains coming out of Naruto's back warily. "Don't worry, it won't hurt or anything like it." As one of the chains wrapped around Shiro's forearm, to his stupefaction, he couldn't produce tape from his elbows anymore. "I can't believe it. It's really like Aizawa sensei's quirk." "Oh, wait, I can make tape now," he said in confusion when he saw that now he could still make tape even though the chain was still wrapped around his arm. "I can choose whether I cancel someone's quirk or not. This way I can not only use them against villains, but I could also use them to support or rescue my teammates without canceling their quirks," Naruto said. Ever since All Might's visit to the Uzumaki family and their meal together, after he revealed to them that All for One was dead, Naruto no longer had any reasons to neglect his adamantine sealing chains quirk. Now that there were no deadly hidden threats to his family's safety, having such a powerful tool at his disposal and not using it at all would be downright idiotic. From the time he came back from his internship with Mirko until the start of the term exams, Naruto had not just studied for his exams. During that period of time, he had started training with his adamantine sealing chains too, thus getting the ability to turn off their quirk-canceling aspect at will. Oi, isn't this quirk too hella op? Kirishima said in disbelief when he heard Naruto's explanation. It's not as good as Aizawa-sensei's quirk. The chains can be avoided if you're fast enough, and their range isn't infinite either. Meanwhile, sensei only needs to look in your direction, and it's over. But the advantage that my chains have over his erasure quirk is that they don't have a time limit like sensei, whose canceling ability stops when he blinks. So if I do catch someone with the chains, you could say it's my win. Geez, man, you were already freakishly strong just with your weapons and your fox quirk, which keeps evolving like it's nobody's business. But now you got yet another quirk on top of it. Talk about living in an unfair world, Masharao Ojiro said with a shake of his head. Naruto-kun, forgive me for asking this, but I'd like to be direct. I'm always like this. If you had such a powerful quirk, why didn't you use it at USJ? The frog girl suddenly asked. Her question was something that everyone had been secretly pondering inwardly, but nobody had had the guts to voice it out aside from her. Mineta Minoru was killed, and Tsuyu herself had been mauled to near death by a shark-headed villain. Her torso was still bearing the scars left by those vicious shark fangs. If Naruto had had such a powerful quirk back then, he could have defeated Nomu right away and come to the rest of his classmates' rescue. Maybe, just maybe, he could have gotten there in time to save at least Mineta too. I couldn't use it back then. I'm sorry, Naruto said, showing a conflicted expression. Until recently, my family was part of something like a witness protection program. A powerful villain had been after these chains since the time of my grandmother. He had no obligation to share his family history with them, but he felt the need to explain why he had not taken out the chain at all in the past. He didn't want his classmates and friends to think that he was a selfish asshole who would rather let other people die for no other reason than hiding his trump cards. What do you mean by that? Ochako asked befuddled. There was a villain who could steal other people's quirk, Naruto began to say, only to be cut off by his classmates. No way, several of them exclaimed at the same time. As far as they knew, quirks couldn't be stolen or passed on to others. It was common knowledge. I'm not lying. You can ask All Might if you don't believe me, Naruto said. Until about a month or two ago, I had never used this quirk willingly. My mother has the same quirk too, but she has only recently registered it with the Hero Public Safety Commission. Until a few weeks ago, it was a complete secret. Actually, not even my father knew about mom's quirk or mine. Come to think of it, I've heard rumors on the internet about someone who could supposedly take away other people's quirks and gift them to others. Kaminari said while scratching his chin. But I thought that was only an urban legend. Yaoyorozu said. I thought so too, Kaminari said, shrugging his shoulders. Quite a few of them had heard about those rumors on the internet too, but they had not taken them seriously. After all, the internet was not lacking in all sorts of urban legends and conspiracy theories. If one were to take all of those seriously, they would be treated like a crazy person by their peers. What changed now? Why did you decide to reveal your quirk to the world? Tokiyami, who had been silent until then, asked. You know that I almost died too against that bioengineered creature at USJ, right? If Mirko had arrived a second later, I would have died. But I still didn't use my chains. I had long since been ready to die rather than putting my parents' lives at risk. His classmates had nothing to retort against that. They had all watched the video of the battle at the USJ more than once, and they knew Naruto was telling the truth. He had been only 1 second away from death, yet he had still refused to use his quirk. They could also recall how Naruto had almost quit Ua High as well after the USJ incident due to his worry for his family's safety, being afraid that the villains might target his loved ones in the future. But I found out a few weeks ago that the villain who had been targeting my family has died. So I don't have a reason to hide them anymore. Now, I can finally give it my all without holding anything back. I can finally focus on getting stronger without anything to worry about. With their curiosity sated, the 1A students finally stopped pressing Naruto with their questions and started packing their things to go home. Due to his large and bushy fox tails, Naruto took a longer time than the rest of the boys to come out of the shower. By the time he was finally done drying his tails with a big towel and dressing back in his uniform, he was the only one left in the locker room. When he came out of the locker room, however, to his surprise, a blonde-haired boy was waiting for him by the door. It was his classmate, Yuga Aoyama. "Yo, are you okay?" Naruto asked. The reason for his question was that, due to the peculiar ability of Fox Quirk's sense of smell, he could feel a strong scent of anxiety and fear wafting off from the boy. I wanted to congratulate you for passing the exam," Aoyama said with a smile, but his voice was shaking a little. Naruto looked at him weirdly. He had not interacted all that much with Aoyama until then because his flashy and flamboyant style and especially his self-centered behavior every day kind of put off most of his classmates, Naruto included. "Ah, thank you," he uttered, not knowing what else to say. "I want to, Aoyama said, but then, all of a sudden, his scent changed from one of fear to one of despair. Fear was still present, but the despair he felt was overwhelming. "Oi, dude, are you alright?" Naruto asked in worry when he felt the abrupt shift in his emotions and stepped closer to him. "Ahaha, I'm alright," Aoyama said, forcing himself to laugh as he took a few steps back. "Sorry for taking up your time, Naruto-kun. See you later at the training camp. Au revoir," he said and winked before running away, not giving Naruto any chance to probe him any further. "What's with him?" Naruto said to himself. He was completely weirded out by his strange behavior. But, as he started walking home, the thought of his little sister jumping in his arms when he returned banished all thoughts about Yuga Aoyama from his mind. Chapter 25 Training Camp. What? There are people in Class A taking extra classes. Does that mean you had people who failed the finals? What? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? Even though Class A is supposed to be way better than Class B. Just hearing that voice made Naruto want to punch him in the face. Thankfully, he had passed his finals, but it was by the skin of his teeth. Monoma's mockery hit too close to home. How can that be? Monoma continued rattling while getting into their faces. But just as Naruto raised his hand to smack the crap out of him, someone grabbed his arm from behind. "Let me go, you," he began to say, but his eyes widened in surprise at who was the one who stopped him. "Izuku, what the hell are you doing here?" "Hehe, after the finals, I got transferred into the hero course," Izuku said and made a victory sign. "You prick, you didn't tell me anything all this time." Naruto berated him, but his grinning face didn't fool anyone. He knew that Izuku was planning on transferring to the hero course, but he thought that would not happen until the start of the third semester. "I told you I'd catch up to you," Izuku also said with a laugh, and the two boys clasped their hands in a handshake that looked as if they were arm wrestling in the air. "Yo, long time no see." Kirishima also came and said. "You're in the hero course now. But I thought you didn't have a quirk, though," Mashirao Ojiro said. "Haha, I thought so too, for the longest time. It was All Might who found out what my quirk was after he saw me at the sports festival," Izuku said shyly while scratching the back of his head. Catching on to what he was doing, Naruto spoke up to support his claims. "Yep, it turns out that him going beyond his limits to access his hysterical strength wasn't that simple. That was actually his quirk. It was the solution that the two of them had come up with to explain his quirk after Izuku told everyone at the sports festival that he was quirkless." At that moment, Professor Aizawa also came together with another boy and said, "Starting with the second semester, you will have two new classmates, Hitoshi Shinso and Midoriya Izuku. Seeing as they passed both their written exams and practical exams, it was decided for them to be together with you in this training camp as well." "Hello. I'm Hitoshi Shinso, and I have transferred from the General Studies course. My quirk is brainwashing. I look forward to working together with you. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I was also in the General Studies course at first. My quirk is super strength. It's nice to meet you all." Izuku also introduced himself to the class and bowed. The unexpected addition of two new classmates hyped everyone in Class A. "Whoa, he's kinda cute," Ochako unknowingly muttered out loud. "Oh, who do you like?" Mina jumped at her right away with a shit-eating grin. Forget what I said," Ochako said, her face suddenly turning as red as a tomato. "Haha. Too late. Tell me, who is it? The gloomy, smart-looking guy? Or the shy boy with green hair and big muscles? No. Stop it. Ochako cried out and hid behind Kyokajiro's back, much to Mina's amusement. Their looks unwittingly attracted the boys' attention, and they all turned their heads at them. Oh, look, it's the girl you like. Smile, you idiot, Naruto said with a grin, elbowing Izuku in the ribs. Shut up, Izuku said flustered and quickly averted his eyes from them. Who said I liked anyone? Ooh, he has a crush on one of our girls. Kirishima said with a laugh and put an arm around Izuku's neck. So, who is it? Is it Yaoyorozu? Everyone likes her. No, don't listen to him. He's always making fun of me, Izuku said in annoyance. Then, if it's Mina, she's crushing badly on Naruto now, so I don't think you have any chance. Or maybe it's Uraraka. Or it's Kyoka, Naruto said, sniggering. So your type is the punk, rocker girl. I see you're a man of culture as well, Kaminari said with a hand on his chin and the look of a connoisseur on his face. All right, pipe down everyone and get in the bus. It's time to leave, Eraserhead said, saving Izuku from being teased any further. Lock on with these sparkling gazes. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, pussycats. Watching the two 30-something-year-old women make idol-like poses and chant such corny lines, Naruto felt his skin break into goosebumps. He was getting secondhand embarrassment just from looking at them. It appeared that his best friend had a completely different opinion, though. Wild, pussycats. They're a 4-person hero team that set up a joint agency. They're a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues. This year will be their 12th year working together. Izuku started geeking out in excitement, only for the blonde one among the two women to suddenly shout at him. I'm 18 at heart. 18, you hear that? Once their introductions were over, Mandalay explained. We own this whole stretch of land here. You will all be staying at the foot of the mountain for the duration of this training camp. Don't tell Maya, Suyu said when she realized why the bus had parked on the side of the road and everyone got down when they were still so far away from their destination. When the others also caught on to what was about to happen, Pixie Bob unexpectedly appeared behind the group and put her hands on the ground. A massive landslide was triggered out of nowhere, and all the students of Class 1A were hurled over the cliff into the forest below. All of them, except for Oniya at the very last moment. Naruto used a kunai and his wires as a grappling hook, anchoring himself to the street rail. As expected of the USJ hero. You're something entirely different, aren't you? The blonde pro hero said in excitement as she started hopping around him and looking at him from all angles. Ah, this is amazing. I can't wait to see what you'll look like in 3 to 4 years. Ah. Creeped out by her thirsty-ass vibes, Naruto didn't wait for any explanations from Mandalay or Eraserhead. Once he collected his kunai and metallic wire, he jumped off the cliff right away. A few days later. Sorry to say this, sensei, but I didn't come to this training camp to do dance moves and play pretend fighting. Aizawa had a deep look on his face as he alternated between looking at Naruto and the other physical-type students that were training together with the muscular member of the wild pussycats. Taking Eraserhead's pensive look as disagreement, Naruto explained. The training I do on my own every day is far more intense than this. I came to the training camp to improve my quirk and get stronger. If that's all I'm going to do here, I might as well go back home and train on my own. I don't have time to waste doing things I could do even when I was in kindergarten. In truth, it was not only Aizawa who noticed Naruto's lack of interest, the other pro-heroes did too. But it was hard to rebuke him for it because Uzumaki Naruto's usage of his quirk's strengths, his fighting prowess, and his maturity put him in a completely different league from most of his classmates. As for hand-to-hand sparring with the others, so nobody here is on my level. Aizawa and Tiger's eyes started twitching in annoyance at his arrogant words, but the worst part was that they couldn't refute them. Aizawa had seen it with his own eyes how strong he was in hand-to-hand combat, beating up dozens of villains to a pulp at USJ. Tiger too could barely hold his own against Naruto when they spared the previous day, and anyone with a knowledgeable eye could see the fox boy went easy on him. Walk with me, Aizawa said and took Naruto to the side so the others would not eavesdrop on them. As they started walking on a beaten path through the woods, Eraserhead said, "Uzumaki, I trust you are mature enough to not get a big head if I tell you this, so I'm going to be direct and honest with you. When it comes to the way you use your quirk, your battle experience, and your behavior in serious situations, you're already at the level of a pro hero. Truthfully, among the physical type pro heroes, I think only someone like All Might or Mirko would be able to push you beyond your limits." "Then, why is All Might not here?" Naruto asked, bummed out. He had been looking forward to the training camp and even studied his ass out to not fail his finals in fear of missing out on it. He had thought it was going to be a great opportunity to become stronger. USJ and the League of Villains, and now the hero killer. Two of your classmates lost their lives because of the villains. At this point, it's safe to assume that they are targeting Uehai and All Might. Therefore, we had to split the teachers and take only a few people in order to keep our location secret. Naruto let out a heavy sigh. "So what am I supposed to do now? I'm sorry this camp isn't enough to challenge you. You have my permission to do the training you would normally do on your own." It was the third night at the training camp and most of the students were exhausted but also filled with excitement and joy overall. The training during the day was tough and pushed them beyond their limits, but they were gratified knowing that their quirks would improve as a result. Furthermore, what boosted everyone's mood, even more, was the fact that when night came, once they were done cooking their dinner and cleaning up after themselves, all sorts of fun activities were going to be held. "This is my chance," Mina said, all pumped up. "The perfect opportunity. I call dibs on Naruto. Don't you dare get in my way." The other girls chuckled awkwardly at her but knew better than to try to fight her over it. By then, everyone knew that Mina was crushing on him. But when Mina started looking for him, she realized that he wasn't there with them. "If you're looking for Naruto, he said he'd rather train alone," Kirishima said when he saw her. "God damn it, what's with him? Is he a training maniac or what?" she yelled in frustration. "Are you not going to participate with us in the test of courage?" Izuku asked. "Sorry," Naruto said while panting for air, "I don't have time to waste on stuff like that." Looking at the blonde who was doing one-handed pull-ups by hanging from a tree branch, Izuku let out a helpless sigh. "It wouldn't hurt to take some rest once in a while," Izuku said. "Your classmates would like to spend more time with you." Finally reaching muscle failure, Naruto let himself fall to the ground and massaged his exhausted forearm with the other hand. "Man, you know as well as I do that All Might's days as a hero are numbered. What do you think it's going to happen once he loses his power completely and retires?" Naruto said seriously, and Izuku's face became solemn. "Let's be real. Endeavor is nowhere near All Might's level. It's already super chaotic as of late, but once All Might retires, all these villains that are standing still in fear of All Might now will have a field day." "I think you're underestimating Endeavor a little," Izuku said. "If we're looking strictly at the number of villain arrests and cases solved, he surpasses All Might in this regard. Mineta was killed by villains 3 months ago. Iida was killed by Stain 2 months ago too. Heroes die in the line of duty, Izuku. To be honest, I can't understand these guys. How can they be so relaxed and easygoing only a few months later? Especially when they're all so, whatever." Naruto said and gave up explaining. Although he didn't continue his words, Izuku knew what he meant to say, that his classmates were weak. But Izuku didn't think that way. It wasn't that they were weak. Naruto was the one who was abnormally strong compared to the rest. "I'm going for a run now. Have fun at the test of courage," Naruto said, leaving Izuku behind. A minute after Naruto's silhouette disappeared in the forest, Izuku was still rooted in his spot, thinking about his words. On one hand, on a rational level, he agreed with Naruto. But on the other hand, things were going too well in his life at the moment for him to feel a sense of urgency. After such a long and bitter struggle, not only had he been admitted into the hero course, but he had even gotten the legendary quirk of his idol, All Might. And, as the icing on the cake, maybe due to his close friendship with Naruto or maybe because of his well-built body and his decent looks, his new classmates quickly warmed up to him right away and they quickly became friends. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt like he was on cloud 9. The prospect of being paired up with the cute rocker girl during the test of courage was the last nail that sealed his decision to go back to the rest of the class instead of following Naruto's example and continuing to train. Izuku was not like Naruto, who had memories of a previous life and had experienced the horrors of war and the pain of losing his loved ones. On a fundamental level, their mentality was completely different. At the end of the day, Izuku was just a regular teenage boy that had yet to experience the bitterness of life. He wanted to enjoy those moments with his friends and classmates and have fun pursuing the girl that he liked. This isn't enough, Naruto thought as he shinobi jumped through the trees at the fastest speed he was capable of. He was taking dangerous and risky leaps in order to make his heart quake and manipulate his body into starting to secrete adrenaline. But it wasn't going the way he wanted because it was not easy for him to get anxious or scared just from something like that. The other solution would be pain. But inflicting pain on himself wasn't a smart thing to do. A small level of pain wasn't going to trigger adrenaline, so if he had to stab himself in the thigh in order to make his body trigger the creation of adrenaline, then it wasn't worth it. Therefore, he persisted in pushing his body beyond its limits. An hour later, gasping for air and with his clothes soaked with sweat, Naruto finally reached the end of his stamina. But that was only the case for his legs. 4 golden chains slithered out from under his t-shirt like snakes, and, in the next moment, he started using his second quirk to swing from one tree to another in a manner reminiscent of a certain Dr. Villain from a comic book. He smiled as he felt the burn in his back and core muscles. Swinging with the chains coming from his back was much harder than it looked. His entire torso was burning from the strenuous effort he had to put in to maintain his balance in the air. In addition, he also had to focus on controlling his adamantine ceiling chains properly and making them wrap around the tree branches instead of stabbing through them and destroying the trees. By the time he was finally done with his training, the moon was shining brightly in the sky. As he came closer to their accommodation, his sensitive hearing could faintly pick up the screams and the laughter of his classmates from the distance, no doubt having fun with the test of courage. After taking a shower and drying his fox tails with a handheld drying machine, Naruto finally let his exhausted body fall on the bed. He fell asleep in a matter of seconds. However, right before that happened, the rather familiar feeling of itchiness on the length of his lower spine made him smile in satisfaction. His last thought as he was falling asleep was, "My fox quirk might awaken again." Back to Musudafu City. "Honey, you forgot your laptop," Kushina said as she came out of the bedroom carrying a brown leather laptop bag in her hands. "You saved me again. What would I ever do without you?" Minato said and took his wife in a bear hug, lifting her off her feet. Kushina giggled at his antics and tidied up his appearance when he let her down, fixing the collar of his white shirt and tightening his suit tie. "Before leaving, can I get a kiss from my little princess too?" Minato said as he squatted down and opened his arms wide. Little Eri laughed too as she hugged him and pecked him on the cheek. "Being sent off by the 2 prettiest girls I've ever seen, I must be the luckiest man in the world." "Get going already, you goofball, or you'll lose your train at this rate." Kushina chastised him. All right, I'm going now. Be a good girl and listen to your mom, okay?" Minato said and gently rubbed Eri's head. "Yes. And give your best when training your quirk. If you do well, you might get a big surprise when I come back." "A big surprise?" "Yes, something that you've always wanted." "Really?" "I promise." "Then I will do my best," Eri shouted as she clenched her little fist in excitement. A little over 2 months passed since the Uzumaki adopted Eri into their family, and the little girl was unrecognizable from the timid and traumatized vagabond she had once been. Kushina, Minato, and Naruto's love and care had made her bloom like a lotus. The girl who had never even smiled before was now laughing every day, happiness radiating in her big and innocent eyes. "Now, it's only the 2 of us, girls," Kushina said. Minato went on a business trip to the headquarters of the company he was working for, in Tokyo, and Naruto left 4 days ago on a training camp organized by Uehai together with his classmates. "When is Naruto-ni-san coming back?" Eri asked. "There are still 3 days left." "Oh," Eri said, bummed out. "No time for mopping around," Kushina said, and she put her hands on her hips. "Remember what Dad promised you." The big surprise. Yes, the big surprise. What do you think the big surprise will be? When the little girl seemed unsure, Kushina said. Let me give you a hint. It's big, it's fluffy, and a dog. Are you really going to buy me a dog? Really? Really? Eri yelled, unable to contain her excitement. Kushina burst into laughter at her exuberance. For the past 2 months, Eri had been training under Kushina's watchful eyes for one single purpose, to not cause any accidents with her quirk anymore. The main reason for that. Minato and Kushina promised her that the moment they became satisfied with her control over her quirk, they would buy her a dog. Can we go right now? Oh, my. You really are hyped about it, aren't you? I can't wait for Dad to come back. Eri said. Is he really going to bring home a dog? If you do well, maybe, Kushina said teasingly. A big dog with fluffy fur. We'll get a dog big enough for you to ride on its back. Can I really do that? Eri said, stars shining in her eyes. Mother and daughter giggled as they went hand in hand into the backyard of their home. After Eri healed that boy at the playground, Kushina and Minato decided it was time for her to start practicing on more complex living beings. Whereas before Eri had been practicing mostly on bugs and small lizards, after that incident at the playground, she started training her quirk on chickens. But while Kushina was watching her daughter use her rewind quirk with great attention, ready to step in with her adamantine sealing chains right away, a purple portal appeared in front of the Uzumaki's home's entrance door. Once the purple portal grew to 2 meters in height, an inhuman being stepped out of it. It was the same individual that had facilitated the League of Villains' infiltration in the USJ, Kurogiri. Chapter 26 All for One Eye. Focus, Eri-chan. You keep making mistakes because you're too excited. You need to calm down. There is only one chicken left, Kushina admonished her lightly. Sorry, the little girl said guiltily. Don't worry about it. Just try to calm down and do your best, Kushina said in encouragement, patting her on the head. Come on, take a deep breath, and then exhale slowly. Yes, just like that. Now do it again. So enthusiastic was she at the prospect of getting a dog that she couldn't focus on controlling her quirk properly. Instead of de-aging the chickens, she turned 2 of them into eggs, and she even made one of them stop existing. But the real problem was not the lack of chickens but the fact that Eri could not use her quirk limitlessly. Depending on the duration and the number of times she activated her quirk, the horn on her forehead would lose its energy and go into a dormant state for several days or even weeks at a time. Therefore, Eri had to do her best in every training session because the number of times she could actually train her quirk was limited. Repeated usage during training did increase the speed of her quirk's accumulation of energy compared to before, but, in the end, she could still not use it too many times before she ran out of power. After taking in several deep breaths and exhaling slowly as Kushina had instructed her, Eri extended her hands towards the last remaining chicken in the cage and activated her quirk. A golden light came out of her horn and engulfed the chicken, which started beating its wings, scared by the spectacle of lights. Very good. Take it slowly. Imagine that you're slowly rotating a faucet's knob, only letting out a small stream of water. Bravo. That's perfect. You can stop now. After she stopped casting her ability, instead of the 2-year-old chicken in the cage, there was a golden baby chick now. I did it. Mommy, I did it. Eri shouted happily. I knew you could do it when you put your mind to it, said Kushina in praise before he swept her off her feet and twirled her around. If God existed, Kushina taking Eri in her arms and twirling her around at that exact moment had to have been an act of his because, if she had not turned around, she would have never seen the purple portal opening behind her head and the hand coming out of it to grab her. Who are you? Kushina shouted as 4 golden chains instantly burst out of her back, thoroughly ruining the back of her dress and destroying the rest of the courtyard as well as they lashed out in a spheric pattern, breaking and ripping everything they touched. A scream of agony came from Kurogiri who was at the front of the house, as his arm was violently ripped from the elbow, despite the fact that it had been covered by the dark fog of his warp gate quirk. But Kushina did not pursue the attacker. Although she heard his scream and knew that she must have injured him, protecting Eri was far more important than catching him. She could not risk leaving Eri alone while she suspected that the enemy had a sort of teleportation quirk. Don't worry, Eri-chan. Everything is fine. Mommy will protect you, she said while hugging the frightened girl tightly to her chest. Focusing on her adamantine sealing chains, she controlled them to take the shape of a protective dome, encasing herself and Eri at the center of it. Then, taking out her phone, she called the police. Kurogiri. What happened to you? Dr. Garaki said startled, quickly standing up from his seat when he saw him stumbling out of a portal with his disheveled appearance and the stump that remained instead of his right arm. What's going on? Also came a deep voice from the speakers of the supercomputer installed in the laboratory. Did Kurogiri fail in securing the girl with the healing quirk? Sensei. Our intelligence was wrong. Uzumaki Naruto's mother is not quirkless. Kurogiri said, his voice strained from the pain. I don't know what quirk she has, but they look like golden chains. My dark fog couldn't stop them at all, my arm was ripped off. This lack of information made us lose the girl with the healing quirk. Now that they have been attacked by a villain, the Uzumaki family will no doubt enter a protection program. We won't get a second chance. What a shame, All for One said. However, in spite of his words, the tone of his voice did not reveal any feelings of frustration or anger. It was the opposite. You did well, Kurogiri. Although we couldn't get the girl now, the information that you have just brought me has more than made up for it. Doctor, treat him to the best of your capabilities. As he led Kurogiri into the operation room of his laboratory to treat his amputated arm, Dr. Garaki continued talking with All for One. Are those chains what I think they are? Are they, perhaps, that quirk that you tried to obtain a few decades ago? Indubitably, All for One said. Some regular chains should not have been capable of hurting Kurogiri while he was protected by his dark fog. Does that mean that Uzumaki Naruto's chains are the same? Your spy at Uehai did not mention his chains having any special abilities. Either the boy didn't know about Ida or he tried to hide information from me. Now this won't do. It looks like I need to make a visit to his family soon and remind them of our arrangements, All for One said meaningfully. But that is for another time. I cannot miss out on this opportunity today. Hearing All for One's words, Dr. Garaki momentarily stopped working on treating Kurogiri's wound and said, are you planning on going after the adamantine sealing chains right now? I suggest you don't do that. It's Uzumaki Naruto's family that we're talking about. There are probably over a dozen pro heroes on the scene by now. I wouldn't be surprised if even All Might himself was there. Oh, I am counting on that. All for One said and let out a soft chuckle. You see, I am going for the adamantine sealing chains right now. But I won't go for the mother. I will take them directly from her son, from Uzumaki Naruto. I see. While the police and the pro-heroes' attention is focused on securing Uzumaki Kushina and her daughter after Kurogiri's failed attack, nobody will expect you to attack the boy, especially since the location of their training camp is supposed to be secret. I guess that congratulations are in order. The doctor said, laughing. When that woman, Mito Senju, managed to escape from my grasp, I thought that the adamantine sealing chains had disappeared forever. To think that I would find them again, nearly 60 years later. This must be fate. I am going now. How many Nomus can be deployed? 6 of them are ready, all first type. The high-ends are still a work in progress, they need more time. I will take all the regulars with me then. I can't leave anything up to luck because if I fail, the Uzumaki family will likely go into hiding once again, and I won't get another chance. Those Nomu should be more than enough to keep those 2 professors and the other pro-heroes while I'm taking care of Uzumaki Naruto. When muscle fibers are overused, they break and become stronger and thicker. Quirks are the same. It was a popular saying among the professors at Uehai, and it was true. The more someone used their quirk, the stronger it became and the more they increased their control over it. Naruto too believed in that philosophy, that's why he was training his ass off every day. It was the same in the present as well. While the boys and the girls from classes 1A and 1B were taking a 1-hour break to rest and recover their exhausted bodies, Naruto was still out in the sun, at the edge of the woods, practicing with his adamantine sealing chains. They're a little slow. Someone like Mirko or someone with my speed wouldn't have a hard time dodging my chains, he thought as he was throwing his daggers at a moderate speed and trying to hit them with his chains in midair. And I know what the problem is. They still don't feel like they are one of my limbs just yet because I haven't used them long enough. Whenever he used his chains, he had to consciously order them with his mind for them to move. It wasn't like the instinctive way in which he was moving his arms or legs. Because of that, there was a very small delay between the mental command and the chains movement. That said, their speed was still faster than most people would be able to react to, but agility types would be difficult to ensnare. Professor Aizawa sent me to call you inside. Why are you not taking a break like the rest? The voice of a child came from behind him, and Naruto stopped his knife throwing for the moment. Tell him I'm not tired yet. I need to push myself harder. Then he turned around and went back to his training, throwing the kunai and trying to intercept them with his chains before they could hit the target. Why are you trying so hard every day? What's the point? The boy asked. A metallic clang rang as one of his golden chains clashed against the kunai as Naruto kept it without replying to him. Maybe because Naruto ignored him every day until then, unlike the rest of his classmates, the kid seemed to have made it his mission to attract his attention. Oi, can't you hear me? I asked you a question. Stop bothering me. I'm busy. Go play in the sand or something like every other kid your age, Naruto said, shooing him away with his hand. He didn't have time to deal with some random kid's temper tantrums. You're wasting your time. All your effort won't matter at all when. The boy began to shout, but Naruto tuned out his ramblings as he went to pick up the kunais from the trunk of the trees. Then he took to the trees and sped away, leaving the annoyance behind. However, as he was shinobi jumping through the trees, a bestial roar suddenly shook the tranquility of the forest. What was that? The students of 1A and 1B classes all jumped at the sudden roar of a beast from outside. Was that one of your mud creatures? Mandalay asked Pixie Bob. No, I'm having some rest too, training so many kids at once is exhausting. This isn't good, Aizawa said when he heard another roar from a different beast. Ragdoll, can you check if all students are here? The green-haired woman closed her eyes for a moment before replying. Everyone is inside the compound except for Koda-kun and Uzumaki Naruto. The two of them are in the woods. Oh, it looks like Uzumaki Naruto came to him, and, considering how fast they are both moving now, he must have taken Koda-kun in his arms and run. Turning towards the 1A and 1B students who were sitting in the shade and having ice-cold soft drinks, Aizawa said seriously. No matter what happens, stay here. I mean it. Don't come out, no matter the reason. What's going on, sensei? Kaminari asked. Are the villains attacking again? When Todoroki asked that question, the whole student group became tense. We don't know for sure just yet, Aizawa said. Turning towards Vlad King, he asked, can I leave the students' safety to you? Yes, rest assured. Who are you going to take with you? I'm going alone for Uzumaki Naruto and the boy. Pixie Bob and Tiger, go check the source of those roars. Ragdoll and Mandalay, please stay here with the students and guide us through your search and telepathy quirks. Does that sound good to you? I'm okay with it. Me too. Alright, sure. But I'm not okay with it at all. Kirishima suddenly shouted, and his arms hardened as he subconsciously used his quirk. What are we in this training camp for? What are we studying at Uehai for? What kind of heroes are we if we run every time a villain attacks? He's right. Yeah, I want to fight against the villains too. The other students also piped up in support. Shut up. Eraserhead screamed and everyone quieted down in an instant. Not even 3 months ago, Tanaya Iida was killed by Stain, and Mineta lost his life at the USJ too. Do you still think that this is a game? Don't you realize the kind of danger you are in? Unlike other times when Aizawa could silence their complaints merely by raising his voice and activating his quirk to intimidate them, it was different this time around. We want to fight because we know exactly what we've gotten ourselves into, Kaminari shot back. After how Iida and Mineta died, I can't just sit and watch the villains do whatever they want. Before you can think about protecting others, you have to be able to protect yourself first, Vlad King cut in and said. In the line of duty, even experienced pro heroes can get killed after one wrong move. You are a greenhorn, you're just a boy. You are not strong enough. You are not prepared. Leave the fighting to the grown-ups. If you're frustrated, work hard on becoming stronger to prove yourself. Remember this frustration in your heart. Remember this feeling of powerlessness and use it to drive yourself to new heights and surpass your limits. The moment he heard the bestial roars, Naruto used his chains to abruptly stop himself in midair and turn around. As much as he was annoyed by that kid pestering him every day, he couldn't, in good conscience, leave him behind in that situation. "Kota," he said in relief, and the kid couldn't even react before a golden chain sneaked around his waist and he was yoinked up in the air. What are you doing? Put me down," the kid yelled and started struggling to get out of Naruto's grasp. "Stop kicking up a fuss, you stupid kid. Didn't you hear the roars?" Naruto berated him and strapped him on his back with the use of his chains, carrying him like a backpack. "Big deal. It's probably Pixie Bob's mud golems. She can make as many as she wants." "They're not. They sound different." With his enhanced sense of hearing, Naruto could clearly distinguish the difference between the roars made by the mud golems and the ones he had just heard. Kota let out a shriek of panic as Naruto suddenly dropped from the trees in a free fall. He was about to complain, but his words died in his throat when he saw a strange living creature diving towards them, its talons missing him by a hair. It had a vaguely humanoid appearance, but it couldn't be called human. With its bright yellow skin, exposed brain, claws and talons, and bat-like wings, it looked like a chimera, like a creature out of a nightmare. It was a Nomu. Even as he flicked his tails to maneuver himself in midair to keep Kota safe, Naruto grabbed 4 kunai from the pouch strapped to his thigh and threw them at the flying Nomu with all his strength. The creature let out a shriek and flapped its wings powerfully, managing to avoid the knives by the skin of its teeth, but just as it was about to dive for another attack, Naruto clenched his fist and pulled his arm back. The Nomu's limbs and wings were suddenly snapped close to its body, bound by seemingly invisible ropes, and the creature let out a terrible shriek as it fell head first from the sky, breaking tree branches and trunks in its way before smashing painfully into the ground. Now free from the thin metallic wire that had been binding it, the Nomu tried to get up to its feet only for a knife to suddenly get lodged right in the middle of its exposed brain. The Nomu's limbs twitched for a few more seconds before it became still, lifeless. And that was the scene which Aizawa had stumbled upon when he finally found Naruto and Kota. He killed it with no hesitation whatsoever, Aizawa thought. That viciousness and decisiveness to go straight for the kill made him momentarily pause in his steps. He couldn't quite comprehend how a boy as young as him could be capable of acting like that. His martial arts and weaponry mastery could be explained by his being a hard-working prodigy. But that kind of mentality and that willingness to kill someone at the first chance possible were not normal for a teenager born and raised in Japan, to say the least. "Uzumaki. Get the boy and hurry up back to the accommodation." "What's going on, sensei?" Naruto asked as he retrieved his kunai from the creature's brain and wiped the blood on its blade off its pants before putting it back in his pouch. "Is it the League of Villains again?" "That creature you just killed pretty much confirms it," Aizawa said as the two of them started running towards the Wild Pussycats compound. "How did they find out about our camp? I thought it was supposed to be super secret, that's why All Might and the other teachers didn't tag along, isn't it?" Aizawa was asking himself the same thing too. There is a traitor in our midst. The principal, Nezu, had already warned everyone of this possibility after the USJ incident, but this attack on their training camp confirmed those suspicions. Suddenly, Naruto's survival instincts kicked in, and he tackled Aizawa's side, jumping with him nearly 10 meters away. But even that dodge was not enough to completely evade what came next. A massive gale of pressured wind suddenly exploded forth, gouging the ground and uprooting all the trees in its proximity. "You truly are formidable," a deep voice rang, and another gale of wind blew away the clouds of dust and dirt, revealing the devastated landscape below. Crawling up from between the collapsed trees, Naruto glared at the man who was floating in the sky as if he were standing on solid ground. In spite of the massive destruction of the landscape, his timely jump allowed him to avoid the epicenter of the explosion. Other than some bruises on his back and arms, he was unharmed. "To think that you have become that capable by using a quirk as banal as a fox quirk. I am impressed," the man said, clapping his hands slowly. But, as he was speaking, All of a sudden, Naruto's silhouette seemed to blur out of view, and a moment later, a metallic clang rang and sparks came out from the contact of Naruto's kunai with the man's jugular artery. Seeing my long-range attack, you must have reasoned that I'd be weak in close-quarter combat. A good judgment if I were a normal person, the man said with a laugh, and his arm bulged until it became 2 times bigger before he punched. At the very last moment, Naruto's chains came out from the small of his back and formed a sphere of golden light around himself. A massive bang shook the forest as Naruto was smashed down like a cannonball, rupturing the ground upon contact. Hoa! Naruto thought in disbelief as he picked himself up from the ground with difficulty. Although the adamantine ceiling chains had protected him from suffering the direct hit of his attacker, the impact with the ground almost knocked him out cold. He's already shown 3 different quirks. An air burst quirk, a hardening quirk, and a super strength quirk. What is going on? But as he listed out the 3 quirks, a certain memory came to the forefront of his mind. A man with multiple quirks, is this all for one? But didn't All Might say he was dead? As far as the world at large knew, it was impossible for humans to have more than 1 quirk. I probably have 2 quirks because I'm a reincarnated person. Kurama's influence in my past life is what probably gave me the fox quirk, and the chains are from my mom. But other than me, I have never heard of anyone else having more than 1 quirk. Nobody else except for my family's enemy. Judging by the look on your face, it appears that you've somehow figured out my identity without me even needing to introduce myself. Honestly, I am starting to feel like it would be a great shame to kill someone as gifted and perceptive as you are. As he said those words, All for One floated down from the sky and walked until he was no more than 5 meters away from Naruto. On account of your brilliance, I'm willing to give you a chance. Join me, he said, and he extended his arm towards Naruto. Join my side, and I promise I will let you live. Not only you but your family as well. I give you my word. Uzumaki. Now! Aizawa suddenly yelled from the side, and Naruto burst forth like a bullet. His sensitive hearing had picked up Aizawa's movement while he was climbing up from underneath the collapsed trees and their foliage. Finding out that he was not unconscious and knowing how capable his teacher was, Naruto had been waiting for his signal to attack the entire time. Therefore, when Aizawa shouted, Naruto's reaction was instantaneous. It's useless. Your knives can't hurt, All for One began to say, only for him to choke on his words as Naruto's clawed hand gored a huge hole into his neck. Not wanting to wait to see if the villain also had a self-regeneration ability like the Nomu from the USJ incident, Naruto pierced with his clawed hand again, going for the kill. But right as his fox claws pierced through AFO's metallic mask and were about to gouge out his brain, a massive fist smashed into Naruto's exposed right side, sending him flying as if he had been hit by a speeding train. That was quite close. Eraserhead, was it? What a great quirk you have there. I may not be able to use myself it because I don't have my eyes anymore, but such a quirk would be great in the possession of Shigaraki Tamura. Aizawa jumped back and used his binding cloth to tie up AFO as he lunged at him, but even with his quirks cancelled, AFO's physical strength and speed were too much for a regular human to contend with. But then, a grunt of pain came from AFO as the spear-like tip of a golden chain pierced through his forearm right as he was about to lay his hand on Eraserhead. Naruto commanded his other 3 chains to ensnare All for One, but before they could wrap around his body, AFO abruptly yanked his injured arm back, the arm that was pierced through by a chain, pulling Naruto's body by the chain. Feeling his feet leaving the ground as AFO yanked him towards him, Naruto instinctively deactivated this quirk, and, with a flick of his fox tails, he flipped in midair at the perfect time to regain his balance and land on his feet. I have to close in on him and land a killing blow. Even with Sensei actively cancelling his quirks, if he lands flush on one of my vital areas, I'm dead meat. I can't take another punch like the previous one. But he couldn't just waltz headfirst like an idiot and hope for the best. It had been possible back in his past life because he could make hundreds of shadow clones and he also had Kyuubi's healing. However, in the present, he couldn't afford to do that. Right at that moment, AFO raised his foot and smashed it powerfully against the ground. Naruto's first thought upon seeing that move was, what is he doing? But then, time seemed to pass in slow motion as he watched the clouds of dust and dirt rise up in the air, making Professor Aizawa involuntarily blink because of the dust particles getting into his eyes. No! Naruto yelled. Simultaneously, right after Eraserhead blinked, a massive burst of pressurized wind shot forth from AFO's hand, hitting the teacher full force. Aizawa-sensei. You've given me one of the toughest fights I've had in years. I will commend you for that, All For One said while he activated a quirk to regenerate his pierced-through forearm. But the time for playing is over. Slowly walking towards Naruto, All For One spoke. Uzumaki Naruto, I will give you one more chance. Join me, and I will let you and your family live. Refuse, and you and everyone close to you will die. In the end, one way or another, I will get what I want. I always get what I want. Do you, now? Naruto said as if he didn't know what fear of death was. Just like you also got one for all. How many years has it been? 40, 50, or more? All For One became momentarily silent at that mockery. When he spoke, his voice had a tone of finality in it. I confess, I didn't expect All Might to tell you about One for All and All For One. I didn't think he would share his precious secret with anyone, much less someone as young as yourself. But did you really think I wouldn't see through your actions? Do you think I can't see you're trying to stall for time? Aiming with his hand towards his left side, AFO continued. I have already given you 2 chances to surrender, Uzumaki Naruto. In spite of what All Might must have told you about me, I am a man of my word. So I will keep my word. I promised you that I would kill you and everyone close to you, didn't I? Realizing what he was about to do, Naruto's eyes widened, and he lunged at the highest speed he was capable of to get between AFO and his target. Alas, he was just a split second too late. When AFO finished saying those words, a massive airburst exploded from his palm and raised everything in its direction off the surface of the ground. Kota-kun, who had been hiding curled up in a ball under the collapsed trees, was no more. He was reduced to nothing but a smear of blood on the ground. Chapter 27 All For One 2. This is bad, Mandalay shouted as she felt her telepathic link with Professor Eraserhead break. Ragdoll, can you tell us what happened? Eraserhead is still alive, he must have only lost consciousness. Kota-kun and Uzumaki Naruto are still alive too, Ragdoll reassured her thanks to her search quirk. Suddenly, the green-haired girl's face showed an expression of disbelief. This can't be. Kota-kun. I can't sense Kota-kun anymore. In her panic, Ragdoll broke into a run toward the door, forgetting all about their current circumstances. Ragdoll. Stop right there. Vlad King shouted and seemingly punched the empty air. A large glob of blood burst out from his gauntlet and landed on the exit door, coagulating and sealing it completely. What are you doing, Vlad King? Kota-kun. I have to go help him. I can't just sit here. Come back to your senses. He yelled at her, and the pro-hero froze. You know better than anyone what it means for someone to disappear from your quirk's detection. Ragdoll's eyes were flooded with tears at his words. But Vlad King, with his no-nonsense attitude, cared little about others' feelings in such a dire situation. And, even if you go there, what will you do? You are not a combat type. What are you going to do against someone who incapacitated Eraserhead? Unable to keep silent anymore, the students of 1A started shouting all at once. Sensei, let us go. You can't keep us here while Naruto and Aizawa-sensei are about to die out there. Let us fight against the villains. But Vlad King was unmoved by their pleas. Taking a stand in front of the door that he had already sealed by solidifying his blood around it, he said seriously. From this moment onward, whoever attempts to do anything idiotic will be expelled. Do not think for even a second that I lack the authority to do so. You managed to survive at USJ only because of a combination of luck, Uzumaki Naruto's quirk awakening, and the Rabbit Hero's timely arrival. Don't get too cocky. If you want to throw your lives away needlessly, then, by all means, do what you want. Just not while you are students at UA High. What kind of pro-hero just stands on the sidelines and watches their colleagues die? Yaoyorozu unexpectedly shouted, her current attitude a far cry from her usually composed and polite behavior. I am not a pro-hero now. Right now, First and foremost, I'm a teacher. And as a teacher, it's my duty to protect my students' safety no matter the cost. In truth, Vlad King was in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. However, although it was a very tough choice to make, as an experienced pro hero and as a UA high teacher, he knew what he had to do. He couldn't ignore the safety of over 30 young students just for the sake of rescuing Eraserhead and Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the only one left who can protect them now. With Pixie Bob and Tiger gone to check on the source of the bestial roars and shrieks, he was the only fighter left to protect the kids. Mandalay and Ragdoll, with their telepathy and search quirks, were not fit for combat. He couldn't, in good conscience, leave the students' safety in their hands. As the students of the 1A class became quiet, Vlad King said in a more subdued voice. You should have gotten the hint by now that being a pro hero isn't all rainbows and sunshine. Real life isn't like a fairy tale, the heroes don't always win. Sometimes they die in the line of duty, losing their lives at the hands of the villains. Sometimes they are forced to make tough decisions. And sometimes, their decisions will lead to the rescue of some and the death of others. I cannot risk the safety of over 30 of you just for the sake of Eraserhead and Uzumaki Naruto. And that is a fact that I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. But this is the right thing to do in the current situation. This is the protocol. All I can do now is protect you and pray for their safety. We have already alerted the police and the HPSC. All Might, Mirko, Hawks, and even Endeavor are probably on their way as we speak, so don't cause any more trouble. An explosive airburst erupted from AFO's palm, scouring everything from the ground's surface. Kota-kun, who had been hiding curled up in a ball under the collapsed trees, was no more. He was reduced to nothing but a smear of blood on the ground. However, Naruto did not freeze in shock or disbelief. As much as he was enraged by the villain's ruthlessness, he did not let it cloud his mind. While AFO started gloating and provoking him with words, Naruto rushed to Eraserhead's side and activated his adamantine sealing chains, creating a golden dome of light around them both. I told you I'm a man of my word, All For One said with a shrug of his shoulders. Now then, who should I go for? I would have killed Eraserhead, after taking his quirk first, of course, but you were quite quick to jump to his protection. Let's see. Shall I go for the rest of your classmates that are huddled together scared in the chalet, or should I see how long these golden chains can hold up before they break under my might? Decisions, decisions. He let out a chuckle as he aimed his palm at the golden dome surrounding Naruto and the unconscious and bleeding Eraserhead. Air cannon. Another shockwave burst from his palm, the air pressure so violent that it created a huge depression in the ground, blasting away everything. When the wind died down, the landscape resembled the aftermath of a level F5 tornado. The entire forest had been leveled to the ground. However, in the midst of all that destruction, a tiny portion of the forest seemed to be untouched. Magnificent, All For One said in heartfelt admiration. To think it can even withstand such power. It was worth it. Not giving up on obtaining this quirk, even after so many years, was definitely worth it. Within the golden dome created by the adamantine sealing chains, Naruto was breathing heavily, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead like rain. Although the chains could cancel other people's quirks upon contact and had an incredible defensive ability, they also had their limits because, at the end of the day, all quirks are powered by the human body. Quirks activation depends on the body's stamina and reserves of energy. It was the truth for everyone. Since I'm already in the middle of it, I might as well continue testing until the very end. After all, there is no better way to test its limits than by attacking myself. As AFO said that, several quirks began activating on his right arm in quick succession, transforming it into a grotesque appendage that did not belong to a human being. Air walk, spring-like limbs, kinetic booster ×4, strength enhancer ×3, multiplier, hypertrophy. Rivets. Spear-like bones. This is the ultimate combination of quirks that I have right now. Plunging down from the sky in a free fall toward the dome of golden chains below, AFO screamed in exhilaration. You have made me go all out. You should feel honored, Uzumaki Naruto. The Uzumaki residence being half demolished, the dozens of heroes, and the large number of policemen and reporters that were crowding around the house quickly became the focal point of the entire Musudafu city. Ever since the USJ incident, Uzumaki Naruto had become a national sensation. But he was not the only one who had been thrown into the spotlight. His family received plenty of attention too. While Minato was not much into social media, Kushina was very active on cross-chat. She had over 1 million followers solely because Naruto was her son. Her bubbly personality and her motherly beauty did nothing to decrease that number, quite the opposite. That being said, when the news that Uzumaki Kushina and her adopted daughter were attacked by the League of Villains in their own home got out, the very same villains that had attacked the students at USJ a few months before, it set Musudafu City ablaze. All Might, Kamui, Mount Lady, Death Arms, Backdraft, and a few others rushed to the scene right away. Not long after them, even the rabbit hero made her appearance. Judging by her attire, she was not wearing her pro-hero costume. It seemed like she had been in the middle of working out at the gym when she got word of what happened to Naruto's mother and rushed to her aid straight away. However, everything was already over by the time they arrived. All they found was the half-demolished house bearing the scars left behind by Kushina's adamantine sealing chain and the severed arm belonging to the villain who had attacked them. Nevertheless, only minutes after everyone's arrival at the scene, the Hero Network app sent an SOS signal to all the heroes who had their smartphones with them. The Uehai's freshman training camp was under attack. If the forest looked like a tornado had passed through after AFO's air cannon attack, this time around it was unrecognizable. All that remained was a deep crater over 150 meters in diameter. At the bottom of that crater, still covered by the dome created by his adamantine sealing chains, Naruto lay on all fours on the ground, seemingly out of breath and his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Eventually, he reached his limits, and the adamantine sealing chains dispersed into a shower of golden light. His monstrous arm returning to normal now, AFO used his airwalk quirk to float down into the crater and land in front of Naruto. What a shame. You could have lived. You could have become great. As AFO said those words, 5 black and red tendrils came out from the fingers of his right hand, impaling Naruto in his arms, legs, and stomach. As he screamed in agony, he was reminded of how the godlike leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, had pinned him to the ground in his previous life in a similar fashion by stabbing through his arms and legs and with his chakra rods. But just as AFO used his rivet quirk to lift the fox boy from the ground by the stab wounds and bring him to him, the black and red tendrils were unexpectedly slashed through cleanly. A moment later, a sonic boom exploded and a great gale of wind raised a dense curtain of dirt and dust, cloaking the entire area in semi-darkness. Whoever the new arrival was, they had been moving at a speed faster than sound. Air cannon! All for one shouted, his voice betraying the fact that he was starting to lose his patience. But the violent air burst he blasted forth was too slow to hit the newly arrived enemy. What's with you and attracting the worst villains to attack you? Don't worry. You're in good hands. I came here to save you. Opening his eyes, the first thing Naruto saw were 2 large crimson wings. He recognized the identity of his savior immediately. It was Hawks, the number 4 hero, and the crimson feathered wings were his famous all-purpose quirk, Fierce Wings. Currently, Naruto was being carried by several of his feathers. 1. Going against him alone would be suicide, Naruto said bluntly, all the while wincing from the burning pain coming from his stab through arms, legs, and stomach. He has too many quirks. He's too durable and strong. He has no faith whatsoever in the number 4 hero, huh? You're hurting my feelings, Hawks said jokingly, but his eyes were serious as he looked at the masked man floating in the air. Don't talk anymore. Save up your strength. You need to live. Wait. Don't send me away yet. Naruto yelled when he saw Hawks controlling his feathers to take him away from the battlefield. But the winged hero didn't even look back at him, sending him off to safety with his feathers as quickly as possible. As if Hawks had eyes in the back of his head, he had noticed the arrival of a new hero at the scene without even looking back. Take him to a doctor before he dies of blood loss, Hawks said, still not looking away from All for One. The moment he was transferred from the feathers, pulled into someone's arms, Naruto recognized them by their scent alone. Mirko. He asked for confirmation. That's right, kiddo. Her voice wasn't as chipper as usual. Put me down. I won't die from these stab wounds right away. You need to help Hawks or he'll die, Naruto said as quickly as he could. That villain has at least 5 different quirks. No, even more. He made that crater you see there with a single punch. How did you survive that? She asked. Naruto couldn't reply to her because, in the next moment, a huge burst of air aimed in their general direction forced Mirko to kick the ground and break into a run to evade the blast radius. Your opponent is me, Hawks yelled as he dove at AFO, his speed so great that his body became a blur. Despite his diving speed bordering on the speed of sound, AFO's reflexes were so great that he reacted to the winged hero's sword stab with time to spare. Not only did he dodge the feathery sword stab, but he also had the leisure to counterattack with a punch of his own. Unlike in his fight against Naruto, who was still just a kid in his eyes, All For One did not underestimate Hawks. He hadn't taken Naruto seriously until a hole was gored into his throat. With Hawks, however, he didn't play around as much. Hawks' speed alone was enough to make him pay attention to him. Hawks was able to dodge All For One's counter-attacking punch, but he was not prepared for what followed next. Air cannon. An airburst blasted him away like a broken kite, smashing him brutally into a nearby mountain cliff. But he was far more durable than he looked at first glance. Right as AFO's rivet quirk was about to impale him, Hawks flapped his crimson wings and flew away, inwardly shuddering as he looked at the way the cliff was shattered into pieces by the 5 black tendrils. Phew, that was close, Hawks said lightly and broke the sound barrier once again as he lunged at All For One, this time slashing horizontally at his neck with his feather sword. Metallic clangs and bright sparks flew as Hawk's feather sword clashed against the bony protrusions coming from AFO's arms due to his spree-like bones quirk. You are nothing but a fly buzzing around. Very annoying, but unable to actually do any harm. I've wasted enough time with you, AFO said and, completely ignoring Hawks, he made a beeline towards Mirko who had just about convinced Naruto to leave the fight to the pros and started running away. Despite his mixture of quirks and incredible power, AFO's current arsenal was not geared toward speed. Although Mirko was not running at full speed at that moment, she was afraid of going supersonic due to Naruto's wounds. AFO could not catch up to them in a short while with Hawks diving at him for guerrilla attacks constantly. Rivet stab, AFO shouted, and Hawks was forced to perform inhuman acrobatics in the air to avoid the seemingly heat-seeking tendrils homing in on him. Air cannon. Shit, this is bad, Hawks cussed. So preoccupied he had been with dodging the rivet quirk's spear-like tendrils that he had not been prepared for AFO to instantly use his air cannon quirk too. The airburst caught him full on and flung him away violently for the second time that day, sending him tumbling through the air for more than 2 kilometers. With the annoyance out of the way, AFO let himself fall to the ground, momentarily stopping in one spot. Red lightning started flickering across his body as he activated several quirks at once, focusing on increasing his burst of speed to the maximum possible with the current quirks in his possession. Kinetic Booster times 5, Spring-like Limbs, Strength Enhancer times 5, Hypertrophy. AFO's leg muscles inflated almost like balloons as he squatted, and the soil beneath his feet collapsed like sand as he launched himself forward, leaving shockwaves in his wake. His actual running speed may not have been as fast as Mirko's, but his monstrous jumping strength more than made up for it, allowing him to catch up to them within mere moments. Not long after she took Naruto in her arms and started running away, in spite of his protests, a peculiar feeling washed over her. She had hardly ever felt that sensation in her entire life, but it was impossible for her to not understand it. It was the survival instinct of a rabbit. Due to the skittish nature of rabbits and their survival instinct as prey, her rabbit quirk allowed Mirko to instinctively feel if someone was stronger than her and if her life was in peril. Looking back and seeing the monstrous appearance of All For One, she could feel it in her bones. If he lands even one flush hit on me, I will die. However, despite being in the midst of a life or death situation, a grin appeared on her face. A hero never backs away from their responsibilities. She yelled to psych herself up and started running in a zigzag pattern, making it difficult for AFO to use his jumping powers to its full potential. With his jumping strategy rendered obsolete, AFO made use of his airwalk quirk once more. In a manner reminiscent of how Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself forward, AFO began firing shockwaves from his air cannon behind him, accelerating his body forward at top speed. Rivet stab. But the black and red tendrils were shattered again before they could reach their target as Hawks cut in their way with his feather sword once more. I'm not the best against the durable, power types, Hawks thought. He was at the end of his wits. The only reason Mirko and I have lasted for so long is because of our speed. He couldn't see any way out of their current predicament because he had no way of damaging AFO. The most he could do was be an annoyance, and Mirko had to carry the mortally wounded boy to safety. I've wasted enough time because of you. Be gone. AFO yelled, infuriated at Hawks, who kept getting in his way. Hawks launched a hail of arrow-like feathers at All for One, but he completely ignored that wide attack and pointed his finger at him as he said, "Air bullet." Unlike the huge shockwaves that he had launched until then, this time around, the range of the attack was far smaller and the speed was far faster too. "Oh no!" Hawk exclaimed, and his first reaction was to cover himself with his wings. However, the air bullet was even faster than he had anticipated. His wings weren't fast enough to cover his torso in time, and the air bullet pierced through his gut like a hot knife through butter. The number 4 hero plummeted from the sky like a wounded bird, his crimson wings beating the air helplessly, unable to stop his descent before he smashed into the ground. With Hawks out of the fight, All for One formed a gun shape with the fingers of his right hand and took aim at the back of the rabbit hero. The same type of attack that had shot Hawks out of the sky was now aimed at her. Her instincts told her that if it landed, it would be over. Not just for her, but for the dying boy in her arms as well. If she stopped and turned around, she could easily dodge it. However, in that case, AFO would catch up to them. If Naruto wasn't bleeding, she would be able to run at her top speed and leave her pursuer in the dust. However, with a wounded person that she needed to protect, she couldn't afford to do any of that. At that moment, in that state of intense stress and concentration, a peculiar change occurred within her. As her senses extended beyond her physical boundaries, her field of vision expanded, the clarity of her hearing increased manifold, and time seemed to slow down in her perception. It was not something as simple as just getting in the zone, due to her intense concentration. It was something more. It wasn't only her perception of time and space that had changed, her entire body went through a metamorphosis. There were no visible changes, but, as Rumi was deeply familiar with her physique, she could distinguish the stark difference in her sense of balance, the strength of her leg muscles, the capacity of her lungs, and even the degree of impact she felt in her joints and bones when running. Her quirk had awakened. Air bullet. All for One said in a burst of air shot from the tip of his index finger like from a real gun. However, the rabbit hero unexpectedly twisted her body and the air bullet missed her thin waist by a hair. A fluke, All for One thought, clicking his tongue as he prepared to shoot another bullet with his air cannon quirk. However, as he fired his air bullet again, AFO started getting restless. She had managed to dodge it once, it could be chalked up to a mistake on his part the first time. But dodging his air bullet a second time, without even turning to look at him, was unsettling. It may have been a coincidence the first 2 times, but when it happened again and again, it became a pattern. Don't tell me, AFO thought, having a hard time believing it. Did she just experience a quirk awakening? In his pursuit of Uzumaki Naruto, although only a very short time passed, All for One and Mirko were already more than 100 kilometers away from the training camp by now. Usajiyama Rumi. All for One screamed at the top of his lungs. If you take this away from me, you will pay with your life. However, Mirko didn't entertain him with a reply. If she had been afraid of the villain's retaliation, she wouldn't have become a pro-hero in the first place. Therefore, she just kept running at a constant speed towards Musudafu City, just fast enough for AFO not to be able to catch up to her but slow enough to not cause Naruto's wounds to worsen. Her goal was to meet with the rest of the pro-heroes who were bound to flock towards Uehai's training camp to rescue the students after the SOS signal that had been sent on the Hero Network app. Although she was unable to inform anyone directly of her exact situation and whereabouts, the HPSC could track her location through the GPS thanks to her smartphone. For the smart people at the top of the organization, it should not be difficult to deduce what was going on considering that she and Hawks had been moving together away from the camp at such a tremendous speed. That being said, it was only a matter of time before the rest of the heroes converged on her location and, with his intellect, All For One could see through her intentions too. That's why he went as far as to start threatening Mirko in order to make her stop. Uzumaki Naruto is mine. I will stop at nothing to get what I want. Do you hear me? When Mirko continued ignoring him, he shouted again. I know about your mother. I know about the orphanage you've been secretly funding for years. I know everything about you. You and everyone else you hold dear will pay for what you did today. Although AFO's screams faded into the distance, a clear sign that he had given up on his pursuit for the moment. Mirko's visage did not lighten up. How did he find out about the orphanage? As far as she knew, aside from her mother, nobody else knew about her charitable actions. She had kept it a secret not only because she was not the type to blow her own trumpet but also for the sake of not giving the villains a weak point to exploit. Furthermore, most people did not even know that she had a mother. The public at large thought that she was an orphan. Feeling Naruto's breathing starting to get shallower, Mirko stopped her train of thought and began worrying about him. Fight on, Naruto. You have to hold on. Chapter 28 Demon. Someone cut his clothessa clean cloth and bandagessa. Heart rate just speakata. Itasapa. All he could hear were broken fragments of the chatter going around him. I'm cold. When he said those words, he got the vague impression that the people around him started panicking. His sense of touch was dulled, and he could not distinguish the things he saw with his eyes. Even his sense of hearing was muffled. It was as if he was underwater. First his family and now Hima Usj no Musa. My family. What about my family? Naruto asked and grabbed one of the people around him by their coat. His grip is a him down someone. He couldn't make sense of what he was hearing. Fear crept into his heart, and his entire body started shaking. His grip is stronger than I thought. Hold him down, someone. The doctor whose coat Naruto grabbed said startled. But when the assistants on the side tried to make the fox boy settle down, he started struggling against them. This isn't good. The more he moves, the faster he's going to lose blood. Any more than this, and he'll lose his life. The doctor's coat was ripped to shreds as Naruto's nails suddenly grew into claws. His unfocused blue eyes became crimson red, and the growl that came from the back of his throat made everyone step back scared. The white bandages wrapped around the stab wounds on his arms, legs, and stomach turned red with his blood as he forced himself to stand up. Having bled so much already, it was a miracle that he was still conscious, to speak nothing of the fact that he could stand. The doctors and the assistants backed away in terror when a red liquid-like substance came from his back and slowly engulfed most of his body. The handsome blonde teen with golden fox ears was nowhere to be seen. The red substance had spread over the rest of his body and covered him fully, transforming him into something that looked like it had crawled out of the deepest pits of hell. A dark red, almost black cloak of energy covered him entirely, even his face and hair. His ears elongated, and, at his back, 4 large fox tails were now moving slowly. He looked like a demon. As he turned his head to look at them, the medics and the assistants lost strength in their legs and collapsed on the floor bonelessly. They had never seen anything like that in their lives. In the next moment, a loud noise was heard as the demon burst out of the hospital room through the window. What was that? Someone asked, his face as pale as chalk. One of the assistants had wet himself out of fear, but nobody else cared to make fun of him for that. It hadn't been only the visual shock that left them petrified with fear. It was something that ran deeper than that, a terror on an instinctual level. I'm not getting paid enough for this shit, the doctor said and sat down on his ass, resting his back against a cabinet. Most of the pro-heroes that had come to the Uzumaki family's residence left the scene when they received the SOS signal from the Hero Network app on their phones and rushed towards Uehai's freshman training camp to rescue them. But pro-heroes Kamui and Mount Lady decided to stay behind and protect Uzumaki Kushina and her daughter until the police went through all the legal procedures and took them into their care. Mount Lady was in the middle of making small talk with the adorable white-haired girl when the sound of a crash was heard and a small tremor shook the ambulance car where she and the girl were in. The low, beast-like growl that reached her ears made her come out of the car right away, only for her to momentarily freeze at the sight in front of her eyes. Freeze. Identify yourself. The police officers at the scene shouted as they took out their weapons and aimed at him. Mount Lady, protect the mother and girl. I'll take care of him. Kamui Woods said. He whipped his right arm at the demonic being, instantly capturing it with his special move, lacquered chain prison. But Kamui cried out in pain as the wooden tendrils of his arm were instantly set ablaze at contact with the crimson-red skin of that being. The roar that came out of its mouth next was like an explosion in their ears. Most of the policemen involuntarily huddled down on the ground and covered their ears with their palms in pain. Open fire! Someone shouted once the roar ended and the police officers started firing their handguns at the demon. Half a minute later, they were stupefied to realize that the bullets that had hit him had all fallen on the ground half melted, not having been able to pierce his skin. That's as far as you go. Mount Lady shouted and activated her quirk, turning herself into a giant. With no regard for his fate, she stomped down on him with her foot, intent on squashing him like a bug. However, one of the four tails at his back suddenly enlarged and met her strike head-on. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and his back hunched under her enormous weight, but even the giant Mount Lady's strength was not enough to crush him. While using one of his tails to defend against her stomp, another fox tail elongated and swept Mount Lady's other leg, making her cry out in panic as she lost her balance and fell on her back. Fortunately, she still had the presence of mind to cancel her quirk before crashing on the ground, thus avoiding any property damage to the surrounding houses. He's way stronger than he looks. My special shoes and suit were burned off too. Mount Lady said after Kamui Woods caught her in midair and put her down safely. But something is strange. He's not making a move to attack anyone, he's just standing in one place, Kamui said. Now that he mentioned it, Mount Lady could see it too. He did not fight back against Kamui after freeing himself from his wooden snare, and, despite how the policemen fired their guns at him, he did not retaliate. He did not take advantage of her precarious position either after he swept her off her feet. Mrs. Uzumaki, it's not safe. What are you doing? One of the policemen said and tried to stop her from getting out of the ambulance. But she did not listen to his words, and, breaking free from his grasp, Kushina held up the hem of her long dress as she rushed towards the demon. Maybe it was her intuition as a mother, but from the moment she saw the vaguely fox-like appearance of the demonic being, Kushina had a strange feeling. After realizing that he was not attacking anyone but that he was only standing in place and looking around, she became almost sure of it. Naruto. Is that you, Naruto? She asked. The way the demon tilted his head to the side at her words was almost cute, if one could ignore the fact that his touch alone was so corrosive that it could melt bullets or that he was strong enough to overpower a giant like Mount Lady. When the demon started walking slowly towards her, the adamantine sealing chains burst out from her back outside of her control and launched themselves at him. But, to everyone's surprise, the demon did not avoid the golden chains that ensnared him and continued walking towards her. Kushina could have tightened the hold on her chains and immobilized him completely, but she decided against that. By the time she was face to face with him, most of the dark red shroud covering Naruto's body had dissipated into a shower of lights, starting to reveal the true appearance hidden below. "Mom, you were safe," he said tiredly, but in a tone of relief, and let himself fall into her arms. Kushina quickly hugged him tightly and sat down with him. Noticing him becoming slack in her arms, she realized that he must have lost consciousness. "Can anyone bring me a blanket?" Kushina asked. The red substance that had come out of his back and covered him from head to toe had been corrosive to the touch not only for other people but for his clothes too. He was completely naked, his four fox tails being the only thing protecting his modesty. The League of Villains that had attacked Uehara at USJ strikes again. A 5-year-old boy was killed mercilessly by the villains. Uehara Professor Shota Aizawa is in critical condition at the hospital. Uzumaki Naruto and his family targeted by villains. 20,000 protesters in Tokyo demanding harsher punishment for villains. 2 days after the League of Villains' attack on the Uehara freshmen's training camp, the general public's outrage at the actions of the villains had yet to calm down. The mass media would not stop talking about it either. Now, thousands of protesters were flooding the streets of the Shinjuku district of Tokyo, chanting and carrying banners through which they demanded the government take action. What has the world come to? Minato said with a sigh as he watched the news on TV. Makes me think of when I was a child, before All Might became the #1 hero, Kushina also said. The two of them had not experienced such a turbulent time in many years. In the span of only 3 months, 2 pro heroes, 2 hero students, and an innocent child had been killed by the villains. When the door of the living room opened and they turned to see who came in, it was their son, Naruto. He was still sickly pale due to having lost much blood 2 days ago, but the deep stab wounds on his arms, legs, and stomach had been fully healed after his quirk's awakening. What are we going to do next? He asked as he sat on a couch not far from their sofa. Our home is in ruins, and the villains know our location too, and All for One is alive. He'll never stop hunting for us. He was clenching his fist so hard that his nails were digging into his palms. It's not the end of the world for us, Minato said, trying to reassure him. We knew there would be a day when we might get targeted by villains. That's something we've taken into consideration when we decided to support you in your choice to become a pro hero. Your dad is right, Naruto, Kushina also said. Besides, now that they failed their first attempt, they won't attack us for a while. In the meantime, we can disappear off their radar. Naruto bit his lower lip, but he didn't say anything. His frustration, his anger, and his anxiety were not to be released onto his parents. Throwing tantrums was the last thing he wanted to do at that moment. What about your job? And what about your social life? Your friends, your... Minato stood up from the sofa and walked to Naruto's couch. It wasn't your fault, Naruto, he said, putting a hand on his shoulder. Don't beat yourself up over it. And don't worry about my job. On the contrary, I think I will be very busy for a while. Something in the tone with which Minato spoke those words made Naruto's head abruptly shoot up, and he looked at him secretly startled. Father and son looked each other in the eye without saying anything for a few very long seconds. The HSPC promised to get us new identities, but I'll still have to search for a new job, buy furniture for the new house we're going to be living in, buy a new car, and also find a place for you to rent and live alone. His father's words about him needing to live alone made Naruto almost forget about the strange feeling he got from him a few moments earlier. But, deep down, he could not shake off the sensation that something was off. From what All Might told me, the school was already planning on opening a dorm and making it mandatory for all students to live on the campus, for security reasons. But they haven't taken a decision yet, so you'll have to live alone for some time. Of course we're not happy at being away from you, but this is the only choice we have if you want to keep attending UA. Our secret identities would not mean much when you're so easily recognizable with your tails. All Might said he would talk to an old acquaintance of his and... I've had enough of All Might for now, Naruto spat, but then he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It's just he's the one who told us that All for One was dead. That's why we decided to reveal our chains to the public. If it weren't for that, we'd still be safe now. How can I trust him with anything about our safety anymore? At that moment, the doorbell rang. Naruto and Kushina instantly went on their guard, and their adamantine sealing chains came out from their lower backs. Mom, Dad, please go to Eri, she's sleeping in the bedroom. I'll go check who's outside the door. Currently, the Uzumaki family was living in a hotel under the police's 24/7 surveillance. Although they were supposed to be safe, Naruto and Kushina were too jumpy and didn't want to risk it. Hey, calm down, it's me, Mirko. You recognize my voice, don't you? Or did you already forget about me, you ungrateful runt? When she heard that voice coming from behind the door, Kushina let out a sigh she didn't know she was holding. Although he recognized her voice, Naruto didn't retrieve his chains when he went to open the door. Short, thick, fit, and curvy, with 2 long white rabbit ears and dark skin, that woman was unmistakably Mirko, the rabbit hero. Don't stare at me like that, it's kinda creepy, was the first thing she said when he opened the door and she saw him looking at her intently. I heard those chains of yours are supposed to cancel quirks, aren't they? Come, do your thing, and make sure I am who I say I am, she said, letting him wrap his adamantine sealing chains around her arm. If it had been someone using a sort of transformation or illusionary quirk, the contact with the chains would have reverted them to their original appearance. As Mirko remained unchanged, Naruto finally relaxed and brought back his chains inside his body. "It's good to see you, Mirko. Thank you for saving my life," Naruto said, bowing his head at her. "Don't sweat it, haha. That's what heroes do." Mirko laughed and ruffled his hair, making sure to scratch him behind the fox ears. During his 1-week-long internship with her, he often got mad at her for petting him as if he were a dog, but, much to her disappointment, she didn't manage to rile him up now. "Not that we dislike it, but what brings you here?" "We weren't informed by the police of any visitors," Minato said as he and Kushina came out of the bedroom and closed the door behind them to let Eri sleep in silence. "It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I just wanted to make sure that my cute pupil here was all right," Mirko answered while continuing to ruffle Naruto's hair. "You can stop now," Naruto said, annoyance starting to seep into his voice. Not put off by his grouchy mood, Mirko was actually in high spirits after getting a reaction out of him. "I happened to overhear what you were talking about. How about I take care of him until Uehai's dorms open?" Mirko said and plopped herself down on the couch where Naruto had sat before, bouncing on it a few times on purpose to test its springs. One look at her rabbit ears, and nobody felt the need to ask how she had heard them without being in the room at that time. The rabbit hero's bubbly personality made a great contrast with Naruto's and his parents' moods. "She almost died when we were being chased by AFO2. Does she have no sense of crisis or what? What's with her?" Naruto thought while observing her in silence. "Naruto, what do you think about it?" Minato unexpectedly left the decision up to him. "I don't know. If I'm going to live with her, I'll probably die of hunger." "Oi, I resent that." Mirko hopped off the couch and poked him in the chest with her finger. "I'll have you know, I'm not a half-bad cook. No, I'm actually awesome." Naruto's unexpected little joke and Mirko's overreaction made Kushina burst into laughter. Minato too found himself chuckling a little at their exchange, and with that, the somber mood from before lightened up a little. "I didn't see you cook even once during the internship. Just because I didn't have the time for it, it doesn't mean I can't do it," Mirko said while crossing her arms at her chest and turning her head away with a HMPF. "Jokes aside, is that really okay?" Kushina asked, understanding the kind of risks and responsibility Mirko was assuming by offering to take Naruto in when All for One was out to get him. Unless a dozen heroes are protecting a place at all times, it won't matter where he stays, he'd be in great danger regardless if All for One decided to attack him again. "That's why I think it's better to always be on the move. He would be safer with me than staying at All Might's old acquaintance," she explained. "We wouldn't want to impose," Minato tried to refuse politely, but Mirko waved it off. "Nonsense, it wouldn't be any trouble for me. I happen to quite like your son," she said while putting an arm on Naruto's shoulder and leaning on him. "I've never had a sidekick before, but I'm looking forward to working together with him." Minato and Kushina weren't exactly clueless in regard to the rabbit hero's fondness for their son. Leaving aside the incident at USJ, Mirko had extended an internship offer to a student for the first time in her career for Naruto's sake, and not only had she put everything down and run to help his family when they were attacked 2 days ago, but she was also one of the first to rush towards the training camp to rescue him. And now that she was offering to take care of his necessities and protect him for an indefinite period of time, they would need to be blind not to realize that the rabbit hero had become quite attached to their son. "Frankly, I'm a little worried about him," Mirko said, dropping her smile and adopting a serious look. "From the reports that I've heard and from what Mount Lady and Kamui Woods told me, his quirk was extremely powerful and dangerous after his latest awakening." As they listened to her in silence, she continued. "It's the first time in history that the world has seen a quirk evolve so many times. This is the 3rd time already, and something tells me it won't be the last. It's become quite clear that his quirk isn't a mere fox. That feral nature that comes out whenever adrenaline kicks in and the demonic transformation he got after obtaining the 4th tail make me think his quirk is way different. Far more powerful, far more dangerous." Naruto was taken aback by how on point Mirko's suspicions about his quirk were. He could not remember much from the time he took on the form of a demon, but, from his mother's description of his appearance, it became obvious to him too that his quirk wasn't a simple fox quirk. It looked almost identical to the Jinchuriki transformation from his past life, the claws and the slit eyes up until the third tail, and the demon-like appearance of the Jinchuriki cloak starting with the fourth tail. That couldn't be a coincidence. So I want to help him get full control of his new powers before the start of the new school term. A quirk as volatile and powerful as his could pose a grave danger to the people around him, so he needs to have a firm grasp on it. Besides, I told you, didn't I? I like your son quite a lot, Mirko added at the end, grinning when Naruto looked to the side in slight embarrassment. "Aw, look at him getting shy, isn't he cute?" Mirko cooed, and, at that very moment, the sound of a phone snapping a photo was heard. "Mom, are you serious right now?" Naruto said in exasperation. "Oh, lighten up, you," she said and giggled as she looked at the photo she had just taken. "Let me see it too," Mirko said and quickly went to Kushina's side and looked over her shoulder. "Whoa, okay, this is cute," Minato admitted to when he saw the photo. "You'll have to send this to me too. I'll set it as my wallpaper right away." "Dad, not you too." Their ruckus alarmed the sleeping girl next door, and she opened the door of her bedroom to see what was going on. "My God, she's so adorable," Mirko said breathlessly and swept the still not fully awake little girl in her arms, smothering her into her large chest. "Naruto-ni-san, help!" the girl cried out, her voice muffled by her bosom. Half an hour later, having left the hotel suite behind, Naruto and Mirko were walking down one of Musudafu City's boulevards and chatting. "Seriously, what's with your family? You're all so ridiculously handsome and pretty. When a handsome man and a beautiful woman love each other, Naruto began. "Don't be a smart aleck with me." She rebuked him and punched him in the shoulder, but he sniggered despite the pain. Even though she was much older than him, Mirko and Naruto did not look out of place walking next to each other on the street. If one did not know their identity, the two of them could even be mistaken as close friends or even a couple. That is to say, her behavior and especially her attire did not reflect her real age. Wearing white superstar sneakers on her feet, a pair of denim shorts with fishnet stockings underneath, and a white sleeveless crop top showing off her toned midriff, Usajiyama Rumi was dressed up just like a teen. Her long white hair was styled into a messy bun, and the large yellow sunglasses on top of her head only served to complete the image of youth. It was her well-endowed chest, and her thick thighs, however, that betrayed the fact that it was unlikely for her to be as young as she appeared to be. "You've been sneaking glances at me for a while," Rumi said, her red eyes looking at him with amusement from under her long eyelashes. "Shall I take it that you like my outfit? Do you have eyes in the back of your head or what?" He shot back. "As a matter of fact, I do. My quirk awakened 2 days ago too. Now, I can feel every single gaze of all the passers-by on me. And I've felt yours too," she said coyly. "You're starting to make me regret not going to live with All Might's old friend. I've been singing praises to you and your parents for half an hour now, would it be that hard for you to return the compliment for once?" Mirko said, bummed out, and kicked a small pebble on the ground. "As if you didn't know it already. You're literally the most popular female hero in the country. Everyone likes you. But I don't care what everyone thinks now. Now, I want to hear what you think. Are you going to tease me like this every day until school starts?" Mirko giggled at the exasperation she could hear in his voice. "Of course." But after they walked in silence for a minute or two, Naruto unexpectedly said, "I think you're amazing. You're strong and athletic. You're always happy and in a good mood. And you're the most beautiful woman I've." "Hey, what's with you all of a sudden?" Mirko almost shouted, her face getting redder by the second. "Well, you said you wanted to hear what I think," Naruto said, smirking at the realization that he had managed to turn the tables on her for once. "You're brave, you never back down no matter the odds, and you're a hell of a fighter. And you've already saved my life twice. You're my favorite hero. My gosh, how are you not embarrassed saying all that?" she burst out, all the while fanning her face with her hand. "You wanted to hear my thoughts, but now that I've opened up, you're throwing stones at me." Naruto faked indignation, all the while secretly steaming with embarrassment on the inside too. While he was not aware of it, Mirko actively teasing him and making him come out of his shell had been her goal all along. Understanding the mental pressure, the stress, and the guilt that he must have been feeling ever since his family got attacked by villains, Mirko did her best to relieve him of his burdens, if only for the moment. Stopping in front of a restaurant with a store sign depicting a large, bitten slice of pizza, Mirko pointed at it and pulled him by the forearm as she said, "How about we get some pizza? We'll discuss our plans over dinner." Chapter 29 The Fox and the Hare. Is Ni-san leaving forever? Eri asked, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Naruto momentarily put down the clothes he was packing and came to her. Kneeling to be at her eye level, he cupped her face and gently brushed away a stray tear falling down her cheek. "Don't cry, Eri-chan. It's just a training trip with Mirko. It's only for a few weeks, I think. I'll be back before you know it. But I don't want you to go. I want us to be together," Eri cried. Hearing Eri's sobs, Kushina came to Naruto's room and took the little girl in her arms. "No. Let me down. Ni-san. Don't leave. No." As a yellow light started flickering on the tip of the horn growing out of her forehead, Kushina was forced to summon her chains and wrap them around Eri before her quirk caused a disaster. Even as she took the little girl away into another room to pacify her, due to his sensitive hearing, Naruto could still hear her heartbreaking cries. Although she was only 6 years old, Eri was far more perceptive than other children her age. Due to the torment and suffering that she had endured at the hands of her previous caretakers, she was forced to mature beyond her physical age. She could tell that Naruto wasn't simply going on a training trip. Her cries made him grit his teeth. His anger was not directed at her but at all for one. One man's greed and thirst for power ruined the peace of his family. Now, his parents and his sister were going to become fugitives and live in hiding with secret identities. And he was going to live like a stray on the doorstep of a stranger, away from his parents and his little sister. Feeling his nails starting to grow into claws, Naruto started taking deep breaths and exhaling slowly to calm himself down. Usually, it did wonders, but his rage wasn't going away this time. In his past life, his deepest desire had been to have a family. To be loved. Ever since he regained his memories after the sludge villain's attack, his life has been almost like paradise for him. A supportive father, a loving mother, a comfortable financial situation, and, starting from a few months ago, an adorable little sister too. It was perfect. He had not taken that life for granted. He treasured every single moment spent with his family. But it was still taken away from him. He had never been a person who easily gave into hatred, not even in his past life. It wasn't only once or twice that he made peace with his enemies. He had forgiven things that most people would have never been able to, and he had given a chance even to the one who had destroyed his village and killed his sensei. But now, for the first time in his current life, the seed of hatred had started germinating in his heart. "Call us often, okay?" Minato said while squeezing his son's shoulders with his hands. "I will, every weekend, I promise," Naruto said. "We'll try to figure out a way for us to meet in secret, but that will have to wait 2 or 3 weeks at least. We'll need to settle into our new lives first before figuring out the other things." Now that it was time for them to part, Kushina couldn't stop her tears. "You're acting worse than Eri, Mom," Naruto tried to joke while she was hugging him as if her life depended on it. "I'm going to miss you, Naruto. Call us often," she said the same words as her husband. "Any time you want to chat or you need our advice, call us." "I will, Mom, I promised, didn't I? Stay safe out there, okay?" Kushina continued. "Make sure you eat at least 4 meals a day. You're a growing boy, and your quirk has just awakened again. You also still need to recover from the blood loss a few days ago. You will need plenty of food." "No worries, Naruto tried to complain, but when his father shook his head at him, he stopped speaking and listened to her words. "You should practice your martial arts too, never slack off. Your quirk keeps evolving and getting stronger, but don't forget what brought you to the dance in the first place or what made you become as strong as you are now." "Okay," he said and he nodded obediently. "And if you find a girl you like, Although he wanted to let her get everything off her chest at first, Naruto couldn't remain silent anymore. It's not like I'm going to be away for years. I'm not going to marry anyone while I'm still in school, if that's what you're worried about. I'll be fine, he said, exasperated. I'm your mother. It's my job to worry about you. She shot back in reproach. As I was saying, she began now that he had become silent again, if you find a girl that you like, don't let your emotions and feelings get the better of you. You're a celebrity now and a top 10 pro hero in the making. With how handsome and popular you are, girls will be throwing themselves at you if given the chance. And it will only become worse after you get your pro hero license and start making good money. When Naruto looked like he was about to protest again at her nagging, Minato also said, "Listen to your mother, she isn't wrong. The whole world is watching you now, both the good and the bad. Promise me one thing, Naruto. If you do find someone, please introduce her to us right away. Be cautious, and don't fall for any pretty face. Some girls are very smart, and they can be quite heartless and devious at times. You must have heard of many cases before of men whose lives were ruined by the wrong woman. Finding a good partner is one of the most important things in life. True, if your life's going to get ruined, at least find the right woman," Minato piped in. "Now is not the time, Minato." Kushina yelled at him. Turning her attention back to Naruto, Kushina blew out a long sigh. "I'm sorry, I know I am nagging you, but I can't help worrying about you." She had meant to have that conversation with him at the right time instead of being rushed into it like that. She had wanted to give him her advice slowly, when the situation called for it, and help him make important decisions. Alas, life had other plans in store for them. "Done saying your goodbyes?" Mirko asked. "Yeah." His downcast face and sagging fox ears made her sigh in sympathy for him. "Let me help you," she said, taking one of the 2 suitcases he was carrying. "Thanks," he muttered. Coming out of the reception area of the hotel, a black Toyota sedan was waiting for them outside. "Are we taking a taxi all the way to Hiroshima?" he asked in surprise. In general, Japanese people rarely traveled by taxi unless it was during the night when public transportation stopped operating because taxis were very expensive. It was cheaper and also faster to take the bullet train, especially for long trips such as the one they were about to make. There were almost 500 kilometers between Musudafu City and Hiroshima. "We're not going directly to Hiroshima. I'd like to take you somewhere else first. Our first stop is Aichi Prefecture. Mikitane Town, located on the mountainside of Aichi Prefecture, a small town with not even 15,000 inhabitants." "What are we doing here?" he wondered. He had never even heard of that place until then. A few minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a traditional Japanese gate, on which hung a sculpted sign that said, "St. Eugene de Mazenod Orphanage." "Can you wait 2 or 3 hours for us?" "Money is not a problem, I'll pay you as if you were driving," Mirko asked the taxi driver. "As long as I'm paid for it, I don't mind," the driver said. Once Naruto and Mirko got out of the car and took some grocery bags with them, the driver pulled into a shady area under a tree, reclined his seat, and, after pulling down his hat to cover his eyes, promptly fell asleep. As was the case for most of the overworked middle-class workers in Japan, the taxi driver had developed the ability to nap anytime, anywhere. "This is the place where I grew up," Mirko said, momentarily stopping in front of the gate and putting down the bags in her hands to ring the doorbell. A few seconds later, the gate opened, revealing a short, old woman. She was wearing a dark blue kimono, and her gray hair was tied in a bun at her back. At first glance, she appeared to be strict, but her face softened when she saw who the visitor was. "Rumi-chan, you're visiting us again. Come here." As the old woman opened her arms, Mirko hugged her frail body dearly. "It's good to see you again, Oba-san." Turning towards Naruto, she introduced him to her. "This is Uzumaki Naruto. You've probably heard about him. He's my favorite pupil." "I'm your only pupil," he deadpanned, and the old woman chuckled at their antics. But then he made a short bow and said, "Nice to meet you. Where are my manners? Please come inside. The kids will be so happy to see you," the old woman said. Not even 5 seconds after stepping into the courtyard, the fur on his tail stood on end as a stampede of children charged at them seemingly from all directions. Mirko! Rumi-san! The children yelled as they crowded around the rabbit hero. How are you? Who is this Oni-san? What did you bring with you today? I heard you're the number 3 hero now. They were talking all at the same time, bombarding her with questions, but she didn't appear to be annoyed by their behavior. Taking a girl and a boy on her shoulders and 2 more children in her hands, Mirko let the gaggle of loud kids lead her inside the house. Picking up Mirko's bags as well, Naruto carried all the baggage inside by himself. Are you really the number 3 hero now? Yes, it's true, she said. You're the most kick-ass girl hero in the rankings. You're my favorite hero. A 10-year-old girl with a pair of cat ears on her head said, all the while looking at her with stars in her eyes. Mind your language, young lady, or Oba-san will punish you. Mirko admonished her lightly but secretly winked at her, making everyone giggle. Who is that? A boy asked while pointing at Naruto curiously. It's not nice to point fingers, Aoi-kun. Haha, sorry. The boy said, flushing a little as Mirko ruffled his hair endearingly. He is Uzumaki Naruto. You've heard of him before, haven't you? The orphanage did not have access to television, but the children were still up to date with the trending stuff in the country thanks to their classmates at school. But he has 1, 2, 3, 4. He has 4 tails. Uzumaki Naruto has 3, no. A little girl asked, counting Naruto's fox tails with attention once again to make sure she got it right the first time. His quirk evolved again. Really? Did you evolve again? A boy who looked rather similar to Jirota from Class B with his fur-covered skin said and looked at Naruto wide-eyed. Did you get new powers? I did, but I can't show you. I can't control it yet, it's too dangerous, Naruto said, anticipating what the boy was going to ask. The next 15 minutes were spent answering all sorts of questions for the curious children. But even their curiosity had to take a backseat when the old lady returned with a large tray filled with glazed chocolate cookies and small cartons of juice of varying flavors. You shouldn't have brought them sweets again. Tonight is going to be hell, the old lady complained, but from the tone of her voice, Mirko knew she didn't really mean it. As the kids got into a small scuffle, fighting over their favorite flavors, the old lady went to separate them and handed the cartons of juice one by one to everyone. As Naruto and Mirko watched the old lady scold the kids for behaving rudely in front of the guests, he asked, "What are you going to do now that All for One knows about this orphanage? I heard him shouting after you when you were carrying me to the hospital. What if he decided to get back at you by taking revenge on these children? What about the other villains that you have locked behind the bars? These children are getting transferred to other orphanages or put into foster care over the course of the next month. As for Oba-san, she will finally retire. Aside from the pension she'll get from the government, I have also set up a pension fund for her. It's the least I could do for her," Mirko said. "You care about her a lot, don't you? She's the reason I am who I am today. My mother gave birth to me when she was only 15. She was still in school, and her parents, my grandparents, were pushing for her to abort me, to not ruin her future. But she didn't want to do that. She ran away from home and, after giving birth to me, she left me in the care of an orphanage." Mirko's case was not exactly an uncommon reason for children being placed in orphanages in Japan. Many of the children in Japan's orphanages weren't truly orphans, but they were left there by their parents because they were unable to provide for them. When I was 3 years old, I was transferred to another orphanage. At the age of 7, I was transferred to another place once again. It was here. I lived here until the age of 12. After that, I was sent to an all-girls orphanage for teenagers. But I've never forgotten this place. This is the only place that made me feel like I had a home. Oba-san was strict, but she was fair, and behind that brash attitude of hers, even as a kid, I could tell how much she cared about all of us. He was filled with surprise as he listened to her words. "How did you become a hero?" he asked. From an orphan girl in a nameless town in the boonies to becoming the number 3 hero in Japan, that was quite the story. "It wasn't anything grand or special," Mirko said, laughing softly. "I didn't have a noble purpose or anything like that. I've always been a rowdy kid. I've always loved fighting. Ever since I was a young kid, up until I was your age, I would get into fights with others almost daily. I told you how I got my nickname, didn't I? Oh, yeah, Tiger Bunny, Naruto said with a chuckle. It was Oba-san who first suggested to me that I use my strength for the sake of others. Frankly, I didn't care about doing good deeds and all that stuff when I was a teenager. But her suggestion gave me an idea. Becoming a pro hero would let me beat up people without getting in trouble with the law and even getting paid for it. For me at that time, it was an absolute win, she said, spreading her arms. Both of them started snickering. But, as I became more mature mentally, I started taking my job more seriously. Now, more than 10 years after I got my pro hero license, while I still love fighting and beating up villains just as much, people's safety always comes first for me. A pro hero's #1 purpose is to rescue the people in need. Hey, Oni-san, do you want to play with us? A boy came over to them while they were talking, bouncing a soccer ball. Yeah, come play with us. Let's play soccer, another boy said and grabbed Naruto by the hand. Mirko-san, you come with us too. Please, let's make 2 teams, girls versus boys. The cat-eared girl said. Although she told the taxi driver she would get back in 3 hours, it was already evening by the time they returned. To their surprise, the taxi driver was still asleep even after all that time. Being such a small town, it was quiet, and there was hardly any traffic on that particular street. I'm sorry. We're way later than anticipated, Mirko apologized. No worries, no worries. The driver said as he got out of the car and stretched his body. I got paid for sleeping. I haven't had such good sleep in months. I'll also be able to pull an all-nighter thanks to the rest I got today. If only all days were like this, haha. Once the taxi driver turned on the engine, Mirko got in the backseat next to Naruto, and they went on their way. How was it? Did you like the orphanage? She asked. It was something different, and the children were also so well behaved, they reminded me of my little sister. I liked it, but why did you bring me here today? You seemed down. I wanted to take your mind off your problems, if only for a little while, Mirko said. For a few moments, he was silent. Thank you, Mirko, he said eventually. You've been a great help to us. Not only have you saved my life 2 times already, you've even offered to take care of me in this tough situation. What can I say? You've grown on me. How could I let a kid as honest and good as you stay on the streets? She smirked and ruffled his hair. There was never talk about me being left on the streets. And stop that, he said, swatting her hand away. But she sneaked her arm around his neck and caught him in a headlock, mashing his face into the side of her breasts. What are you doing? The driver is watching us, Naruto said in a harsh whisper. The driver chuckled as he watched in the rearview mirror how the rabbit hero gave the fox boy a noogie while he was struggling to get out of her grasp. So the rumors that the 2 of you were close weren't just tabloid talk, the driver said meaningfully, still chuckling. We're not close that way. Naruto refuted his words as she finally let go of his neck. Not yet, Mirko added right after. What? He asked wide-eyed. What? She said back, a shit-eating grin on her face when she saw him flushing a deep red color. Eventually, she couldn't hold back her laughter anymore, and she started giggling uncontrollably. Don't you dare. Gimme that. Or put it away. Now, he shouted when he saw her taking out her phone and trying to snap a photo of him. Unfortunately, he couldn't do much against her while they were in a car. 5 minutes later, all he could do was watch how she sent that photo to his mother on cross-chat and how she started texting with her. While Mirko was busy chatting with Kushina through text messages, he fell into thoughts as he looked at the passing scenery outside. Yet another thing destroyed because of All for One. Now that AFO knew about the orphanage that Mirko was sponsoring, in fear of his retaliation, it had to be shut down. There were only around 20 children between the ages of 6 and 12. But even so, he could tell that the old lady was taking good care of them. Other orphanages are much worse. Caretakers in other orphanages didn't pay much attention to the kids, and it wasn't a rare occurrence for the older kids to viciously bully the younger ones. Many orphans committed suicide even before reaching the age of maturity, while others lost hope after facing the difficulties of Japanese society as grown-ups. Being an orphan in Japan was not easy even as an adult. As he had been an orphan in his past life, Naruto was particularly sensitive to such matters. If they also happened to have a troublesome quirk or an appearance that's not conventionally attractive. He sighed. Deep down, he wished he could help those children, but he was only a child himself. He didn't have that kind of money or influence. At least not yet. Furthermore, a powerful enemy was out to hunt him down. While he was not particularly worried for himself, even if he had the money to support others, he wouldn't be able to do it out of fear that the villains would harm Tama. Mirko's current situation was the perfect example. But what about your mother? Naruto suddenly asked. That guy threatened to go after her too. Mirko put her phone down for a moment to answer him. My mother, I don't think she'll be in any trouble. She was living in the United States with her boyfriends the last time I checked up on her. Boyfriends? As in plural? He asked, doubting his ears for a moment. My mother and we are very different from each other. We have very different values and behavior. So we don't talk that often. As long as I know that she is safe, that's all that matters, Mirko said, not wanting to delve too deeply into details. I didn't mean to pry. Don't sweat it. More importantly, how do you feel about getting your provisional hero license next week? I thought only second-year students and above could take that exam. Yes, normally, you need to be older for that exam and you also have to take it together with many other contestants. The regular exams will be held in September. But, considering how villains have targeted you and your family, I'm sure they can make an exception for you at my request. Besides, is there any question about your strength and your character after how you risked your life at USJ to protect your fellow classmates from Nomu? That would be awesome. That means I can tag along with you whenever you do your hero work, right? Yep. Isn't that exciting? She grinned at him. Once you become my sidekick, I'll even change the name of the agency. The Fox and the Hare, how about it? Doesn't it sound catchy? Isn't it awesome? Her excitement was infectious, and he found himself smiling with her too. Taking me in, offering me to take the provisional hero license exam, and even coming up with a new name for the agency. You've really put a lot of thought into this. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing like you told my parents. Guilty as charged, Mirko said, an unrepentant smile on her face. If I didn't know any better, I'd be afraid you're scheming something against me. He narrowed his eyes at her. You, afraid? You're the fox and I'm the hare. Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? You may be the rabbit but I can't imagine you being afraid of anything, he said. Ha, you know me so well, she said, raising her hand for a fist bump. Anya, OMG, look at these two. Daichi Boss 79, I have a confession to make. I think I might be gay. I am going to sue Uzumaki Naruto for making me gay. Let me INNNN, lolalol. Tobarama for life, Daichi Boss 79 KY's faggot. Moderator message, user Tobarama for life has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Daichi Boss 79, lol, retard got what he deserved. Moderator message, user Daichi Boss 79 has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Le Juanito, El Mao, dude fell for the classic blunder. YV 2189, that guy Daichi might have been onto something. I'm a straight dude myself, boot. Kane the goat, bruh, how can a straight dude thirst over another dude when there's a rabbit goddess right next to him? The Last Samurai, they're so cute together, holy hell. The Fox and the Hare. Make it happen. Prince Aemon, I thought it was just rumors on the internet, but she's really all over him. Someone call the FBI. ZZ Great Dane ZZ, FRFR, the thirst is real. Johnny E. Snow, what's the age of consent in Japan? Harem is bae, lol chill you pervs. She's just teasing him. Go out and touch some grass. Akari from Tokyo, honestly, I'm just happy he looks like he is okay. They said on the news a few days ago that he was in the hospital with severe stab wounds after the villains attacked him. I was so worried about him. Hinamori-chan, I happened to be at the private hospital in Musudafu to get my burns treated after my daughter's fire quirk went out of control when I saw Mirko bringing him to the emergency section. Both his and her clothes were soaked with his blood. I thought he was going to die. ZZ Great Dane ZZ, Harumbas Bay STFU Gorilla Fucker. Moderator message. User ZZ Great Dane ZZ has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Sherry SAO, these guys are wild lol. It's ya boy Tyler, I love the internet LMAO. Haruki02, look at 49, 32. Who would have thought Mirko's mother was a teen mom? Yagami Dark, apparently her mother also has a harem of boyfriends lol. Jiraiya at home, if Mirko's mom is as bad as I think she is, I wouldn't mind being halfway on the train for her. Jurahanyo, anyone got a picture of her mom? If Mirko is already this hot, imagine her mother. Rabbit MILF. Arararara. MILF. 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 ASF Hask JFHAK JSFHJASHFKAS. Sorry. I was wiping something off my keyboard. Booty call Sam. Jiraiya at home, Jurahanyo, I could be going 35th on her and still kiss her open-mouthed. Hanabi Reina, you guys are really gross. Off to horny jail with you lot. Moderator message. User Jiraiya at home has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Moderator message. User Booty Call Sam has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Moderator message. User Jurahanyo has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. Moderator message. User Arararara has been muted for 24 hours. Please keep the conversation civil. MILF Supremacy. Hanabi Reina, so you're the mod that's banning people left and right, huh? I bet you're a 300 pounds cunt with Cheetos caked fingers and a triple chin. Change your name to Jabba the Cunt. Moderator message. User MILF Supremacy has been muted for 7 days. Please keep the conversation civil. Yagami Dark, Elmao Savage. Sherry SAO, rest in pieces. Beasto Genisto, what an insult ROFL. Rest in piss, you won't be missed. After Mirko and Naruto arrived at her apartment in Hiroshima, she opened her laptop to catch up with the news and her other social and mass media duties. But when she logged in on cross-chat and saw the top trending post in her feed, she was stupefied. Their taxi driver had recorded their entire drive from Aichi Prefecture to Hiroshima and posted it on cross-chat. "I'm going to kill that guy," she shouted. Thinking back, she had noticed the phone mounted on his car dashboard, but she had not given it any importance because most taxi drivers had phone holders like those, using them for accessing GPS services and the like. The screen of the phone didn't look like it was filming either. If the invasion of her privacy was not bad enough, the comments section was one of the most vulgar and toxic she had seen in years. Mirko wasn't the only one dealing with a massive headache at that moment. Less than an hour after being posted, that secretly recorded video blew up in popularity, with thousands of people watching and commenting on it. Now, his classmates were pestering him with text messages. He even had 2 missed calls from Mina and 1 from his best friend, Izuku. Luckily, there are a few weeks left before the start of school. All this ruckus should die out by then, right? It would be a massive lie to say that he was not affected by Mirko's teasing and jokes. He did not lie to her when he complimented her beauty. She was also the main reason he didn't have eyes for the girls around his age at school, despite how good-looking they were. But I'm still just a kid to her, probably. She's quite a bit older than Maya. Muting his phone, Naruto decided to stop thinking about it. His small crush on the rabbit hero was hardly a priority in his mind at that moment. With the threat of AFO killing him and his family, he didn't have the leisure to entertain thoughts of romance. Changing into his gym clothes, he left the apartment and went to the rooftop. As he started working out, he slowly familiarized himself with his increased physical abilities after his quirk's awakening. Chapter 30 Confession. With a population of 1.5 million, Fukuoka was the largest city on Kyushu Island and one of the top 10 largest in Japan. It was also the main area of operation for Hawk's hero agency, Garuda. 3 weeks after being hospitalized, Keigo Takami, also known as the wing hero Hawks, finally received his doctor's permission to be discharged. "I missed this," he said as he glided over the city and took in a deep breath, filling his lungs with the salty air coming from the sea. He missed spreading his wings, he missed flying. 3 weeks of being confined to a hospital bed had almost made him go crazy. "Ah!" He cried out in pain and winced when his wings flapped a bit harder than normal to keep his balance in the air after a sudden gust of powerful wind. Landing on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building, Hawks held onto his belly with his hands. "I've overexerted myself." Although he was discharged from the hospital, his wound was not completely healed. Full recovery would take 1 or 2 more months, assuming he actually rested instead of doing hero work. Still holding onto his stomach, Hawks flew slowly towards his office. When he finally arrived, he flew through the open window and let himself fall onto his chair. "Thought I was going to die." Reclining his chair, Hawks stretched his arms above his head and sighed in relief as he felt the pain in his gut recede. Luckily, that attack didn't hit any vital organs. Thinking about the villain that attacked Uehai's training camp, Hawks frowned in thought. It was unlike him to show such concern on his face, but he couldn't remember ever being as helpless against a villain as he had been in his encounter with All for One. Recalling that fight also made him think of the boy who had held his own against AFO up until the moment he and the rabbit hero arrived. Going by the devastated appearance of the environment, he could tell that the fox boy must have put up a hell of a fight before he was defeated. "He's a good kid," Hawks thought as he remembered how Naruto came to visit him 2 times while he was in the hospital. "Hawks! Hawks! There's trouble!" A shout broke him out of his thoughts. It was one of his sidekicks. He had come back to the office through the open window without alerting anyone only a few minutes ago, but it was as if his sidekicks had a sixth sense when it came to finding his location. "What happened this time? Give me a break, I'm still a recovering patient." 2 villains got murdered in the middle of Hakata subway station. Hawks raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Who did it?" "We don't know." "What do you mean you don't know? Just check the CCTV." Japan was one of the top 5 most heavily monitored countries in the world, with a network of millions of CCTV cameras. Most of the subway and train stations in all large cities were monitored. The CCTV cameras were all turned off. All we know from the witnesses is that a man wearing a hood and a white animal mask dropped a smoke bomb and that by the time the smoke was cleared away, the 2 villains were found lifeless, with their throats sliced off, the sidekick hero said. Now that got his undivided attention. The CCTV cameras were off. This must have been a premeditated crime. Also, only someone with enough power and authority in the government could have ordered the CCTV to be shut down. Or the killer had a hacker on their side, Hawks said, deep in thought. Any civilian casualties? Some people suffered from mild panic attacks, and an old man was almost trampled by the scared crowd, but nobody else died aside from the villains. "Let's go to the crime scene," Hawks said as he folded his wings and stood up from his chair. Whether it was because of Mirko's connections or because the HPSC wanted to do him a favor, the provisional hero license exam had been mostly a formality for Naruto. "Feels a bit anticlimactic," Naruto said as he looked at his provisional hero badge. "Would you have rather waited to take the exam in September and compete against other kids in, play fighting, games and contests?" Mirko asked. "No, but I was expecting more hardship. Everyone knows what you're capable of by now, and you had the personal recommendation of the number 1, number 3, and number 4 heroes in the country. All Might and Hawks recommended me too," he said surprised. He could see why All Might would agree with it, but he had not expected the wing hero to vouch for him as well. "I asked them to put in a word for you, and they didn't object to the idea. With 3 of the top 5 highest-ranking pro heroes in the country recommending you, the HPSC didn't want to make your life difficult either, so here we are." Clapping her hands once, Mirko was suddenly filled with energy as she said. "Let's celebrate. Yar yar. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you're the teenager and I'm the responsible adult." Naruto grumbled, shaking his head. "Shut up, it's okay to let loose sometimes." Mirko shot back. Having had one too many drinks, the rabbit hero was draped over his back, plastered. "If people see us now, there will be new rumors again." I'm nearly 10 years older than you. Who cares what they say? It's because of that age gap that they're saying things. Also, could you stop moving around too much? Naruto said, his face unknowingly flushing from feeling her breasts pressing tightly against his back. Don't be so grumpy, she said, climbing a bit higher on his back. With him holding her by her thighs and with her arms wrapped around his neck, Mirko rested her chin on his shoulder, her face leaning against his. Even if I were to like you, would you mind it that much? Is she really that drunk? Or is she pretending she's drunk just to ask me this kind of questions? Naruto thought. Momentarily, he walked in silence, not knowing what to say. I wouldn't. I actually like you a lot, Naruto said. Due to how hard he was blushing, he didn't feel how Mirko's face started burning at his unexpected confession too. He was not one to beat around the bush. He had always been direct and honest about his feelings, even in his past life. God knows he had exasperated Sakura with how many times he had asked her out on a date. In his current life, however, having grown up with the morals and values of modern Japanese society, he was far more tactful and conscious when it came to romance. But I'm still underage while you're a mature and successful woman. As one of the top 3 ranked heroes in Japan, you have an image to protect. Mirko giggled softly at his words and rubbed her cheek against his, all the while tightening her arms around his neck. 'Twas a joke. You're too serious for your own good. Ha ha. This damned drunkard. Naruto started cussing. I should make you walk home by yourself. You're always messing around with me. The rabbit hero continued to giggle at his expense and ruffled his hair, further annoying him. Half an hour later, Naruto sighed in relief as he reached Mirko's home. You can get down, we're home, he said as he fished out the keycard from his wallet and swiped it on the digital lock. Don't wanna. Snorting at her whiny words, he carried her to her bedroom. I know you're not that drunk, from here you can walk to your bed alone. Although he had been living with Mirko for several weeks already, he had never entered her room. On the first day he arrived there, they had agreed on some ground rules. Neither Mirko nor Naruto were to enter each other's bedrooms. It was for the sake of preserving their privacy. No, carry me to the bed, she said, tightening her legs around his waist. Okay, stop squeezing me, it hurts. Opening her door and turning on the lights, he was momentarily frozen in disbelief at the mess in front of his eyes. While the common spaces in her apartment, such as the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, were being cleaned every Saturday by the two of them together, they had to clean their bedrooms alone. When is the last time you did any cleaning? What's with this mess? You're so loud, stop nagging me, she whined. Letting out yet another sigh, he started shoveling aside the pile of clothes and books on the floor with his foot as he made his way to her bed. Imagine if other people knew what a slob you are. He used to be just like her before, but, ever since he regained his memories and turned over a new leaf for the sake of his parents, he fixed many of his bad habits. Nowadays, he had a hard time believing anyone could live comfortably in such a messy room. What the hell? He said and jumped back when his foot touched a particularly unusual object. Seriously. God damn it, Mirko. He yelled and turned his head to the side as much as he could to glare at her. What's with that overreaction? You're acting as if you've never seen one. That's because I haven't, you damned pervert. I'm not a pervert, she shouted back at him. It's normal. I'm a woman and I'm single. I have needs too. Pervert, he said, stretching out the word and turning with his back to the bed. He let go of her thighs and tried to untangle her arms from around his neck to make her fall on the bed. I'm not a pervert, you cheeky little shit, she shouted at him and squeezed her arms tighter around him. Catching his neck in a rear naked choke, she forced him to fall on the bed with her. With her right forearm under his chin and the other on the back of his neck, and her legs locked around his waist in a body triangle, if any Brazilian jiu-jitsu practitioner saw her position at that moment, they would applaud it as perfect. I give up, he yelled, rapidly tapping her forearm. Although she lessened the strength of her choke, she didn't remove her hands completely. I'm not a pervert, she insisted again. I'm really not. I get it. Just let go of me, he said fearfully after she nearly choked him unconscious. If Mirko was a bit crazy even when she was sober, it looked like drunk Mirko was on another level of crazy altogether. At his words, she removed her arms from around his neck, but her long and muscular legs were still locked around his waist. Mirko, your legs. Will you stay with me tonight? She unexpectedly asked. I don't know if it's a good idea, he said, suddenly becoming aware of their rather indecent position. Don't leave, please. Something in her voice made him unable to say no again. Okay. Finally letting go of him, Naruto rolled off her and turned on his side, lying next to her. As Mirko turned on her side too, the two ended up with only a few centimeters between them. Whether it was due to being drunk or maybe it was due to the effort she made earlier to choke him, her face was unusually red as she stared at him. From the soft dark skin of her cheeks to her cute little nose, her sparkling with mischief red eyes, and her plush red lips, Naruto found himself awestruck by her beauty. Am I your friend, Naruto? She asked, her voice only a whisper this time. How is that a question? Of course you are. She smiled, it wasn't one of her usual teasing grins this time. It was a pure, happy smile. Bringing her right hand to his face and cupping his cheek, Naruto shivered and closed his eyes as she started gently caressing his whisker-like birthmarks. Before he knew it, he felt her softly nudging his head closer to her. As she pressed her lips to his forehead, he felt his insides twist. It was at that moment that he came to the realization that he had fallen completely in love with her. Unable to fully contain his newly found feelings, he closed the remaining distance between them and wrapped his hands around her, hugging her close to his body. Mirko sighed in bliss as she returned the hug and buried her face into his chest. I'm glad you're my friend, she mumbled softly against his chest. Inwardly, he wished to say that friends wouldn't lie in each other's arms like that, but, recognizing the vulnerability in her voice, he kept his mouth shut. A few moments later, the rabbit girl's breathing became even. She fell asleep. The next morning, Mirko was the first to wake up. Oh, fuck. That was the first thought that came to her mind as she realized the kind of position she was in. If anyone saw her sleeping with her head on his chest and with one of her legs draped over his waist, she would be hard-pressed to convince them that there was truly nothing between them. Getting up and slipping out of bed with great care so as not to wake him up, Mirko quickly left the bedroom and made a beeline towards the bathroom. It took nearly an hour of struggle against her embarrassment for her to finally come out of the shower and gather her courage to return to her bedroom to face Naruto. Seeing the door of the bedroom cracked open, she quietly peeked inside to see if he had woken up yet. To her surprise, he was in the middle of cleaning up her room, and, going by the 3 piles of clothes, food wrapping, and other miscellaneous objects he had separated on the floor, he must have been at it for a while. Naruto, you didn't have to. I was going to clean it myself. Oh, hey, good morning, he said happily, smiling at her. His innocent smile made her embarrassment and guilt return anew. But when she saw her toy propped at the top of the pile with miscellaneous objects, she burst with a mixture of shame and indignation. Couldn't you at least have some tact? At least hide it somewhere underneath. Naruto laughed out loud as she quickly grabbed the offending object and shoved it into the drawer of her nightstand before slamming it shut with a bang. Her angry and embarrassing blush was so adorable that Naruto found himself smiling from ear to ear. He understood then why his parents and Mirko too often tried to embarrass him for the sake of snapping photos of his expression. How is it to be on the receiving end for once? When she lunged at him, Naruto rolled away from her and broke into a sprint towards the balcony. Her finger just brushed past his t-shirt as he jumped from the balcony's windowsill towards the rooftop of the building. If he thought she was not going to come after him because of her attire, she was wearing only a pair of dolphin shorts and a tight, sleeveless white t-shirt, he was gravely mistaken because she jumped right after him, hot on his heels. Shit. He let out a curse and jumped off towards the rooftop of a nearby building, running away in a panic. Mirko started running after him too, with the two of them engaging in a crazy game of tag as they jumped off from one high-rise building's rooftop to another. Although she was faster than him on the ground, he was far more experienced than her when it came to shinobi jumping, like that. For a while, she couldn't close the distance between them. Half an hour later, however, gradually getting used to that type of movement, Mirko managed to catch up to him and back him into a corner. Both of them were panting from the crazy run they had just had. But they were also grinning widely. "It's my loss, you win," he said, raising his hands in surrender. "If you think you're getting scot-free just like that, you're sorely mistaken. If you wanted to give up, you should have done so from the start," she said as she walked toward him while cracking her knuckles. But when she got within 1 meter of him, 4 golden chains suddenly burst from Naruto's back. He was just about to start laughing in triumph when Mirko's body seemed to blur out of his sight. In a feat of speed hard to imagine, she suddenly appeared behind him and kicked the back of his knees, making him fall to the ground. "How did you dodge that?" he said. He knew she was fast, but his attack had been at blank point range, and she had not seen it coming either. It was incredible. As she pushed him flat against the ground and pressed one of her knees against his back, she said, "You must have forgotten. My quirk had awakened too." Her voice was dripping with smugness. "Now, what shall I do with you?" she sang. "How about we start with you calling me Aneki?" "Damned brutish Gyaru," Naruto muttered under his breath. "Ow, ow," he yelped in pain when she grabbed him by one of his fox ears. "Aneki, I'm sorry." Mirko laughed out loud in glee. Beating people up and forcing them to call her Big Sis was one of her favorite pastimes, back in her days as a delinquent when she was infamous as the Tiger Bunny. "Now I'll have to get a shower again because of you," Mirko said in annoyance while she flipped an omelet in the frying pan. His hair ragged and his clothes battered from how she roughed him up earlier, Naruto sulked with his chin on his hands as he waited for her to finish cooking breakfast. "You were calling me a pervert last night, but it looks like you can't take your eyes off my ass," Mirko suddenly said, and Naruto sputtered at her unexpected words. "Don't even try to hide it. Ha ha ha," she said as she turned to look at him with a grin. "I can feel your gaze on me every time." "Sorry," he muttered as he turned his head away from her, his arms crossed at his chest. She merely chuckled as she turned back towards the stove to continue cooking. She didn't really blame him. She understood that he was a hormonal teenager, and her attire didn't help the situation either. Her dolphin shorts did almost nothing to hide the amazing shape of her wide hips and her big, sexy cheeks. A few minutes later, now seated across from each other at the table, they both said a small prayer of thanks and started eating. "About yesterday, I know it's not a good excuse that I was drunk. I shouldn't have let it get to that point. I'm sorry I made you uncomfortable with my behavior," she said sincerely. "It's just she made a small pause to find her words. "I rarely get the chance to let loose like that. It's been several years since I could enjoy myself like that in someone's company." Thrown off by the sudden apology, he asked, "Why? I mean, what stops you from going out and drinking once in a while?" "Duh, I'm a hero," she said with a roll of her eyes. "My appearance makes it hard for me to blend with random people in a pub. But, more importantly, I'm not a chill drinker. The last time I got drunk, I sent 4 men and 1 woman to the hospital." Naruto burst into laughter before he could stop himself. "You started a bar fight or what?" Mirko laughed too, but it was hollow. He could tell that his joke hit the nail right on the head. He stopped laughing when he realized what it meant for someone with her power to get into a brawl against regular people. The fact that she had also almost choked him unconscious last night let him know that she was serious about what she said. "I'm glad you didn't start one yesterday. Maybe it's because I was in a great mood," she said, shrugging her shoulders. Tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear, she smiled as she looked at him. "Were you serious when you said you see me as your friend?" His chopsticks stopped midway as he momentarily forgot about his food while he looked at her. "I wouldn't joke about something like that. And you're not just a friend. You're much more than that." Although there was quite the age difference between them, mentally, due to his past life memories, Naruto felt rather close to her. His behavior wasn't exactly that of a regular teen either. "You're also my benefactor, my sensei, and my role model." As he spoke, Mirko's face started reddening at a speed visible to the naked eye. "And last night I realized that I fell in love with you." Her face flushing profusely now, the rabbit girl stared at him speechless, her red eyes wide with surprise. I know it's not proper for us to be together now. But I won't give up. Within 2 years, I will make you fall for me too, believe you me. He said with conviction. Quote. Are you crazy? She said, breathless from embarrassment. It's your fault. I've liked you for some time, but last night you made me fall in love with you completely. How can you say something like that with a straight face? She half yelled at him. The way she covered her face with her hands and the sight of her long rabbit ears falling down made her look so cute that Naruto felt the proverbial butterflies in his stomach. When he saw her peeking at him through her fingers, unable to suppress his thoughts anymore, he burst out. Mon, you're so cute, it hurts. Eventually, Mirko gave up all pretense and turned away from him together with her chair, so he could not see her face anymore. But he didn't want to leave it up in the air. Whether she accepted his feelings or rejected them, he wanted a clear answer from her. Her long rabbit ears flinched when she heard the scratching sound made by his chair against the sandstone floor as he stood up. Coming in front of her, he gently pried her hands away from her face. In spite of her embarrassment, she did not put up too much resistance. Mirko, could you give me an answer, please? Rumi, she said quietly. From now on, call me Rumi. Is that a yes? He said, his voice betraying how hopeful he was. Standing up from her chair, Mirko rose on her tippy toes to press a soft kiss on his cheek. That's all you're going to get for now, she said coyly as she looked up at him. The smile that appeared on his face in the next moment was so happy and pure, and Mirko felt her cheeks flush again. If the fox boy was adorable in general, that expression of pure happiness on his face was simply cheating. She did not even try to break away when he suddenly took her in his arms and embraced her tightly. Instead, she laid her head on his chest and hugged his waist too, melting in his embrace. Mirko was known as the fierce rabbit hero, and many people described her as a violent and battle-crazy maniac. But now, she looked no different from an innocent girl basking in the loving embrace of her boyfriend. Deep down, however, the rabbit girl couldn't completely extinguish the voices that disapproved of her feelings. That he was too young. That she was a Christmas cake. That society frowned upon big age gaps between partners. That's why, despite her feelings, she set a clear boundary between them. 1. Mommy, can we call Naruto Nisan later today? Eri asked, giving her the best puppy eyes she was capable of. The little girl learned early on what a powerful weapon her cuteness could be when used against adults. It was super effective. You really love your big brother, don't you? Kushina cooed at her and pinched her cheeks. Eri giggled and nodded her head at her. Okay, but what do you say if we waited for Daddy to come home so we can all talk to him together? The little girl pouted at that answer. But Daddy is always late. Sometimes he doesn't even come home at night. Kushina's smile waned at her words. It was true. Ever since they started their new life a few weeks ago, her husband had been busier and more absent from home than ever before. He left early in the morning and came back late at night, if he came back at all. It's a difficult period for us, but things will go back to normal soon, Kushina said hopefully as she caressed her hair lovingly. At that moment, her laptop started beeping, indicating an incoming video call. Mirko, she said in surprise when she saw the name of the caller. Usagi-ne-chan, Eri also asked. As Kushina clicked on the button to receive the call, a new window opened, and Mirko's face appeared on the screen of her laptop. Hello. Are you alright? Kushina asked, realizing something was not completely right about Mirko's facial expression. Did something happen? Is Naruto alright? Hello. No, don't worry, everything is fine. We just came back from a day of hero work. Naruto is on the rooftop now, training. Not that I'm not happy about your call, but, Kushina began to say. I think I'm in love with Yorson. The rabbit girl spoke so quickly that Kushina couldn't understand what she said at first. What? For the first time in her life, Kushina saw the rabbit hero actually start fidgeting and biting her lower lip with an anxious look on her face. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly before saying in a clear voice this time. I'm in love with your son. Chapter 31 Promises. I'm in love with your son. For a moment, there was only silence, with neither Kushina nor Mirko saying anything. One was stunned and speechless, while the other was too nervous to break the silence. As for Eri, she was watching the scene in confusion, not understanding what had brought about that strange mood. "Naruto, you're the man," someone unexpectedly said at that moment, startling Kushina so badly that she let out a small shriek. "Minato, how are you home so early? So you don't want me here? I'm hurt," Minato said in a whiny voice, but he couldn't keep up the facade when Eri jumped into his arms. "Daddy. Oh ho. You've grown so much bigger since I last saw you," he said while lifting the little girl in the air from her armpits and twirling her around. "You're so silly, Dad, it's only been 3 days. I'm still the same," Eri said while laughing. And just like that, the tension from before disappeared into thin air. From the other side of the video call, Mirko found herself smiling too at the beautiful sight of the happy family. Putting Eri down in his lap, he took a seat next to his wife and asked, "So, what's this I hear about you being in love with my son, huh?" he said in a teasing voice. The rabbit girl couldn't find her words momentarily. "It just happened. I didn't mean to. Don't tell me you took advantage of him." Kushina cut her off sharply. "Of course not. He's too young. I wouldn't. This is so damn embarrassing." Minato's giggling made Kushina glare at him. "Be a bit more serious, will you? This is no laughing matter." "How so? My son just scored a woman 10 years older than him, and a total beauty at that." "Hell yeah. Minato," Kushina said scandalized and slapped him on the forearm. Mirko too facepalmed at his words, her long rabbit ears sagging down in embarrassment. "In all seriousness, why do you seem to be against the idea of him dating Mirko? Would it be better if it was some girl we knew nothing about, someone who might use him for his fame and break his heart when she's done with him? Mirko is a respectable hero, a beautiful woman, and there haven't been any scandals about her in the media. She is wealthy and famous as well, so she doesn't have anything to gain by being in a relationship with him other than his company and love." "That's not what I meant, and you know it," Kushina said in annoyance. "There's a big age gap between them. What will other people say when they hear about it? Does other people's opinion really matter? It's Naruto's and Mirko's happiness, not theirs. With the two of them being as famous as they are, people are going to find a reason to gossip about them regardless." Kushina couldn't find something to retort right away. She was biting her lower lip and wrenching her fingers with a distraught look on her face. "Do you really love him?" Kushina turned her head to the laptop screen and asked. "Lova, it's too soon to talk about such deep feelings," Mirko said honestly. "But I like him. I like him a lot." Feeling as though her words had not properly conveyed the nature of her feelings, she continued, "He's responsible and brave. He never backed away from a fight, and he was willing to put his life on the line for the sake of his friends and classmates. Even when we first met at USJ, I respected him for that. Despite his age, he has the conviction and strength to sacrifice himself for others. He is a hero through and through. But, as I got to know him better, we grew closer. I got to know the other side of him too. He's kind and considerate, hardworking and stubborn to a fault. But he's also a pervert and a half, and he often gets on my nerves with his dumb jokes." "A pervert? What did he do? Did he try to peep on you?" Kushina said with narrowed eyes. "I see he's gone astray since he left. We've been too lenient with him, Minato. We really ought to beat his ass one of these days." "Kushina, not in front of Eri," Minato admonished her while covering Eri's ears with his hands. The little girl giggled at the interaction between her parents. They were usually very careful with their language, but Kushina tended to lose the filter on her mouth whenever she got angry. No, he's never done anything of that sort," Mirko said quickly. "It hasn't been revealed to the public yet, but my quirk has awakened too when I rescued him from All for One. If it hadn't been for that, both of us might have lost our lives. I'm getting sidetracked. What I'm trying to get at is that after awakening, my sixth sense is extremely sensitive. I can even feel people's gazes on Maya." She trailed off, only for Minato to continue her words. "So you can sense that he can't take his eyes off you." Seeing how his wife started rubbing her knuckles with a menacing look on her face, Minato couldn't hold in his laughter. "You need to relax, honey. He's not any different from any other boy his age in this regard. He's a teenager. Turning to Mirko again, Minato said. I can't say I'm surprised at this development. You extended an internship offer for the first time in your career just for Naruto, and I also heard that you were one of the first heroes to respond to the SOS call when All for One attacked the training camp. You dropped everything you were doing and came to help him. And after that, you even offered to take care of him free of charge until school started. I had an inkling that you had grown to care for him. And you must have seen it too, I'm sure, Minato said at the end, directing that last sentence at his wife. The only thing I'm surprised about is that it happened a bit earlier than expected. If something were to happen between you two, I thought it would be next year. Second-year students at UA High can spend up to 3 or 4 months on their internships, so that seemed like the perfect moment for it to happen. Kushina blew out a long sigh and sagged her shoulders before saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come off like I did, she apologized. No, you don't have to apologize. I understand your point of view. It's normal to be worried about your child. But at the same time, please understand my side too. If I wanted to take advantage of your son, I could have done it, and you might never even have found out about it. But I am serious about him, that's why I asked for your approval to date him. I would love to make this work. I have finally found someone who is after my own heart. After taking a big breath, Mirko said one last thing. But if you tell me now that you don't agree with it, I will cease all contact with him, as per your wishes. He will still stay with me until the start of school, when the new dorms will be opened on the school campus, but I won't have contact with him afterwards. You have said yourself, the fact that you came to us first says plenty about your intentions. But what does Naruto have to say about it? Minato asked. He's the one who confessed his feelings to me, the rabbit girl said, her cheeks reddening slightly at the reminder of the embarrassment she had gone through that day. Minato's shit-eating grin and the way he pumped his fist in the air spoke volumes about his feelings on the matter. He couldn't be any prouder of his son. You have my blessing. And Kushina's too, Minato said and nudged Kushina's shoulder to make her talk. But when Kushina didn't say anything, he let out an awkward chuckle. Don't mind her, she's in her mama bear mode now, Minato said, and Eri burst into giggles at the murderous glare that Kushina threw at him. I reckon it'll be my turn to be the daddy bear when it's time for Eri-chan to find a boyfriend. It's just how it is. Sometimes, parents have a hard time accepting that their children have grown up. I don't want a boyfriend. When I grow up, I'm going to marry Naruto ni-san. Eri piped in too. The three adults all cooed at how adorable she was. Hear that? In a few years, you'll have some serious competition, Kushina joked. A look of relief appeared on Mirko's face at the change in Kushina's mood. You know, Minato wasn't wrong. In truth, I'm not exactly against you. Scratch that, it's the opposite. If you had told me this 2 years later, I would have been the first to agree. After all, I'm your biggest fan. My son getting into a relationship with my favorite hero, what's there to not like about it? How can you and Naruto both say such embarrassing things with a straight face? I get secondhand embarrassment just from hearing you say those words. Mirko burst from indignation and embarrassment. Kushina laughed softly at the rabbit girl's outburst. I was a little taken aback at first, but now that I've calmed down, I think you'd actually be great for him, regardless of the age gap, but not now. I believe he's still too young. Naruto will be 16 in October. At his age, most people don't know what they want. He might think that he's in love with you, but chances are that he's just attracted to you. You are a very beautiful woman, and he's a teenage boy. It's very easy to mistake love with hormones acting up. I understand and you were right, Mirko said slowly. Now that Kushina had brought up the real talk, the rabbit hero realized that she had let her heart take the wheel instead of listening to her sense of reason. Although Mirko expressed her agreement, Kushina could sense from the tone of her voice that she was down. If his feelings for you are genuine and he is not just attracted to your looks, and if you truly like him as well, what you feel for each other will not fade away that easily. Your yearning for each other will only burn brighter, and your feelings will grow stronger. So please wait for 2 years. If you ask me the same question 2 years later, my answer will be a resounding, yes. Falling in love with a teenager. What was I thinking? Mirko thought as she terminated the video call and let her head fall on the backrest of the sofa. Running her hands through her long white hair, she flicked it over her shoulders and let out a long sigh. Several minutes passed with her just staring blankly at the screen of her laptop, thinking back at the conversation she had just had with Naruto's parents. Mirko. Hello. Rumi-chan. Earth to Mirko. So distracted was she by her thoughts that it was only after Naruto lightly pinched her rabbit ears that Mirko finally came back to her senses and realized that he was behind the sofa, trying to talk to her. "Ah, sorry, I was thinking about something. How did it go? What did Mom and Dad have to say?" he asked while leaning on his elbows on the backrest of the sofa, his face quite close to hers. "Your mom didn't agree with it." "What? Mom didn't?" Considering what a rabid fangirl of the rabbit hero his mother was, Naruto had totally not expected her to be the one who would be against his and Mirko's relationship. "She said you're too young and that you might confuse physical attraction with love. And I think she might be right." "Oh, come on," Naruto said as he jumped over the sofa's backrest and sat down next to her. "I don't care about the age gap. I'm not even interested in other girls my age. It's not about the age gap but the fact that you're still too young. She said that if I asked their permission to date you after 2 years, she'd be the first to say yes. But not now." It was easy for her to forget that Naruto was so much younger than her when she got along so well with him. Since he started living with her, she had unknowingly started treating him as her friend. She was not treating him like a kid that she had to take care of but as her peer. They trained together. They cooked together. They cleaned the house together. They went on hero work together. If anything, between the two of them, he was the tidier and more responsible one. Unknowingly, Naruto adopted the same position as her, letting his head fall on the backrest of the sofa and staring at the ceiling of the room. 2 years isn't that much for me, but in 2 years, Rumi will be 28, won't she?" In Japan, most women were already married by the age of 25, to say nothing about those that were pushing 30. It wasn't easy to tell someone of her age to wait. As he thought of that, his hand sought hers, and Mirko didn't reject his touch when he intertwined his fingers with hers. "You know, one of my classmates confessed to me a few weeks ago," he began, and Mirko's hold on his hand tightened a little. He involuntarily smiled at the little gesture. "She's really pretty but I just can't see myself together with her. Or any other girls my age. They're too immature, they're like kids." "Aren't you a kid too?" she said, snorting in amusement at his choice of words. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't see himself as a kid. Not since he had awakened the memories of his past life. Remembering the moments when his comrades died during the war and the way that he had lost his life at the hands of the rabbit goddess, Kaguya, had changed his mentality. If that wasn't enough to mature him beyond his years, his deadly encounters with the villains over the past 2 years were certainly enough to destroy whatever childish innocence he still had. He had nearly lost his life 3 times already, due to the sludge villain, the bioengineered creature Nomu, and recently, because of All for One. And he had still not forgotten the sight of Tanaya Ida's mutilated corpse lying in a pool of blood on the street, or how All for One turned a 6-year-old boy into a smear of blood on the ground either. Those macabre images were still fresh in his mind. But on the other hand, he understood the reason why his mother didn't agree with him and Mirko becoming a couple too. The society he was part of frowned upon such unions. "I know 2 years is not a short time, but will you wait for me, Rumi-chan? I should be the one to ask that question. You're young, famous, handsome, and still in school. Girls will be flocking to you in a year or 2. They probably already do," Mirko said teasingly. He chuckled a little, but then he said seriously. "I told you, they are like kids to me. And we are heroes. We're living a dangerous life. Look at me, I nearly died 2 times in the last 4 months, and I'm not even a pro hero yet. My parents also had to go into hiding with fake identities to survive. Even if I wanted, I couldn't be together with a girly girl. My partner has to be someone strong, someone who can protect herself. I want someone I can rely on, a girl who can support me in tough times. Someone like you." Rumi's heart swelled as she listened to his words. "I understand why Mom thinks it's not appropriate for us to be together now. But my feelings for you are the real thing. So I will definitely wait for you. Will you do the same?" "I will. I promise, she said, shuffling closer to him. Leaning against him, she rested her head on his shoulder. But if you make me wait 2 years in vain and I see you together with someone else, I'll break your legs. His chest shook with laughter at the unexpected threat. Don't laugh. I'm serious. This is a crucial age for me, you know. You'll ruin my marriage prospects completely. Please. You could be 50 years old, and men would still line up in front of you to date if you just said a word. TCH. I'm not interested in weaklings. You ought to be at least as strong as me or stronger if you want to date me. He started laughing harder at her words. Why are you laughing? You said the same thing earlier. She said in annoyance, headbutting his shoulder 2 times. I said I'm looking for someone capable, not that I want someone as strong or even stronger than me. You're already the number 3 hero in Japan. With your unrealistic demands, do you have any idea how few people are left in your dating pool? Especially now that your quirk awakened, only All Might and Endeavor could beat you, and I'm not entirely sure about the latter. No wonder you're still single at your age. And that appeared to be the wrong thing to say because, in the next moment, Mirko sat up and tackled him. Wrestling, the two fell off the sofa with a thud and destroyed the coffee table too as they rolled around on the floor, trying to establish dominance. The battle was very intense but short-lived. Straddling his waist and pinning his hands above his shoulders, Mirko was in full mount on top of him. Looks like I win, she said, panting in exertion. Her slightly red face only a few centimeters above his, her large breasts touching his chest, and her long white hair falling like a curtain to the side and tickling his cheek left him mesmerized. He even stopped trying to break out of her hold. You really are a damn pervert, she suddenly said, her face burning when she felt his arousal poking at her through their clothes. Short line removed. Short line removed. You bastard, Mirko said while trying to catch her breath. When I get out of these chains, you're dead. His forehead resting against hers and his eyes closed, he was still in the middle of savoring the euphoria that came from kissing her when he said, I cancelled the chains a while ago, but you didn't notice. You wanted this as much as I did. Mirko began to say, but she quickly became silent when she realized that she was indeed free and that she could push him away whenever she wanted. As he opened his eyes and looked at her flushed cheeks and ruby red eyes, he almost leaned in for another kiss. It took every single drop of self-control he had to back away and roll off her. Now lying down on the floor next to her, he was still somewhat out of it, half drunk with happiness. Damn it, Naruto. Mirko cussed, still out of breath. Damn it. How am I supposed to keep my promise to your mom and wait 2 more years after a kiss like that? At his laughter, she started laughing with him too. I've been dreaming of doing that for weeks. There was no way I could wait 2 years before kissing you, he said. You know, I wasn't kidding before, she said. About what? About breaking your legs if you go back on your word. Really? He asked as he turned on his side to face her. Yandere Gyaru for the win. They burst into laughter again. I'm dead serious. After this kiss, even if you don't want me anymore, there's no turning back for you. You're mine now. Her possessiveness made him chuckle with a mixture of delight and embarrassment. Gazing into each other's eyes, they could both sense the passion smoldering underneath. With their enhanced sense of smell, they could both feel the burning desires that they were holding back. The fact that they had not already ripped each other's clothes off was a testament to their willpower. I might be the luckiest guy in the world now. At least you know it. Letting out a sigh, she broke their eye contact as she stood up. Pointing a finger at him as a warning, she said, if you pull another stunt like this one more time, I'm going to kick your ass. And no more kisses. Oh, Mon, Naruto said bummed out as he stood up from the floor too. She sighed at his look of disappointment. I gave your parents my word, and I want to keep it. I'm a woman of my word, but you're making it very hard for me not to break it. You don't understand how hard it is for me to hold back. Try to put yourself in my shoes for a momenta. I'm wearing the same shoes as you. I want you just as much as. Are you really going to make me have to spell it out loud for you? I'm a goddamn rabbit. What does that even have to do with anything? He said. But then he clapped his palm with his fist as realization dawned on him. Oh. Tactless dumbass. She jeered at him, and threw a couch cushion at his face. She reckoned that her face had flushed red more in the last 2 days than in the entire year. It annoyed her to no end. She was Mirko, the rabbit hero. She wasn't supposed to blush and act all embarrassed like that. Whoa, I didn't know you had that rabbit trait too, he said in surprise. So that's why you're keeping that dildo on the nightstand next to your bed. The moment he said those words, Naruto realized that he had shot himself in the foot. Sensing the spike of murderous intent suddenly exploding from her, he didn't hesitate. He jumped out of the window right away. But this time, she didn't chase after him to beat his ass. Plopping herself down on the sofa, she covered her face with her palms and let out a loud groan. I swear to God, this guy is going to be the death of me. Chapter 32 Back to School. Days turned into weeks, and sooner than Naruto would have liked, the summer holiday ended. It was time for him to go back to school again. It was also time for him and Rumi to part ways. "Ah, I don't wanna go," he whined as he dragged his suitcases slowly towards the train station. "Now you really sound like a kid. Do you know of a way to skip the next 2 years? There is a way, but can you do it? As far as I know, you're not the smartest kid in your class, to say the least. Are you calling me stupid?" She laughed at his glare and shrugged as she said. "Your grades speak for themselves. Although UA High is a school for heroes, it's still a school in the end. Aside from hero course classes, you also have regular classes like maths, Japanese, English, and science. Starting with the second year, you will also have a mandatory class on laws and one for ethics. You could probably skip all 3 years of school if you think you're good enough to pass all these exams easily." That's not gonna happen, Naruto admitted half-heartedly. "That's what I thought," she snickered. "But hey, cheer up. Starting with the second year, you will be able to spend most of the semester on an internship with me. Who says I will come back here? Maybe I'll go work for Hawks next year. How can you expect me to believe that when even after more than a month together, you still can't take your eyes off me?" She laughed at his flustered face. But while they were chatting, people started taking note of them. While Mirko could go incognito by covering her head with a hoodie, Naruto couldn't easily disguise himself with the 4 sizable golden fox tails at his back. Soon, the two of them found themselves mobbed by a few dozen people. But even as they answered all sorts of questions and signed autographs, Naruto and Mirko smiled at the people around them, not letting their annoyance show on their faces. Being kind and smiling for the fans was part of a pro-hero's job as well. Fortunately, Japan's railway system was one of the most developed in the world, so it was very rare for trains to have delays. Therefore, they only had to engage with the crowd for a few minutes before the train's arrival. Not caring about the dozens of fans and paparazzi snapping pictures at them, Naruto wrapped his arms around the rabbit girl in a tight hug. "I'm going to miss you," he whispered only for her to hear it. But when some of the people around them started whistling and catcalling at their public display of affection, Mirko quickly broke their hug. "We're in public, idiot," she whispered back harshly, but Naruto could only grin at her embarrassed countenance. "I'll come to see you on your birthday, okay? Okay." Then, the two of them bumped fists. As the train's whistle rang, he grabbed his suitcases and climbed into the carriage. "I can't believe they built this place in less than a week," Naruto said in amazement as he looked at the large building in front of him. It was a wide building with 5 floors and 2 wings, it was like a mansion. "Each student dorm building holds 1 class," Professor Aizawa said. "Girls will live on the right wing, and boys on the left. But, before we get inside, I would like the new students to introduce themselves to the rest of the class." Before Izuku could even react, someone shoved him strongly from behind. He began stuttering, not having expected this development. But when he heard Naruto start chuckling, his annoyance got the better of him. "Damn it, Naruto, I'll get back at you for this, just you wait." While the rest of the class started laughing at Izuku as well, Aizawa said, "Come on, we don't have the whole day. Get on with it." Yes, sorry," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, from General Studies. I have a superpower quirk. I couldn't pass the entrance exam for the hero course because I had a hard time controlling my quirk. But I've gotten better since then. I've already met most of you at the training camp, but it's nice to make your acquaintance. I'll be in your care. After Izuku, Shinso was next. But, unlike Izuku, he didn't fumble with his words, and he didn't have much to say either. My name is Hitoshi Shinso, from General Studies. I have a brainwashing quirk. Pleased to meet you. Next, a slender girl with long and straight pink hair stepped in front of her classmates. Hello. My name is Haruno Sakura. I'm from General Studies as well. I have a healing quirk. At her words, most of the 1A students broke into murmurs. A healing quirk. Whoa, isn't that super rare? Cut it out, she isn't done talking. Have some manners, Aizawa said in rebuke, making everyone shut up at once. My quirk isn't battle-oriented, but I hope to become a good support for the heroes risking their lives in the line of duty. That is all. It's nice to meet you all. Please take care of me. Sakura said and bowed. After the pink-haired girl, a boy with dark red hair and carrying a large, strange gourd-like object on his back walked out. My name is Sabaku Gara. My quirk is sand. I have been homeschooled until now, but my parents decided to send me to UA. The 1A students had already met Izuku and Shinso, but the other two new classmates were a surprise for them. The boys in particular were super excited by the pink-haired girl's addition to their class, for obvious reasons. Now that the new classmates finished introducing themselves, Eraserhead led everyone inside the building. This is the first floor, it's a common area. The kitchen, the bathrooms, and the laundry rooms are all on this floor. The boys and the girls let out all sorts of sounds of amazement as they walked into the building that was going to serve as their home for the duration of the school year. Aizawa-sensei has still not fully recovered, Naruto thought after seeing the gloomy teacher walk ahead with a limp. But at least he's alive. It couldn't be said the same about the young boy from the training camp, whom AFO had squashed like a bug. But he forced himself not to think about that memory now. There are 4 rooms per gender on each floor, with 5 floors in total. Seeing as some of your classmates quit the school or passed away in the previous semester, some rooms will be free for you to choose if you want to move in. And just like that, Aizawa killed everyone's enthusiasm in a heartbeat. Uncaring of how he had brought everyone's mood down, he continued. It goes without saying, but rooms will be separated by gender, and everyone gets their own room. They're luxurious spaces equipped with their own air conditioning, fridges, and closets. Most of you have sent their belongings ahead, you will find them in your rooms. For today, unpack your things and make yourselves comfortable. Have some rest, because from tomorrow on, you will need it. That's all. Dismissed. Right as Aizawa left through the entrance door, Naruto found himself backed into a corner by a group of boys and girls who suddenly ganged up on him. Naruto. We haven't seen you in months. How is it going, dude? You rarely even answered my calls, man. Some best friend you are. Oi, is it true your quirk awakened again? Did you really get your provisional hero license? Can you show it to us? It was like a déjà vu of what happened at the train station in Hiroshima earlier that day. But he couldn't blame them for acting like that. He did neglect his classmates during the summer holiday. He had been so preoccupied with his budding relationship with Rumi, his training, and the hero work as Mirko's sidekick that he had not kept in touch with them. How about we unpack our things first? We'll talk later, Naruto said before scurrying away with his suitcases. Ah, I'm beat. I had more luggage to unpack than I thought, Izuku said as he let himself drop on the sofa. These dorms are incredible, Kaminari said too. They let us customize our rooms the way we wanted. For real, I even hanged a sandbag in my room. No way. Are you serious? What about you, Shinso? You got anything special? Not really. My room is pretty normal. While the boys were talking about their rooms, the girls, who had just arrived in the common living area, overheard their discussion. Hey, we were talking about our rooms just now too. How about we all have a room presentation contest? Ishido Mina said. I don't think that's a good idea. Izuku tried to dodge it, but he was the only one who kicked up a fuss. Why not? I'm curious about the others' rooms, Kaminari said. Me too. Yeah, same. I agree with Midoriya, Tokiyami unexpectedly said. Our personal space should be private. It's because it's private that it's exciting, Kaminari retorted. Seeing each other's rooms will make us get to know each other better. You're thinking about something gross again now, aren't you? Jiro said with a look of disgust on her face. Okay then, since we all have agreed with it, Momo said. I don't. Izuku and Tokiyami retorted but were ignored. Let's start. Whose room shall we see first? Wait, where is Naruto? I think I saw him going out for training, Ojiro said. Seriously, is he a training addict or what? Pay it no mind. Let's go. Uraraka said excitedly. Half an hour later, the girls had invaded all the boys' rooms. Some, like Shiro, were proud of their choices, while others, like Izuku and Tokiyami, were steaming with embarrassment at others seeing a part of their true selves. But there were also others like Shinso, Todoroki, and Gaara who were rather indifferent. While Todoroki and Gaara's rooms looked surprisingly similar with their traditional Japanese aesthetics, Shinso's room was nothing out of the ordinary, much like the room of Ojiro. Then, it was the boys' turn to get a glimpse of the girls' room and better understand what each one of them truly was like. Jiro loved music, Yaoyorozu's room looked like that of a little princess, Sakura's room was full of pink and teddy bears, and so on and so forth. 1 hour after the start of the conquest, they were all back in the living room on the ground floor. Hey, how can we vote for the best room when we haven't seen all of them? Mina suddenly asked a question. You mean, Uraraka began. Yes. Understanding what the girls were talking about, Izuku butted in. I don't think that's a good idea. We shouldn't go into someone's room without permission. Don't be like that, Midoriya, aren't you curious about his room? The strongest student in our class. It's gotta be awesome, right? Kirishima said. Not really. I've been at his place many times before. Mina shouted. You've been to his place. He's my best friend, of course. I know his parents well too. Ah, how enviable. The new girl, Sakura said. When half a dozen heads turned her way at once, her face blushed a bright red. Forget I said anything. Hee. Someone has a crush on our resident celebrity. Uraraka said with a teasing grin. Yeah, she and a million other girls like Naruto. Shocking, Kaminari said sarcastically and scoffed. Don't be an ass, Kaminari. Jiro yelled at him, her earphone jacks rising in the air and ready to strike. After several minutes of bickering amongst themselves, the 1A class students ended up deciding to sneak into Naruto's room while he was still away. It looks more normal than I thought, Kirishima said. I told you, didn't I? He's a normal dude, just like you and I. What did you think his room was going to look like? Izuku laughed. Whoa, there are so many framed photos. Uraraka said, and everyone started paying attention to the dozens of photos hanging from the walls or standing on the desk and on the nightstand. Photos of a handsome middle-aged man with blonde hair and a beautiful woman with crimson-red hair. Photos of a cute little girl with long white hair and a small horn on the side of her forehead. They're all photos of his family, Yaoyorozu said in surprise as she looked at the many photos of Naruto together with his parents and his adopted little sister. Oh, look, there are photos with him and Mirko too. Ojiro said. Where? The others shouted and quickly crowded around him. On the nightstand, there was a photo of Naruto carrying a sleeping and drooling Mirko on his back. By the looks of it, she appeared to be drunk. On the wall above it, there was one more photo of Mirko in casual clothes, flipping an omelette in the frying pan. Lastly, there was a third photo of Naruto and Mirko together, with her kissing him on the cheek and his face flushing red. I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. When I said they had a thing for each other, you told me to get off the internet. I was right all along. Haha, Kaminari said triumphantly. Oi, Denki, would it hurt you to have a bit more tact? Jiro said in reproach. By then, nobody in 1A class was unaware of Mina's crush on Naruto. It's okay, Jiro, I don't mind it, Mina said. After seeing so many photos of them together in the news this summer, even I have to admit it's a lost cause. On another side of the country, while the UA High students went to sleep in their new dorms, a particular blonde-haired teenager was just about to head out. "Be careful out there, Katsuki." Yeah, just go to sleep, shitty geezer, or I'm going to be late because of you." "Mind your language, stupid brat." His mother suddenly yelled and smacked him on the back of his head. Getting smacked by his mother would have devolved into a heated argument, or at least it used to be like that in the past. Clicking his tongue, Katsuki Bakugo just grabbed his backpack and left the house without saying another word. "Something is wrong with him, honey, I can feel it," Mitsuki said, furrowing her brows. "I think he changed for the better, hasn't he? Ever since he enrolled in the HPSC, he's become less aggressive and a little more disciplined." "I don't know about that, to me, he just looks depressed." Unaware of his parents' conversation after he left, Bakugo just hurried to the meeting point with his team. A little over a month had passed since he accepted the offer from the Hero Public Safety Commission. "You're late," a man wearing a white animal mask said. Bakugo kept his silence. "Look here, kid. Either you follow my rules, or you're out. You were supposed to get here 5 minutes ago." "Alright, I get it, now let's get on with the damned mission already." Sigh. You're never going to go up in ranks with this attitude, regardless of how good your quirk is. But, seeing that he wasn't getting a reaction out of him, the masked man dropped it. Pressing a button on his remote control, a photo of a person with shoulder-length brown hair and a mixture of both male and female facial features appeared on the large screen at the front of the room. Kenji Hikiyoshi, also known as Magna. Born as a male, transitioned to female. A snort came from one of the 3 boys gathered in that room. "Now is not the time, Kiba." "Sorry, sensei," the boy apologized insincerely. "How did I end up babysitting these shitty kids?" the masked man asked himself as he let out a long-suffering sigh. Wanted for the following crimes: 9 armed robberies, 3 murders, and 29 attempted murders. Recently, she kidnapped an underage boy and is now blackmailing his wealthy parents for ransom. Kiba's amusement died out at the mention of Magna's numerous crimes. Even if she were to be arrested and judged in court, it's obvious that she would receive the death penalty. However, as you already know, villains aren't executed right away. Some of them end up living in prison even for a decade or more before they finally get their turn. There is no reason for the government to waste that much money and resources on keeping someone like her alive for so long. Therefore, it falls on our hands to eliminate them. The 3 boys tensed. While Kiba and Sasuke had already taken part in a similar mission before, that of eliminating Stain, the hero killer, they had never killed anyone. Stain ended up dying at Mirko's hands. As for Bakugo himself, it would be his first time taking on such a mission. "I will assist you from the shadows, but the 3 of you will be the main characters in this mission and one of you will have to deal the killing blow. I won't designate someone, you decide it amongst yourselves. But whoever does it first is of little importance because eventually, you will all have accomplished the feat of ridding our country of such filth." While the 3 boys were dead silent, the masked man continued. "Now, let's talk about her quirk and combat ability. First, back to the dorms located on UA High's campus, Heights Alliance, Naruto was finally coming back from the gym. It was late in the evening, well past dinner time. It'll take some time to get used to school again. It was only his first day back, and school had yet to start, but he already missed Mirko's company. He had not trained alone in weeks. Instead of going inside, he sat down on the freshly cut grass and lied on his back. He let out a groan of relief as he spread his legs and rested. After unpacking his things, he went straight to the school gym. It had been a leg day, he was exhausted. "You're finally back." Recognizing the voice, Naruto sat up to look at the newcomer. "You're not asleep yet?" he asked. Izuku came next to him and sat down on the grass as well. "We haven't talked that much lately. How are you? How is your progress with your quirk? Do you get along with your new classmates?" "I'm doing fine. I'm excited to start school again and train with the hero course professors," Izuku said and grinned. But his seemingly happy smile couldn't fool Naruto's sense of smell. "I can tell you're troubled. Sad almost. Did something happen?" Izuku avoided his eyes, looking down. I'm not Surya, it's just it feels like we're growing apart. You've become distant. If someone heard this out of context, they'd think we're a couple or something. Just to make things clear, I don't swing that way, you know. Naruto said, snickering. There you go, I'm trying to talk about serious things, and you're making fun of me again. At Izuku's outburst, Naruto stopped laughing and became serious. I think that us growing apart is normal. It's natural. What do you mean? Izuku asked sharply. I nearly died at the hands of the sludge villain. Then I almost got killed by Nomu at USJ. 2 of my classmates died. I'm actually the one who found Iida-kun's mutilated corpse, lying in a puddle of blood on the street. And only a few weeks ago, I saw a 6-year-old kid get pulverized in front of my eyes. I almost got killed again too. And, if that's not enough, my parents and my little sister are now fugitives, living with fake identities, hidden in a place even I don't know about. I haven't seen them face to face in nearly 2 months. The green-haired boy became speechless. Letting himself fall on his back again, Naruto looked at the night sky covered with dark purple clouds, not saying anything for a while. A few moments passed before he broke the silence. I have changed, Izuku. I'm not the same innocent boy who used to show off playing soccer and or go together with you and Kiba to the arcade. The life of a pro hero isn't the glam and rainbows you see on TV or social media. Death isn't just a distant possibility for us. Every time pro heroes go out, they resolve themselves with the idea that they might not come back. Even the strong aren't completely immune to the danger. I thought you guys had understood that by now, but in the end, you are still children. Still green, still immature. Despite being called an immature kid, Izuku couldn't find the strength to say anything in return. At that moment, Naruto didn't sound like his childhood friend or like a boy his age. The words coming from his mouth were like those of a jaded soldier. I'm sorry if I seemed cold to you or distant. But I'm not the same Naruto you used to know. I'm not like you or the rest of our classmates. I can't play around and enjoy being a student. My family is on the run now, and I'm being targeted by the worst criminal in Japan. I can't afford to slack off or fool around and play with my friends. I have to get strong. Strong enough to protect my parents and my little sister from those who want to hurt them. As Izuku remained silent, Naruto didn't continue his monologue. His muscles groaned in protest as he stood up, but he was used to that kind of soreness. He had even started to enjoy it. Before I go, I will tell you one more thing. Remember, your mentor's days are numbered. The moment you know who finds out that you're his successor, he won't rest until he hunts you down too. And it's not just about you. Your loved ones might be targeted too. Having said that, Naruto turned around and left. The reason for Naruto not calling out All Might and All for One by their names became apparent when someone stepped out of the shadow after he left. Naruto didn't know their identity, but his sharp hearing had caught wind of their breathing and even the sound of their heartbeat. Knowing that someone was eavesdropping on them, he censored the amount of information they could get from his words. All Might! Izuku exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the tall and skinny blonde man. What brings you here at this hour? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you, but you seem to be in the middle of an important talk, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Your friend isn't entirely wrong. When Izuku's eyes started watering, All Might let out a sigh. But you don't need to be as worried as he says. I'm not entirely done just yet. I have decreased the time I spend fighting crime every day, so I believe I still have a year or 2 left. I am still here, and I will protect you and everyone else. I'm sorry, All Might. I thought I was doing fine, Izuku said sincerely as tears started falling from his eyes. I am working hard every day. Am I a bad successor? Do you think I have been slacking off? All Might put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. It's not that you've been slacking off. It's more that Uzumaki Shonen is too hard on himself and just as hard on the others as well. You and your classmates have not witnessed the horrors and the dark side of being a hero firsthand as he did. It's probably hard for you to understand the urgency and desperation he is likely going through now. You needn't trouble yourself too much for now. You do need to work hard to become stronger and improve, but don't fall into despair. Don't let it consume you. Enjoy your youth while you still can. Because I am here. I and the rest of the professors at UA will protect you until you can stand on your own 2 feet and hold your own against the villains. Go for now, it's late, and tomorrow you have a busy day ahead of you. What I wanted to say can wait for another time. For now, get some rest. After bidding Izuku goodbye, All Might fell deep in thought as he walked back to the professor's quarters. I need to have a talk with Uzumaki Naruto. I should book a meeting for him with the psychologist as well. He was worried about his mental health because, in the end, as mature as he seemed to be, he was still a boy, a teenager. Witnessing so much death and going through so many tough situations in such a short time was bound to leave a lasting mark on someone's psyche. Chapter 33 1 year and a half later. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly in the clear sky. It was an unusually hot day of March. It was hot and humid, and the wind wasn't blowing at all either, but, fortunately, the classrooms at UA High were all equipped with air conditioning. "Mon, we have ethics now," Kaminari said and groaned. "I think this is one of the most important classes. You should pay more attention to it," Tsuyu said. "I agree," Izuku also said. "We're heroes. It's vital that we follow an unshakable code of morals. But that's exactly why I don't like this class at all." Kaminari complained loudly in annoyance. "It makes me question all my beliefs. It makes me question myself to the point where I'm not even sure what is right or wrong." Before their discussion could turn into an argument, the ethics professor arrived in the classroom. It was a tall, middle-aged man with short black hair, a square jawline, and a serious face. He was not a pro-hero, but he was more than capable of keeping the class in line. "Hello, class. I hope you are ready to participate in today's discussion." Ignoring the handful of students who let out audible groans at his words, he said. "The trolley dilemma. That was your homework. You've had one entire week to ponder it. Have you decided on your answer?" As the professor pressed a button on a remote control, a white screen rolled down from the ceiling, and an image was projected on it. "There is a trolley coming down the tracks and ahead. There are 5 people tied to the tracks and are unable to move. The trolley will continue coming and will kill the 5 people. There is nothing you can do to rescue the 5 people, except that there is a lever. If you pull the lever, the train will be directed to another track, which has 1 person tied to it. You have 2 choices. A. Do nothing, and the 5 people will die. Or B. Pull the lever and save the 5 people, but that 1 person will die. Well then, who wants to go first?" Normally, when a professor asked the class a question, Midoriya Izuku, Yayorizu Momo, Haruno Sakura, and Hitoshi Shinso would always be among the first to raise their hands. But that was never the case during the ethics class. Just as the professor let out a sigh and was about to start asking everyone, one by one, in the order of their seats, Sabaku Gaara raised his hand. "Yes, Sabaku-san, please. I'd pull the lever and save the 5 people," Gaara stood up and answered calmly. "Could you explain to me and the rest of the class your thought process?" "It's simple. It's 5 lives versus 1. It's obvious what the correct choice is." At his words, the rest of his classmates broke into murmurs. "Does it not bother you in the least that you'd have someone's blood on your hands?" "What the hell, man?" Kaminari suddenly burst out in indignation. "Are you treating people's lives like they're cattle or what? Then what would you do?" Gaara shot back evenly. Kaminari didn't reply. "So ready to throw shade at others while you're too afraid to state your own opinion on the matter. Typical clown behavior," Gaara said with a scoff and sat back down in his seat. "That was uncalled for, Sabaku-san," the professor admonished him lightly. Now that Gaara had broken the ice, the others started gaining the courage to speak up too. "Yes, Shiro-san, go ahead." "I don't think I'd be able to pull the lever," the boy said. "Then, are you saying you're okay with letting those 5 people die?" Yayorizu asked. "Don't put words in my mouth." Shiro shot back. "I said I don't think I would be able to pull the lever. I can't imagine ever killing someone, much less an innocent person. If you ask me, it's strange that anyone would be okay with becoming a murderer." "Murder is the wrong term for this situation, Shiro-kun," Kyoka also joined the conversation. "It's not like we'd be killing that person out of anger or to gain something. It's for the sake of saving more people." "That's a dangerous line of thought," Jiro-san, Tokiyami interjected. Someone could take it further and claim it's okay to massacre an entire minority group for the sake of saving the majority. That's no different than what Adolf Hitler did in the Second World War a few centuries ago. Hey, you're taking it too far, Tokiyami. Mina shouted. Yeah, Jiro never said anything like that. Ochako also piped in to defend her. After 2 years of being in the same class, the three girls were still just as close to each other as before. Let's all sit down and think calmly about it. I don't think this is the kind of problem that has a correct answer, Izuku said, trying to pacify both sides when it looked like they were all about to get into a shouting contest. I disagree, Shinso unexpectedly spoke up. The correct choice is to save those 5 people. Not choosing to do anything sounds good in the ears of someone who doesn't want to stain their conscience with the death of an innocent, but isn't that a form of selfishness as well? You treasure having a good night's sleep more than the lives of 5 innocent people. That's not what real heroes do. Heroes protect the people and, if needed, sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. I don't think it's a matter of being selfish, Izuku retorted. Now that Shinso called him selfish, he was starting to get heated too. I don't believe it's right to decide who gets to live and who gets to die. We can't play God with the lives of other people. In the first place, heroes aren't supposed to kill. Even as the 1A class students started arguing with each other, the professor didn't step in to stop them. A shadow of a smile was on his face as he watched them bring up all sorts of examples to support their arguments. However, after 15 minutes, seeing as the majority of the class had chosen a specific side, to pull the lever and kill a person for the sake of saving the other 5, he clapped his hands and stopped them. All right, class, that's enough. From what I see, the majority of you have chosen the second option, to kill one for the sake of saving 5. Ah, seriously, you're such children sometimes. He exclaimed and chuckled for a moment when he saw some of them celebrating, thinking that they had gotten the right answer. I didn't say that that was the correct choice. Nor did I say it's the wrong one. That is your own personal choice. My opinion in this matter is not relevant. As he pressed a button on his remote control again, he said. Now then, I have another scenario for you. It's rather similar to the trolley problem. A surgeon has 5 patients who are waiting for organ transplants. The patients will die if they do not receive the organs, but the organs are not available at the time. The whole prospect changes, however, when a young traveler comes to town and goes in for a routine checkup. The doctor is performing the checkup when he realizes that the traveler's organs are healthy and incidentally compatible with his dying patients. The young man is the perfect donor, and no one would associate him with the surgeon if he were to disappear. A. Should the doctor remove the organs from the healthy man in order to distribute them to the dying patients? Or B. Should the doctor let the traveler go on his way and leave the 5 patients to their fate? Faced with this new moral dilemma, quite a few of those who had chosen to kill one person for the sake of saving 5 in the first situation now changed their choice. This time around, the opinions were split evenly. I choose to let those 5 patients die. It's not the traveler's fault that they are dying. But wasn't the person tied down to the tracks innocent too? It wasn't his fault either that the other 5 were going to die. This time it's different. How is it any different? It's exactly the same. No, it's even worse. Eventually, the bell signaling the end of the class rang. Even after the ethics professor left, the rest of the class continued their debate during the break. Naruto-kun, are you going to the cafeteria? A girl's voice came from behind. Before he could reply, she asked another question, may I come with you? Okay, I don't mind. The girl ran quickly to catch up to him. After putting his tray of food down on the table, Naruto sat down and said a small prayer of thanks. Itadakimasu. The girl mirrored his behavior, and then they both started eating their lunch. They're all so passionate about this subject. They're arguing about it even now. Oh, right, you were rather quiet during class. What choices did you make? She asked. As Naruto stared at her for a few moments without speaking, the girl looked down at her plate, flustered, and tucked a stray of her long pink hair behind her ear before looking up at him again. Can't believe how the roles have reversed in this life, Naruto thought in mild amusement. The girl sitting at the same table with him was none other than Haruno Sakura. In his past life, he had been crushing on her for years, but she had never given him a chance. In his current life, however, she was crushing on him, but this time around, he was the one who had no interest in her. She's pretty but Rumi is so much more beautiful. His eyes gained a blank look as his mind got filled with thoughts of his girlfriend. Rumi happened to be the complete opposite of Sakura. If Sakura was an average, girly, and delicate 17-year-old teenager, Mirko was a strong, athletic, and feisty woman in her late 20s. She also got them big thunder thighs, and her big fat mommy milkers are to die for. He almost giggled perversely at the thought of that. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Ah, sorry, Sakura, I was thinking about Okada-sensei's questions. Naruto lied and coughed into his fist, trying to recollect himself. Thinking about his girlfriend often made him zone out and forget that he was in public. After clearing his throat, he said, "It was really hard for me to choose. I still don't know what's the correct choice and what's the wrong one. But I think that I would save those 5 people in the first scenario." "What about the second?" Sakura asked curiously. Naruto took a moment to finish swallowing his food before saying, "I wouldn't kill the traveler for the sake of the 5 ill people." Anticipating her question, he explained, "Those 5 people in the first scenario got tied down to the tracks by someone. It wasn't something natural, but those 5 that need an organ transplant, well, this is life sometimes. Sometimes people get sick and die. It's not correct for others to die for them to prolong their lifespan, at least that's what I think." "Wow, that's something I didn't think about," Sakura said in surprise. "One situation was created by people, while the other was something that happened naturally. That's a great point. What about you? What did you choose?" "Same as you," she replied with a shrug of her shoulders. "I wanted to save 5 people instead of Oniya, but I chose to let the traveler go unharmed in the second scenario." "Why?" "Well, it was actually a very easy choice for me since I'm soon going to be a medic hero. From a medical standpoint, it's ethically wrong to kill someone for the sake of saving other ill people. Such malpractice is in no way acceptable for a medic." As their subject of conversation was exhausted, their chatter died down, and they ate the rest of their lunch in relative silence. When Naruto was close to finishing his meal, Sakura broke the silence with a question. "Say, Naruto-kun, would you like to go out with me after class?" He sighed inwardly. "I'm sorry, Sakura, I'm busy with training." "It doesn't have to be today," she said quickly. "Whenever you have a window of free time, we can." "I thought you knew this, but I have someone else already," Naruto said, trying his best not to sound too annoyed. He was starting to understand why Sakura had been so quick to punch him in their previous life whenever he asked her for a date. Granted, he had never slapped her, but, after more than a year of her continuously dropping hints and asking him out, he was starting to lose his patience too. "Ah, you and the rabbit hero but I thought that the two of you weren't together. I mean you went to Hawk's Hero Agency last year. I thought that maybe." Naruto just took his smartphone out and turned it on to show her his lock screen photo. It was a photo of him embracing the rabbit girl from behind and playfully kissing her cheek while she was grinning widely at the camera. One would have to be blind not to see how in love they were with each other. "She's older than me, and I'm still not of age, so we haven't made it official yet. But I've liked her for almost 2 years now." I see." Realizing that she was on the verge of crying, Naruto didn't dally any further. "See you later in class, Sakura," he said as he took his tray and left. 1 year and a half had passed, and now he was 17 years old. Unlike the very turbulent start of his first year of school, the following year and a half had been relatively quiet for Naruto. There had been no other villain attacks on the Uchiha High, and none of his classmates had been killed in action, like Tanaya Iida and Mineta Minoru. Now, he was a second-year student. Though, seeing as it was March, there were only 2 weeks left in his second school year. After the spring holiday, he would start his third and last year as a student at Uchiha High. "I can't wait for my birthday." Sakura wasn't entirely wrong to assume that he was not in a relationship with Mirko because, ever since his family was forced to go into hiding, Naruto became rather introverted and not forthcoming about his personal life. His classmates didn't know much about his personal life beyond the photos they had seen in his room when they started living on the campus in their first year. Furthermore, there were hardly any tabloid articles about the two of them ever since Mirko decided to limit the amount of time that she spent with Naruto. The paparazzi rarely spotted them together during the past year, and they had never been caught in a compromising posture. Lastly, the fact that he had gone to Hawk's Hero Agency for his internship instead of Mirko's during his second year also contributed to Sakura's belief that maybe she still had a chance. Despite what he told Sakura to get rid of her, that he was busy with his training, Naruto was actually not training that evening for once. Currently, he was packing 2 changes of clothes and his gym attire in a handheld sports bag. Now, he was ready to leave the campus for the weekend. I can't wait to see Eri-chan. His little sister was now 8 years old, but she was still as adorable as ever. Naruto loved her like the light of his eyes. Mom and Dad too. It's been 6 weeks since I last saw them face to face. Despite the fact that he had recovered his memories of his past life nearly 3 years ago, Naruto was still as attached to his family as in the beginning. Now that he was going to spend the weekend together with them, he was filled with excitement and joy. His excitement and joy dimmed, however, when he arrived at the train station. Seeing as it was evening, the train station was packed with people who were commuting from work to home. Although almost 2 years had passed since the USJ incident and his rise to stardom, the public at large was still very interested in him and awed whenever they saw him. Every time he traveled by train or bus, he would be mobbed by fans. That was the case at the moment as well. It's Kurama. Whoa, Uzumaki Naruto, in person. My friends won't believe this. Hey, could you take a pic with me, please? Kurama, can you sign your name on my shirt, please? The moment he stepped onto the train, a gaggle of loud young women and high school girls somehow gathered around him, crowding the carriage he was in to the brim. I wasn't ugly in my past life either, but this fox quirk is something else, alrighta. If his golden fox ears, cute face, and 4 tails weren't enough to make him a hit with the girls, the growth spurt he went through over the past year certainly sealed the deal. Now that he was 17, soon to be 18, not only had he grown a few centimeters taller, but his body had filled out too. His efforts in the gym were finally starting to pay dividends when it came to his appearance as well. Saying he disliked how many girls were attracted to him would be a lie, but the downsides of having such an eye-catching appearance made him wish he looked more normal instead. I can't go anywhere without being recognized. I can't even visit my family's new home. His parents' new identities would be exposed if he was spotted going to their new place. In the present, all he could was meet with them in a public place such as a hotel or a resort. Rumi always tells me to be cordial with the fans, but there should be a limit to this, Naruto said in a voice filled with chagrin when he finally got off the train and escaped from the crowd. His clothes were rumpled and the fur on his tails was standing in all directions from how the girls touched him all over. How did I get scratched like this? He asked himself out loud when he saw the thin and bleeding scratch mark on the back of his hand. One of the girls on the train must have had those nasty-ass long nails. But, merely a few moments after noticing the wound on his hand, a feeling of dizziness came over him. What the? It was too sudden. He couldn't understand what came over him because he had not been that dizzy or ill in years. I can't believe you're still standing. The dosage I gave you was big enough to knock out even a horse in less than a minute. It was the voice of a young woman. But his vision was starting to get blurry. Even as she walked in front of him, he couldn't quite make out her facial features. Suddenly, the disturbing sound of flesh being pierced was heard, and the girl let out a cry of shock and agony. Thinking that Naruto was on his last legs, about to fall unconscious, the girl let her guard down. She had no time to react before 4 golden chains burst out from his back and skewered her brutally. Hoa, was the last word that came from her lips before she breathed her last. Naruto couldn't be bothered to answer her. His mind was running at full capacity, trying to understand how he got himself into that predicament. She said something about poisoning Maya. The bleeding scratch on my hand. It must have been when that group of girls crowded around me on the train. It wasn't strange that he had not felt how he got scratched, considering how everyone had been trying to touch him and get his attention at the same time. Shouts and yells of panic and fear started coming from the people passing by when they finally took notice of the dead woman on the street and the blood that started pooling around her. What was her goal by poisoning me? Grabbing his gem back from the ground, Naruto wobbled as he walked at the fastest speed he was capable of in his current condition, trying to get away from the scene as quickly as possible. I think he's heading towards the main boulevard. He must be trying to get somewhere in the open. We have to stop him before that. Wait, don't engage him carelessly, or you'll end up dying just like Anko. His chains are still extremely dangerous. So what do you suggest? He'll get away at this rate. Although his pursuers were communicating through their comms in a whisper, Naruto heard every single one of their words clearly due to his sensitive hearing. Anko. I haven't heard that name since. But even in his foggy state of mind, it made sense. If it was the same Anko from his past life, it made sense that she would be proficient with poisons. She wouldn't be the first person that had reincarnated in this new world, like him. Nevertheless, he didn't have any leisure to pity the fact that she was an enemy and that he had killed her because, at that moment, another whisper reached his ears. Bakugo, you go first. Blast him with your full power. Don't hold back. Hearing that name instantly set Naruto on edge. His adamantine sealing chains quickly took the form of a golden dome with him as the center. And it was not a second too late because, only a moment later, an enormous explosion was blasted at him from the rooftop of a nearby building. What's this asshole doing here? The name he heard and the explosion that followed were a dead giveaway about his attacker's identity. It was Bakugo Katsuki. He had not heard anything about him since he got expelled from UA. What's going on? First, someone poisoned me. And now Bakugo and several others are trying to kill me. He knew that due to his fame, he had many enemies at large. Some villains would probably be willing to trade an arm and a leg for the chance of killing him, for bragging rights, if nothing else, but this attack seemed to be too well organized for them to be just a ragtag group of villains. Die. Bakugo screamed as he blasted one explosion after another at the golden chine dome, but his attacks were virtually useless. He was doing far more damage to the surroundings than to the intended target. Several cars parked nearby had exploded, and all the buildings in a 20-meter radius were set on fire. Kinoto, stop that useless retard before he ends up killing some innocent bystanders. Although Bakugo's explosions couldn't break the protective dome made by his adamantine sealing chains, they were so loud that Naruto was forced to cover his ears to stop the pain. With his vision and reflexes impaired by the poison and Bakugo's explosions rendering his sense of hearing useless, all he could do was pour his entire strength into his adamantine sealing chains and hold on until help arrived. Suddenly, the explosions ceased. Had Naruto been able to see, he would have witnessed the scene of a man wearing a white animal mask punching Bakugo in the liver with such strength that he fell on the floor of the rooftop, paralyzed from pain. We don't have much time before the patrolling heroes come. A grating sound, similar to that of electricity, suddenly rang as a lightning attack smashed into his dome of chains, but it was like an egg hitting against a wall. It did no damage whatsoever. Damn it, wasn't Anko's poison supposed to knock him out? We'll never break his chains at this rate. However, just as the group of attackers started having thoughts of calling it a failure and retreating, the dome of light created by the adamantine sealing chains started flickering. It looks like the poison is finally getting to him. Someone said, their voice filled with relief. Now is our chance. Attack with all you've got. Once their leader said those words, a myriad of different attacks smashed into the chain dome from all directions. Lightning, massive wooden spears, fire explosions, bullets shot from real guns, and even physical attacks that came in the form of body slams and claw slashes. With the poison finally having spread through most of his body and his numerous assailants attacking with their entire might, Naruto eventually reached the end of his limits. The golden dome shattered like glass, and his adamantine sealing chains dispersed into particles of light. He fell unconscious. Chapter 34 Rage. It was evening. As the sun disappeared behind the mountains, darkness settled upon the land. Even so, considering that it was March, although it was dark outside, it was relatively early. It was only 8 p.m., so most people were still outside, enjoying a lovely Friday evening by hanging out with their friends or family. Although it was a remote city at the foot of the Japanese Alps, and despite the fact that it was off-season, the streets, the pubs, and the restaurants were lively, filled with locals and tourists alike. The cool air of the evening was like a blessing after the scorching and humid weather earlier in the day. The main boulevard of the city was packed with people. "Good evening and welcome." A young woman with her hair tied in a tight bun greeted the new customers and bowed politely. It was a family of 3. "Good evening. Thank you. We'd like a table for 4. At the hostess's confused look, the man smiled and said, "We're expecting one more person in 20 minutes or so." "Ah, I understand. My apologies. Please follow me." "Apple juice. Apple juice. Apple juice." A little girl was chanting while banging with her hands on the table. "Eri." At her mother's admonishing tone, the girl stopped making a ruckus, but she was still swinging her legs impatiently. Seeing as it was off-season, the owners of the restaurant had not been prepared for such an influx of tourists, so they were understaffed. More than 10 minutes passed since the family of 3 ordered their drinks, but the waiters had yet to come back to serve them. The little girl's inappropriate behavior made a few heads turn to their table, but upon seeing the adorable 8-year-old girl, their annoyance melted away from their faces like a miracle. But after locating the source of the noise, most people would find themselves inadvertently staring at the long and ruler straight red hair of the girl's mother. Even in a society filled with people who had all sorts of exotic looks and unusual physical traits, Uzumaki Kushina's waist-long, crimson-red hair could still make one sigh in awe. "Seems like it's not only the waiters who are late with our drinks, Naruto is running late too," Minato said. "That's strange. He should have arrived at the train station about 15 minutes ago. Maybe he can't find our restaurant. Let me send him a text message," Kushina said as she took out her phone. However, minutes passed without her receiving a reply. By now, the waiters had not only brought their drinks but also the food that they had ordered, but Naruto still had yet to arrive. "Is Naruto-ni-san not coming anymore?" little Eri asked after a while. "I'm going outside for a moment to call him," Minato said as he put his napkin down and left. "Good evening." "Good evening, Minato-san." "Yes, it is. I sorry for calling you at this late hour." "It's no problem, I just got back from work." "Hero work kept you out for so long today." "Yes, another pro hero lost his life tonight in Osaka. It was Fat Gum. You'll probably hear about it tomorrow on the news. This is the 4th pro hero who lost his life this month. Fat Gum died," Minato said in surprise. In spite of his looks, Fat Gum was a rather powerful hero, especially against the physical types. He was quite famous in his own right too, having a spot among the top 100 pro heroes in the country. "I know, right? Fat Gum wasn't some nameless weakling who got his hero license a few months ago. He was an experienced and strong hero. To think that he would be found dead, floating down the Naka River one day. Things are getting out of hand lately. It seems to me that after almost 2 years of vigilantes killing villains on sight, the villains are starting to fight back now, lashing out at the whole world." "That's Warasamea." The woman from the other end of the line let out a long sigh before saying, "Leaving aside my troubles, why did you call me? Is there anything I can help you with?" "Ah, right. We were supposed to meet with Naruto this evening, but almost 1 hour passed from the established time. Is he, by chance, with you? If he was headed towards my place, I would know that. But he didn't tell me anything. Besides, I'm not in Hiroshima now. Also, Naruto would never miss the chance to spend time with you. You know how much he misses his family." Suddenly, the streets, the buildings, and even the air itself seemed to vibrate as an ear-deafening explosion boomed. Many windows shattered, car alarms went off crazily from everywhere, and the crowd of people started screaming and running away in panic. "What's happening? What's going on?" Kushina asked when Minato returned to the now empty restaurant after the crowd dispersed. Unlike the rest of the people who had scrambled away in terror, Kushina had activated her adamantine sealing chains, encasing herself and Eri within. "I don't know. It must be yet another villain attack. We should leave immediately. But Naruto-ni-san is somewhere out there. What if," Eri began to say. "Your brother is a big boy now. He is strong, he can protect himself. Now come, we have to disappear." Due to Kushina having been forced to reveal her quirk for the sake of protecting herself and their daughter from a potential attack, Minato was afraid of All for One or one of his many subordinates catching wind of them. With Minato holding Eri in a piggyback carry, the family of three started running towards the parking lot where they had left their car. As they drove away from the restaurant, half a dozen police cars and just as many ambulances passed by them, going towards the location where the loud explosions had come from. Two men wearing black suits were standing shoulder by shoulder inside a poorly lit office. Uzumaki Naruto has been secured. Unfortunately, Agent Mitarashi lost her life in action. Mitarashi Anko died. What a shame, came the voice of an old man from behind the desk. Leaning against the backrest of the leather chair, the old man was sitting with his back to the two men, looking at the scenery of the night city through the large windows of his office. Another thing that we have to report is that the number 58 hero, Fat Gum, was found dead this evening. This is the fourth death among pro heroes this month alone. We have reasons to suspect that the villains are no longer acting solo. We believe that there is an organization behind these attacks now. Turning around with his chair, the old man put his elbows on the desk as he rested his chin on his interlocked fingers. Finally, it has begun. This is good. This is great news. The two men exchanged a brief look of confusion at the words of their superior, but they didn't speak up. They didn't dare to even meet his eyes directly, much less directly question his words. Kakashi, Yamato, you did great today. You can expect a significant bonus this month. You are dismissed for now. Thank you, sir, the two replied before bowing and leaving the office. He's stirring awake. What Thea does he have a healing factor? We've pumped enough anesthetic to give a regular person eternal sleep, how is he waking up now? Opening his eyes, the painfully bright lights forced him to close them again. His hearing was muffled. His body was numb. A skull-splitting headache was making him nauseous. He felt as if he was underwater. Where am I? He asked. However, instead of answering his question, the people around him injected yet another dose of sedatives into his veins to knock him out again. Not receiving an answer, Naruto started pulling at the straps that were tying him down to the bed. However, he was too weak. He could barely move, let alone break out of the maiden-like device tying him down. Danzo-sama. Sir, it's good to see you, sir. Even in his currently muddled mind, Naruto recognized the name spoken by those people. Danzo, animal masked attackers, Anko, Bakugo. I think I even saw someone who looked like Yamato and Kakashi from my past life when they attacked Maya. What's with Tama? What's going on? What did they kidnap me for? Why am I here? While he was still trying to make sense of the situation he was in, an old voice came from the right side of his bed. You're probably wondering why have we captured you? To put your mind at ease, I will let you know that we are not villains. Could have fooled me, Naruto spat in anger. You won't be able to break your restraints. I advise you to stop struggling. In the first place, we have no intention of hurting you, the old man said calmly. Why did you attack me for no reason if you're not villains? Why did you kidnap me? And why are you putting these damned lights into my eyes for fuck's sake? The lights were so strong that he couldn't even open his eyes. Oh, but we do have a very good reason to keep you here, Uzumaki Naruto, Danzo said. Going by the sound of steps echoing the silence of the room, Naruto could guess that the old man started pacing back and forth while he was speaking. How is it possible for someone to be born with two quirks? Just what kind of quirk is your adamantine sealing chains? Why did it activate so much later than the quirks of all the other people? Your fox quirk, is it really only a fox quirk or is it something else? The vast majority of trained pro heroes spend decades risking their lives against villains, but the chance of them awakening their quirks is astronomically low. How did your quirk awaken? And how did it awaken more than once? At that moment, the sound of Danzo's footsteps stopped as he was once again sitting on a stool by Naruto's bed. All those mysteries, all belonging to one person. And the answer to all those questions lies in the palm of my hand now. Unveiling those mysteries will lead Japan into a new era. Forget about the villains running amok or All for One. If we find the method to safely awaken our operatives' quirks, Japan will rule the whole world. Cooperate with us, Uzumaki Naruto. It will be much easier for both sides. You're expecting me to become your comrade after the way you treated me. Are you out of your mind? When I'm getting out of this, I'll rip you and everyone else here to shreds. Greatly contrasting with the teenager thrashing wildly in his restraints, the old man's face was calm, emotionless. We don't have to be enemies. We don't have to fight against each other. After all, our purposes align. You want to become a pro-hero and protect the weak. We want to eradicate all of those who endanger our society. We are the same. After saying those words, Danzo shook his head and sighed softly, showing a bit of emotion for the first time. I thought someone like you would be able to see the bigger picture. It seems I was wrong. How disappointing. You're giving us no choice but to take what we want by force. Turning his attention towards the medical staff present in the room, he said. His claws are coming out. He's too dangerous to be kept awake. It looks like his body has already built a tolerance for the sedatives you've been using on him. You have my permission to induce an artificial coma if you have to. We've waited for this chance for nearly 2 years. We can't leave anything up to luck. If anything goes wrong and he escapes, it will be your heads that will roll. Why, yes, sir. A bad feeling came over Mirko when she heard the massive explosions coming from Minato's side of the call. Minato-san. Minato. Unfortunately, the call ended without her getting an answer. Darn it. She had not even had the chance to ask where exactly was Minato waiting for Naruto, so she didn't know their location. Mirko started pacing around her hotel room restlessly. Naruto would be devastated if anything happened to his family. Anxiously, she tried calling Minato back several times, and she tried calling Kushina as well, but they weren't picking up. After that, she also called Naruto, but he wasn't answering either. Oh, come on. She let out another curse as she let herself fall on the sofa. She wanted to go to their help, but she had no idea where they were. Only a few minutes after Minato's call, the Hero Network app suddenly bombarded her with half a dozen notifications at once. A massive explosion rocked Haruya Town, Shizuoka Prefecture. 10 civilians were confirmed dead, and many more were injured. Flying type and water type pro-heroes needed in Haruya Town, Shizuoka Prefecture. Eyewitnesses report Uzumaki Naruto was ambushed and captured by a large group of villains. Pro-heroes specializing in tracking are needed in Haruya Town, Shizuoka Prefecture. The moment she read that news, Mirko jumped out of the window of her hotel room with no regard for the height of the hotel building she was in. Her long white hair fluttering wildly in the cool breeze coming from the sea, Mirko's body left behind a loud boom the moment her feet touched the rooftop of a nearby building. She jumped with so much strength that she broke the sound barrier, startling many people below. Despite having built a certain degree of resistance against the sedatives they had been using on him, Naruto felt his senses start dulling again after they injected a new serum into his neck. His desperate thrashing quickly came to a stop as his body turned slack. He felt his consciousness slipping away. The two medics and the assistant observing him grew alarmed as his heart rate unexpectedly spiked. What's going on? Why is his heart rate going up like that? Normally, after administering the drugs that would induce coma, the patient's heart rate would decrease so much that the medics would have to feed them special drugs to keep the heart functioning normally. But now, the teen boy's heart rate became inexplicably high and irregular. He's going to go into cardiac arrest at this rate. One of the doctors yelled in a panic. If they somehow killed Uzumaki Naruto, none of them would live to see the light of the next day. Seconds after the doctor's shout, Naruto's body went slack, his heart rate nothing but a flat line. Color drained from the medics' faces. One of them even fell to his hands and knees in despair. However, his head shot up abruptly when a low, deep growl came from the supposedly dead boy. What the hell? The maiden restraining him creaked loudly, and sizzling sounds came from the fabric of his clothes and the bed underneath him as a crimson liquid-like substance started spreading all over his skin. In mere moments, the boy was nowhere to be seen. A demon stood in his place, a dark crimson creature bellowing with rage. The fox demon's corrosive skin didn't melt off only his clothing and the bed. The maiden was being corroded too. With a final exertion of his large tails, the impossibly durable and several 100-kilogram heavy maiden snapped like an old and rusty chain. No. Please, no. I have a daughter at home, please. The medics' pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. They were savaged and gored out mercilessly by the fox demon's claws. Oh my god. Holy shit. The two agents who had let out those shouts weren't even Christians, but the scene in front of their eyes left them shell-shocked. They had come to check up on the situation after hearing the roars, but they had not expected to see anything like that. The room where Uzumaki Naruto had been detained looked horrifying. The solid, metallic bed was broken, the heavy maiden was shattered to pieces and the two doctors and their assistant were dead, their corpses unrecognizable. Their remains and their blood were splattered all over the walls and pooling on the floor too. Code Red. Uzumaki Naruto has escaped and he's on the loose. I repeat, Code Red, Uzumaki. But the man's head was pulverized as a massive appendage smashed into it out of nowhere, decapitating him cleanly. Turning around, his colleague instinctively activated his quirk, covering his body in flames as a desperate last-moment attempt to protect himself, but the demon's claws split him in two from the waist effortlessly. With the medics pumping him full of drugs and putting him into an artificial coma, Naruto lost consciousness. Now, there was nothing left to hold back the bestial ferocity of his fox quirk. The five-tailed demon fox was on a rampage. Although it was night, the headquarters of the Root organization was still packed with people. There was almost no difference between the number of agents working during the day and those working at night because many villains preferred to act during the night, under the cover of darkness, and slip away from the pro-heroes' pursuit by making use of the seedy districts of the cities where the night life was bustling. Root's purpose was to eliminate all the individuals who posed a danger to the order and prosperity of Japanese society, regardless of whether they were villains, civilians, or even heroes. That being said, if the first bestial roars coming from the basement didn't tip them off that something wasn't right, the agent's walkie-talkie transmission being cut off and his following scream made it obvious that something had gone terribly wrong. With this bonus and a few more years I'll be able to retire, Kakashi thought as he changed from his battle gear into casual clothes. He was in a great mood. Root may have been an organization whose existence could not be revealed to the public, but the pay was well above that of regular pro-heroes unless they were famous. That said, not all members of the Root had been coerced or manipulated into joining its ranks. Many of its agents did it for the money while others preferred to remain anonymous instead of becoming famous like most successful pro-heroes. Danzo-sama doesn't often give out bonuses, but when he does, they're well worth it, Kakashi thought as he grabbed his duffel bag and went to his car, a luxurious, black, Toyota sedan. Getting inside, he turned on the engine, but just as he was about to leave the parking lot, ear-deafening alarms started blaring from the Root HQ. He let his head fall heavily on the steering wheel in exasperation. For a moment, he even considered just pretending that he had not heard it and go home. But it was just a fleeting thought. He couldn't do that when there were cameras everywhere. That kind of behavior would get him fired for sure or even worse. Slamming the door shut with more force than necessary, Kakashi broke into a light run towards the building. However, the reception area was deserted, and, instead, all the agents were crammed at the entrance of the stairway that led to the basement and in front of the elevator. What's going on? Who triggered the alarm? Kakashi asked one of the operatives. The Root agent's first reaction had been to shoot back a snarky answer, but upon seeing who was the one asked the question, he swallowed his anger and said in a polite tone, as if he was speaking to a superior. It's Uzumaki Naruto. He's on a rampage. But he was knocked out, and the doctors pumped him full with drugs. The doctors are dead. They. A thunderous demonic roar suddenly made most people kneel on the floor and cover their ears in pain, and Kakashi was forced to do the same. Some of the weaker agents even lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth and with blood coming from their ruptured eardrums. Human screams and sounds of gunfire came from the basement too. Then, a massive explosion boomed, an explosion that rocked the entire building from its foundation. The windows were shattered by the shockwaves, the walls cracked and the power was cut too, plunging everyone into darkness. For a moment, it was silence. Then, the footsteps of a four-legged being were heard. The sound made by his clawed limbs scratching the marble floor as he walked was eerily loud in the deathly silence that had been instilled. As the four-legged beast started climbing up the stairs, the Root agent's terror grew with every step it took. Sweat fell down their foreheads like rain and their hands were shaking as they aimed their rifles at the stairwell. A pair of crimson-red eyes appeared in the dark. They were the cruel, slit eyes of a savage beast. Then, another roar petrified everyone with fear. But there were two people whose mentality withstood the demon's killing intent. A lightning sword grew from Kakashi's hand as he jumped at the four-tailed crimson beast. At the same time, from the other side of the room, Yamato yelled. Special move, silent strangle vines. Yamato's arm transformed into 4 wooden tendrils and they were even faster than Kakashi, reaching the demonic beast first. However, the two root agents had grossly overestimated their strength. A deafening boom made everyone's ears ring as the berserk Naruto broke the sound barrier. In the next moment, Yamato stared wide-eyed as the demon's claws tore through Kakashi's body like a hot knife through butter. An experienced and powerful senior member of the root was killed before he even realized it, his body ripped into pieces. A cruel grin stretched the fox demon's face as he turned his head at Yamato. As the creature got on all fours again, Yamato knew instinctively that he only had 2 or 3 seconds left to live. And just as the beast launched itself at him, wood spikes suddenly broke out from all over his body, like a porcupine. It was one of his ultimate moves, a special technique that combined defense and offense. However, the demon's claws tore through his solid wooden spikes as if they were rotten twigs. Fire. Kill him. With the violent deaths of Kakashi and Yamato, the rest of the agents finally snapped out of their shock. But it was all for naught. Like a fox among chickens, he was unstoppable. Their bullets couldn't pierce the demon's crimson skin, their fire quirk attacks couldn't burn him, and their physical attacks didn't even faze him. He was like a juggernaut. His claws were so sharp that they could slice through their rifles and through their bones as if they were all made of paper, and his 5 large tails were so heavy and powerful they would pulverize anyone unfortunate to get hit by them. In only 2 minutes, over 20 highly trained root operatives met a violent death. That wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. Dozens of pro-heroes and just as many police cars and vans packed with special assault team forces arrived at the root headquarters only 15 minutes after the alarm was triggered. Goodness gracious! None of the pro-heroes, policemen, and special assault team agents that had been sent there were greenhorns, but even so, they had never seen such carnage in their entire lives. It was like a scene out of a horror movie. Not few were the ones who felt the bile rising to their throat before bending over and throwing up uncontrollably. Even pro-hero gang Orca, who had the upper body of a killer whale, was visibly distraught. But while everyone was momentarily frozen in shock at the gory sight in front of them, a short girl with long white hair and a pair of rabbit ears rushed past them like the wind. She was completely fearless. She was too fast for the other to notice, but a tense look was on her face, and her jaws were clenched from her anger. Her blood was boiling in her veins. I swear to God, if they did anything to him, I'm going to end them. HPSC or not, I'll kill them all. Uncaring of the pooling blood splashing on her legs and back, staining her white hero suit, Mirko ran at full speed through the first floor of the building looking for any sign of Naruto. He has to be here somewhere. He was definitely attacked and captured by the Black Ops of HPSC. According to the police reports that she had read, the eyewitnesses said that Uzumaki Naruto had been attacked by people wearing white animal masks. With her speed, it didn't take Mirko long to search the whole building, from the basement to the last floor. Furthermore, with her taking the lead, the other heroes and armed police forces snapped out of their shock and followed her inside too. But there was no sign of Naruto. Not one person was left alive in the building. All the root agents present in the building that evening had been killed violently, to the last person. Chapter 35. An old friend. Hurried footsteps were heard as an old man ran as fast as his frail and aged legs could carry him. His laborious breathing was so loud that one would think he was only moments away from dropping down from exhaustion. However, to his relief, he soon reached the end of the tunnel. Taking one last fearful glance behind him, the old man placed his hand on the panel next to a blast door to have his fingerprints scanned. Come on, come on. The scanning process only took 3 seconds, but he was so terrified that even such a short time felt like an eternity. As the blast doors parted, the old man literally threw himself inside and slammed his fist on the closing button like a hammer. It was only when the half-meter-thick blast doors were sealed shut that he finally allowed himself a sigh of relief. The adrenaline dump was so severe that he lost feeling in his knees and fell on the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. When he finally got a hold of himself, he stood up on trembling legs and wobbled to the desk located at the back of the room. Opening one of the drawers, he took out a bottle of hard liquor and a rocks glass. His hands were shaking so badly that he spilled the drink all over the desk while trying to pour it into the glass. As the strong liquid flowed down his throat and warmed his chest and stomach, his hands stopped shaking, and his facial expression became calmer as well. What in the world was that? He massacred them all. He shivered involuntarily as a chill traveled down his spine at the reminder of how that demon tore apart everything in its way. His loyal agents, his well-trained operatives, and even the new prospects that he had recently recruited, everyone who had been present at the Root HQ that night was slaughtered. He could still vividly recall the way the demon had burst into his office, leaving a trail of mangled and mutilated corpses in its wake. If it hadn't been for the two powerful bodyguards that he had brainwashed to protect him at all times, if it hadn't been for them throwing themselves at the killer and buying him a few seconds while he escaped through a secret passage, he would not have made it out. At the reminder that he had almost lost his life, Danzo poured himself another glass and downed it in one go. Nonetheless, he was safe now. Currently, he was inside a secret bunker designed to withstand even a nuclear explosion. There was no way for the demon to barge inside. Hardly anyone even knew of this bunker's existence, he was sure of. Ichiro's malt and grain, brewed over 200 years ago, in the early 2000s if I'm not mistaken. They don't even make it anymore. You could buy a house in the suburbs for the price of a bottle of such fine tastes you have, Danzo-sama. The sudden voice made Danzo jump so hard out of his seat that he lost balance and fell on his back with a painful thud. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" he yelled as he quickly stood up from the floor. A rather thin and tall man stepped out of the shadows, letting the light coming from the desk lamp reveal his features. Spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and a handsome and kind-looking face. But, in spite of his harmless appearance, Danzo wasn't comforted in the least. The way the man was twirling a kunai on his finger did nothing to reduce his anxiety either. How does someone like you know of this place?" Danzo asked, his right hand secretly opening one of his desk's drawers. "Someone like me. A mere accountant isn't supposed to know about such a tightly guarded secret of HPSC, right?" Just as Danzo's fingers wrapped around the grip of the handgun he had stashed in his desk, a whistling sound was heard, and, a moment later, a scream erupted from his chest as the blonde man hurled his kunai at him, stabbing him in the shoulder. "My son loves to use these kinds of knives. I didn't really see the point of using such small blades at first, but they're quite handy once you get used to them," he said in the same amiable voice as if he hadn't just stabbed another person in the shoulder only a second ago. What is your objective? What are you trying to gain from this?" Danzo asked through gritted teeth, trying his hardest not to scream from the agonizing pain coming off from his shoulder. "My objective? That would be to kill you. As for how I got in here, you don't need to know that." As the man started walking around the desk to get to him, Danzo suddenly jumped back and, fighting through the excruciating pain coming from moving his stab through right shoulder, he raised his arm and fired his gun at him. However, the blonde man suddenly vanished. An instant later, he appeared behind Danzo and kicked the back of his knees, making him fall to the floor on all fours. Danzo desperately tried to stand up as quickly as possible, but a brutal soccer kick to the face threw him 2 meters away, making him roll on the floor like a barrel. "Wasn't your quirk eidetic memory? Since when can you teleport?" Danzo couldn't help asking, in spite of the blood and pieces of broken teeth coming from his mouth. "Eidetic memory is a quirk. No, I'm just that smart," Minato said with a laugh. "What, are you trying to find out whether I'm worth using your brainwashing on me?" Minato said with a laugh when he saw Danzo's right eye turning crimson red. The reason why even the senior operatives of Root didn't dare look Danzo in the eyes and were afraid of him was due to his quirk. He could only use his quirk once every 6 months, but that drawback made sense when considering just how powerful its effect was. It gave him the ability to brainwash people for life. It wasn't all powerful because those with strong will and character could fight it off, but the vast majority of people could be brainwashed and mind-controlled without them even noticing it. I just felt you trying to use your dirty little ability. Your quirk doesn't work on me, does it? Minato said nonchalantly as he came closer to the downed old man and crouched to be at his eye level. Why are you doing this? You're a former agent of Root, aren't you? Why are you turning against me now? I was never your agent, old man. I worked in the field under Sarutobi-sama's leadership, not yours. When he retired, I became just a regular accountant. As for why I'm doing this, are you really asking me this question? The smile vanished from his face as he unsheathed the short sword strapped to his back. It was a tanto, the perfect tool for assassinations. I told you not to mess with my family, haven't I? Sarutobi-sama also told you not to touch Uzumaki Naruto, didn't he? But I guess that the words of a mere accountant and that of an old and retired operative didn't hold any weight to you. Don't do this, pleasia. For the first time since he was born, Danzo was pleading for his life. But Minato's face was indifferent as he slowly started to press the blade of his tanto into Danzo's neck. That calmness contrasting with his ruthless actions terrified the old man to the bones. Please, I swear not to touch your family again, no. Please, don't, Danzo screamed as he tried to stop the blade from slicing his neck by grabbing it with both hands. His begging was all in vain, however, as Minato kept pressing the blade down, cutting off his fingers and then his throat too. Even as the blood bursting out of Danzo's throat and mouth splashed all over his face, Minato watched unblinkingly how life trickled out of the old man's eyes. And he didn't stop his actions until the blade of his tanto cut through his neck completely, decapitating him. But after decapitating Danzo with his sword, Minato let out a sigh, and the look of a remorseless killer disappeared from his face. Going back to Danzo's desk, he grabbed the bottle of whiskey and took a big chug directly out of the bottle before letting himself fall on the comfortable leather chair. I said I'd leave behind me the life of an assassin when I married Kushina. Meeting Kushina changed his life. He hadn't had a real purpose in life or anything to strive for until he met her. He hadn't had a life outside of Root. Despite his relatively short time spent working as a field operative, he still held the record for the biggest number of missions completed among all agents due to his teleportation quirk. The vivacious and beautiful redhead had given his life color. His life as a Root agent and his highly paid job as a government-financed assassin, he discarded them all for the sake of marrying Kushina and creating a family with her. Kushina and Naruto were more important to him than his own life. And recently, he started seeing Eri as his own daughter too. After spending more than a decade in marital bliss, Minato couldn't imagine going back to the life of an assassin. However, if it's for them, I'll do anything. He didn't mind getting his hands bloody again if it was for the sake of keeping his family safe. Putting the bottle of whiskey down and standing up, Minato crinkled his nose at the disturbing scenery in the bunker. Time to clean my tracks, he mumbled as he took out half a dozen packages of explosives and placed them all over the room. Lighting up their fuse, Minato waited and watched until the last moment, teleporting away only a split second before they exploded. Wake up! Wake up, you stupid brat! A voice rang distantly in his head. In his muddled state of mind, he could momentarily not put a face to it. Wake up, Naruto! As the voice rang louder and clearer, Naruto stirred awake. Where am I? He asked groggily as he sat up and looked around him. He was lying on the grassy ground of a river bank, under a bridge. Shit, why am I naked? He panicked and tried to cover his privates with his hands and tails. Luckily, as he took another look at his surroundings, he realized that it was night and that he was all alone. Nobody could see him there. Last thing I can recall, Issa God, some secret organization kidnapped me and strapped me down to a table. Little by little, his memories came back to him. However, after being drugged into an induced coma, he couldn't remember anything else. He had no recollection whatsoever of how he had managed to escape or how he had arrived at his current location. Sleeping Princess finally woke up. When he heard that deep, growl-like voice, Naruto froze. He was stunned. Oi, say something. Kei Kurama, Naruto asked, his voice trembling. Yes, it is Iya. Hearing the raw emotion in Naruto's voice as he called out his name, Kurama too was touched, becoming silent. "Hoa, how is it possible?" Naruto asked. He was having a hard time keeping his voice even. "I thought I didn't know you were alive. I've been with you since the very moment you were born. Your fox-like appearance and abilities are because of me." For a while, neither one of them spoke, too overwhelmed to say anything. "What took you so long?" Naruto asked, this time in a light-hearted, joking tone. "It's because you were too damn weak." Kurama shot back at him. "Even now, despite that you attained a fifth tail, I still can't leave your body." Outside of his control, Naruto started laughing. At the same time, tears also started flowing from his eyes. "Shit, why am I crying now?" Naruto asked as he wiped his face with the back of his hand, but, try as he might, he couldn't stop his tears. Kurama remained silent for some time, giving him a moment to recollect himself. If anything, Kurama himself was feeling rather emotional due to Naruto's behavior. Although they had made peace with each other and fought together against the rabbit goddess in the final moments of their past lives, the two of them had never really had the chance to cultivate a true friendship between them. It had been more like the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of relationship, a camaraderie born out of necessity. However, it looked like Naruto hadn't seen him only as a helper in the war. Not only that the boy had not forgotten about him in his new life, but he had even chosen Kurama as his pro-hero name as a way of honoring him. The fox was well aware of that because he had been with Naruto the entire time. "Looks like you saved my ass again, Kurama." Just like before. Although he had no memory of how he had escaped from the facility where he had been imprisoned, it didn't take a genius to understand what had transpired now that he realized that Kurama's consciousness lived inside of him. "A small warning, I made quite the mess over there," Kurama said. "I killed everyone, every last one of them. We may have escaped death for the moment, but I wouldn't count our chickens just yet. We live in a different world now and such massacres aren't common here." It also looked like they were an organization affiliated with the government of this country. Things might get hairy soon. "Is there anyone you can trust with your life to support you in this time of need?" "Rumi," Naruto said instantly. "You trust her that much?" Kurama asked. Although he knew most of the things that happened in Naruto's life, he couldn't read his mind and feelings like an open book. "She saved my life more than once. I trust her with every fiber of my being." Seeing as they were in Tokyo, Hiroshima City was over 800 kilometers away. However, due to being butt naked after the demonic transformation melted off his clothes, Naruto couldn't show his face in public. Furthermore, worried about the authorities' reaction to what he had done, even if he had been decent, Naruto wouldn't have dared to use public transportation for the sake of traveling. His only option was to go there on foot. Activating the demonic transformation of his fox quirk again, Naruto controlled the crimson skin to cover his entire body except for the face. This way, not only that he solved the problem of being naked, but he also gave himself an enormous boost to his physical abilities. Considering the fact that Tokyo was filled with CCTV cameras at every step, Naruto didn't even attempt to sneak around with his new appearance. It was futile. Therefore, he opted instead to just bet it all on his inhuman speed to get out of the large metropolis as quickly as possible. Once he was in the countryside, it would not be difficult for him to disappear. As he started running down the large streets of Tokyo, he appeared as nothing but a blur to the passing-by pedestrians and cars alike. If he had not been afraid of creating a large disturbance and attracting unwanted attention from the patrolling heroes, Naruto reckoned he would have been able to go past the sound barrier. Is this what Rumi feels when she goes supersonic? He hadn't left any sonic booms just yet, but he could already feel as if his perception of time slowed down to a crawl. The faster he was running, the more the surrounding world slowed in his eyes. Everything looked like a slow-motion video clip. Soon, he got out of Tokyo. Relieved at the fact that it didn't look as if he was being followed, Naruto slowed down his sprint to a more manageable speed to preserve his stamina. After his quirk awakened for the fourth time, growing out his fifth tail, his body's reserves of energy weren't in a good state. I can't help wondering, how did we all come into this world? Naruto said inwardly. Me, you, my parents, Kiba, Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Kakashi, Danzo, Enko and so on and so forth. How did we all reincarnate into this world? Kurama took his time before replying. We lost the war. The rabbit goddess was too powerful. She snatched me out of your body and you got trapped by the god tree. You were all ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi. That's the last thing I remember. Do you mean, Naruto began, only for Kyuubi to cut him off? That we're trapped in an illusion. That this whole reality, this entire world is just one big lie. I did consider that for a momento, but I don't think that's the case. Naruto let out a breath that he didn't know he was holding. He loved his current life way too much. He would forever be unable to make peace with the thought that it was fake. What makes you so sure this is all real? He asked, desperately wishing for more proof to confirm the fact that it wasn't all a dream. The infinite Tsukuyomi was supposed to give everyone a perfect life, their version of paradise. I don't know about you, but my idea of a perfect life is far from being stuck inside your body for 17, nearly 18 years. Besides, look at how much hardship you've suffered over the past 3 years. You've been on the brink of death so many times and your parents are now living as fugitives with fake identities. In a perfect world, none of that would have happened to you. You're right. Yes, you're right, Naruto said, more to reassure himself rather than Kurama. Thank you, truly, for everything. As difficult as his life has been recently, Naruto would never want it to be just a dream. Things weren't perfect, and there were many problems, but, in spite of all the suffering, his current life was still infinitely better than his previous one. His mother and his father were alive, and they loved him like the light of their eyes. Not only that, but he had also gained an adorable little sister in Eri, and he was also deeply in love with the most amazing woman he had ever seen in both his past and present life. A beautiful and strong woman who cared about him just as much as he did for her. Last but not least, even Kurama was alive too. Is there any way for you to come out of my body? To gain your freedom? Naruto suddenly asked. I don't know, Kurama replied. I'm thinking that maybe if my quirk awakens a few more times, you might be able to, he trailed off. I don't know what will happen once you get 9 tails. It's just as much of a mystery for me as it is for you. But I can materialize outside of your body now as long as I'm still connected to you. Wait, really? Then why haven't you come out? Naruto said, and suddenly stopped in his tracks, stirring large clouds of dust around him. Do you want to faint? With how drained your body is after your quirk's awakening, you'll definitely lose consciousness. Wait until you get some rest and recover your stamina. But I wanna see you now. He whined. Don't be an idiot, Kurama rebuked him. Don't forget your circumstances. Kurama's harsh words shut him up right away. Mirko's apartment was just as he remembered it. Although he hadn't been there as often as he would have liked over the past year, he was still familiar enough with the place for Mirko to have given him a key to the door. Not that it helped him now, he had to enter the apartment through an open window. Furthermore, the guest room had actually been converted into his personal bedroom, and he also had a few changes of clothes stored there. Having taken a shower to clean himself up and now dressed in a pair of gray sweatpants and a blue t-shirt, Naruto was rummaging through Mirko's fridge, searching for food. Although the rabbit girl wasn't a strict vegetarian per se, her diet consisted mostly of vegetables. Meanwhile, Naruto crinkled his nose just at the thought of having to eat vegetables. In the end, he took out a carton of eggs and started cooking for himself some fried eggs. It was a simple but nutritious food. Taking his plate with fried eggs and a bottle of yogurt in the living room, he sat down and turned on the TV, switching the channels until he found a random action movie. As irresponsible as it may have been, he chose not to worry about his situation just yet. After what he had gone through that day, all he wanted now was to relax and rest. He would worry tomorrow about the storm that was bound to come his way. I wonder, are you the only Biju who reincarnated in this world? Naruto suddenly asked, having tuned out the movies as he fell into his thoughts. Gaara, Shukaku's Jinchuriki is actually my classmate. Is Shukaku living inside of him too? But Kyuubi didn't give him an answer. Hey, Kurama. Still not receiving a reply, he stopped calling him out. Is he perhaps asleep? Looking at the clock on the wall and checking the time, he realized that it was nearly 4 a.m. I might as well get some sleep too. I'm exhausted, and tomorrow is going to be a shitty day." The moment he acknowledged just how tired he was, it was as if his body had lost all its strength, and tiredness suddenly caught up to him. It was 6 a.m. Although it was still dark outside, the first signs of the morning were starting to be seen on the horizon. Finally coming home after spending nearly 18 hours on the streets, Mirko just closed the door of her apartment and let herself fall on the floor, resting her back against the entrance door. "Where are you, Naruto?" She and the rest of the heroes had searched for him everywhere, but they hadn't found any signs of him. The police said that the CCTV spotted a red, five-tailed creature running down the streets out of Tokyo, but they had no way of tracking it after it left the city. She was deeply worried for him. It wasn't his safety that she was worried about, but the fact that he wasn't himself. What happened at that branch of HPSC is terrible, but I have no doubts that HPSC itself will try to cover it up. Once the police accessed the cameras of the Root HQ to ascertain what had happened, it became clear to all that they had kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto and imprisoned him in their facility before his quirk's feral nature turned him into a berserk monster. Besides, over 10 civilians lost their lives when they attacked Naruto in Haruya town. If the media gets wind that the HPSC was beyond the assassins who kidnapped Naruto, set the town aflame, and killed so many innocents, the people won't be quiet. The HPSC leaders would certainly lose not just their jobs but their lives too. The government wouldn't dare to let their crimes go unpunished lest they lost the faith of the Japanese people. That being said, while Naruto's quirk lashing out and murdering his captors was somewhat excusable and could be deemed as self-defense, things were going to be completely different if he were to murder innocent civilians in his enraged state of mind after escaping from Tokyo. She took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. But, as she did that, a familiar scent assaulted her sense of smell. She jumped off the floor as if there were springs under her feet. Running deeper inside her apartment, she came to a stop when she arrived in the living room. And there he was, the object of her worries and affection alike. Naruto Uzumaki was curled up on the sofa with his tails wrapped around his body to keep himself warm. He was deep asleep. Naruto. His fluffy fox ears flinched at the sound of her calling his name, but he didn't wake up. He was too exhausted. Mirko smiled at the sight of it. "Here I am getting wrinkles from how much I've been worrying about you, and look at you, sleeping with no care in the world." She thought, but she wasn't really angry. She was relieved and happy. It was as if a stone was lifted off her chest. "Naruto. Baby. Wake up. Go get some sleep in your own bed." She came to him and shook his shoulder lightly. He couldn't continue staying asleep after all that. "No. Don't wanna." Before she could protest, he grabbed her by the arm and pulled her down to him. She let out a squawk of surprise at his sudden actions, but she didn't fight it and let him pull her to him. "You big baby," she laughed softly when he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close to him. But Naruto didn't say anything in retort. He just hugged her affectionately as he spooned her, taking comfort in the warmth of her body. She was sweaty and dirty from such a long day spent running around, but he couldn't bring himself to care at that moment. Burying his face into her long white hair, Naruto fell asleep once again in less than a minute. Feeling his breathing becoming even, Mirko turned around in his arms and draped one of her legs over his waist as she pressed her chest to his. In spite of how tired she was too, she didn't fall asleep right away. Cupping his face with her right hand, she lost track of time as she admired his handsome face and caressed his whiskered cheek. But after a while, hypnosis claimed her and she fell asleep in his arms too. Chapter 36 Usajiyama Ua. The sound of oil sizzling in the frying pan stirred Naruto awake from his slumber. As the smell of fried sausages reached his nose, his stomach let out a loud growl. His bones and muscles groaned in protest as he got up from the sofa. Letting out a big yawn, he lifted his hands above his head and stretched his back and tails. Following the enticing smell, Naruto headed straight to the kitchen. Outside of his control, a smile appeared on his face at the sight of his girlfriend. With her long white hair tied up in a messy bun and an apron wrapped around her waist, the rabbit girl was in the midst of cooking breakfast. Normally, most Japanese people prefer to have lighter meals for breakfast, such as soup, rice, salads, or fish. But, knowing her boyfriend's tastes, Mirko cooked different dishes for him. "Good morning, Rumi-chan," he said as he hugged her from behind and kissed her on the cheek. She turned around in his embrace and put her arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. "I'm so glad you're okay," she said while hugging him. "When I heard you were kidnapped, I didn't know where even to begin looking for you. And when I saw the massacre in the headquarters of HPSC's Black Ops, I feared the worst." "It was a close one," Naruto said, not daring to make jokes at that moment. "One of their agents poisoned me while I was being crowded by girls on the train, and when I got down, I was attacked by a large group of people with quirks. The next thing I knew, I woke up in an underground chamber, immobilized by a maiden and strapped down to a table." When her sensitive nose picked up the fact that the sausages in the frying pan needed to be taken out, Mirko reluctantly let go of him and turned her attention to the stove. Letting her finish cooking in peace, Naruto went ahead and set up the table. A few moments later, the two were seated across from each other, eating. "So, what happened after you regained consciousness? How did you escape? What happened? Come on, spill the beans already." He chuckled a bit at her impatience. "When I woke up, their leader, an old man called Danzo, showed up and told me some crap about Japan conquering the world. He tried to convert me to his cause. Apparently, they've been looking for a chance to capture me for years. It was all for the sake of finding out how I awakened my quirk 2 times in a row. When I refused, he ordered the doctors to put me into an artificial coma." After saying that, he grabbed a sausage with his chopsticks and ate it all in no more than 2 bites before also grabbing a few omelet rolls and throwing them into his mouth. He was wolfing down the food as if he had been starving for weeks. "They shot themselves in the foot when they did that because after they drugged me, there was nothing left to hold back the feral nature of my quirk." "That doesn't make sense. I mean, you were unconscious, weren't you? I thought the feral nature of your quirk was just some animalistic instincts," she said. "That's what I used to think too, until last night." All of a sudden, Mirko's chair dragged against the floor and made a loud screeching noise as she abruptly jumped back, startled, instinctively adopting a fighting stance. "Her senses are something different, you were right," a deep voice came from under the table, making Mirko's eyes widen in surprise when she got a glimpse of the creature that had tried to sneak up on her. It was a crimson-red creature with a head resembling that of a long-eared fox and 2 limbs that looked like clawed, humanoid arms. Lastly, its lower body ended in a long appendage that was connected to Naruto's belly. Turns out my quirk's feral nature was more than just some murderous impulses. It was a whole different consciousness. "Rumi, this is Kurama. Kurama, this is Rumi," he said, introducing them one to another. Mirko looked at the fox-like being with an intrigued expression on her face. Interesting. She got so deep into Kyuubi's personal space that the fox found himself subconsciously backing away from her. After 17 years spent inside Naruto's body in this new world, Kyuubi had resigned himself with the idea that he was no longer a nigh unstoppable force of nature like in the past, but that didn't mean he was used to people being so unafraid of him or them getting so close to him. "Don't touch me, woman. I'll kill you." Kyuubi snapped at her and slapped her hand away when she tried touching him to feel the texture of his skin. But his death threats had the opposite effect. The rabbit girl almost swooned. "Oh my god, isn't he adorable?" she gushed. But when she tried to get her hands on him again, Kyuubi unexpectedly shrank back even more, burrowing back into Naruto's body again. As for the blonde, he had been grinning the entire time at the sight of Kurama's uncomfortable expression. The fox practically hiding back into his body to get away from Mirko made him burst into laughter. "He'll warm up to you. Eventually," he said when he saw how deflated she appeared to be. The two of them spent the rest of the breakfast time making light conversation and joking around. Once they were done eating and went to the living room, Naruto knew that he could no longer put off discussing the aftermath of his kidnapping. "I'm surprised the mass media hasn't made a report about it yet. With these many deaths, I thought it would be all over the news today," Naruto said. "I think that the HPSC is blocking the information and pressuring the mass media into not reporting last night's incident. Remember how I told you that the HPSC aren't as good as the general public thinks they are? Rumors of HPSC having a secret Black Ops branch have been flying around for many years, and this pretty much confirms it. The organization that kidnapped you last night has to be linked to HPSC in some way or another. Otherwise, they wouldn't go to such lengths to hide the truth of the matter. Nevertheless, while the mass media had yet to make the incident public, it would be impossible for the HPSC to be able to bury the matter quietly after dozens of pro-heroes and police special forces had seen the scene of the massacre with their own eyes. But even with HPSC stopping it from going public, honestly, things aren't looking great, Mirko said, and showed him various conversations happening between pro-heroes on the forums of the Hero Network app. I don't think you'll get away with just a slap on the wrist this time, Naruto. A regular teenager would have revolted at what she said and started complaining out loud that he was the victim and that it was self-defense. But he understood his situation clearly. I might never be able to become a pro-hero after this. Mirko nodded her head, a grave expression on her face. Not even 10 hours have passed since the incident, but photos of the death and destruction you left behind are already being uploaded on the internet. The HPSC can't do anything to stop that. You know by now that a pro-hero's success depends not only on their strength but on their popularity as well. More often than not, their popularity is even more important than their actual strength and accomplishments. I can't predict how the public will react to what you did. Although he had been in the right to do whatever was necessary to escape after the HPSC's Black Ops kidnapped him, his actions had been too extreme. If he had only killed a few of his captors in order to escape, the matter would have been settled right away. But what he did was different. It was one thing to kill a handful of people in self-defense and a totally different thing to brutally massacre everyone in the building. More than 30 people lost their lives at his hands that night. They were torn and disfigured beyond recognition. That couldn't be counted as self-defense. It was a rage-fueled revenge. Soria, Kyuubi's voice unexpectedly rang in his mind. I can't hold it against you. If it wasn't for you taking control, I might have died or worse. Later, in the evening. It had been a hectic day for Naruto. Spending several hours being interrogated by pro-heroes and the police alike left him drained. It also took a lot of energy and patience out of him to calm his parents and convince them that he was unharmed. And, on top of all that, the reporters had been hounding him the entire day as well. While the HPSC was trying to keep the incident under wraps for fear of the population finding out about their dark and dirty secrets, the fact that Naruto had been kidnapped couldn't be hidden given that there were dozens of eyewitnesses. The journalists were dying to find out the identity of the ones who had attacked him and how he had managed to escape. It was too big a scoop for them to ignore it. Now, he was on the rooftop of the skyscraper where Mirko lived, in Hiroshima. Seeing as it was still March, despite being only 6 p.m., the sky was dyed in various shades of red, yellow, and orange as the sun began to set. Sitting at the edge of the rooftop with his feet dangling out and his tail swaying softly in the wind, Naruto was watching Hiroshima's skyline in silence, taking comfort in hearing the distant buzz of the city below, and the beauty of the sea and the sky at the sunset. His fox ears twitched, and he turned his head to the source of the noise. It was Mirko. Wearing a pair of cropped and ripped blue jeans, white sneakers, and a baggy red hoodie, the rabbit girl just returned from the supermarket carrying a white plastic bag in her hand. Heya. Despite his mental tiredness and the gloom he was feeling at that moment as he contemplated the uncertainty of the future, Rumi's cheerful greeting made his serious face break into a smile. She came and took a seat next to him, letting her legs dangle out of the rooftop just like him. Putting the white bag down on the floor of the rooftop, she took out 2 cans and handed one to Naruto before opening hers. Beer, really? Oh, come on, it's not like you haven't drank before. I don't feel like drinking now. Don't be a baby, have a drink with your Ineki, she said with a grin and ruffled his hair roughly before taking a big chug out of her can. Ah, this hits the spot. The way he pushed her hand away in annoyance made her laugh. Drunkard. Better be a drunkard than a party pooper like you. Party? What party? I don't see anyone partying here. Well, we could have a party if you weren't so busy mopping here on the rooftop like an angsty teenager. I'm not mopping. She giggled at how he raised his voice. Stop it, Rumi, I'm not in the mood now, he said with a sigh when she kept trying to push the can of beer into his hands. Here I am, trying to get out of the funk, and there you are, pushing me away, she said crestfallen. You're not good at pouting. It won't work on me, he said, inwardly amused by her act. Strange, Eri-chan told me pouting is super effective on you. Outside of his will, he snorted in amusement. Well, if that doesn't work, maybe this will. As she said those words, she took another gulp of beer and then, catching him completely by surprise, she grabbed him by the collar of his sweatshirt and covered his lips in an open-mouthed kiss. He couldn't even think about protesting as she fed him the beer mouth to mouth. He was frozen in a stupor. Breaking the kiss, she laughed in delight at the dumbfounded look on his face. I think I broke him, she thought out loud and leaned in again, kissing and licking the trail of beer that had trickled from the corner of his lips and down his chin during their previous kiss. He shivered as her lips trailed down from his chin to his neck and collarbone. But she didn't go any further. Instead, she went up again, and this time, Naruto fully reciprocated her kiss, pressing a hand on the small of her back and caressing her face with his thumb. Can't believe you actually force-fed me beer mouth to mouth, he said when they finally stopped making out and he regained some of his mental faculties. I didn't hear you complaining then, she laughed. Are you kidding me? It was disgusting. Liar. Your face was as red as an apple. The cans of beer were completely forgotten now as Naruto and Rumi started bickering as they cuddled together on the rooftop. In the first place, it was never about getting drunk, it was all about taking his mind off his depressing thoughts. Do you hear me, mister? You should count your lucky stars to have a girlfriend like me. Definitely. Where else would I find a girl who'd ignore her boyfriend for months at a time? Hey, that's so not fair of you. We've both agreed to have limited contact until you became of age. You think it was easy for me? I didn't agree to any of that, he retorted. You decided it one-sidedly. I made your mum a promise, and I intend to keep it. Yada yada ouch. What the hell, what's with the biting, weren't you vegetarian? He yelped when she sank her teeth into his shoulder. Newsflash, rabbits can bite too. Oh really? Guess what? Foxes bite too. He said and chomped on the tender skin of her neck, making her cry out.